Chapter 91. After planning the planting area, Hu Yuanyang went to Yunwan seamlessly. Lord, I heard that the sanatorium has a mental power tester. Do you think the mental power data of the people in the territory should be recorded? It will be easier to arrange other positions at that time. There is no organization like the guard team on Shinong Star. In addition, knowing the mental power results will also facilitate the key training of some good seedlings. Hu Yuanyang's overall view impressed Yunwan. The other party's planet management ability is very good. She wants to use the last contract card on him. Yunwan did not mention the contract for the time being. She asked Hu Yuanyang to go to the sanatorium to rent a mental power tester to collect the mental power information of the people. She hid in the room and took out the treasure bowl to look at the treasures. Before Yunwan reached out to take the bowl, the system popped up a dialog box. The treasure bowl delivered 5 treasures. It was detected that the host had a contract card generator. Should I consume the treasures to get the opportunity to exchange? As Yunwan expected, the system really opened the contract card exchange channel. She did not rashly choose to exchange, and asked the system, "Can I see which 5 treasures I will get if I don't exchange?" The system was silent for a moment before the electronic sound continued. Host can view 2 treasures at random. Yunwan thought about it, and felt that it was not worth it. So she argued with the system. All of you. The 5 treasures have arrived anyway. I just want to take a look. I don't want to get them for free. Why is there such a restriction? Just let me see them all. You won't lose anything. Host, you can use the treasure acquisition opportunity to exchange for treasure viewing permissions. Yunwan didn't want to talk. The system is getting more and more aware of the human psychology of taking advantage. When she heard that she had to spend precious treasures to get the opportunity, she was immediately discouraged. 2 is 2. 5 cards with black rose backgrounds popped up on the panel, with silver borders, giving off a low-key and luxurious style. Yunwan was in a dilemma, afraid that she would miss another one if she chose one. She rested her fingers on each of the 5 cards for a few seconds. Then she withdrew her hand and didn't choose any. Host, do you want to give up the chance to check? No. I'm going to burn incense and take a bath. Yunwan said seriously. I don't really understand this meaningless behavior of humans. Yunwan took a bath, changed into a red dress, and prayed that she could find a good treasure. This time she didn't hesitate, and directly chose the 2 most pleasing ones, and opened them decisively. Self-service supermarket. A supermarket with complete divisions, including fresh food area, meat area, fruit and vegetable area, snack area, wine area, daily necessities area, dairy products area, and seasoning area. I'm rich. Yunwan wanted to give the system a big hug and kiss it hard. This treasure is amazing. Although some areas are useless, such as the daily necessities area. Some areas are priceless, such as the seasoning area. The seasoning area must have all kinds of seasonings, so you don't have to suffer from the shortage of interstellar seasonings. Not to mention the primary seasonings such as soy sauce and vinegar. There are also compound seasonings such as oyster sauce, bean paste and hot pot base. Eating hot pot in the interstellar is not a dream. Just thinking about it makes Yunwan greedy. And the snack business that has not yet started can also develop more colorfully. The reason why the food city is still in the idea stage is because Yunwan is worried about the seasoning. The biggest advantage of snacks over regular meals is that they are more seasoned and use bolder ingredients, so they taste different in spicy, fresh and fragrant ways. It can be said that you are eating a mouthful of seasoning. Now she doesn't have to worry about the lack of seasoning, which will make the snack business unreliable and unable to develop. Because of the self-service supermarket, Yunwan put the Food City franchise plan on the to-do list a little earlier, but she vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Thinking about the previous contract card generator, this self-service supermarket wouldn't be. Tong. You won't cheat me, right? Don't give her a locked supermarket that needs to unlock partitions or something. Host, business matters. How can you say it's a cheat? Yunwan held her forehead. She knew that the system was already running towards the direction of human cunning, and those good days were gone forever. You can't give me an empty supermarket, right? Yunwan roared. Host, the supermarket comes with an unlocked area, and you need to unlock the others yourself. Yunwan's heart finally died. Which area was unlocked? Yunwan sat up in shock from her dying illness. Never the daily necessities area. Never the daily necessities area. As if the system heard Yunwan's voice, it did not give any more bad news. Unlocked area, seasoning area. Yunwan was relieved that her wish came true. And she was actually a little grateful to the system. Who did the system learn this trick of giving a sweet date after a slap? Such a gift? Is this the charm of electronic technology? After all, the seasoning area is unlocked, which does not affect the opening progress of the food city. If other areas are not unlocked, then they are not unlocked. She must want this treasure in the self-service supermarket. Continue to check the second treasure. I hope it is also a good thing. Lucky rainbow candy. Lucky rainbow candy can bring or take away luck. Red, yellow, and white can bring good luck, and the degree of good luck decreases in turn. Black, purple, and gray can bring bad luck, and the degree of bad luck decreases in turn. After using a good luck candy, a bad luck candy will be added to the bottle, and vice versa. When there is only lucky candy or bad luck candy in the bottle, the candy in the bottle cannot be used. The quantity is limited. Please use it with caution. After reading the introduction of the lucky rainbow candy, Yunwan kissed her hand hard. Whose little red hand is so red? Oh, it's hers. It was right to burn incense and bathe today, and my luck has improved a lot. The effect of the lucky rainbow candy is a bit illusory. But who doesn't want good luck? Yunwan didn't think twice, and immediately put the two treasures in her pocket. The self-service supermarket is large and needs to be checked later. But the rainbow candy does not need it. She immediately took out the rainbow candy from the cornucopia to check. The candies were small round pieces, like pearls, and were placed in a small glass bottle 2 fingers thick, with a gradient bow tied at the mouth of the bottle. She roughly counted them, and there were only 2 of each of the luckiest red and the unlucky black. And there were also only a handful of yellow and purple candies, and the most common were white and gray, which should not have much impact on luck. Yunwan collected the lucky rainbow candy with satisfaction. And then it was time for the most difficult choice. She still had 3 treasure opportunities. And in front of her were 3 unknown cards and 3 contract card exchange opportunities. Tom. Do I need these 3 cards after I turn them over? Yes, host. Yunwan couldn't make up her mind. What was certain was that she had to exchange the contract cards. And not only the equal contract cards, but also the master-servant contract cards. Can I exchange the contract cards in a mixed way? For example, use 1 chance to exchange 1 master-servant contract card and 2 equal contract cards? No, host. 1 chance can only exchange the same type of contract cards. Oh, we are friends. Don't be so stiff. Be a little flexible. The equal contract card has a wider range of uses. She mainly wants this kind of contract card, while the master-servant contract card is too biased towards the master. If the other party does not do bad things or hurt her, she does not need to be so heartless. Therefore, the master-servant contract card is more like a special self-defense weapon. 1 or 2 are enough. The system is also helpless and said, host. It's not that I'm blunt. It's that the contract card generator can only generate 3 identical contract cards at a time. This reason is too strong, and it dispelled Yunwan's idea of operation. In this case, 3 equal contract cards and 3 master-servant contract cards will take up 2 treasure opportunities. For the remaining 1, should I choose to take a gamble or choose the equal contract card? Sometimes too many good things can also make people distressed. The demand for contract cards is very high. After the expansion of the planting area, there is still a shortage of manpower and more employees are needed. The guard team proposed by Hu Yuanyang is also a very important department of the planet. The military force must be absolutely in her own hands. If there are enough contract cards, she even wants to sign an equal contract with all the civil servants of Shenong Star. However, treasure opportunities are rare, so she should not be able to be so extravagant. The planting department and the guard team alone can use up all her contract cards, not to mention 3, 6, or even 10. The reality has made a choice for Yunwan. It is good to choose new and useful treasures, which is more conducive to the future development of Shenong Star. But it is the most unnecessary for Shenong Star at present, because this planet is destined to have a promising future. More good things will certainly be icing on the cake, and not too much will not be harmful. However, contract cards are different. The contract card can make the development of Shenong Star more stable, ensure the purity of the personnel, ensure that the Qin family, the Ji family, and some people who are hiding in the dark and eyeing her can't make any moves on the core personnel, and make the wealth currently owned by Shenong Star firmly in her own hands. In other words, Shennong Star no longer needs to develop rapidly, but needs to change direction and maintain the status quo. It needs to have good things and be able to keep these good things. After understanding this, Yunwan no longer hesitated and exchanged 3 master servant contract cards and 6 equal contract cards. She had some ideas about the contract card. When she contracted Jiangjiayu, she contracted with one person. And when she contracted with a bee colony, she contracted with multiple bee colonies. That is to say, when the people in a team reached an agreement, she could contract the entire group. If this is confirmed, the contract card will be saved to a great extent. The good luck and bad luck effects of rainbow candy also need to be tested. Hu Yuanyang happened to have started to test the mental power of the people in the territory. So he asked her to go over and inspect. She could walk around and see the situation and complete these 2 tests by the way. The mental power test point was outside the city hall. When Yunwan arrived, a long line had already formed. Hu Yuanyang personally organized the process. He had several new people under him. One was recording the test results, and the other 3 or 4 were maintaining order and explaining the test methods to the people. The scene was in good order. Seeing Yunwan coming, the people in the line greeted him warmly. "Hello, Lord. Wow. This is the first time I've seen the Lord so close up. It's amazing. Fortunately, I came early. Yusan must be India's. Little Lady of the Lord. Little Lady of the Lord. Was the fruit delicious? I saw the flowers I gave to the Lord last time in the green belt. It's over there at the school. White. I gave it. Isn't it fragrant?" This made the people of the Lord talk about where their vegetables, plants, and flowers can be found on Shennong Star. Whenever they talked about seeing the plants they brought on Shennong Star, everyone's tone was very proud. They also participated in the construction of Shennong Star. Every flower, grass, and tree has their own figure, and every landscape is closely related to them. Unlike the joy of just discovering that their plants were adopted, the more they talk about it now, the more they find that their bond with Shennong Star has become stronger. A home decorated by others is different from a home decorated by oneself. A home that one has devoted one's own strength to is a real home. At this moment, they have truly become the subjects of Shennong Star, and Shennong Star is their home planet. They are not guests or slaves of this planet, but hosts of this planet. This is their home. Chapter 92. Yunwan was almost overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the people. Seeing this, Hu Yuanyang quickly took control of the situation. Everyone keep order. Don't make a scene. The Lord is here to select the guards. Everyone, please behave well. Who will be tested next? Come on. After a few words, the people became serious when they heard that the Lord was going to select people, especially for such an important position as the guards. Everyone stood up straight, especially some young and strong men. Generally speaking, they were the main force of the guards. After Yunwan came, the first person to test his mental power under her supervision was Li Junhao. He walked to the tester under the envious gaze of the person in front of him. As the first person to be watched by the Lord for the test, he received more attention than the people in front of him. The palm of his raised hand was sweating, and the temperature was abnormally high. He put his hand on the tester, and a faint golden light sprinkled on his face. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Li Junhao looked puzzled. What level am I? He also observed what others were testing just now. Most of the light was orange and blue, while his color was golden. Thinking of his body being worse than others since he was a child, with a small frame and short stature. Although he didn't get sick often, he was much weaker than his peers. He thought with some disappointment that his level was probably worse than others. Li Junhao. S level. Hu Yuanyang was stunned for a moment before reporting the level. He thought that there would be no S level among these people with extremely poor living conditions. But he didn't expect that there would be good material. Knowing that he was S level, Li Junhao was not very happy. Hu Yuanyang was surprised. Even he wanted to have S level mental power. This person who just tested S level was so calm, and seemed a little dissatisfied. He didn't think much, and drew a circle on the list of people. S level must be selected into the guard team. Next, 2 more girls and a little boy tested positive for S level mental power, and they were all depressed. Hu Yuanyang was really curious about what they were thinking. Yunwan had been waiting at the scene until the test was over. Hu Yuanyang sent her the mental power of the people in the territory, and marked some candidates with good qualifications who could be selected for the guard team. The table was very clear and easy to understand. The mental power of the people in the territory was mostly concentrated at the level of normal people at B level. There were more than 2,000 people at A level, for people at S level, and more than 3,000 people below B level. There were more than 4,000 students of school age in the school period, of which less than 1,000 were at A level. Hundreds were below B level, and only one was at S level. In general, the qualifications of the people in the territory are not good. According to interstellar standards, people below level B are disabled and cannot use mechanical tools such as flying cars and robots normally. There are very limited jobs. The Lord needs to give this type of people 500 to 1,000 disability subsidies every month. Generally speaking, the average level of disabled people on the planet is 1/1,000. The disabled ratio on Shenong star has reached January 10th, which is 100 times higher than the average level. It is enough to see the gap between the people in the territory. After discussing with Hu Yuanyang, Yunwan selected 100 people to form a guard team, divided into 4 teams, and each team elected a temporary captain. If he did a good job, he could be promoted to a regular captain after 1 month. The 100 people selected were between 25 and 35 years old, with both men and women, with a ratio of 6 to 4. Those who were selected to join the guard team could refuse if they did not want to join the guard team. Yin Hong was hesitant. She had 4 elderly people and 2 children at home. Her husband went out to open up wasteland every day, leaving early and returning late. She stayed at home to take care of the children and the elderly, freeing herself from the worries of the family. If she joined the guard team, she would be too old and would not be able to do housework. Moreover, she was worried that she would not be able to do such an important job. The guard of a planet represents the face of the planet. She was afraid that she, an ignorant housewife, would bring shame to the Lord. Yin Hong thought about it and decided to refuse. Unexpectedly, her husband came back and found out and scolded her severely. Hong Hong, do you know how rare this opportunity is? We have never been to school, and we don't know how to drive a mecha. It is impossible for us to have the opportunity to join the guard. Only when we come to Shenong Star can we have such a precious opportunity. Others can't even ask for it. Why are you giving it up? Yin Hong was stunned by what she said, biting her lip. I'm afraid I can't do it. Otherwise, I'll give you this opportunity? Silly. The person was chosen by the Lord himself. Not everyone can do it. The husband comforted. Don't be afraid. The Lord chose you. He must trust you. You see, you didn't know how to weave clothes before, but later you learned it by yourself according to the smart brain. Didn't you? How can it be the same? Yin Hong was still a little panicked when her parents-in-law and parents knew that she didn't want to join the guard team. They were so anxious that they took turns to talk to her. My parents said earnestly, this guard is a matter of honor for our family. You will be different from us in the future. You will be a public employee. It will be so respectable when you go out. My parents-in-law boasted. Yes, you are so capable. You can handle everything at home and outside. It will be no problem for you to join the guard. Even the children were very excited and told everyone they met, my mother is in the guard. She likes to catch bad guys the most. Yin Hong quickly pulled the child who was talking nonsense back to her side and apologized with a red face. Passers-by didn't mind and liked the 2 lively children very much. When they heard that the mother of the children was going to join the guard, they praised, it's amazing. I heard that the Lord only selected 100 people. Shenong Star will be handed over to you in the future. No. I haven't gone yet. It's only a matter of time. After thinking about the reactions and performances of her family and passers-by, Yin Hong's mind had changed a long time ago, and she didn't mention not going anymore. She was just worried about the children and the elderly at home. Seeing that his wife's ideological work was done well, the husband breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest and said, it's okay. Don't you have me here? The land reclamation work is almost done. I will be free in a month or so. Let my parents take care of it during this period. It's okay. The 100 people solved the obstacles to joining the guard team. No one had any objections. All of them were ready to join the guard team. The guard team members were determined. But there was a problem with the grouping. Since the 100 people were not familiar with each other, Yunwan first randomly divided them into 4 teams. There was trouble in the step of selecting the captain. There were 2 people in one team who tied for the vote. One was a tall and strong man with tattoos, and the other was Ma Yeting, an S-level player that Yunwan paid special attention to. The former had a group of younger fans, and the latter was very popular among the female team members. Why are there male captains in several groups? There are already enough male captains. I think Ting Ting is not bad. She led our village to find food in the woods before on Z3458. People who support Ma Yeding said. The fact that there are more male captains only shows that we are good. Besides, we are tied in the first place. Why should my brother Jiang give up his position? Our brother Jiang is also the tyrant of Z3458. Everyone knows him. He is invincible. Go and ask. Who is not terrified when hearing my brother Jiang's name? Yunwan, Why do I feel like there is some unknown element mixed in with the guard team? Another supporter of Jiang Di saw Yunwan's strange expression and kicked the speaker on the butt, making him fall on his butt. What nonsense! Our Jiang brother is the most serious. Although we fought, it was also legitimate defense. He definitely did not hurt anyone without reason. He explained. This person seems to have some skills and is good at observing people's words and expressions. However, the more he explained, the more unclear it became. Yunwan used his talent and did not feel any evil aura from Jiang Di. He is not a bad guy. However, he is a troublemaker. Jiang Di did not say a word from beginning to end, and waited for his subordinates to do things for him with his arms folded. It is obvious that he believes in his appeal among these little brothers. Yunwan did not know how many of Jiang Di's little brothers were selected into the guard team. But judging from the fact that there were people in several teams who were ready to make a move, he had quite a few little brothers. Jiang Di seemed to be born with leadership. Such a person is a trouble. But if used well, he can also be a great help. If no agreement can be reached, the contract card cannot be used. Yunwan thought about it and simply said something moderate. How about this? Your team will implement a rotating team leader system, with 2 people taking turns. After the training period is over, each team will form its own team and establish a captain. Okay. Ma Yeding agreed first. She looked gentler than Jiang Di, but very firm and had a strong insight. I have no problem with that either, Jiang Di said. The 2 parties reached a consensus, but the supporters around them were still dissatisfied. I think my brother Jiang should be the captain. Brother Jiang? The brothers are waiting to join your team when we finally form a pair. Humph. Our Ting Ting is also very good. We are also waiting to join Ting Ting's team. Our Ting Ting is the captain. Ma Yeding / Jiang Di, no hurry. The 2 of them said in unison, looking at each other in surprise, and seeing their own shadows in each other's eyes. Ma Yeding knew that the other party had the same idea as her. 4 teams, 5 captains. The Lord arranged an extra captain, in addition to letting them compete. It also hinted at a position that they had not discovered. That is, the captain of the guard team. Other members did not know the ins and outs of the guard team, but Ma Yeding had heard of it. Now it seems that she is not the only one who has heard of it. From the beginning, she was not going for this one team leader, so she had to continue to fight for opportunities in the case of a tie. According to her observation, Jiang Di has more connections than her, but unfortunately his people are scattered among the 4 groups, which gave her the opportunity to get enough votes. She would never miss this opportunity. It has been a long time since she was so excited. The 2 of them exchanged glances, rubbing out a strong desire to fight. Yunwan was secretly happy. Both of them had military talents, and she wanted both of them. The division is tentatively decided. Next, we have to sign a contract. This contract is different from ordinary contracts. Following Yunwan's voice, the 100 members of the guard saw a huge contract scroll slowly opening in front of them. Everyone was at a different distance from the scroll, but they could all see the words on the scroll clearly. The scroll not only contained the terms of the contract, but also added 2 more rules. First, loyalty to the Lord, and second, loyalty to Shenong Star. These 2 rules were almost the same to them. At present, they had not thought of betraying Shenong Star. The 100 people reached a consensus, and Party B, Guard 4, appeared on the scroll. Seeing this, Yunwan knew that the contract card could indeed be used for a group of people. So he asked each team leader to step out and sign his name. The 2 captains in turn gave way to each other at this moment. And finally Ma Yeding signed her name. As soon as the contract was signed, the guards felt a mysterious power spreading in their hearts. Most members felt it was magical, but Jiang Di and Ma Yeding were stunned. Before joining the guards, they also heard other people praise the Lord as a god, but they didn't believe it. Now, a power that was not there before really appeared in their minds. and they could clearly feel that it was a kind of bondage. It was the contract they just signed. The two of them had some resistance reflexively. They looked up and saw Yun-Wan, who was smiling brightly and answering questions from other members. They realized that the Lord had already told them the difference of this contract in advance, and there were no extraordinary clauses in the contract. So the uncomfortable feeling dissipated a lot. Thinking of this magical power, they felt more afraid. This kind of contract is more effective than a piece of paper, although they don't know what will happen after violating the contract. Just thinking about it will make the alarm in their brains go off. They know that the consequences will be very serious. However, they thought that they and the Lord are in the same faction. They are now the Lord's people. As long as they don't betray Shinong Star and the Lord in the future, nothing will happen. The Lord with this power is their Lord. In the end, the two of them actually felt that it was a good thing that the Lord had such a powerful thing. In the future, Shinong Star will definitely grow to a level that they can't imagine. And the entire galaxy will rarely be able to shake the rule of Shinong Star. Chapter 93. The matter of the escort team came to an end. But the test of rainbow candy did not find a suitable candidate. So Yun-Wan planned to be the test subject herself. The dark candies were few in number and very precious. So of course they could not be taken out and wasted casually. White and gray were fine. And she planned to eat one of each. Yun-Wan poured out a white candy first. The candy melted in her mouth. Sour and sweet. And tasted very good. After eating it, she didn't feel anything special. As if she had eaten an ordinary candy. And there was an extra gray candy in the bottle to fill the empty space. She was not in a hurry. And did other things first. Waiting for good luck to come. After walking around the vegetable garden and visiting the restaurant, nothing happened along the way. Yun-Wan didn't even pick up a dime. And she couldn't help but suspect that this bottle of so-called lucky rainbow candy was a fake product. Tom. I want to return it. Host. Don't worry. The system's products must be genuine. There are no fakes. Anyway, I don't feel lucky at all. Yun-Wan was complaining about the system in her mind. And she tripped on the steps without paying attention. And almost fell face down. Fortunately, she stabilized her lower body and stood firm. Her heart was still beating fast. And Yun-Wan's brain was spinning rapidly. Isn't this the good luck for me? No. The system asked back. The host has a chance to fall down the stairs. Seriously injured or paralyzed. Yun-Wan's face was like constipation. It's too unlucky. She wanted to cry a little. The lucky rainbow candy was like a joke. If she said that she was lucky not to fall down the stairs. She also thought that if she didn't eat the candy, she wouldn't have fallen down the stairs. What a thing! Yun-Wan was depressed. Look at those treasures. They are so useful. Damn rainbow candy. Hey. Lord. Yun-Wan turned her head and met Howley on the road. Oh. If I hadn't seen you, I would have almost forgotten. Lord. I want to buy a batch of honey from before. I was waiting for the new honey to be available. But, Lord, are you planning to sell the honey? Howley didn't believe that the Lord kept so much honey for himself. But it was not impossible. Where could he find such good quality honey? Eat one bottle less. For sale. Yun-Wan was serious. She was too busy these 2 days, and the honey was not available yet. How much do you need? This question stumped Howley. She smiled shyly. How much are you going to sell? Lord? Yun-Wan stared at Howley for a while. And her mind suddenly became clear. Isn't this her good luck? There are 1,352 cans of honey in stock. Judging from Howley's intention. Is it possible that she wants to buy all of them? Black Rock bees can produce more than 1,000 cans of honey every 2 months. Yun-Wan has no shortage of honey to eat. And a large part of the current honey can be sold. I have 1,000 cans. How many do you want? Howley was so shocked that she couldn't close her jaw. Seeing the beehive with your own eyes is one thing. And hearing the amount of honey with your own ears is another. She also wanted to buy all the honey from Shinong Star. With 1,000 cans in stock. She was still overestimating her capabilities. Howley was even more embarrassed. I'll sell you 200 cans. How much do you think it's worth? Yun-Wan didn't plan to sell it at a low price. Although her way of getting honey was simple and cost-free. It was the fruit of the labor of the Black Rock bees. The flowers and plants needed to be maintained later. And too low a price would disrupt the market and cause unnecessary hatred from peers. She did some research and found that the top honey from Queen Bee Star costs about 5,000 to 7,000 star coins per bottle. The jars she uses are larger than those from Queen Bee Star. And the quantity is larger, and the quality is better than theirs. It's not too much to sell them for 10,000 star coins per jar. She told Howley the truth. And she seemed to be quite satisfied with the price, and placed the order without hesitation. Yunwan originally wanted to give her a discount. But seeing how she was getting a great bargain, she felt that she was selling too cheaply, and didn't want to give her a discount. However, Howley was the only person she knew in the honey industry. And she had a good personality. She might ask her for advice on related issues in the future. Yunwan still planned to build a good relationship with her, and reluctantly gave her a discount. But the discount was very low. 95% off. Howley exclaimed. She had never expected that the Lord could take the honey to auction. And not only did he give her a low price, but also a discount. The auction will definitely sell for a higher price than 10,000 star coins. After the deal was made, Howley did not hesitate to remind Yunwan, Lord, this honey is of good quality. You don't have much in stock. And beekeeping is not easy. So don't sell it at a low price later. Thank you for the reminder. I know. What kind of relationship do we have? Others can't get this price. Howley was flattered. Did the Lord say that they have a good relationship? She was recognized by the Lord. Although I know that many words in the business world are just polite words. But the Lord? She said that they have a good relationship. Looking at Yunwan's bright smile like the sun, Howley couldn't help but want to be kind to her from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Lord. Howley was 10,000 times happier than buying good quality honey at a low price. If you need beehives to raise bees, or if you encounter problems such as disobedient bees, you can come to me. Howley's words reminded Yunwan that beehives are very necessary. Imagine if the black rock bees had to build a new nest for her every 2 months, which was time-consuming and laborious, and the beehives had no other use. If there were beehives, the black rock bees could produce honey in them, and they could be reused, without any waste. I just want to buy a batch of beehives. Do you have any recommendations? Yunwan asked. Howley talked about a lot of beehive brands, and introduced their advantages and disadvantages. There were too many professional terms, and Yunwan was confused. Seeing this, Howley took the job. I can help the Lord to buy beehives. Beehives are generally produced by King Bee Star. How many do you need? From the beginning to the end. Yunwan only understood the last sentence and immediately said, 536. Ah? Howley's CPU temperature was a little high. How many? 536. 536. Howley's voice was very high. Her face was hard to describe. And she tried to be tactful. Lord, it is not recommended to raise so many bees at the beginning. It's okay. I know. Yunwan didn't want to tell others about the black rock bees in detail. After all, no matter how good Howley's character was, she was from another planet. Howley wanted to persuade him. But seeing that Yunwan had already made up her mind, she didn't say anything more. She looked like a hot-blooded girl who was not afraid of tigers. She didn't seem to know anything, so she would try her best to help when the time came. Howley thought that with her as a backup, the Lord should not fall into trouble. In the blink of an eye, Yunwan earned 2 million and solved a difficult problem. The effect of the lucky rainbow candy was pretty good. However, she was still a little dissatisfied. She felt that Howley would meet her sooner or later and bring up the matter of buying honey. The rainbow candy just brought this matter forward. It didn't bring good luck, but brought good luck in advance, which was a bit useless. However, Yunwan was not sure whether Howley would have had any problems buying honey if she hadn't eaten the rainbow candy. Maybe the rainbow candy made the process smoother. Even if it was just good luck in advance, it could play a huge role at certain times. Sometimes, the right time, right place and right people are all missing a little bit of late luck. Next is the bad luck candy. If the good luck candy brings good luck in advance, then the bad luck candy brings bad luck in advance. With that in mind, Yunwan was not so worried. She ate the great candy and waited for bad luck to come. The good luck candy took about half an hour to take effect, and the bad luck candy should be about the same. She walked around the city casually to see if she could trigger any events. But nothing happened. The lucky rainbow candy was not as worry-free as other treasures. The time when the drug took effect was uncertain. She had no idea when bad luck would come. She couldn't stay here all the time, and she was afraid that bad luck would suddenly come if she did something else. She planned to stay in the safe house to avoid uncontrollable bad things. As soon as she returned to the safe house, Yun-ge and a group of little kids came to her in a group, looking panicked. Sister, it's not good. It's not good. Ugh. Yun-ge's face was serious. Meow Meow jumped up and landed on the back of the sofa. Ah Huang and Shi were on top of Wang Wang and Yun-ge's heads respectively. And Ye landed on the overhead chandelier. But the little monster did not appear. Several little guys were very anxious. Only Wang Wang didn't understand the situation and laughed foolishly. Yun Wan thought to herself, "Oh no! Could it be that bad luck has befallen the little ones? Don't worry. Tell me slowly. What happened?" Yun-ge was the spokesperson for the little ones. Sister's flower has grown very tall. It's going to break the roof. What flower? Yun Wan didn't remember any new flowers in the bottle. After following the little ones to the window to check, she found out that it was an unknown seed that had been planted before. After a while, the seedling had grown into a towering vine. Due to the safety roof restrictions, part of it was entrenched on the roof, looking like it was going to blow the roof off. Was it this tall yesterday? Yun Wan was in a trance. In her memory, the unknown seeds had not grown much for a long time, and the little ones were even depressed for a while. It was fine yesterday, Yun-ge cried. With the confirmation of the little ones, Yun Wan was sure that the seeds had indeed grown 3 or 4 meters overnight. Yun Wan, little sapling, are you worried about something? Why are you growing so fast? Are you stimulated? The unknown plants are a bit strange, but it's normal for plants to grow taller. You can't say there's something wrong with them just because they grow too fast. It's growing well. It's okay. Yunj didn't believe it. Is it really okay? Why is it so tall? Ah Huang stretched out his little wings and looked up at the vine. Overnutrition, Yun Wan said casually. There's no room at home. Move it to the vegetable garden. The vine grew too well. The bigger the pot, the thicker the vine. It felt like the pot would burst in another night. But fortunately, it was discovered in time. It took a lot of effort to move the 5 pots of plants to the safe house. When I came out of the cramped safe house, I felt that the branches and leaves of the vine stretched a lot under the wide sky. Yun Wan looked at the vines and thought of a fairy tale. How tall will the vines grow? Can they grow into the sky? What kind of fruit will they bear? What exactly are vines? Yun Wan called the system, and the system pretended to be dead for the first time. Strange. Really strange. Is this the sequelae of the bad luck candy? Could it be that monsters will grow on the vines? Soon. Yun Wan rejected this idea because her foot was pierced by a piece of wood dug out of the soil. 3 planting robots dug 5 deep pits and planted 5 vines in them. There were some stones dug out of the soil and rotten wood blocks on the road. She accidentally stepped on the end with nails. Blood immediately stained her shoes red. Yun Wan wanted to cry in pain. She had to pretend to be relaxed among a group of little kids who couldn't find a backbone. She swore that she would never try bad luck candy again. Yun-ge reacted and called Lu Huai over. Seeing Lu Huai, Yun Wan didn't know what to say for a while. This child. Why didn't she ask Dr. Lin to bring the medical robot over? Could it be that he wanted to carry her to the hospital? Chapter 94. Yun Wan thought a lot. But Lu Huai was even faster. Without saying anything, he directly picked Yun Wan up horizontally. The blood from the wound on her toes was still dripping. A group of worried little kids were chattering behind her. However, her perception was abnormally weakened. The environment and pain became blurred. Only her ears, which were right on Lu Huai's chest, could hear his heartbeat very clearly. She looked up at him. He pursed his lips tightly, walked hurriedly, and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Yun Wan felt confused and tightened her fingers helplessly. Arriving at the hospital, Dr. Lin quickly arranged a ward. While cleaning the sawdust on Yun Wan's feet, he said, I was wondering why Yun-ge was so flustered. He asked Lu Huai to follow. He glanced at Lu Huai, who was concentrating on Yun Wan's injury, and then at Yun Wan, who was trying to endure the pain. Her face turned pale due to excessive blood loss. She said casually, It's time to let the medical robot go. It can temporarily deal with it and stop the bleeding. Yun Wan felt dizzy and replied randomly, Yeah. The unintentional response made Lu Huai look sideways. He said, Lord, if it hurts, you can hold my hand. Ah? Yun Wan was surprised by Lu Huai's suggestion. Handshakes and the like. It's too intimate. No need. I can do it. She realized it later and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Huai didn't react much after being rejected. He stood aside and waited for Dr. Lin to stop the bleeding and bandage the wound. After the wound was completely treated, he looked at Yunwan, who looked not very good, and suggested, "Lord, you can sleep for a while and rest more." This time, Yunwan was exhausted physically and mentally. Her feet were still aching, and she felt uncomfortable all over. She followed the doctor's advice and laid down to rest. Lu Huai hadn't left yet. He was helping her silently. She only cared about her own pain and didn't say thank you. She felt a little sorry. "I'm fine. Thank you. Lu Huai. Thanks to you today. Nothing. Lord, please rest first." Yunwan felt sleepy, and half of her face was covered in a quilt. She snorted and her consciousness gradually blurred. In a daze, she saw a few little ones, who wanted to stay by the bed, were coaxed out by Dr. Lin. The ward returned to silence, and Lu Huai hadn't left yet. Before she fell asleep, she had only one thought: Lu Huai is such a good man. TSK. Boss. The Lord is already asleep. Li Xian and Yunwan's beds were separated by only a curtain, and he had been secretly observing for a long time. From the time Lu Huai was called away by Yun Ge, he rushed over without asking why, and personally carried the Lord over. This kind of preferential treatment had never appeared on anyone before. "Boss, do you like the Lord?" Li Xian asked curiously. "What nonsense!" Lu Huai's eyes were sharp. Shenong Star is a magical place. It may bring about earth-shaking changes in the interstellar space. This is why I stay here. Special vegetables, fruits with extremely high nutritional value, and many things that cannot be explained by common sense. There are too many good things on Shenong Star. They must not fall into the hands of the nobles, and let the nobles dominate. However, Shenong Star's defense is insufficient. The Lord is a weak girl. How can one person fight against the nobles? I help the Lord strengthen the defense and strike a balance. Is there anything wrong with that? Li Xian was stunned by Lu Huai's long explanation. No wonder the starship parked at the port of Shenong Star looked familiar. "Boss, I only asked one question. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You don't have to explain so much." Besides, he didn't explain the key points. For example, is it necessary to help the Lord with cooking? Is it necessary to go there in person when the Lord is injured? Wouldn't it be better to send a medical robot? The more he explained, the more Li Xian felt like he was covering up something. Don't make blind guesses. The Lord has a good personality. Who would hate him? Why don't you ask Dr. Lin if he likes the Lord? Lu Huai said. His tone was a little fierce. Li Xian muttered softly, like and like are different. I don't know if Lu Huai heard it, but he didn't continue the topic about Yunwan and walked out of the ward. Leaning against the wall outside the ward, Yunwan's quiet sleeping face appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but start to reflect on himself. Is he really different from others to the Lord? Maybe it was because he was sick. He liked the vegetable fields of Shenong Star too much and admired the vitality of the Lord too much, which made him want to get closer. But he was sure that he didn't do anything out of line. Dr. Lin and Li Xian thought too much. Yunwan, who was a light sleeper, woke up when the two were talking. She wanted to cough twice to make the two people who disturbed her rest shut up. But the question Li Xian asked made her heart skip a beat. Deep in her heart, she was very curious about Lu Huai's answer. So she let the two continue the conversation. After listening to Lu Huai's explanation, Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Lu Huai treated her so well because he took the interstellar situation into consideration. This overall view made Yunwan marvel, thinking that Lu Huai had been a soldier. He should be a member of the royal family, so he would consider so many checks and balances. His idea was good for Shenong Star. She tried to make herself happier and ignore the sudden sense of loss in her heart. After Lu Huai left, Yunwan completely lost her sleepiness and tossed and turned in bed irritably. Although the feet are the farthest from the heart, the dull pain all the time is very annoying, making her unable to sleep at all. Howley bought the honey and happily returned to the Queen Bee Star with the cleaning team on a professional spaceship. As soon as they landed on the star, they found that the atmosphere of the Queen Bee Star was very strange before they could even catch their breath. The captain of the fourth team, who had a good relationship with her, looked at her and hesitated to speak. Howley was confused. What happened? Why are you looking at me like this? The captain of the fourth team looked erratic, and he wanted to say something but couldn't. You'll know when you go to the Lord. Howley nodded. After the captain of the fourth team said this, the others were undercurrents, and there was a slight sense of ridicule. Be prepared. The captain of the fourth team reminded. Howley waved her hand behind her, indicating that she understood. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the King Bee Star Lord's mansion, she knew what fate was waiting for her. Her boyfriend Yubei was standing closely with the Lord's daughter. The three of them were having a good time. It was unknown what they were talking about. The Lord's daughter Meng Lian was leaning shyly in Yubei's arms. Everyone in the King Bee Star knew that the captains of the two ace beekeeping teams were a pair. Some people were dissatisfied with Hao Li's independent team. They all thought that since she and Yubei were a couple, they should be in the same team and should not occupy the resources of the King Bee Star. Some people watched the fun without thinking it was a big deal. After a short pause, Hao Li knew that Yubei's change of heart was premeditated. Working for others is certainly not as good as upgrading to become a boss directly. For a period of time, Yubei frequently went in and out of the Lord's mansion. Hao Li asked him about it, but he just said that the Lord asked him to ask about beekeeping. Hao Li didn't think much about it. For a long time, Yubei was busy and disappeared. After she accepted the commission from Shenong Star, she didn't see him show up to comfort her. You know, at that time, they didn't know the situation of Shenong Star, and thought that Shenong Star was a remote and hard-deserted star. Hao Li finally figured it out. It turned out to be a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. She was the light bulb, so that the two of them could develop feelings. Hao Li, you are here. The King Bee Star Lord was sitting in the lobby. Hao Li did not even look at Yubei, and asked coldly, "Are you going to make the decision for me?" The King Bee Star Lord smiled awkwardly, evading Hao Li's question, and instead said in a high-sounding manner, "Emotions are always changing. Who can tell for sure?" Hao Li, don't you think so? Dad is right. There is no first come first served in love. Hao Li, Yubei doesn't like you anymore. You can understand. Stop being entangled. Okay. Meng Lian spoke for Yubei. Hao Li looked at Yubei sarcastically. I don't know how he fooled the Lord and his daughter, making them think that she was entangled with Yubei. But she was the one who was broken up. Seeing the Lord's posture of the three courts, she didn't want to explain anything, and they wouldn't believe it. The team members who had been with her day and night couldn't stand it, and wanted to say a few words for Hao Li. No need to say more, since the two of them are in love. Then I will step down and let the wise man take over. I wish you two a long and happy marriage. Are you satisfied? Hao Li had no attachment to men, but she felt sick as if she had swallowed a fly. All those romantic and beautiful memories in the past were like candy covered in shit, making people sick. Who knows if you really gave up or are just pretending? Dad. Meng Lian seemed to be hinting at something, facing his daughter's urging. The Lord of the King Bee Star was very embarrassed. He sighed and said to Hao Li apologetically, Hao Li, thank you for everything you have done for the King Bee Star. But the King Bee Star is also a sad place for you. Why don't you change places to adjust your mood? I can recommend you to other planets. The Lord of the Xuanzi Star is very familiar with me. No thanks. Hao Li refused decisively. At this point, what else did she not understand? The damn stinky man made her lose her love and her job. Today was the most shameful day in her life. Lord, if you want to fire me, I have no objection. But I have two requests. You say. The Queen Bee Star Lord saw that Hao Li was very calm, and the expected dispute did not happen. He felt much more relaxed. If Hao Li's request was not excessive, he would not mind satisfying it. Hao Li's request was very simple. First, I want to take my team members with me. Okay. See if they are willing to follow you. If they are, take them with you. Li Yin wanted to persuade Hao Li to calm down. But suddenly Hao Li winked at him. And suddenly he remembered Shenong Star. And instantly he became confident. I will follow Sister Lily. There are 7 people in the team, and 5 of them plan to leave Queen Bee Star with Hao Li. Their idea is very simple. If Hao Li leaves, their team will no longer exist. In addition, the Lord's daughter seems to particularly dislike their relationship with Hao Li. If they stay, they may be bullied. It is better to leave with Hao Li and start a new life. Second, I want 1,000 beehives. Sure. At this point, Hao Li's fate with the Queen Bee planet had ended. She returned to Shenong planet with 1,000 beehives and 5 team members. She delivered the beehives ordered by Yun Wan, and found a suitable place to install them. Yun Wan was surprised that she came back so soon after leaving. Hao Li briefly explained her situation and asked Yun Wan, Lord, can I emigrate to Shenong planet? Sure. The immigration conditions on Shinong Planet are very relaxed. You can immigrate if you buy a house. Yunwan felt that Hao Li was quite pitiful. She had to move away because she met the wrong person. Can't they live in peace after breaking up? Her ex-boyfriend was indeed not a very good person. Can I continue to raise bees on Shinong Star? Yunwan wanted to help her. But it seemed that this was really impossible. It may not be possible to raise bees on Shinong Star. Afraid that Hao Li would feel uncomfortable, Yunwan explained. The black rock bee is the guardian animal of Shinong Star. You may not be able to raise it. But if you want to continue raising bees, I can sell you some flowers. Hao Li was in a complicated mood. She didn't know whether she should be sad that she couldn't raise bees on Shinong Star, or happy that the Lord planned to sell flowers to her, or surprised that there was a planet that used Zerg as guardian beasts. No. Whose planet had such a thing as a guardian beast? Putting aside all distractions, Hao Li roughly determined the direction of the future. She was going to play big. Hao Li was going to buy a barren planet and start from scratch. I heard that Shinong Star was also a barren planet before. The Lord's successful transformation of the barren planet gave her great courage. With the Lord's help, she would definitely be able to raise bees on the barren planet. Her goal is to make high-quality honey like Shinong Star. The starting capital is also simple. She bought 200 bottles of honey from the Lord. She originally wanted to take it back to the Lord of Queen Bee Star for review, and to build a bridge between Queen Bee Star and Shinong Star. Now, Queen Bee Star can go wherever it is cool. These 200 bottles of honey can be stored on Queen Bee Star for auction. It can probably be sold at a high price of 3 or 4 million. With her savings in the past few years, it is more than enough for beekeeping on the deserted star. Chapter 95. Hao Li put the honey up for auction on the Queen Bee Star. She did not hide it, and used her real name. Everyone on the Queen Bee Star knew that she had honey to sell. Many people believed that Hao Li was driven out of the Queen Bee Star, and had no source of income. So she started to sell her assets. However, after appraising the honey sent by Hao Li, the appraiser gave a reserve price of 10,000 star coins. Someone told Meng Lian the news. She could not bear to hear any news about Hao Li, so she went to the appraiser to settle the score. Why is the price so high for Hao Li's honey? Isn't her honey produced on the Queen Bee Star? You gave her a backdoor. Are you having an affair with her? Meng Lian's words almost pissed off the appraiser. The appraiser said unhappily, "This honey should not be from the Queen Bee Star. The quality is very good. Don't question my professionalism." If Meng Lian inherits the Queen Bee Star in the future, he wants to resign. Meng Lian doesn't have the kindness of the current lord at all, and she bosses him around and makes random accusations. Is an appraiser so worthless? Meng Lian didn't believe that Hao Li could get honey better than the one from the Queen Bee planet. She tasted it herself, and the taste almost made her knock over the jar. It was really delicious, and the quality had risen several levels. Meng Lian gritted her teeth. Even after everyone left, she still didn't forget to trip her up. How could Hao Li be so lucky? She was worried that the news about the honey would get to her father and Yu Bei's ears, and they would feel sympathy for Hao Li, and it would be bad to invite Hao Li back. Okay, don't sell these. Send the honey to my room, Meng Lian ordered. The appraiser frowned and refused. These are auction items, not the Lord's private vault. Meng Lian glared at the appraiser and said solemnly, "Think it over carefully. Are you sure you want to disobey the order of the next Lord?" The appraiser was also stubborn and retorted, "Then I will report to the Lord to see if you have the right to do so." The appraiser was very stubborn and directly brought the matter to his father. The development of the matter completely violated Meng Lian's original intention. After tasting the honey, the Lord of Queen Bee Star was silent for a long time before confirming, "Is this the honey that Hao Li brought back?" "That's right." "Ah." The Lord of Queen Bee Planet sighed, looked at his daughter with a complicated expression, and then looked at Yu Bei. Yu Bei knew the importance of honey to Queen Bee Planet. They had tried for a long time, but they couldn't continue to improve the quality of honey. However, the honey auctioned by Hao Li was far beyond the level of honey on Queen Bee Planet. If they knew the reason, they might be able to take Queen Bee Planet to a higher level. He suggested, "Why not let Hao Li come back? One more person on Queen Bee Planet is not too much. Just give her a position as an ordinary beekeeper. She only knows how to keep bees, and she can't survive on other planets." Meng Lian was not very happy, but now no one listened to her opinion. The Lord of the Queen Bee Star made the decision and personally sent a message to Hao Li to invite her back, but was rejected decisively. "Sorry. I plan to raise bees myself. This answer made Ming Lian feel that Hao Li was too ungrateful. And at the same time, she was relieved. Carefully glanced at her father and Yu Bei's faces. But they looked heavy. Ming Lian was a little sour. If she doesn't want to come back, then don't come back. She wants to raise bees. How can she raise bees without the help of the Queen Bee Star? His daughter's words gave the Lord of the Queen Bee Star an idea. He continued to send messages to Hao Li, trying to use the help of the Queen Bee Star in exchange for relevant information about honey. But the message was sent with a big red exclamation mark. He was blocked by Hao Li. The Lord of Queen Bee Star hit a wall with Hao Li. But his daughter kept muttering and belittling Hao Li, which was very troublesome. Stop talking, he said, a little annoyed. If the honey was brewed by Hao Li herself, Queen Bee Star would have another powerful opponent. How can she be so powerful? Ming Lian was stubborn. Seeing her father use the power of the Lord to buy all of Hao Li's honey, try to control the flow of honey, and then refuse all of Hao Li's commissions, as if he was suppressing Hao Li as a powerful opponent. Ming Lian couldn't help but feel worried. But then she thought, so many beekeepers in Queen Bee Star haven't found a way to improve the quality of honey. How can Hao Li research it? Yu Bei knows her so well, and she hasn't heard any rumors. These honeys must have been obtained by her by chance. Just luck. Nothing to be afraid of. After the foot was stabbed, Yun Wan's movements were greatly restricted. But there was no shortage of things to do. The guard team was successfully formed. But it was still a makeshift team. No one had received professional training, let alone driving a mecha. And they had never touched the mecha shell. The most urgent task was to find a reliable instructor to train the guard team. Yun Wan's favorite candidate was Lu Huai. He had been a soldier before, and knew how to train soldiers. He currently maintained a friendly attitude toward Shenong Star, and was the best choice for the instructor. Yun Wan mentioned this to Lu Huai, and Lu Huai refused, saying, Lord, I can't demonstrate the practical skills of driving a mecha, and I am not qualified for this job. However, he suggested some new candidates to Yun Wan. You can let Li Xian, Feng Feng, Lu Li, and Qian Zhuang teach them. For instructors for 4 teams? Just right. With Lu Huai as the middleman, the 4 people should not refuse. Yun Wan smiled secretly. In fact, she had other intentions from the beginning. The 4 people learned that Yun Wan needed instructors, and they readily agreed. She offered them a salary of 1 million star coins per person for a training period, which lasted about 3 months, including food and accommodation. Yun Wan planned to pay them first. Li Xian's salary had to be added to the money for the mercenaries, 7 mechas and medical expenses, all adding up to 15 million. Yun Wan was ready to pay it off in one lump sum. But Li Xian said, no need, Lord. Ah? Yun Wan was confused. Could it be that Li Xian was so righteous that he was ready to work for her for free? Soon, she realized that she had thought too much. Li Xian said embarrassedly, can I top up a VIP card like the boss? Sure. Yun Wan agreed readily. This money was like money from left hand to right hand, back into her pocket. Why not? Then can we top up? Lord, Lu Li, and the other 2 were eager to make a move. They couldn't always use the boss's card, but they didn't have 100 million. If they wanted to become VIP, they had to go through the Lord's back door. Recharge. Yun Wan opened a green channel for the 4 people. Recharging the VIP of Shenong Star Restaurant was equivalent to binding 4 combat forces to Shenong Star. If something happened to Shenong Star, they would not stand idly by because they had a vested interest in Shenong Star. The key was the connections behind them. Lu Li and the others were soldiers, and Li Xian was a mercenary. If they needed combat forces in the future, Yun Wan would have a reliable channel. Moreover, in this way, they would be more dedicated in training the guards. Li Xian was very excited and said, Lord, don't be polite when you come to me for help in the future. And you don't have to pay me. Just convert it all into VIP amount. We too. The 3 of them were afraid of missing the opportunity, so they quickly agreed with Li Xian. Are you sure? Yes. Yun Wan agreed, and the others were as happy as if they had picked up a pie. She looked at their smiling faces, and Lu Huai stood aside without dissuading them, feeling a little inexplicably worried. I regretted setting a VIP threshold of 100 million, not counting Lu Huai and the others. The restaurant already had 6 VIP customers, and the restaurant's funds were as high as 600 million. In addition to the 4 instructors recharging 1 million. There would be a continuous flow of recharges in the future. Did they treat the restaurant as a bank? When these VIP customers get old, their descendants will not come to her for revenge. Right? Originally, there was a large amount of property to inherit. But it turned out that it was all occupied by a Xinjiang restaurant. If someone's family fell into poverty, it would be even more miserable. And they could only eat at Xinjiang restaurant out of poverty. Can't think about it. If she thinks about it, her conscience will hurt a little. And she feels that she will be beaten to death in the future. The problem of guard team training has been solved. The training ground is a piece of undeveloped wasteland. Yunwan stood outside the training ground and observed the guard team, who got up in the early morning to run laps, and had to line up in the training ground after being exhausted. Some troublemakers emerged, but they were also convinced by several highly capable instructors. It seems that in the near future, this makeshift team will become a qualified and excellent guard team. The instructors are pretty good, Yunwan said. She tilted her head and looked at Lu Huai's resolute profile, wondering if he was even better as the boss recognized by the 4 instructors. Suddenly, she had a vague understanding of Lu Huai's ability, and it was a pity that he could not drive a mecha in the future. I'm sorry to make the Lord laugh. Except for Li Xian. Everyone has regressed. It's already very good. Li Xian and the other 4 seemed to have discovered Lu Huai, and the training became more rigorous. They all came down to demonstrate in person, like a group of employees pretending to work hard when the big boss inspected their work. However, they really worked hard. Let's go. They don't dare to rest when you are here. After Yunwan and Lu Huai left, the 4 of them let the guards take a break. They looked at each other and saw the tiredness and relaxation in each other's eyes. Thank the Lord for taking the devil boss away. I'm really afraid that the boss will criticize the 4 instructors in front of the guards. After leaving the training ground, Hu Yuanyang brought Yunwan an unexpected and expected news. There is news about Lia Hongxing. Hu Yuanyang handed the signal received by the municipal hall to Yunwan. It was not a regular interstellar signal, but a self-made weak signal. After being converted into text, it was intermittent, and he could roughly understand what they meant. Dear Xinjiang Star, thank you. You are the only one we can turn to. I hope you can provide us with some help, and we are willing to offer you the Ryukyu. Yunwan did not avoid Lu Huai when reading the information. A weak force actually chose to resist because of a few short words from the Lord. It was courageous, but it was a pity that it was still too weak. Does the Lord intend to help them? Provide them with weapons or join the war directly? Lu Huai was very interested in this. No, I don't like war. Yunwan frowned slightly, then relaxed. It can be regarded as weapons assistance. What weapons? Do you need starships and mechas? Lu Huai asked. No, I have secret weapons. Yunwan deliberately kept it a secret. Starships and mechas are large-scale lethal weapons, but the weapons themselves are the weaknesses of Xinjiang Star. If you want to compete with Luhong Star with aristocratic background, you may not be stronger than them. But what Xinjiang Star has, Luhong Star has never seen. It would be a pity not to make good use of them. Not only did she want to help the second-class people of Luhong Star win this just war, but she also wanted them to win over those arrogant nobles without spending any effort. She sorted out the things that could be used as weapons in war. The mountain gate formation could be considered a group control weapon. Rainbow candy could stack friendly buffs and enemy negative buffs. And she could also use the characteristics of Shinongsu to scrap Luhong Star's mechas. Not to mention that she had just planted a large number of Angelica. According to Dr. Lin's experiments, the wound repair effect was very good. Small wounds could be healed in a few minutes, and serious wounds could stop bleeding in half an hour. In Dr. Lin's words, as long as there was still a breath, it was guaranteed to be alive and kicking after eating Angelica. With these things, tell her how they can lose. Yunwan provided these help not for the control of Luhong Star. She had no idea about other planets, and did not need any special return. Of course, she was not doing charity. She had some selfish motives. As mentioned before, the armed forces of Xinjiang Star were not strong, and they were in urgent need of a group of young and middle-aged people who were both talented and loyal to Xinjiang Star. At the same time, it was also a test of her noble strength. Fighting a war with Luhong Star would not lead to a direct conflict with the nobles in an unclear state. And she could also use the little nobles of Luhong Star to test the bottom of the nobles. Chapter 96. Luhong Star. The second-class citizens gathered in a dark and damp cave. This was the underground passage they had secretly dug, which was not marked on the cave map. The second-class citizens were divided into two groups. One group lived on Luhong Star all year round, and the other group was the Z3458 Star people who had just arrived. The cave was built by the second-class citizens of Luhong Star, although they had long been numb and desperate under the oppression of the Lord. They were as small as insects, and had to keep crawling for survival. This was the way out they left for themselves, and also the grave they built for themselves. After decades of suppression, they had long been thinking about resistance. However, in the interstellar era, fighting alone is not enough to carve out a bloody path. Although the second-class people have an advantage in numbers, the high wall built by human lives is vulnerable to the strong ships and cannons of the nobles. Because of this, they have the idea of resistance, but dare not put it into action. They can only sneak around and do some small and insignificant actions, such as building some caves unknown to the nobles to comfort their defenses that are on the verge of collapse. They never thought that they would really have a day to fall out with the nobles, and the caves really became their last living space. Recalling what happened in just 3 days, the native second-class people still couldn't believe it. At first, they just thought that the Z3458 people were just like the unlucky people who were deceived by the nobles of Luhong Star. They thought they could live a stable life on Luhong Star, and were fooled by the empty promises made by the Lord. After discovering that they were deceived, there are generally 3 stages: anger, counterattack, and acceptance. The Z3458 people also went through these 3 stages without exception. However, after accepting their fate, they did not become numb, but developed a 4th stage. The second-class people were very confused. What made a bunch of rabble want to fight against the nobles? And what made them feel that they could regain freedom from the noble forces that had been entrenched for many years? It's not that no one has tried, but those attempts have cost them blood and tears. They don't want to get involved in the storm again, waiting for these fools to hit a wall and become numb zombies like them, who can no longer stir up waves. They gave up on the Z3458 Starman. But the Z3458 Starman didn't give up on them. A man named Roger appeared out of nowhere and gave a passionate speech in the dark corridor. No one paid attention to him at first, but perhaps because they had been at the bottom of the well for too long. They did not feel any joy when they saw the light, and even felt resistance. But slowly, when the light did not dissipate, but became brighter and brighter, completely illuminating the dark gap, they could no longer ignore the desire in their hearts. We are mining and doing odd jobs here. We work like slaves for the first-class people. Our brothers are enslaved and our sisters are invaded. Are you really indifferent? Roger's voice rang out in the dark mine, and what responded to him was the thumping sound of mining, the heavy breathing and sweat of men, and the calloused hands and dark face of women. Sure too. Do you know? He was only 4 years old, and was pushed to the ground by the children of the nobles. He died, and Xiaohua stopped talking. A man swung his hand heavily, and the pickaxe was embedded in the wall. His arm muscles were strong, and the strong body of people who worked for years and months could have. What you said has nothing to do with us, he said coldly. Roger was not frightened by the men's momentum. He was not afraid of their complaints or anger. He was only afraid that they would be indifferent to what he said. The man was angry, which showed that he was still a man of blood. Is it really none of our business? Roger asked back. The mine was silent for a moment, and the sound of mining resumed. One day they will kill our parents, our children, and our relatives. Standing by and watching will only make the nobles more rampant, and turning a blind eye will only help the tyrants to do evil. Mind yourselves. You don't even know how you died. You're asking for death. Don't drag us down with you. Another person couldn't help but speak out. If we have to mine here for a lifetime, our parents can endure it. We can endure it. But our children, and our children's children, can only endure it. Do we have to endure it for a lifetime? Is this any different from death? Think carefully. Do you want your children to kowtow to the nobles? Do you want the nobles to do whatever they want on Luhong Star? If you live like this for your whole life, living a life worse than death, are you still afraid of death? People cannot die. But when we live, we have to endure countless difficult days and nights. Even after death, we have to see our beloved children suffer and die with our eyes open. This is the consequence of our concession. We made the wrong choice, but our children have to pay for it. It seems that someone was persuaded, and a look of forbearance appeared on their faces. A woman wiped the sweat from her face. The sweat was mixed with black ash. Her face was unbearable to look at. But her beautiful face could still be seen. She asked, "Is resistance useful?" I don't know if this question was asked to herself or Roger. But the second-class citizens stopped what they were doing. Yes. It's not that they don't want to resist. But, is resistance useful? For Roger, this question has already been answered in his heart. It is useful. A spark can start a prairie fire. After the night, there must be dawn. Our power is very small. But like sand, a grain of sand is not a climate. But a piece of sand becomes a desert. Who can easily challenge the power of the desert? The second-class citizens were fed a big mouthful of chicken soup. And they felt that the power they had lost in the past few decades was slowly returning to their bodies, constantly filling their hesitant and fearful hearts. However, they were still a little timid when they thought of the corpses everywhere before. But we have nothing. No weapons. No mechas. And we don't even have enough food every day. There are supervisors checking the mining from beginning to end. In this way, do you think it is useful for us to resist? Do we have a chance of winning? At the end, the man's tone was full of sarcasm, mocking Roger's wild imagination, mocking the second-class people's overestimation of their own abilities, mocking their own powerlessness. No, we have something, Roger said. What? The second-class people asked in surprise. The help of Shinong Star. These 6 words made the second-class people fall into great confusion. Seeing this, Roger told the story of the Shinong Star card, took out the cards with passionate words, and circulated them to everyone, and described the magnificent posture of the battleship on the day of leaving Z-3458 Star. After listening to his narration, the second-class people showed a hint of desire on their faces, and said with great regret, if only there was a warship from Shinong Star in the sky. This touched Roger's heart. It was the most wrong choice he made, and he was trapped in a mess in the end. He still feels bad about it now. There is the contact information of Shinong Star on the back of the card. They have warships, and are willing to support us. We will definitely win. The second-class people have always been isolated and helpless. For a while. Even if someone is willing to help, they will inevitably be very hesitant. Not long after, the supervisor came to check on them. The second-class people looked at Roger with complicated expressions. But they didn't say anything and continued to repeat the mechanical movements of mining. However, this time, in addition to the banging sound, their eyes were more bright and hopeful. Under Roger's persistent chicken soup offensive, the indigenous second-class people gradually awakened and chose to join Roger to start the cause of resisting the nobles of Luhong Star. Under the skin of the second-class people, what is hidden is the bad habits of slaves, which is forbidden in the interstellar. Even if the second-class people start a war, it is a just war. The key is that no one will care about their life or death. Nor will they care whether they are regarded as slaves by the nobles of Luhong Star. It was different now. They had the help of Shinong Star. Although Roger had heard that Shinong Star was a barren star, he didn't believe that a simple barren star would have warships. Moreover, even without the help of Shinong Star, he would have launched this war of resistance. No freedom. No death. The second-class people had just reached a united front. And before the war started, there was a mess inside. A few gangsters betrayed them and turned to the arms of the nobles, telling the nobles all their plans. The resistance of the second-class people was interrupted, and they were frantically besieged by the Lord of Luhong Star, suffering heavy losses. Finally, they fled into the escape cave they had built before, where they made simple signal equipment. The survivors had no food in reserve. Every day they spent would reduce their chances of winning. Fortunately, they finally contacted Shinong Star before they despaired, and received a reply from Shinong Star more than 10 minutes later. Roger read the message and frowned. Shinong Star can provide us with some unconventional weapons. We need to sign a contract. Will they send a group of Black Rock Bees to deliver the contract and trial equipment? After listening to Roger's words, the second-class people felt that they had been out of touch with the interstellar for too long, and could no longer keep up with the times. What is an unconventional weapon? I understand signing a contract. But can a group of bees transport supplies? Is there a problem with the signal reception? Roger also had this guess and asked the technicians to check the simple signal equipment. There was no problem. Shenixing did reply to them in this way. Puzzle, worry, and uneasiness filled their hearts. How about we ask? No. Sending signals multiple times will increase the risk of exposure. Let's wait for the group of Black Rock Bees. Yunwan summoned a group of Black Rock Bees and communicated with them, by adding a supplementary clause to the contract. Supplementary clause. Please ask the bee colony to deliver the items to the designated location of Luhong Star. And the bee colony has agreed. This matter still needs Hao Li's help. When she heard that Yunwan asked her to go to Luhong Star, she was very happy to help. Don't rush to agree. This trip is a bit dangerous. Think it over. Yunwan and Hao Li explained the matter of the second-class people of Luhong Star. She didn't want Hao Li to be involved in a dispute out of ignorance. Leave it to me, Lord. Besides, you asked me to buy flowers. I won't participate in their internal fighting. Nothing will happen. Hao Li winked playfully. I'll go with you, Yunwan said. Only she can use the mountain gate formation. She must go there in person. And it is also necessary to sign the contract card. After putting away the mountain gate formation, Jiang Jiayu has harvested a large number of angelica and put it in the warehouse. Yunwan put some in the system space, and the other part was transported in a cargo box, plus a few large beehives. After thinking about it, she also brought a lot of vegetables and fruits for emergency use. Rainbow candy is a must for her. This time she can also try the more effective Doom candy. Just thinking about it makes her excited. After making all preparations, she put on the Thousand Faces Fox mask and used the Lord's convenience to create a new identity for herself. Before leaving, she ran into Lu Huai, who insisted on going with her. We are not going to play. You are a patient. Take good care of yourself. Are you afraid of losing the bet, Lord? Yunwan snorted and laughed. Then you follow me. Let me show you Sister Yun's strength. After that, she strode onto the ship. Okay, Lu Huai said as he looked at her back as she went away. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, but were restrained by his master. He just went to see the Lord's strength. Chapter 97. Song Ao is the Lord of Luhong Star. Recently, he received a strange visit message. A person named Hao Li wanted to go to Luhong Star and ask for flowers with a large sum of money. As long as she could find flowers that satisfied her bees, she would be willing to spend 30 million to buy them. He sent someone to check this Hao Li. It turned out that she was raising bees on the Queen Bee Star. Recently, she was kicked out for some reason. She should have set up her own business if she asked for flowers with a large sum of money. But why did the other party think that Luhong Star would have the flowers she wanted? Song Ao had some unsolvable doubts. But in front of the huge benefits, he couldn't help but be tempted. For some reason, the funds issued over there were getting less and less this year, and he had to rely on his own private property for subsidies. He also wanted to take the opportunity to make up for the good things that fell from the sky. Besides, when these people land on Luhong Star, it will be his home ground, and he has the final say. Hao Li arrived at Luhong Star as scheduled. Song Ao personally led people to the port to greet her to show his respect. This must be Miss Hao. I have heard a lot about you. Song Ao greeted her while looking at the situation of Hao Li and others. Hao Li was the only woman in the team. The man next to her was very close to her and had an unusual relationship with her. Four men stood behind Hao Li, looking like her bodyguards, and their positions were a bit strange. Behind the 6 people were their luggage, several large boxes, and no one knew what was in them. While Song Ao and Hao Li were talking, Yunwan was also looking at the man who had once wanted to snatch the people from her. The man who did such a thing as a second-class citizen did not look extremely vicious, but rather looked like an extremely gentle young man. But his gestures were condescending. After a few words, Song Ao asked Hao Li to stay in the Lord's mansion temporarily, and Yunwan took the opportunity to observe the construction of Luhong Star. She had been to several planets, and at first glance Luhong Star was similar to other planets, with a relatively small population, few people on the streets, and they were all very leisurely, as if they had no classes, and they were dressed very decently, and there was no difference. There were no traces of the life of second-class citizens, and it seemed that the living area of second-class citizens was somewhere else. Halfway through, a disheveled woman rushed out of the gate of a villa, and was gagged and dragged back by several strong women. This interruption made the group stop in front of the villa with a puzzled look. Song Ao asked his subordinates with a stern face, "What's going on? Did you disturb the guests?" The subordinates explained calmly, "It should be the hired servants who committed a crime. I will immediately send someone to investigate the situation." Song Ao uttered to him from his nose and said to Hao Li, "I'm sorry to make Miss Hao laugh. It's okay. I'm here to buy flowers. The rest has nothing to do with me." Hao Li spread her hands fearlessly. Songneo smiled and said nothing. The group soon arrived at the Lord's mansion. Songneo sent someone to arrange accommodation for them, and took the opportunity to ask about the contents of the box. "Oh, these are my bees. If the Lord can find flowers, you can bring them over. I'll let them see if they like them," Hallie said as she opened a box, revealing a black rock bee that was buzzing excitedly in a strange environment. The continuous buzzing sound in his ears made Songneo's forehead jump, and Hallie quickly closed the beehive. The special beehive made by Queen Bee Star blocked the sound of the black rock bees, and Songneo returned to normal. "Miss How is amazing. She can tame so many black rock bees. It's a loss for Queen Bee Star to lose you." It was a simple compliment, and Hallie didn't react in particular. Yunwan looked up at Songneo and met his gaze. It was obvious that this was a test. Songneo knew Hallie's background. He didn't know if he knew that Hallie had been to Shinong Star, but he thought he wouldn't take it seriously even if he knew. Yunwan and the others went to the arranged room to clean up. Songneo kept staring at their backs as they walked away. His subordinate said respectfully, "Lord, I have sent people to collect flowers. There are currently 5 kinds. When can I bring them to Miss How for review?" "Oh, Miss How." Songneo raised his hand and patted his hair on his forehead. The person in charge was not the Miss How in public, but the man surrounded by everyone from the beginning. "Wait. We will give them when they want them," Songneo said fearlessly. He looked at the information of several men again. There were 2 who were from Lu, and they should have some relationship with the Lu family. There were also 2 unknown minions. The man was from Shinong Star. This planet sounded familiar, but Songneo couldn't remember where he had heard it before. His name was Jean Baba. This name was strange, very rustic, and it didn't match the man's temperament at all. But the owner who spent 30 million to buy flowers was a local tyrant. A group of servants took Yunwan and others to choose a room. The servants were very silent and didn't say a word along the way. They were as businesslike as robots. When she was choosing a room, she wanted to pick one at random, but a little girl of 13 or 14 years old gently bumped her with her elbow. Yunwan glanced at the girl from the corner of her eye. She didn't say anything, but lip-synced to Yunwan. Yunwan recognized that she was saying Roger. Yunwan understood and calmly withdrew her gaze. When it was her turn to choose a room, the girl kicked a stone with her foot, and the stone rolled towards a room. No one noticed their conversation. Yunwan chose the room the girl pointed to, although Yunwan's room was far away from the others. No one questioned it and gave the key silently. After entering the room, Yunwan looked around and found nothing unusual. She didn't know why Roger asked her to choose this room. After successfully infiltrating the interior of Luhong Star and confronting the Lord of Luhong Star, Yunwan discovered that this man of similar age to her was extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. However, the other party's attention should be on the flowers, and he would not currently associate her with the second-class citizens on the planet. Yunwan was worried about how to connect with the second-class citizens. The signal of the Lord's mansion seemed to be blocked, and it could neither send nor receive signals, and even the intelligent brain could not connect to the internet. Lu Li and his men dismantled the monitoring equipment in the room one by one, and then they came to Yunwan's room to start communicating. "There is something wrong with Luhong Star," Lu Huai said in a deep voice. "Yes." Yunwan's face was heavy. Why would a normal planet block the signal for communication with the outside world? Don't the first-class citizens of Luhong Star go online? At night, Yunwan wanted to go out for a walk and check the situation, but was stopped by the servants of the Lord's mansion. "Sir, there is a curfew at 8 o'clock on Luhong Star. Going out is prohibited." Yunwan glanced at the empty street. It was pitch black all around. He did not force his way out and returned to his room. All the actions of the few people were reported at Songneo. He was eating takeout from Tun Tun Star and said calmly, "I know. Keep watching," knowing that Yunwan and others had dismantled the surveillance. Songneo lost his appetite. This group of people are very cautious, and the man who can't find any information always gives him an ominous feeling. Songneo called his men and changed his mind. Show them the flowers tomorrow. If they can cooperate, then cooperate. If not, forget it. He didn't want to keep this group of people for long. Not long after Yunwan returned to the room, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" The person outside the door did not respond. It should not be Lu Huai and the others. Yunwan was surprised, took out the freezing gun from the space, opened the door carefully, and slowly opened the crack of the door, revealing the face of a beautiful girl. She was wearing an exotic dress, revealing half of her waist. Yun-Wan was stunned by her beauty for a moment. And in a daze, the girl suddenly threw herself into his arms. Her white face pressed against her chest. She could feel the girl's shoulders shaking, as if she was crying. In a flash, she put the freezing gun back into space, freed her hand, and gently patted the girl's shoulder. The sudden comfort made the girl unable to control her emotions, crying and saying, "Sir, please help me. Take me away from here. Please. As long as you can take me away from here, you can ask me to do anything. That. You loosen up first." Yun-Wan grabbed the girl's shoulders and pulled her away. But before they could pull away, the girl stuck to him again. "Save me. Sir, you can ask me to do anything. I can't stay on Luhong Star anymore." Yun-Wan had no choice but to pull the girl away again. She was afraid that the girl would use the same trick again, so she hid behind the door. The girl took her hand as a second choice, and the soft touch on her chest was very clear. Yun-Wan had no desire to live. "I don't like strangers hugging me." Halfway through the sentence, Yun-Wan looked into the girl's pitiful eyes and swallowed the second half of the sentence and asked, "What did the Lord of Luhong Star do to you?" "The Lord of Luhong Star is very lustful and likes to snatch beautiful girls. I was snatched by him. He wanted to take me by force. I resisted and he beat me." The girl's eyes were filled with tears. She loosened her grip on Yun-Wan's arm and raised one hand to wipe her tears. As she moved, she revealed a section of her injured forearm, and the purple bruises on her tender skin were shocking. Yun-Wan looked at her with great pity. The Lord of Luhong Star looked like a decent person, but he turned out to be worse than an animal. Yun-Wan was about to say something, but when she looked up and saw the girl's exquisite clothes, she felt a little out of place. She paused and changed her words. "Did he only rob you? Or did he have others?" The girl was stunned. "Maybe there were others, but I haven't seen the others." "Where did he rob? Don't these people have families? Why don't you report it to the interstellar police?" Yun-Wan's sharp question made the girl curl her lips and said vaguely, "I don't know about them. I'm from another planet. I don't have any family, and no one cares about me. Sir, you are a good person. You will save me, right?" The girl realized that Yun-Wan was controlling the direction of the conversation and returned to the original topic with difficulty. "Sure. When the flower business is settled, the Lord and I will ask you. He has collected so many beauties. I believe he should not be stingy with one of them." After hearing Yun-Wan's words, a trace of disgust flashed across the girl's eyes, but she quickly adjusted herself. "Thank you, sir. Then, do you need me to pay you now, sir?" The girl looked up timidly, as if hinting at something. "What's your name?" Yun-Wan raised the girl's chin with her index finger and forced her to look up. "My name is Rui." "Sir, what's your surname?" "My name?" Yun-Wan raised the corner of her mouth. "Your surname is Jean. My full name is Jean Baba, or Baba for short. You can call me Baba." "Huh?" The girl lost her composure for a second. "Ba." She tried to calm down for a long time, but couldn't say the word ba. Damn, brother. Why didn't he tell her that this man's name was so weird? After thinking about it, Seong-ri chose an acceptable name. "Brother Jean. I'll call you Brother Jean from now on. My life is in the hands of Brother Jean." "Brother Jean? Do you want to?" "Okay. Go back and wait for news. It's late. I want to go to bed." "Brother Jean?" "I don't," Seong-ri said in a tender voice, bumping into Yun-Wan and whispering in her ear. "Brother Jean? How can I feel at ease if you don't take some deposit?" The scent was ambiguous and seductive. If Yun-Wan was really a man, he might fall at her feet. It's a pity that she couldn't enjoy the favor of this beauty. Just when she was about to push the girl away, a sinister voice suddenly sounded beside her. "What are you doing?" Yun-Wan was startled and pushed the girl away in a panic. The force was too strong, and she fell to the ground. She didn't care about the girl who fell. She looked up and saw that it was Lu Huai and was relieved. She was scared to death. If it was the Lord of Luhong Star who appeared now, she would suspect that she was trapped in a pig-killing scam. Nothing. She got lost. "I'll show her the way," Yun-Wan lied. Seong-ri almost lost her balance and fell to the ground again. How could this person tell such a lie that was easily exposed? "Is it really as dangerous as my brother said? Have you found the way now?" Lu Huai looked at Seong-ri coldly. Someone interrupted her plan. Seong-ri accepted the good advice. As long as she talked to this Jean Baba, She could take the long view of the future and didn't need to rush. Song-ri left without interest. Seeing two men enter the room, she felt a little uncomfortable. After returning to the boudoir, the more she thought about it, the more strange it became. Didn't the Jin Baba say he was going to sleep just now? Why did he bring a man into the house at night? It can't be what she thought. Right? Will the beauty trap still work on that man? Chapter 98. In the room, Yunwan and Lu Huai stood facing each other in silence for a long time. Endless silence spread between the two of them, and Yunwan felt like ants were crawling on her body. Why don't you speak? Yunwan couldn't help but speak. Lord. Lu Huai stretched out his voice. When he didn't speak, Yunwan felt tired. And when he spoke, she felt like she didn't want to listen, whether she wanted to listen or not. Lu Huai's voice continued, just now. The Lord seemed to be very close to her. Yunwan looked up at the sky and asked as expected. Wouldn't she be considered a pervert? We were not intimate. She was the only one who was intimate with me. I had no improper thoughts about her. You know, I am a woman, but I like men. I am as straight as can be. Yunwan explained in a hurry. Really? It is normal for the Lord to be interested in the opposite sex after he became a man, Lu Huai said calmly. Yunwan was shocked. This is not something to say. Lu Huai. I only changed in appearance, but not in my heart. How could I become a man? The thousand faces fox mask can only change Yunwan's appearance. In fact, Yunwan doesn't have any parts. Lu Huai's eyes moved down reflexively, and Yunwan turned around in panic. What are you looking at? TSK. The Lord is not unisex. Right? Did I disturb the Lord's world of two just now? Lu Huai. You are a good person. Let's not believe in rumors or spread them. Okay. If she continues to talk, Yunwan can't clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. She just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. And she just didn't push that girl away. She didn't do anything. Lu Huai was delighted by Yunwan's crazy crying, and his mouth curled slightly. And Yunwan caught him. Great. You are deliberately laughing at me. You just saw me being entangled by her, and didn't help me. Yunwan was so angry that she was waving her claws. Lu Huai's smile grew. Why didn't I help the Lord? Tell me. Was it because I came that she left? I was just worried that I would ruin the Lord's good deeds. The words made sense, but Yunwan didn't believe a word of it. Lu Huai. You have learned bad things, and you are not honest at all. Do you think I have encountered good things? Yunwan put her hands on her hips, and looked at Lu Huai, who was watching the show angrily. Perhaps because of the gender change, Lu Huai gently pulled the wrinkled clothes on Yunwan's arm. I think the Lord and the girl are talking happily. Yunwan slapped Lu Huai's hand away. What? Jealous? How about I let the little beauty find you tomorrow night? Yunwan smiled evilly, trying to divert the trouble. But Lu Huai had no time to care about her bad intentions. His heart skipped a beat, and said to her, jealous. Two words that bothered him. He didn't want to continue the topic, so he said, no need, and ended it hastily. Seeing that Yunwan wanted to bring it up again, he asked first, are you used to this body? Lord? I am used to it. Yunwan's sight was diverted, and she moved her arms and legs. It feels great to be taller. She is now a handsome man of 180 centimeters, and her field of vision is much larger than before. Looking around, she can see almost all the dark heads, which is a great feeling. What about other aspects? Lu Huai touched his nose. Yunwan turned to look at him, who looked uncomfortable. She had a bold guess in her mind. Could this other aspect refer to that aspect? Although she didn't grow organs that shouldn't be there. Seeing Lu Huai was so curious, I'm still a little dissatisfied with other aspects, such as sleeping and going to the toilet, Yunwan said while looking at Lu Huai's reaction, who lowered his eyes and moved his gaze to the other side. Those are normal body reactions. If the Lord doesn't understand, you can search for information on the Star Network. Lu Huai's voice gradually became lower. Yunwan saw that he had successfully misunderstood, so she pretended to be confused. What physical reaction are you talking about? Yunwan's directness surprised Lu Huai and turned his head. Didn't the Lord say that sleeping is inconvenient? Yes. I'm too tall, and the bed is too small when I sleep. I don't know whether to go to the men's or women's toilet when I go to the toilet. It's not very convenient. So, Lu Huai, what physical reaction are you talking about? Yunwan asked with a forced smile. Seeing Lu Huai speechless, Yun-Wan felt relieved physically and mentally. And he just laughed at her for being entangled. Nothing. The smile will not disappear. It will only shift. And now it has shifted to Yun-Wan's face. Ah. Tell me. Just in case there is any reaction at that time. I can be mentally prepared. It's really nothing. Lu Huai put his hands in his pockets and leaned on the edge of the table. Yun-Wan felt that if he was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, he would definitely be autistic at this moment. Ah. You just said. Yun-Wan was talking. And suddenly met Lu Huai's meaningful eyes. And her voice paused, feeling something was wrong. Want to know what the reaction is? He said dangerously. His voice was deep and magnetic, like a string gently plucked across the heart, making people want to explode. I don't want to think about it. Yun-Wan took a step back weakly. I'd better tell the Lord, so that the Lord can be mentally prepared. No. No. Yes. Lord. Lu Huai walked closer, and Yun-Wan raised her hands to cover her eyes in panic. This is not allowed to be told. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. The air was quiet for a long time. Yun-Wan curiously opened her index and middle fingers, and secretly looked out from the gap between her fingers. Lu Huai was in front of her, with his back to her and his face looking at the corner of the room. She stood on tiptoe, and saw two more people in the room from Lu Huai's shoulder. A man and a woman appeared in Yun-Wan's room out of thin air. The man was confronting Lu Huai, and the woman was checking everywhere in the room. None of them spoke. Yun-Wan was stunned, and didn't know what happened for a while. She wanted to ask about the current situation. But the man opposite Lu Huai put his index finger on his lips to signal Yun-Wan not to speak. She didn't feel any danger, and had a vague guess about the man's identity. After the woman he brought checked every corner of the room. She said, there is no bug. They removed it. Okay. Roger nodded to the woman in thanks, and then spoke to the two vigilant people in the room. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm the temporary leader of the second-class people. My name is Roger. I'm sorry to meet you in this way. I don't know where the Lord is. Can we meet? Yun-Wan's guess matched. And the person who came was Roger. Yun-Wan walked out from behind Lu Huai and saw the situation in the room clearly. Behind Roger, there was a dark cave. They came out from there. It seems that the second-class subjects on Luhong Star were not unprepared. The nobles did not take them seriously, and thought they were not to be feared. But they had actually been dormant in the dark, and had done many great things. It should be the credit of the former second-class subjects to dig a tunnel leading to the Lord's mansion. The seeds of resistance had actually been planted in their hearts long ago. Hello, Chief Luo, Yun-Wan said seriously, thinking of her conversation with Lu Huai just now. She wondered how much Roger had heard. Seeing Yun-Wan's expression was not right. Roger explained, we just came here, and we didn't mean to eavesdrop on the conversation between the Lord and this gentleman. Yun-Wan stared at Roger for a while, and seeing that he was not lying, his expression was relieved a lot. It's okay. Sit down and rest for a while, and tell me about your situation. Yun-Wan poured a glass of water for Roger and the silent woman. Yun-Wan got straight to the point, which was exactly what Roger wanted. But he was very hesitant whether to tell the Lord of Shenong Star the truth about the situation. He raised his eyelids, and the other party was waiting for his next words seriously. The Lord of Shenong Star was willing to go deep into danger for a second-class citizen who was unfamiliar to him on the planet. He felt that such a person would not be a bad person. Moreover, he also accepted so many Z-3458 people. Roger had a natural liking for him. He chose to believe the Lord of Shenong Star. At this time, they were the only ones he could trust. We organized the manpower. But before we started the counterattack plan, a traitor appeared among the second-class citizens. We were forced to move underground to hide our tracks. At present, a quarter of the people live in the tunnels, and the others are still working on Luhong Star. But most of them are our people. Through Roger's description, Yun-Wan clarified the current situation of the second-class citizens. Some of the main combat forces and core personnel have been exposed and moved underground, while the other part continues to operate on Luhong Star. In other words, their spies are all over the planet. In terms of numbers and terrain, the second-class citizens have an absolute advantage. The nobles are in the open, and the second-class citizens are in the dark. However, in terms of military equipment, all the advantages of the second-class citizens are wiped out by the overwhelming high-damage weapons of the nobles. In the face of absolute military power, no matter how big the advantage is, it cannot defeat the opponent's fist. It's right to avoid fighting. Yunwan praised Roger's use of the tunnel as a hiding place. Alas, hiding all the time is not a solution. The last time a traitor betrayed us, the Lord of Luhong Star launched a large-scale cleansing operation, and we suffered heavy losses. Moreover, our food inventory is running low. The longer we delay, the worse the situation will be. Roger's expression became heavier as he spoke. Lord, we really need your help. You can tell us your requirements and we can meet them. If you want Luhong Star, no need. I mentioned it in my previous reply to you. Luhong Star is yours. I won't take it. After hearing Yunwan's words, Roger felt relieved. If the Lord of Shenong Star wanted Luhong Star, he would believe the Lord. However, the native second-class people were afraid of the rope after being bitten by a snake once, so they might have some different ideas. Fortunately, the Lord had no other ideas, which avoided more problems. But he couldn't understand why Shenong Star would help them if they had no other intentions. Yunwan quickly explained his doubts. But I have 3 requests, she said. What requests? Before Yunwan finished speaking, Roger asked. First, you can never be enemies with Shenong Star. Second, I want to select a group of people from you to immigrate to Shenong Star. As for the third, I haven't thought about it yet. But it must be within your ability. Roger looked embarrassed. The first point was completely doable, whether from a reasonable or practical point of view. They would not be enemies with Shenong Star, which had helped them. The second point was a bit difficult, but he could also try his best to persuade the selected people to immigrate to Shenong Star. He knew that Shenong Star lacked people, and the Lord was good. He thought that most people would not be too opposed to immigration. The third point was very tricky. It was like a blank check. He had no idea how much the Lord of Shenong Star would fill in, and whether he could afford it. After a long struggle in his heart, he chose to agree to Yunwan's conditions. There was no other reason. Just a gamble. If the Lord of Shenong Star really wanted to ask for a high price, he could have directly made the request while they needed it, without having to make things difficult for them later. He also gambled that the Lord of Shenong Star was not a person like the Lord of Luhong Star. Have you thought it through? Yunwan asked. Yes, Lord. We agree to your conditions. Yunwan took out the contract card. Chief Luo is very sincere. My request is on this contract, and the help I can provide is also on the contract. You can take the contract back and discuss it with others. If you agree, just sign it. Yunwan had already signed the contract card, and was just waiting for Roger to sign it. As for why she didn't sign it right away, Yunwan considered that Roger and others might not have heard of her method of helping, and would have doubts in their hearts. She originally planned to send them some trial packs first. But before they could try them, the other party came to her door. As Yunwan expected, Roger and the woman carefully read the contract and couldn't help but read out the weapons Yunwan helped them with. Mountain Gate Array? Rainbow Candy? Peaches and Angelica? Are these things weapons? When communicating with Yunwan before, Yunwan mentioned unconventional weapons. It seems that these are these things. They don't know what this formation is. The peaches and Angelica look like natural food. They can barely be considered as reserve food, but they are too luxurious. But what is that rainbow candy? Is it time to eat candy now? Roger and the others looked up from the contract and looked at Yunwan in shock. Yes, these are the help from Shenong Star. After hearing Yunwan's words, the woman beside Roger looked ashen. She stammered and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Roger. Yunwan understood their feelings. If she was a native interstellar person, she would not dare to believe it. You can have some trial packs first. We are not in a hurry to sign the contract, Yunwan said. Roger responded with difficulty. Okay, Chief. This is too outrageous, the woman exclaimed. Roger ignored the objection of the female subordinate. He thought that the Lord of Shenong Star could not be idle and play with them. Since the cooperation has reached this stage, it is better to see what these things actually do. What's more, the Lord of Shenong Star is not in a hurry to sign a contract with him. He is very confident in what he provides. Roger believes in his own judgment. Chapter 99. Yes, Lord. We want some samples, Roger said. The woman standing next to him looked disapproving, and glared at Yunwan angrily, as if she was looking at a big liar. Not only did he cheat her money, but he also cheated her heart. Although she was not cheated of any property. Yunwan nodded, reached into her pocket, and pretended to take something, but actually took out lucky rainbow candy from the space. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a white candy while saying, "This is lucky candy, and your luck will get better after eating it." After saying that, Yunwan handed the palm of her hand filled with sugar pills to Roger. Roger was looking at the candy that was not exotic at all. And the lady couldn't help asking, "Only one candy in the trial pack?" "Yes." After Yunwan's affirmative answer, the woman opened her mouth with a look as if she had eaten a fly. This Lord of Shenong Star, cheating them, was reluctant to give them even one more candy. She was really fed up, seeing that Roger had taken the candy from Yunwan. He couldn't stay here any longer, and said expressionlessly, "I'll wait for you downstairs." Roger nodded to indicate that he understood, and the woman angrily went into the tunnel. He twisted the candy between his index finger and thumb. It was white and round and cute. He asked, "Should I eat it directly?" "Eat it. It may take a while for it to work." After Yunwan finished speaking, a sneer came from the tunnel. Roger swallowed the candy as he was told. His mouth was sweet. In terms of taste, the candy was not bad. It was considered a luxury food in the interstellar. This realization made Roger more convinced that the Lord of Shenong Star would not joke with them. He apologized to Yunwan. "Lord, Xiao Jin has never seen these things, and she is too concerned. Please don't blame her. It's okay. She's cute." After Yunwan finished speaking, another cold snort came from the tunnel. Roger smiled apologetically and was about to leave from the tunnel entrance when Yunwan called him. "Take our messenger with you. I'll have them deliver the things after signing the contract." Yunwan summoned 2 black rock bees to follow Roger. He looked at the 2 obedient black rock bees in surprise. After confirming that the black rock bees would follow him, he thanked Yunwan again and re-entered the tunnel entrance and disappeared. Yunwan looked at the black hole that was perfectly covered up, and felt that there were powerful people among these second-class people. She hoped that she could get the reward she wanted by helping these people, and that they could liberate themselves and regain everything that belonged to them. Roger and Xiao Jin were walking in the dark tunnel. In order to save energy, they did not turn on the lights and walked in the dark relying on their intuition. Along the way, they fell into a long silence. And finally Xiao Jin couldn't help asking, "Chief, do you really believe what the Lord of Shenong Star said?" "Yes, I believe him," Roger answered as a matter of course. Xiao Jin was very puzzled. But candy that makes people lucky is too mysterious. It's just for fooling children. This is the real world, not a fairy tale. How can such a thing exist? If the Lord of Shenong Star made up other effects, such as making people stronger or poisoning people to death, she would believe it. But it was something as illusory as increasing luck. Xiao Jin's doubts did not get a response from Roger. She pouted and muttered, "If there is no effect, will he say that we are too unlucky and our luck has increased? But we just don't feel it." "Xiao Jin," Roger shouted, "we have to trust the Lord." Xiao Jin wanted to refute, but she felt the helplessness in Roger's tone and couldn't bear to say anything more. It's always good to have a glimmer of hope, regardless of whether they get help from the Lord of Shenong Star. For others, they can only get help. Only in this way will they not lose the confidence to resist. They can no longer return to their previous state. Either they will be reborn from the vortex, or they will be swallowed up by the vortex mercilessly. Xiao Jin was not in the mood to talk for the rest of the time. The only sounds in the tunnel were the footsteps of the 2, and the buzzing of the black rock bees following closely behind them. Listening to the hypnotic buzzing, Xiao Jin thought boredly that maybe the Lord of Shenong Star was indeed quite capable. But she still found it hard to believe that there was any candy in the world that could make people's luck better. When they reached the fork in the tunnel, Roger and Xiao Jin did not find any evidence to verify that their luck had improved. For a moment, the 2 were in a low mood. To make matters worse, they found an abnormal noise above the fork in the tunnel. The 2 of them trotted through the fork in the road quickly. As soon as they stepped into another road, the road collapsed with a loud bang. The gravel and mud blocked the tunnel. The huge noise made their ears ring, and dust flew all over their faces. Xiao Jin spat the mud in her mouth twice, choking with speechlessness. Is this the good luck that the Lord of Shenong Star said? It was not Roger who responded to her question, but a faint cry for help from the mud. The 2 of them hurriedly stepped forward to dig up the mud, revealing the person buried in the mud. The person was wearing a black uniform and looked like a soldier of the Luhong Star Guard. From the mud behind him, the figures of other people could be seen. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Roger asked. Roger dug out the soldier's upper body, which was exposed to the air. and his lower body was still pressed in the soil. Seeing a living person, he found hope of rescue, and was excited, panting, and quickly explained their identities. We are the 10th logistics team of the escort team. We received the task of transporting weapons tonight. We walked to a mountain area, but the ground collapsed for some reason. The entire logistics team was buried in the soil. Which team are you from? Quickly contact the captain of the escort team to send someone to rescue us. Roger got the information he wanted, ignored the chattering soldiers, and looked at Xiao Jin. For a while, too many thoughts emerged in his mind, and finally it was blank. After about 5 minutes, they sorted out their thoughts. When the tunnel collapsed, this logistics team happened to pass above the tunnel. Not only did they send a wave of heads to the second-class people, but they also sent a wave of weapons to their doorsteps. The owner of Liaohongsing was very good. Knowing that they were short of weapons, he immediately sent a wave. Of course, they were just mocking. They knew that this was the effect of lucky candy. It turned out that there was such a thing that could increase luck in the world. Roger and Xiao Jin recalled a big bottle of candy from the Lord. Just one candy can help them get a batch of weapons out of thin air. They dared not think about how good their luck would be if they ate a few more candies. It was not impossible that the Lord of Luhong Star would take the initiative to give Luhong Star to him. Roger's blood was boiling, while Xiao Jin wanted to pull out himself, who had questioned the Lord of Shenong Star, and whip his corpse. Who gave her the courage to question the Lord? The clown turned out to be herself. The two were a little anxious and prepared to go back to the base camp to call some helpers to dig up the collapsed area. There was still a big problem to solve before leaving. The two looked at the soldier in front of them, who was talking dryly, and put a stone in each other's mouth. Do you want to guess where this is and who we are? Xiao Jin patted the soldier's face, seeing the soldier's eyes wide open and fear on his face. Xiao Jin laughed happily. These soldiers are not second-class subjects. They are all selected from first-class subjects. They are the minions of the nobles. In many cases, they are even more hateful than the nobles. They do not regard the second-class subjects as human beings. Now, Xiao Jin finally saw their defenses broken. It turns out that the devil can also be afraid. Roger and Xiao Jin quickly led people back to the collapsed site and shoveled away the soil bit by bit. The soldiers' dugout had been buried in the soil for a long time. They were all dying and were tied up and thrown aside by the second-class subjects. They had no time to care about these soldiers. They were only thinking about the weapons. Everyone couldn't stop digging. Those with shovels used shovels, and those without shovels used their hands. After a while, metal emerged from the soil. Got it! Got it! Afraid of damaging the weapons, everyone threw away their shovels and started digging the soil with their hands. They dug out various weapons from the soil, holding the weapons in their hands covered with mud and grinning. I dug up a heavy machine gun. Oh my god! I dug up a streamer bullet. This. Oh my god! This seems to be. Look! This is. Roger took the thing from the man, who was so excited that he couldn't even finish his words, and finished his words for him. It's a mecha. Mecha! Oh my god! Keep digging. Quick! See how many there are. The excited second-class citizens dug out after images while digging. After completely cleaning up the collapsed area, they counted the weapons they had obtained. 5 mechas, 20 heavy machine guns, 3 ion cannons, and some other ammunition. The collapsed hole revealed the moon disk and stars hanging in the sky. The second-class citizens looked up at the sky with tears in their eyes. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. Thank you for the gift of nature. After simply repairing the tunnel, the second-class citizens returned with captives and weapons. On the way, several second-class citizens asked curiously, Chief, you went to see the Lord of Shenong Star. What help can he give us? Can you send a starship to help? These are the help the Lord gave us, Roger said. Ah? Not only the questioner was puzzled, but others also looked at Roger in confusion. I ate the good luck candy given by the Lord, so my luck is so good. I just happened to meet them delivering weapons, and I just happened to encounter the tunnel collapse. And just... Wait. The second-class citizens can't digest it. This is too much of a coincidence. No. It should be how can there be such a thing as lucky candy in the world? Several people looked at Xiao Jin, who went with them. And Xiao Jin nodded seriously. Yes. There really is good luck candy. Oh my god! Someone shouted. The group had only one thought in their mind. This is too incredible. Look at the weapons. Look at the prisoners. They are so prosperous and dazed. It turns out that candy can really be a weapon. It's the kind of incredible wuchichi. Without spending a single soldier, they have weapons and prisoners. This is too cool. With the help of the Lord of Shenong Star in this just counterattack of Luhong Star, how can they lose? Chapter 100. It was night. In the dark tunnel, Roger lay on a simple straw mat, tossing and turning. He closed his eyes, but his mind was extremely active. The harder he worked, the more energetic his brain cells were. Did you sleep? Roger asked in a low voice, fearing to disturb the sleeping people. No. Leader. How about you take out the contract and let us see it? Leader. Read us the contents of the contract again. Tonight, almost everyone had trouble falling asleep. The call for reading the contract grew louder, and Roger followed the call, cleared his throat, recalled the contents of the contract, and recited it word by word. He read the contract many times, and was familiar with every word in it. We have seen the power of rainbow candy. What use will the mountain gate formation, Angelica, Peaches, etc. have? With these questions in mind, the second-class people came to the next day. Yesterday, Roger and others came back late, and many people had already gone to bed. The contract had not been signed yet. Early the next morning, Roger gathered them together and told them what happened last night. Chief, you didn't wake us up for such a big event. You actually let us sleep all night. The second-class people who missed the weapons harvest wailed. Oh my God! How could they sleep? How could they sleep for such a big event? Roger smiled awkwardly but politely. Okay. He was wrong. He was thinking about a tough battle to fight, and he was afraid to disturb their rest yesterday. It's not too late today. If everyone agrees, then I will sign. Roger looked around. No one raised any objections, and everyone urged Roger to sign quickly. Roger couldn't help but ask one more question. Aren't you afraid that the Lord of Shenong Star is a liar? We don't know the effects of other things yet. We won't lose anything. Even if we have to meet the Lord's 3 requirements, we have to be independent first. As long as we are independent, we won't lose anything. That's right. Roger calmed down and raised his lips slightly. Okay. He raised his hand and wrote his name in the signature column. He glanced at the entire contract. Party B has become the second-class resistance organization of the people of Luhong Star, 15,000 people. I don't know how this contract knows the number of people in their organization. Soon, the contract turned into white light and dissipated. Everyone felt the binding force of the contract to some extent. And Roger, as the leader, felt it the most. First it was the rainbow candy, then the mysterious power of the contract. He felt that the Lord of Shenong Star was very unusual. He seemed to control a mysterious power, an extraordinary and powerful power. After Roger signed the contract, Yunwan felt the new power of the contract and raised her mouth as expected. After a while, the little messenger Black Rock Bee arrived. Before Yunwan could take the next step, the Lord of Luhong Star sent someone to check the room. After opening the door, the soldier who was checking the room was dressed in black and had a stern face. He asked in a serious tone, Sorry, guest. The Lord lost a batch of weapons last night. Now we need to check the room. Please cooperate. Although he said please, in fact, without waiting for Yunwan's consent, the soldier directly pushed her aside and entered the room to search. Yunwan wanted to laugh. They obviously stopped her from going out last night. It is impossible that they didn't know that she didn't go out. They should know that she had nothing to do with the theft of weapons. I'm afraid they have other intentions to search her. Yunwan did not stop them, but stood at the door with her arms folded, letting them search openly. The room was so small that it was obvious that there were no weapons. The soldiers returned empty-handed, apologized to Yunwan half-heartedly, and left to the next room. Yunwan thought of something and followed them out of the door. The soldiers were going to search Lu Huai's room next, and when they saw Yunwan passing by them, they looked at her sharply. I'm going to wake the young lady up. She's in a bad mood. If you disturb her later, I'm afraid she'll get angry and curse. Yunwan's expression remained unchanged. The soldier did not stop them and continued to search Lu Huai's room. Yunwan quickly entered Hao Li's room. The beehive and the box containing Angelica were in her room. Yunwan did not want to expose the existence of the space, so she divided the Angelica into 2 batches at that time. The Lord of Luhong Star took the opportunity to search and would definitely not let go of these 2 boxes. Howley knew the Lord of Luhong Star's actions and asked worriedly, "What should we do?" "Lord, let the Black Rock Bees transport the Angelica out first." Yunwan opened the box and released the Black Rock Bee. Black Rock Bees are larger than ordinary bees. Every 2 Black Rock Bees can transport 1 Angelica sinensis. All Black Rock Bees are dispatched to transport all the Angelica sinensis. Not long after the 2 little messengers came back, they flew out of the back window of Howley's room, flew to Yunwan's room, entered the tunnel, and set out again on the journey back to the second-class leader's base. When the soldier pushed the door open, the last Black Rock Bee just left. Yunwan closed the window and looked at the soldier who came in uninvited. Is this the way Luhong Star treats guests? Entering someone else's room without even knocking? The soldier ignored Yunwan's cold face and walked directly to Yunwan's position. He glanced at Yunwan meaningfully, sneered, and pushed open the window. There were only leaves blown by the wind outside the window. Nothing unusual. "What's wrong? You also want to see the scenery?" Yunwan said with a smile. The soldier had a hunch that something was wrong, but he didn't catch Yunwan's handle. He glared at Yunwan and searched as usual. He saw 8 or 9 large boxes in the room and said, "These need to be searched. Please open them. These are Black Rock Bees. If you open them, I won't be responsible if they scare you and sting you," Howley said. The more the soldier tried to stop him, the more he felt something was wrong and insisted that Howley open the beehive. Howley frowned and opened the boxes. All 9 boxes were opened, and they were empty. The soldier frowned. "Where are the Black Rock Bees?" Howley sneered. "Your question is really strange. Bees, of course, are going to collect honey." The soldier always felt that things were not that simple, but he couldn't tell what was strange. The few people found no evidence and could only leave in disappointment. But Yunwan didn't want to let the other party get away so easily. "I said, you searched and found nothing. Won't you give us an explanation?" She called out to the soldier who was about to step out of the door. The soldier turned back. "We are just following orders." "What do you want?" "Following orders?" "Suspecting that we stole weapons. You searched the room without saying a word. This is your way of entertaining guests on Luhong Star. I want to ask, is this a good thing arranged by your lord?" Yunwan coldly walked past the soldier with an ugly face and went straight to Songyeo's residence. The other party was still washing his face. Seeing Yunwan's unfriendly face, he put down his handkerchief and asked, "What's wrong? Who made our guests feel bad?" Songyeo pretended to be confused, but Yunwan didn't intend to play a trick with him. "Then you have to ask your men. Didn't you send people to search our room?" "What? There is such a thing?" Songyeo exclaimed, glaring at the soldiers who came late. "They are the ones who disturbed the guests' peace?" After Yunwan's affirmative answer, Songyeo angrily shouted, "How do you do things? These people are the distinguished guests of Luhong Star. Why bother them for no reason?" The soldier lowered his hands and explained respectfully. Songyeo tried to smooth things over. "Look, guests, they also lost their weapons and are afraid of being held accountable. Why not let them go this time?" Songyeo's little thoughts were clear at a glance, and Yunwan was not going to suffer in silence. "Really? Who knows if you really lost your weapons, or if the Lord deliberately bullied us?" Songyeo wanted to argue, but Howley interrupted him. "It seems that the Lord is not sincere enough. We can't do this flower business." Songyeo was a little unsure about the attitude of Yunwan and others. He wanted to test it, but the soldier winked at him and changed his tone. "Drag these people away. They disrupted the discipline and gave them 20 lashes to calm the guests." After saying that, he looked at Yunwan gently after the soldiers were dragged away. "The guests are satisfied now, right?" Yunwan crossed her arms. "Not bad. Where do you want to whip them?" "I'll go and have a look." Songyeo's good face almost couldn't be maintained. After pointing out the location to Yunwan, Yunwan walked over to watch the execution and added fuel to the fire. "Hit them harder. Let them remember it. This time we were good-tempered. If we offended other nobles, they would be skinned alive. I'm doing this for your own good. Right?" "Yes." Under Yunwan's eyes, the soldiers who were executing the execution had no way to open the back door. They waved their whips and hit several soldiers who were searching. Yunwan was satisfied when she heard them screaming like ghosts and wolves. After returning to the room with Howley, Yunwan explained, "The Lord of Luhong Star should not suspect that the weapons are related to us for the time being. We will send the supplies to aid the second-class people as soon as possible. The Lord of Luhong Star is suspicious, and should not stay here for long. After the Black Rock Bees came back after delivering Angelica, Yun-Won asked them to deliver the Mountain Gate Formation, rainbow candies, peaches and some vegetables, and added instructions for use. Not long after, Song-Eo sent someone to invite them to come over to see the flowers. As soon as they entered the door, they met him with a smile on their faces. In front of him stood a row of servants holding 10 pots of flowers of different shapes. "Why don't we let the Black Rock Bees come out and smell what flowers they like?" Song-Eo said. The Black Rock Bees had just left, and Yun-Won would definitely not summon them back immediately. What a coincidence! The Black Rock Bees have gone to collect honey, and they may not be able to choose flowers until they return to the nest in the afternoon. Howley said for Yun-Won. Is it such a coincidence? Isn't Miss Howe a master of controlling bees? Can't we just summon 2 back? Song-Eo asked. Howley couldn't make up her mind what to do, and looked at Yun-Won reflexively. Song-Eo's eyes were fixed on Yun-Won, as if he was sure that she would speak. Yun-Won chuckled. Lord, are you in a hurry? Song-Eo also laughed. No hurry. No hurry. Then wait. Yun-Won made the decision without caring whether he agreed or not. Then it will be convenient for the guests. Wait. But now that they are here, I haven't treated them well. I am really not treating them well. Why don't we have dinner here today? I will be the host. Yun-Won finally waited for Song-Eo to reveal his true intentions. Such a big event turned out to be a hangmen banquet. That's great. Miss, what do you think? Yun-Won has not forgotten to act. Sure. What shall we eat? Howley asked. Song-Eo signaled everyone to be patient. After a while, the servants brought up a large round table. After everyone sat down, a series of natural delicacies with good color, aroma, and taste were presented. The dishes looked very familiar. They were ordered from Sheningsing restaurant. Yun-Won took a sip of water to moisten her mouth. It seemed that this hangmen banquet was for her. Chapter 101. After the dishes were served, Song-Eo introduced them, as if he had no intention of introducing them. This radish soup is a new product of Shinong Star Restaurant. It tastes very delicious. Miss Howe, Mr. Jean, you should all try it. Song-Eo passed the radish soup to Yun-Won. Yun-Won pointed her finger, scooped some into the bowl, and tasted it. The radish is from Shinong Star, but this dish is not a new product of Shinong Star Restaurant. Seeing that Yun-Won did not respond, Song-Eo slapped his head. Oh, I'm so sorry. I remembered it wrongly. This radish soup is not from Shinong Star. I made a fool of myself in front of Mr. Jean. Yun-Won glanced at him. Actually, I prefer people to call me Ba Ba. After saying this, Song-Eo couldn't tell whether Yun-Won was joking or serious. It sounds more domineering than Mr. Jean, isn't it? Yun-Won tilted her head and asked back. Song-Eo's face was constipated. It is quite domineering. Even the generation is twice as high. Whose parents gave such a name? Song-Eo wanted to make a fuss about the dishes, but when he thought of this person asking him to call him Ba Ba, he felt uncomfortable. Ba. He opened his mouth several times, but still couldn't say the 2 words. Yun-Won looked at Song-Eo encouragingly. He almost suspected that this man had made a false certificate to deliberately make trouble for him. Mr. Ba is from Shinong Star. He must have eaten many meals in Shinong Star Restaurant. It is said that the food in that restaurant is very good. Song-Eo found a compromise name. Yun-Won lowered her eyes. What a waste of expression. No one dared to call her name. I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Yun-Won said. How is it possible? Aren't you from Shinong Star? You haven't heard of this? Song-Eo's voice rose. Should I know? The Lord is very interested in Shinong Star? How come he knows Shinong Star more than I do? Yun-Won asked leisurely, tasting every dish while talking to Song-Eo. Although the taste is not as good as the restaurant on Shinong Star, it is still delicious. The highlight is that the dishes are novel, and the freshness of the ingredients is greatly preserved. It should not be cheap. It seems that the Lord of Luhong Star spent a lot of money on this banquet. Yun-Won was like a piece of meat on a rolling knife. No matter how Song-Eo tried to be subtle, she just wouldn't respond. After eating and drinking for a long time, she didn't get a single useful word out of him. The less Song-Eo knew about this person's origins, the more he wanted to find out. If he couldn't get anything out of him, there would always be someone who could. His eyes darkened for a moment, and he waved to the soldiers nearby and gave them a few instructions. Soon, a group of dancers entered the hall and began to dance. Hao Li and Yunwan looked at each other and watched with interest. Lu Huai recognized Song Rui, the lead dancer, and said with an ambiguous meaning, "TSK." As the music reached its climax, the dancer's movements became more and more graceful. With a spin, Song Rui avoided Hao Li and fell into Yunwan's arms. With the beauty in her arms, her bright eyes were slightly moist. Song Rui stood up in a panic. "Sorry, guest. I accidentally slipped." Yunwan squeezed her hand. "Nothing. It's an honor to have the beauty come to you." Crossing her legs, she was like a playboy among the flowers. Lu Huai said TSK again, imperceptibly. "Ha ha ha. A beauty goes with a hero. If Mr. Ba likes her, you can take Rui back to the room and have a good chat." Even if she knew Rui was Song Nao's, Yunwan still felt sick at his behavior, undecided whether to refuse or accept. She heard Lu Huai say tisk as if he was watching a good show. "It's not over yet. Is it? TSK, TSK, TSK. Where are you calling the dog?" Yunwan glanced at him unhappily. "Do you like her? Or you can take her home? The Lord is generous. You can tell him. He will definitely agree." Lu Huai tried to hold back his laughter, but before he could do anything, Song Rui anxiously shouted, "Ba ba." "Sir!" Glazing at Lu Huai, who was gloating over his misfortune, Yunwan gently comforted Rui. "I was joking. Such a beautiful woman, of course, belongs to me. Jean ba ba." Yunwan hugged Rui's waist, and after she finished speaking, she felt a chill. "Thank you, Lord, for the beauty. I'll take her back and have a good exchange." Yunwan's anxious look made Song Ao look much better. No matter how tough a person is, he has weaknesses. And his half-sister, a vase, is also somewhat useful. I hope this Jean Baba has nothing to do with Shanong Star, and is not here for the Z3458 people. I also hope that the stolen weapons have nothing to do with them. But why did they seem so nervous when the men went to search the room? It feels like they are hiding something. In the tunnel, the second-class citizens ignited the energy for the first time, and the tunnel was brightly lit. The black rock bees were neatly arranged in the air in the tunnel, and the buzzing sound was deafening. But the second-class citizens did not feel annoyed when the black rock bees stacked the materials they carried in front of them one by one. The second-class citizens looked at the black root-like objects and cute pink plants piled up into a small mountain. And there was a large disc that could automatically float in the air. Finally, the black rock bees held a white paper and hung it in front of Roger. Roger took the note, which clearly stated how to use these things. Dengue, a holy medicine for blood recovery, is used to treat external injuries and replenish blood. Roger read it, identifying the Angelica from the abstract hand-painted painting on the note, and asked Xiao Jin to bring some injured people to try the effect. The injured person brought by Xiao Jin was named Xiangzi, who was very strong and should have been a member of the main combat force. However, after escaping the encirclement of Luhong Star by chance, he injured a leg. Their medical conditions were too poor, and Xiangzi's leg repeatedly deteriorated and festered. Only amputation could save his life. But if he had his limb amputated, he would have to go to the hospital. He would die if he went out, and he would die if he didn't get his leg treated. Xiangzi chose the latter. He didn't want to die on the territory of Luhong Star, nor did he want to see the faces of those nobles again. When Xiao Jin called him over, Xiangzi was still in a daze. "Why did you call Xiangzi over?" Roger's tone was somewhat blaming. "Xiangzi really needs this," Xiao Jin explained. Roger sighed, looked at Xiangzi, whose face was as pale as paper, and whispered to Xiao Jin, "Do you think he can still take the blow?" They didn't know how effective the Angelica was in restoring blood. If it wasn't satisfactory, it would be too cruel to give Xiangzi hope and then tell him it wouldn't work. Xiao Jin didn't say anything. "Forget it. Let's try it." Since everyone was called over, Roger couldn't let him go in vain. Xiangzi cooperated with the drug test very well. He asked him to open his mouth and drink water. He chewed the Angelica slowly. A bitter taste spread in his mouth, making him want to vomit. Although it was unpalatable, he swallowed it despite the nausea. After eating an Angelica, he took a sip of water. He had no hope for this herb. Even going to the hospital for surgery and taking special medicine could barely save his life. How good could this raw, unpurified herb be? Facing the expectant eyes of his companions, Xiangzi wanted to say, "Don't waste your energy." They couldn't beat the nobles, and these herbs were useless. But suddenly, A strong heat surged from his abdomen, and the blood rushed up to his head, forcing him to bleed from his nose twice. Oh my god! What's wrong? Xiangzi. How do you feel? A group of people curiously surrounded Xiangzi. A half-baked doctor from the second-class civilians examined Xiangzi. His calm face was a little tense, and his thick lips trembled with excitement. Your complexion is much better, and your lips are not white anymore. How do you feel in your legs? Is the pain relieved? Xiangzi hurriedly wiped the blood from his nose, tentatively moved his injured leg, and suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "No feeling." "Ah? How could it be?" The doctor was puzzled and gently pressed Xiangzi's leg with his hand, feeling the occasional pulsation of blood. "It's normal." "Oh. No. 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 I mean, it doesn't hurt anymore. My leg still feels good." Xiangzi hugged the leg with trembling hands and clapped it twice excitedly. The doctor stopped him. "Patient, please keep calm. The examination is not over yet." The doctor untied the simple bandage on Xiangzi's leg, revealing the new tender skin under the dirty bandage. And everyone gasped. "Xiangzi, why don't you try walking a few steps?" The voice was out of control. Xiangzi nodded, stood up with the help of the wall, carefully stretched out his right foot, and after the toes touched the ground, he stepped on the whole sole of his foot and stomped a few times, so hard that the ground was dusty. Then he took a few tentative steps, and finally jumped several feet high with joy. "No problem. I'm fully recovered. And I even feel better than before. And my strength has increased." Because he was too excited, his nose bleed uncontrollably again. "Oh my god! What a waste!" the doctor lamented. Xiangzi wiped the blood and comforted him. "It's okay. I feel I have a lot of blood. It's okay to bleed a little," Xiangzi said, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. The doctor said unhappily, "Am I talking about your few drops of blood? I'm talking about Angelica sinensis. You obviously took too much blood. Don't eat so much next time. You ate the amount of several people by yourself." "Of course you feel better?" The doctor's words made Roger bow his head in guilt. He asked Xiangzi to take one. And he didn't expect that this thing is really a well-deserved blood-replenishing holy medicine. Dengue is very effective. It can revive the dead. But I don't know if the missing arms and legs can grow back. I remember Yuan Yuan's hand was broken. I'll give her some to try," the doctor said, as he took a small piece of Angelica and immediately went to verify the effect of Angelica. Yuan Yuan is a 10-year-old girl who lives outside the tunnel. The doctor had to go out for a while, and Roger continued to look at other items. Peaches. After eating, you can use the mountain gate formation. But you can't drive a mecha. The mountain gate formation is limited to the leader. You can ambush the enemy. Remember that it is useless against robots. These two things complement each other, and the formula is easy to learn. But I don't know how effective the ambush is. This thing must be set in a place, which is very important, and I have to think carefully about where to put it. There is a cliff peak in Xiqing district, with steep terrain, which is very suitable for ambush, one person suggested. After her reminder, Roger also remembered that place, which is indeed a terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the mountain gate formation can be set up there. The last thing is the rainbow candy that Roger is familiar with. But this time, there are not only 10 white candies, but also 10 gray doom candies. Roger thought this candy was the most amazing treasure. The Lord gave out 20 of them at once. It was really too generous. If he didn't win this tough battle, he would feel sorry for the Lord's support. He had seen the effect of the good luck candy, and this bad luck candy wouldn't be much worse. In just a quarter of an hour, countless battle plans appeared in Roger's mind. After discussion with the second-class citizens, they decided on the most powerful one. I will lead the first team to set up an ambush in the West City district. The second team will disguise as a logistics team to send some peaches to the Liahongsing mecha team. Xiao Jin will contact the undercover in the Liahongsing Lord's mansion to distribute the bad luck candy. We will use the good luck candy when the time is right, and try to take down Liahongsing in one fell swoop. Chapter 102. Yunwan hugged Song Rui and returned to the room. When she turned around to close the door, she found Lu Huai standing at the door without moving, looking at her. TSK. How come we 4 grown men are attracted to a fake lord? Lu Li also stood aside to watch the fun. Hao Li glanced at a few people. Among the 4 people, 3 of them seemed to be stupid. They were just fighting for food on the table and having a lot of fun. It would be strange if someone was attracted to them. There was another one who was 9 out of 10. But not one. He always liked to stick to the Lord. He liked him, but didn't know how to pursue him. Wouldn't the girl be attracted to a handsome and sweet-talking lord? Maybe it's because you're men, Howley said. Ah? Qian Zhuang tilted his head in confusion. Does that woman like the same sex? Silly. Lu Li jumped up and hit Qian Zhuang on the head. Sisterly means that women understand women better. Right. Sisterly? Yes. Howley said. I really don't know why men are at two extremes. Either too straight or too slick. Yu Bei was the latter. And he used sweet words to coax her around. The Lord looks pretty handsome as a man. Right. Boss? Lu Li said excitedly. Yeah. Lu Huai turned away coldly, leaving Lu Li scratching his head. Why do you feel that the boss is unhappy? Howley was also puzzled. It seemed that it was because of the Lord. Could it be that he felt that the Lord and the dancer were too close? Entering the room, Lu Huai's gaze lingered in Yunwan's mind. And she didn't say anything for a long time. Rui walked around the room, sat lightly on the edge of the bed, crossed her legs and leaned against the wall. Her posture was particularly charming. Ba ba. Come here. What are you standing there for? Song Rui scolded. Yunwan came back to her senses and walked to Rui's side. A little absent-minded, Lu Huai didn't think she would really do anything to Rui. Did he? Ba ba. Song Rui rested her chin on Yunwan's shoulder, and she smelled a hint of hurry. He is really different from other stinky men. Song Rui looked at Yunwan's knife-like face affectionately, and said with red eyes, You also saw it today. The Lord of Luhong Star bullied men and women and acted recklessly. I am of low status, and he can give me to whoever he wants. In fact, he deliberately arranged the dance just now, and wanted me to trick you. Yunwan tilted her head, unable to see Song Rui's expression when she spoke, and could only see her dark head. The highest level of lying is half truth and half falsehood, and Rui is obviously very good at this trick. So? Are you here to trick me? Yunwan didn't beat around the bush, and was so straightforward that Song Rui didn't know how to answer. If he said yes, the two would stand on opposite sides, and if he said no, Song Rui would really trick him. This is the task he gave me. You can tell me something insignificant, and I'll make it up later. Besides, I'm really curious about you. You are open and above board, so there shouldn't be anything you need to hide. Right? Song Rui polished her words and looked at Yunwan with a pitiful look while speaking. I am not open and above board. Rui has misjudged you, Yunwan said with an ambiguous meaning, seeing that she was tight-lipped. Song Rui took great pains, unbuttoned 2 buttons on her collar, turned around, and sat in Yunwan's arms. Yunwan's face changed slightly at the sudden weight in her arms. Rui's hand was placed on Yunwan's neck. The two of them were very close, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Yunwan had a headache. Yunwan was happy to be close to a beautiful fairy, but she didn't need to have such a man's perspective. She couldn't handle it. As soon as she lowered her head, Yunwan found that there was something wrong with Rui's arm. She gently took Rui's hand and saw it more clearly. Rui's forearms were full of needle holes of different sizes, some of which were even purple and festering. Both arms were like this, which was particularly conspicuous on her fair skin. Seeing that the injury on her arm was noticed, Song Rui stood up in a panic and hid her arm behind her. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say for a while. Did he do it? Yunwan asked in a deep voice. Yes. Song Rui bit her lip. Yunwan pulled her hand out from behind her back and looked at it carefully. It looked like the arms of drug addicts. It should be the way the Lord of Luhong Star controlled her. Did he let you follow others? Yunwan asked. Song Rui shook her head. Yunwan smiled softly. It seemed that she was valued by the Lord of Luhong Star. Rui, do you want to leave here? Yunwan's voice was very soft. At some point, Song Rui found that all her secrets were exposed to he in front of him. But she didn't say a word. She clenched her palms. Of course I want to. Otherwise that night wouldn't be. It's not arranged to offer myself to you. Yunwan interrupted her. Leave here. Completely escape from Lia Hongxing's control. I can help you. His words made Song Rui look up. She saw the seriousness and sincerity in his eyes, as if she was stabbed. She retracted her gaze. His proposal made her very tempted. But unfortunately, a businessman couldn't help her. Sure. Take me with you when you leave. Song Rui tucked her hair behind her ears and tilted her face slightly, not wanting Yunwan to notice the sadness on her face. Seeing Songri avoiding him, Yunwan didn't continue. Do you want to continue what you just did? Songri asked. She had a hunch. He wouldn't continue to take off her clothes. From the beginning, she didn't think. He was obsessed with beauty. Sure enough, he refused. It's a beautiful day. Why not chat? Songri sat obediently. He next to her. She heard he say, Do you know? I have something very magical. What is it? She asked. Yunwan took out a rainbow candy and shook it in front of her eyes. A bottle of candy? Songri was puzzled. That's right. Yunwan poured out a candy and handed it to Songri. This is a prank candy. If you don't like someone, just give it to him. Songri took the gray candy. She had heard of this kind of thing. It was actually a candy with a very sour surface. Used for pranks. She couldn't help laughing out loud. She didn't expect that he would actually carry this kind of candy with him. It was quite cute. Holding the candy in her palm with care, she said with some willfulness, Then if I don't like someone, I'll give him candy to make him jealous. Who said he's bad? Yunwan didn't point out her misunderstanding. The atmosphere between the two of them eased a lot. No one mentioned what happened just now. The topic they talked about next was also in their safe zone, not involving too many private matters and inquiries. Songri thought it was about time, so she proposed to leave. After coming out of Yunwan's room, Songri put away the smile on her face and went straight to Songneo's room. When she arrived, Songneo was hugging a real dancer, eating ice cream and watching a variety show. When he saw Songri come in, he raised his eyelids nonchalantly. How did you find out about the matter? I have found out. Songri casually slumped down on the chair. But, my good brother, what reward are you going to give me to pry open my mouth? Hearing this, Songneo threw the cup. Don't be shameless. The voice was so loud that Songri was startled. Songneo was always moody in front of her. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Songri muttered softly. Okay. I'm just an ordinary businessman who wants to raise bees and make some money. Isn't that Miss How Doug from the Queen Bee Planet? What else? What else? Songri raised her face and met Songneo's half smile. Oh! She pretended to just remember. He also gave me a candy. And I threw it away. Throw it away? Songneo suspected. Yes. Do I keep it to eat? Songri asked back, looking at Songneo fearlessly. Really? What is this? Songneo took Songri's handkerchief out of her pocket while she wasn't paying attention, opened it, and found a great candy inside. In front of Songri's astonished eyes, he tossed the candy, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. A dark light flashed in Songri's eyes. Is it delicious? It tastes okay. His answer made Songri slightly stunned, pursed her lips, and said nothing. What? Can't bear to let go? Do you really like that man? Songneo sneered. Your mother is very scheming. How can you be so naive? A man you haven't met for a few times can play you around? You don't really believe that he will take you away, do you? None of your business. Songri rolled her eyes, slammed the table, glared at Songneo's face, and left angrily. Back to her room, she was a little absent-minded. She wanted to keep the candy as a souvenir. It's funny to say that although she was arranged by Songneo to the spy around her, but she didn't lie. She really wanted to leave here, but she knew that in this life, she might only be the canary in Songneo's hand, and she would never escape this cage until she died. On the other side, the counterattack of the second-class people was in full swing. Roger took the lead and led a team to the cliff of Shiqing district. According to the instructions of the note, the mountain gate formation was placed in the valley under the cliff. After eating a peach, he felt a magical power in his body. With the action of pinching the seal, this power was mobilized. The disc opened, sank into the ground, and spit out several tokens. With the token, you can move freely within the range of the formation. After setting up the formation, Team 1 first looked at the ground where the disc disappeared, and then looked around. They didn't feel any changes, and there was no sign of an ambush. Leader, is the ambush set up? The captain of Team 1 asked. It should be. Roger didn't know much more than the captain of Team 1. You go and attract some guards here first, and we'll see the effect. The captain of Team 1 took the order and left the cliff to attract the guards at the edge of the city. At the same time, The second team, disguised as a logistics team, swaggered into the Liahongsing military camp and went straight to the tent of the mecha team. Liahongsing has 5 mecha teams, each with 10 people. There are not many peaches, and the best way to distribute them is to cut them into small pieces, and each person gets a few small pieces. After a while, the second team entered the tent with peaches cut into small boats, and there was a conversation in the tent. Why is the Lord so generous today? Did he encounter good things? Maybe the flowers were sold. It is said that the rich businessman spent 30 million to buy flowers. This is a no-cost business. 100% profit. This natural food is quite exciting and delicious. The mecha team justified themselves, and each person had a few peaches and ate them happily. Even the peach pits were not spared, and a group of rough guys caught and licked them. Soon the plate was empty, and the second team successfully completed the task and hid their credit. This task was not difficult, but it was not easy either. God knows how strong their self-control was to resist eating the peaches into their stomachs. And they almost missed the big thing because of their greed. The best taste of the world went into the stomachs of these good-for-nothings, and they felt a little aggrieved. They themselves only smelled the taste. If the rebellion plan went well, could they dream of a peach eating tomorrow? When the second team returned to the base, the first team was being chased by a patrol guard team. About 10 people, who were scolding while chasing, their faces flushed with anger, and it seemed that they were severely humiliated by the first team. The first team had something to rely on, and they were not afraid at all. They boldly scolded them, and vented all the grievances they had suffered. They felt so relieved. After running for a distance, they were close to the valley. They could vaguely see the leader and others looking from the cliff. The captain of the first team gave an order: run directly into the ambush area. Keep your skin tight, and react according to the situation. Got it. Seeing the first team running into a dead end and being blocked by a steep cliff, the guard's ugly face finally regained some arrogance. With no way to run, the guard slowed down his pace and approached step by step. Run? Why don't you keep running? The guard laughed wildly with ill intentions, looking at the first team as if he was looking at a group of trapped animals on the verge of death. So confident that he didn't even want to pull out his gun. These people, firstly, have no weapons, and secondly, no defense. We can crush them to death with just a flick of the finger. Why waste energy? A guard said disdainfully. A team was wary of the guards approaching, and almost laughed out loud when they heard their fearless words. Aren't you going to surrender? If you knew this would happen, why did you come to provoke us? Isn't this just asking for your life? The guard threw his gun. No one in the team spoke, holding their breath and watching the guard's feet about to step into the ambush area. In the blink of an eye, the guards who were walking forward disappeared one by one. The captain of the first team bowed and looked around vigilantly. What's going on? A team member asked. The guards were nowhere to be seen, but their voices could still be heard, as if they were in another space, where the same plot was being played out. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't it have been better if you had kneeled down and begged for mercy earlier? You are such a bunch of bastards. Being a second-class citizen is still a compliment to you. Tie them up. These are all our achievements. Ha ha ha. Listening to the conversation between the guards in another space, the first team probably understood that they should have been defeated in that space, and a sense of surprise and confusion suddenly arose in their hearts. How big is that space? Are them really alive? They didn't wonder for long, and soon, the guards began to howl in panic. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Why are we back to where we were? Where are those second-class subjects? Why are they gone? These genuine panics are more pleasing to the ears than the guard's victory speech just now. And the team smiled at each other. Hey! Can the people inside hear you? The captain of the team cleared his throat. Attention! Attention! Where are those second-class citizens? Report. I didn't see them. Useless. It seemed that someone was beaten, and there was a commotion among the guards. The captain of the first team was happy to see them fighting each other, and his tone was much lighter. Listen, guards inside. You have been surrounded by us. This is our ambush circle. I advise you to be quiet and save your energy. You can't get out? After the captain of the first team said this, I don't know which guard collapsed, fired in panic, and shouted angrily for a long time. You bastards. I advise you to let us out quickly. It's not too late to let us out now. Otherwise, when our reinforcements come, We will blow you all into a pulp. The persuasion failed. And the captain of the first team said coldly, then you wait for reinforcements inside, and see when they will come to rescue you. After that, no matter how much they jumped and cursed, no human voices came. After an unknown amount of time, the guards found that there were suddenly more than 20 people trapped. What's going on? How did you get in too? Are you here to rescue us? The new guard said. I don't know. We walked 2 steps forward and came in. We are here to catch the second-class rebels. What about you? The first batch of guards were silent. Then, they found that more and more colleagues fell into the ambush of the second-class people. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to get out. Finally, they thought that the outside world could hear the voices inside, so they could only shout loudly to remind the guards, who came later. Unfortunately, after several rounds of luring the enemy deep into the depths, the first team gradually became handy, and the luring method was no longer euphemistic. They attacked directly from behind the guards and scraped all the guards into the ambush with a long and thick tree trunk. The guards only felt a huge push from behind, and before they had time to think about why there was a familiar voice of their colleagues here, they changed and entered another space, and they could not get any help from the sky or the earth. Chapter 103. While the 2 teams were fighting the Luhang Star Guards, Xiao Jin also contacted the undercover servant of the Lord's mansion. The servant managed to put the sugar grains in the advanced nutrient solution and sent it to the hands of the Luhang Star leaders. The gears of fate began to turn at this moment. Team 1, Team 2, and Xiao Jin met again at the base, and the real battlefield was about to start. Roger summoned all the teams and started the raid from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. Songneo received the news that the second-class people had occupied a quarter of the city. You useless guy. Why don't you wait until we reach the Lord's mansion before reporting? Songneo angrily kicked the guard, who was delivering the information. The guard rolled and crawled to his feet again, his body shaking like a sieve. What else? Report? Songneo glanced at him and heard the guard continue to say tremblingly, our guard team, if you can't talk, get out, and get someone else. Songneo said gloomily. The guard was scared, but he calmed down and reported the information. Many guard teams are missing. Songneo used his toes to think and knew that this must be the work of the second-class people. First, the weapons were stolen. Then the guards disappeared. And one wave of troubles came after another. Who gave these second-class people the courage to stir up trouble on Luhang Star? He had heard about this group of rebels a long time ago. They were just a group of ants. He never took them seriously. It was fun to see them running around like rats in the gutter. He didn't want them to die so quickly. It was rare for him to be kind. But unfortunately, he didn't take the road to heaven. And he came to hell without a door. The second-class people asked for death. So don't blame him for being cruel. Pass the order. Send out all members of the mecha team. Destroy the occupied areas directly, and raze them to the ground. The guard was so shocked that he could hardly speak. After reacting, he exclaimed, Lord, there are still first-class citizens in the occupied areas. What? You have objections to my decision? Songneo's eyes were dangerous, and the guard lowered his head, not daring to refute. He wanted to say something, but he was too afraid of the moody lord, so he didn't say anything in the end, hiding all his resistance in the shadows. This is the normal loss of war, isn't it? It's those second-class citizens who are so hateful. The guard heard the lord say this. A chill suddenly rose up his spine. He used to be complacent about his status as a first-class citizen, and he used to look down on the lowly second-class citizens with a condescending attitude. But the lord's words threw him into an endless abyss. He suddenly realized that there was no difference between first-class citizens and second-class citizens. In the eyes of the superiors, they were equally lowly and insignificant. For a moment, his mind was clear. If the second-class citizens are the lower class of slaves, dirty and chaotic, then the first-class citizens are the seemingly bright shell, wrapped in a false sense of superiority, not knowing that they are just the snow and mud covering the dirty swamp. The swamp will eat people one day, and the ice and snow will only melt. He seemed to be able to see his future in the near future. The guard came out of the lord's mansion, and did not go to the barracks to pass on the message, but ran to the occupied area to inform them to evacuate. The guard was brought to Roger, and he was still persuading, you guys run quickly. The Lord is going to send mechas. You can't beat them. Roger was not only not afraid, but also very excited after hearing the latest developments of Luhong Star. It's finally here. He was looking forward to their expressions when they found out that they couldn't drive mechas. The guards were confused. Looking around, he didn't see any fear or timidity on the faces of the second-class citizens. They were all excited. I wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. And he looked a little happy? Are all the second-class citizens crazy? Mechas. They don't seem to have advanced defensive weapons. If they fight alone, they will be blown to pieces in less than a second. They are just going to die. Aren't they afraid? As he turned around, 5 small spaceships appeared in the sky, with the flag of Luhong Star hanging on them, and the style of mecha printed on the hull. They were the Luhong Star mecha team. They are coming. The guard's face turned pale. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. That is, it's over. Maybe he will be razed to the ground with this group of second-class subjects. Here they come! Someone shouted, and the second-class subjects came out from the corners. A large group of people stood on the roof of the tallest building in Xiqing district. They didn't take out the defense shields, nor did they set up the guns to prepare for the attack. Instead, they were just watching the fun, whispering and chatting with each other, not taking the mecha army seriously at all. Guard, did he give up? He wanted to escape, but he felt that he didn't fit in with these second-class citizens. Why not run away? He felt that he could still struggle. What if the mecha couldn't hit him? Back in the Lord's mansion, he was a good guard again. He must have had a brain attack just now to want to inform the second-class citizens. Compared with the lives of the second-class citizens and first-class citizens in Xiqing district, and compared with the organization Lord killing innocent people, his own life is more important. But it was too late to say anything now. The building was so high that he couldn't find a safe place to hide in a short time. The guard closed his eyes in despair. Forget it. He didn't struggle anymore. At least he made a choice that he felt at peace with in the last few seconds of his life. He would die. Everyone would die one day anyway. He closed his eyes and waited for 2 minutes. He didn't feel the pain of the explosion, but heard the laughter of the second-class people. Guard, ? We are all going to die. What's so funny? He didn't have much contact with the second-class people. He didn't expect that they were such a crazy group. The guard opened his eyes. He wanted to see how these people could laugh. Then, the guard fell silent. What did he see? On the 5 spaceships, the mecha armies were dispatched one after another. But for some reason, when the pilots entered the cockpit, they did not launch attacks. Instead, they either controlled the mechas to walk crookedly or began to do backflips on the spot. Some even fired randomly and injured friendly forces. And some even fired into the sky and set off fireworks. It was like a funny clown show. Is this the high-class and excellent mecha team in his impression? Why do they feel worse than the mecha novices? Have they skipped classes and slept during the training for so many years? Unconsciously, the guard's mouth curled up slightly. A second-class citizen next to him laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Brother, look at that dancing. It's so funny. Ha ha ha. The guard looked to the left along the second-class citizen's finger, and saw a mecha dancing left and right, with afterimages of his hands and feet. And he couldn't help laughing. The mecha pilots could not help but open the cockpit and curse. They racked their brains to understand why they could not drive the mecha. It was just a simple task in their eyes. But they ended up staging a farce in front of the enemy. How embarrassing. As soon as they opened the cockpit, they clearly saw a bunch of second-class citizens watching from the sidelines with gloating. And they were furious. The second-class citizens were not surprised at all. If they said that this matter had nothing to do with this group of people, the mecha pilots would not believe it. The inability to control the mecha greatly reduced the destructive power of the mecha pilots. But it did not mean that they became useless. The mecha pilots decisively abandoned the mecha, jumped onto the deck of the spaceship, and pulled out their weapons to show the second-class citizens how powerful they were. Unexpectedly, a disc-shaped device suddenly flew into the air. They aimed and shot, and the bullets grazed the disc. Sparks flew, and the disc sank into the ground without any damage. In the blink of an eye, the mecha pilots entered a strange space. Here, they saw countless dying guards. What happened? Where are the mechas? Where are the spaceships? Where are those second-class people? The mecha pilots had many questions, but no one had the energy to answer them. The guards who had been in the mountain gate formation for a while had been tortured physically and mentally by the illusions in the formation. At first, They were still trembling with fear, sometimes seeing Zerg, and sometimes encountering terrifying death illusions. Although it was finally confirmed that these were just some illusions that could not cause physical harm to them. They could not control the thoughts in their brains. And illusions kept appearing, trapped in the endless space. They were desperate, hungry and thirsty, and dehydrated. They didn't want to move or wake up, as long as they could fall asleep. But the more they thought about it, the less sleepy they felt. The mech pilot took a lot of effort to find a captain who was still in good condition to ask about the situation. The guards looked at the mech pilot coldly, just like they had just come in, walking in 4 directions to find a way, firing into the air, cursing constantly, and finally collapsed on the ground exhausted, shrouded by all kinds of illusions. Seeing the number of people increasing one by one, and no hope of getting out, the guards began to collapse one after another. Some were anxious, some cried, some were furious. Negative emotions were transmitted and affected each other, and their situation became worse and worse. The mecha pilot looked at this scene, as if he saw his own future, and couldn't help but shudder. What kind of divine help did the second-class people get to have such a heaven-defying treasure? They have no power to fight at all. Killing them would be fine. But the key is that they kill people and torture them. They were locked up here and tortured them severely. They didn't have the courage to die on their own. And they couldn't live if they were asked to live. The cheers of the second-class people collecting the spoils rang in my ears. It was simply the biggest and cruelest torture in the galaxy. The news that the mecha team was annihilated quickly reached Songyeo's ears. He paused and waved his hand to signal the maid who was massaging his legs to leave. What did you say? Say it again. Songyeo thought he had heard it wrong. The guard who reported took a deep breath and repeated again, Lord. The mecha team was all captured. How is it possible? These second-class people only have a few old-fashioned ion cannons at most. How can they defeat the mecha team? Is the information true? Songyeo asked, slamming the table. The guard wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's the news from the front line. It's true. Songyeo raised his hands and opened his mouth several times. But he didn't know what to say. Finally, as if he thought of something, he asked, what about the spaceship? What about the mecha? All of them were confiscated. What? Songyeo's eyes went dark. Those equipment cost him tens of millions. This money didn't come from the wind. Songyeo lost his strength and fell into the chair. He took a break and said to the sweaty guard, call the captain of the guard and all the planetary directors over here. This group of second-class subjects were no longer the mob they thought they were. Instead, they were as if they were helped by God. His mecha team could not even last 2 moves in the hands of the other party. Songyeo gritted his teeth and thought about who would be the person who could help the second-class subjects. He eliminated the people in his mind one by one. But one person emerged clearly. Jean Baba. Although there was no conclusive evidence pointing to him. These bad things have been happening one after another since he landed on Luhong Star. Come here. Songyeo called his personal guards. Catch Jean Baba and others. Don't let any of them go. The guards were puzzled. Lord, Wei Air is collecting a new kind of flowers. And they haven't prepared all the flowers yet. Do you want to invite them over? Please? Songyeo was furious. Are you deaf? I said arrest them all. Go! Frightened by the angry lord. The guards bowed and responded, and quickly led people to surround the guest room. Yunwan heard the noise outside. They were not well informed. They didn't expect the second-class people to take action so quickly before they had time to leave Luhong Star. She also didn't expect that the Lord of Luhong Star would be so desperate and suspect them without any evidence. The thinking of bad guys really can't be measured by common logic. The signal of the Lord's mansion has been blocked. At this moment, everyone else is staying in the room, and Yunwan can't contact them. She moved her eyes slightly, pretending to open the door, and looked at the guards, who came with bad intentions and confusion. What's wrong? Did the Lord ask us to bring the Black Rock Bee over? Black Rock Bee. She bit the words especially hard, hoping that Howley could understand what she meant. Catch him. The guards spoke. The guards moved roughly, and Yunwan didn't struggle. Just when they thought the mission was easy and let down their guard, the entire army of Black Rock Bees was dispatched, like a thick layer of black gauze, covering the faces of all the guards, and the sharp tail needles made them groan. The tail needles carried a toxin that could paralyze people. After a while, their faces and arms were swollen and they lost consciousness. The soldier who grabbed Yunwan was stabbed the worst. and he had let go of Yunwan's hand long ago. And no one knew where he ran away. Yunwan rubbed her arm that was hurt by the grab. And Lu Huai and others walked out of the room, all concerned about Yunwan. Lord, are you okay? Lu Huai's sharp eyes noticed the glaring red on Yunwan's wrist. Fortunately, we should go to the tunnel to hide first. The black rock can't hold on for long, Yunwan said. After saying that, she immediately walked towards her room and was pulled by Hao Li. She tilted her head in confusion, and Hao Li raised her chin to the right. Yunwan understood and looked to the other side. Rui was standing by the rockery and watching them quietly, with a surprised expression, seeing that several people had discovered her presence. Song Rui ignored the bees flying around in front of her. She had something she wanted to know urgently. Lord? He just called you Lord. So are you the Lord of Shenong Star? She stared at Yunwan's eyes, afraid of missing any of his small movements and missing the truth. Yes. Yunwan didn't intend to hide it. Song Rui was not a bad person. She could feel it, knowing what she wanted to know. Song Rui's eyes were slightly meaningful. She lowered her eyes and said, You guys should leave quickly. It's noisy here. Someone will come soon. Before leaving, Yunwan looked back at Song Rui and saw her eyes, which seemed to be filled with some desire. The few people quickly moved to the tunnel. The black rock bees severely punished these humans, who didn't know the real talent. They flew away in one direction. When they passed by Song Ao, who hurried over, a few bad-hearted black rock bees immediately gave him 3 or 5 big bags as a gift, and then left leisurely. When they arrived outside the guest room, they saw guards lying on the ground in all directions. The doors of the guest rooms were all open, and no one had left. Useless. A bunch of useless. A bunch of unarmed people who can't even be caught. Song Ao was helpless and furious, kicking the wailing guard at his feet in the stomach. The movement was too large, and the big bump on his face was pulled. He gasped in pain and joined the army of ghosts and wolves howling. Puff. Song Ao turned around and saw Song Rui standing next to the rockery unharmed. Were you laughing just now? He asked coldly. Song Rui straightened his face and denied, Brother, I heard it wrong. Really? Song Ao spoke a little unclearly. Why are you here? I was just passing by. Do you believe it? Song Rui said. And seeing that Song Ao was about to get angry, he said again, I was joking. Brother, you can take a joke, right? Is it time to joke now? Song Ao gritted his teeth. I don't know. What's wrong? I came here to complete your mission. Didn't you ask me to have a heart-to-heart talk with Jean Baba? I'm still working hard. Why are they all gone? Song Rui showed a clear and stupid look. Song Ao snorted from his nose. Stupid? You can't count on anything. As stupid as your mother. Song Rui's face changed slightly, and although the corners of his mouth did not fall, his eyes were as cold as ice. Brother, you have crossed the line. If you want to know where Jean Baba ran off to, you'd better be polite when talking to me, Song Rui said. Chapter 104. Are you teaching me how to do things? Song Rui? Song Ao took a big step forward and grabbed Song Rui's neck with one hand. When can you bargain with me? Song Ao tightened his strength and slowly raised his hand. Song Rui was so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. She held Song Ao's hand with both hands and tried to stop him. But she couldn't breathe and had no strength to break free from Song Ao's grip. She could only tiptoe as much as possible to relieve the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. Song Rui exhaled more than inhaled, like a dying withered flower. This broken look pleased Song Ao, and he let go of his hand and threw Song Rui to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Song Rui took a deep breath, causing pain in her throat, and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. Tell me, where did Jean Baba run to? Song Ao said fiercely. Song Rui opened her mouth, but her throat hurt so much that she couldn't speak, so she pointed in a direction. Seeing that she was so tactful, Song Ao decided to let her go. Don't disobey me again in the future. Think about your mother's fate. Song Ao left with a wave of his sleeves, and a dark light flashed in Song Rui's eyes, leaving behind him a series of uncontrollable coughs. Back in the room, the captain of the guard team and the planetary council have all arrived. Seeing Song Ao coming back, they can't wait to know why everyone was gathered together. Song Ao raised his hand to stop their questions. First set a team of newcomers to track Jean Baba according to the direction given by Song Rui, and then briefly explained the experience of the mecha team. Hearing that the guards disappeared and the mecha team was annihilated, The planetary council was shocked and speechless. How could it suddenly become so powerful? Everyone asked questions, but Song-Eo was in no mood to answer them. The reason is not important. What is important is, what should we do with these second-class citizens? Now that I have lost so many weapons and manpower, I don't have the strength to deal with them. Shouldn't you also help? Song-Eo said, raising the back of his hand and gently patting the shoulder of the person closest to him. This, Lord Song is not teasing us. The director who was singled out questioned. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Liahongsing City is about to lose 1/3 of its territory. I am in the mood to tease you? Director He. Don't waste each other's time by saying these ridiculous things. Song-Eo said sarcastically. This made the important people of Luhong Star look unhappy. Song-Eo snorted with an ambiguous tone and changed the subject. Actually, if there are only my things on the planet, they can make a fuss. If things really go wrong, I can give Luhong Star to them. Anyway, I have more than one planet under my name. But, who said there is an experimental site on this planet? Director Chin. Director Lu. Director Ji. Don't you agree? I'm not in a hurry. It depends on you. Why don't you check and see if the doctor and his team still want this experimental site? Song-Eo seemed to want to give up resistance. His indifferent attitude made several directors sweat profusely. Lord Song, look at what you said. It's not easy to build an experimental site. There are still a batch of experimental products inside. How can you just give it up? Besides, if you give it to those lowly people and leak something, it will be bad for you and us. Right? Director Lu said. You make sense. But I can't deal with those second-class subjects now. What do you think we should do? Song-Eo was determined to drag the directors into this. After all, Luhong Star was not his own. He could turn a blind eye to the nobles conducting experiments on his territory. But if something went wrong, he couldn't be the only one to take the blame. After all, the matter had been exposed. At most, he would be condemned by the royal family and the righteous. Their illegal experiments would bring trouble to the public, and it would be difficult for them to get away with it. We will ask the master for assistance. Lord Song, please hold on, several directors said after discussing. Song-Eo's intention was achieved, so it was natural. Luhong Star will be handed over to the directors. Song-Eo said. Anyway, he would either abandon the star or bleed heavily to deal with a group of untouchables. This kind of war would not make people happy. However, since the nobles wanted to fight, he could also help. Luhong Star had finally established a perfect system, and he didn't want to change places and start from scratch. Send the order. Imprison the second-class subjects in the city. Let them send people out to negotiate, and send our people back intact. If one person is missing, take a second-class subject as a life. Song-Eo said sinisterly. Don't you want to play? Then let him play with these second-class subjects. He wants to see if the second-class subjects can escape unscathed under the absolute firepower suppression when the reinforcements arrive. Roger was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot after receiving the news released by Song-Eo. Among the hostages of the second-class people were their relatives, friends, and lovers. If the news leaked out, their resistance would be afraid to act rashly, or even seriously split into pieces and no longer be able to work together. Luhong Star was in chaos, and he was worried that the Lord of Shenong Star would be affected. So he sent 2 people to support them. Just as he was discussing with the captains of each team, the people were brought back. Yun-Wan and Roger nodded. The base in the tunnel was very small, and the weak yellow-black crystal mine energy lamp was the only lighting. She couldn't even see the faces of the people in the base clearly, and could only vaguely feel the state of the resistance army, which seemed a bit heavy. Yun-Wan was puzzled. The Lord of Luhong Star was angry and humiliated. Logically, the second-class citizens should have an absolute advantage in the war. Since everything was going well, why were they all so sad? Lord, they have captured other second-class citizens and asked us to release those guards. Roger seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Since the second-class citizens had the strength to fight against the nobles of Luhong Star with the help of the Lord of Shenong Star, Roger's heart was full of admiration for the Lord of Shenong Star. It gave him a feeling of being omnipotent, as if he could turn all the impossible into possible. What are you going to do? Yun-Wan became solemn. This was not a good thing to happen on Luhong Star. The main reason was that we could not expect the person who created the second-class people to have a conscience. He would definitely do what he said. These hostages were the biggest weakness of the rebels. If they were not careful, the rebellion plan would fail and Luhong Star would be flooded with blood. The worst-case scenario was that the rebels gave up the resistance and all the hostages died, which directly wiped out the hope of victory and the possibility of a comeback for the second-class people. And they became puppets of the nobles from beginning to end. Roger shook his head and looked at Yunwan expectantly. Does the Lord have any suggestions? Yunwan pondered. She was not a military genius, and she didn't even think she would be involved in any war. The resistance of the second-class people was deadlocked, and she didn't have any particularly good solutions. Now we can only do our best and leave it to fate. Have you run out of candy? Yunwan asked Roger. No. There are still good luck candies. Roger was happy, and Yunwan's reminder made him regain some confidence. He distributed 5 of the lucky candies and ordered them to be sent to the hostages, and the remaining ones were eaten by several captains. He hoped that the lucky candies could bring them some miracles and help them turn the tables. Ahem. Lu Huai coughed twice, trying to attract the attention of the 2 people who were talking. He knew that although Yunwan was born in poverty, she had never experienced war. As a poor alien and a second-class citizen, Roger knew nothing about war. It was a natural gift for him to organize a large resistance army. At this moment, 2 people who don't understand war are trying to find a way to break the situation. But they ignore that there is an experienced soldier next to them. The nobles want to negotiate. Have you chosen a place? Yunwan asked. The 2 people who were immersed in the negotiation did not hear Lu Huai's voice. It must be too far away. Lu Huai walked around Howley and walked to Yunwan. Ahem. Not yet. Roger was surprised, and his voice covered up Lu Huai's small movements. He understood what Yunwan meant. They could choose a good negotiation location, take the initiative in the negotiation, and delay time for the hostages. But Yunwan thought about more than that. Negotiation may be an opportunity. We can lure the tiger away from the mountain and attack from the east. Roger is not stupid. He is just a little confused. After Yunwan's guidance, he immediately came up with an idea. Thank you for your advice, Lord. I will remember your kindness. Excuse me for a moment. It's okay. Go and get busy. Yunwan waved. Lu Huai, Yunwan's idea coincided with his. Even he couldn't think of a better way. Although she was not good at fighting, she seemed to be particularly good at adapting to local conditions. She could always make good use of the various conditions at hand and find the best solution. The Lord's serious look made people unable to look away. Thinking that he was not needed here, he took 2 steps back and was not going to make any more noise to attract attention. But at this moment, Yunwan called him. Lu Huai, you were coughing just now. Are you sick? Under the dim light, Lu Huai's face was also yellow, and no one noticed the redness that climbed up his neck. It's a bit uncomfortable. He glanced at the narrow corridor. The matter had been resolved, and it would be unnecessary for him to ask for help. Well, let's make a quick decision, Yunwan said. Lu Huai could hear the concern in her tone, and a warm current surged in his heart. Without further ado, Roger immediately began to arrange the negotiation. Yunwan and the others had nothing to do, so they rested in Roger's exclusive lounge. Yunwan closed her eyes and rested. In the past 2 days, she had either met with Roger or dealt with Rui, so she didn't get much rest. She circulated the spiritual energy in her body, and her body was no longer so tense. She could faintly empathize with the black rock bees. Yunwan felt amazing. She circulated the spiritual energy again, and the connection with the black rock bees was strengthened. Her perspective was completely transformed into theirs. At this moment, the black rock bee was flying aimlessly in the forest of Luhong Star. With a thought, she controlled a black rock bee. The other bees seemed to find something wrong. After a pause, they began to move around Yunwan. She did not let the other black rock bees follow her, and controlled the black rock bees to fly towards the city. Winged animals have a much wider field of vision than land animals. Yunwan shuttled through the streets and alleys without attracting anyone's attention. The entire city of Luhong Star was under martial law. There were few people on the streets. Every 3 to 5 minutes, a team of soldiers would patrol the city. Yunwan wanted to go to the Lord's mansion to see what was going on. As soon as she flew to the door, Soneo led a group of people out of the Lord's mansion. She followed closely to see what was happening. A large group of people stood proudly at the port. After a while, a spaceship came from far away and slowly approached Luhong Star. Yunwan vaguely saw the logo of the G family. After the spaceship docked, Songeo still stood there and did not leave, as if he was still waiting for something. After a while, a soldier whispered a few words beside Songeo, and Yunwan heard him furious. How is it possible? It's really weird. Songeo's face was as dark as water. He just received news that the supplies provided by the Liu and Qin families were hit by an asteroid explosion midway, accidentally deviated from the course. And after an emergency landing on Luhong Star, they actually stopped in the occupied area, allowing the rebels to take advantage. How did it happen to land there? Wouldn't the rebels be even more powerful? Director G said it was not good. Songeo was not happy. Add a fart. Do you think they will use it? It's okay. It's not a big problem. Before he finished speaking, a huge explosion was heard from the front line, and the smoke rose to the sky. Are these lowly people crazy? Have they forgotten that I have hostages? Songeo almost broke through the defense. A guard rushed from the front line to deliver the message. Lord, it's bad. The rebels have found the hostages. I don't know how they rescued them. And I don't know how they suddenly had a lot of weapons. And now they are concentrating their firepower to attack. We can't hold on any longer. The Lord's mansion is about to fall. Songeo closed his eyes, opened them again, and actually laughed at the smoke in the distance. The guards were stunned. How could they laugh at this time? Good. Very good. Songeo clapped his hands. He seemed to be winning even though he was sure to lose. Several directors looked pale and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They had the right time, right place, and right people. They had all the second-class people. It was hard to imagine that they had fought so badly in this war. Not only did everything go wrong, but they were also played around by a group of low-class people they once looked down upon. It was a great shame. Even the sky is against them. They can never win. Several people watched Songeo perform a one-man show, waiting for him to make the final decision. Songeo laughed for a long time and said to the guards, "Go and drive the spaceship. We will abandon the planet." Songeo did not want the supplies that Ji had just sent. He took the core members of the planet and several teams of guards on board and immediately set sail to leave Luhong Star. After they left, the cheers of the second-class people rang out behind them, reflecting the sunset, and the sound was deafening. If you have a life, take it. If you don't have a life, enjoy it. Songeo sneered. Be happy. You fools. You have no chance to be unhappy. Songeo took out a control device from his arms, with a red button on it. What is this? The directors also noticed Songeo's abnormality and asked. This? Just press it lightly. Bang! The entire Luhong Star will turn into powder. The directors were happy at first, but then a little frightened. This Songeo actually firmly controlled Luhong Star, and he also kept a hand here, and even had a trump card that they didn't know. It was unclear whether Songeo accepted the experiment because of the pressure from the nobles or for other purposes. But they would keep these to themselves. Now they still had to rely on Songeo for a chance of survival. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side after all. A black rock bee jumped out from nowhere and stabbed Songeo's hand with a stinger. He loosened his hand and groaned in pain. The controller fell to the ground without any sound. When everyone came to their senses and searched on the deck, they didn't even find any wreckage. The controller was missing. Untouchables. Songeo was furious. He clenched his fists and his veins bulged. He looked around but couldn't find a way to vent his anger. He could only wait in the direction of the Luhong Star that was getting farther and farther away. His eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 105. Lord? Lord. Lu Huai was the first to notice Yunwan's abnormality. Yunwan had never left everyone's sight, but for some reason, she suddenly lost consciousness and did not respond no matter how he called her. How could this happen? Could it be that the Lord of Luhong Star poisoned her? Howley patted Yunwan's face. Lu Huai squatted down in front of Yunwan and stroked her forehead with his big hand. Her body temperature was normal, and her breathing was even, just like she was asleep. Lord? Lu Huai closed his 5 fingers and clenched his fist. He remembered that the Lord had fallen asleep during training before. So he took Yunwan's hand and practiced his mind skills. The spiritual power tried to enter her body, but was rejected. But he could feel that the spiritual energy in her body was always circulating. This time the Lord was really practicing, and he didn't know what happened to fall into this unconscious state. Huh? After Yunwan controlled the black rock bee to throw away the controller, her consciousness was forced to leave, and returned to her body. It seems that there is a time limit for soul exchange. When she opened her eyes, she vaguely saw a handsome face that was magnified. She was startled. She didn't see clearly what was squatting in front of the chair. She raised her leg and kicked it. As a result, her leg was gently trapped. Yunwan clenched her fists and made a boxing gesture. She was surprised to see that the person was Lu Hui. The onlookers were also shocked by Yunwan's sudden action. They didn't expect her to be so aggressive as soon as she woke up. Sorry. Yunwan was shocked. Lu Hui didn't seem angry. He just held her legs tightly. She was embarrassed to move her legs and wanted to take back the tool used in the crime. Lu Hui let go and added, "The Lord is too thin." Yunwan, She glanced at Lu Hui inexplicably. Thank you. Lu Hui was not very happy to hear the thanks. He didn't mean to compliment her. However, Yunwan had already stood up and talked about the Black Rock Bee, so he could only put it aside. Roger and the others won. So we have to ask them to help pick up the Black Rock Bee, Yunwan said. She ran so far with the Black Rock Bee, but suddenly returned to her body. At this moment, the little Black Rock Bee must be very panicked to find that it was drifting in the universe. In her heart, she apologized to the Black Rock Bee 1,000 times. Yunwan immediately went to find Roger, leaving Hao Li and the others confused. So how did the Black Rock Bee get into space? After finding Roger, Yunwan told him about that incident and the controller. Roger did not ask Yunwan how he knew these secrets, but only said, "I will immediately send people to find the Black Rock Bee and the controller. And I will also arrange for people to investigate that incident. Lord, this time we were able to achieve complete victory. All thanks to your great kindness. Luo has no way to repay you. If the Lord needs anything, just tell me directly. I will do my best. Don't worry. I will use you, and I will not be polite. Follow the bee colony to find it," Yunwan said. The Black Rock Bee was found. The matter of Luhong Star came to an end. The mountain gate formation was recovered intact, and the bottle of rainbow candy was still full. In general, Yunwan only lost a few peaches, but helped the second-class people win the war and won their gratitude. This successful foreign aid gave Yunwan more ideas, but the internal affairs of Shenong Star had not been arranged yet. So even if he wanted to help other planets, he had to wait in line. Lu Hui also thought of this. On the return ship arranged by Roger, he suggested to Yunwan, if the Lord doesn't like the nobles, it's a good choice to form an alliance with these small planets. Yunwan immediately remembered the bet between the two. Lu Hui, you reminded me that Luhong Star won the war. Yes, I remember. I'm willing to accept the loss. Lu Hui smiled indulgently. Yunwan was very happy and raised her chin proudly. I said, you have to believe in the power of people. The Lord is right. Lu Hui agreed. In fact, in his heart, the second-class people's victory was entirely due to Yunwan's support. If she hadn't stood by and watched, their fate would have been to be annihilated in a dark corner. It was she who brought them light. If Lu Hui was attracted to Yunwan at the beginning because of the strong vitality she exuded, then now, he is more and more curious about her. He couldn't figure out what kind of environment could raise such a girl. The Qin family? Or the Poverty Star? Full of contradictions, Lu Hui felt that she seemed incompatible with the entire Interstellar. Maybe it's true as the rumor goes. She is really a god descended from heaven. But what mission did she want to accomplish in their world? Oh! Yunwan's exclamation disturbed his thoughts. And he heard her clever cry, we didn't set any bets. Lu Hui chuckled. And he seemed to laugh often after getting to know her. The Lord can have whatever he wants. That's what you said. Several directors followed Song Ao to another planet under his name, and then quickly reported the news of the loss of Luhong Star to their respective masters. Let Song Ao contact me. Director G received a reply, while others only saw a message that the message had been read. Their task was to convey the message in a timely manner, and what happened later was no longer something they could know. When Song Ao heard several directors asking him to contact them personally, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was already in a bad mood because he lost a planet, and he had to deal with these nobles. Got it. Song Ao was impatient and waited until the evening to contact Ji Wei of the Ji family. This person was the one who provided him with financial support and sent him money on a daily basis. He was most familiar with him since the establishment of the laboratory. Ji Wei had been in direct contact with him. As soon as the call was connected, the other party began to blame him. Song Ao suppressed his anger. Mr. G, You know how I do things. I feel bad for destroying a planet. But we can't win in that situation. Saving my life is the most important thing. You can't ask me to risk my life for a laboratory. Right? A bunch of second-class people scare you so much? Lord Song. We chose you because you were young and energetic. Now you are like this. It's really... Ji Wei's tone was full of great disappointment and ridicule, which almost made Song Eo explode. He cursed in his heart. These nobles are really talking without any pain. Mr. Ji. If it was just the second-class people, I would not be afraid. But I don't know who helped that group of second-class people. They are very weird. Not only did my people disappear without a trace, but even the supplies you sent fell into their hands like a ghost. What do you think I can use to fight them? Song Eo complained. The more he talked, the more he felt that he lost this battle inexplicably. He was still unaware. And suddenly, he had nothing, and could only flee. Ji Wei didn't believe these words. Lord Song, if you want to find an excuse, please make one up seriously. I'll consider whether to believe it or not. What you said is too outrageous. Song Eo complained. Oh my god. If I, Song Eo, tell a lie or exaggerate a little, I will die. Ji Wei could hear that Song Eo was emotionally unstable and didn't seem to be acting with him. Calm down. Calm down. I don't disbelieve you. According to what you said, who do you think is helping those second-class people? Song Eo didn't know this, but he had a hunch that it was definitely related to the group of people who suddenly came to Luhong Star after they landed on the star. The second-class people seemed to have divine help. He told Ji Wei his guess, and it was so convincing that even though Ji Wei was skeptical, he believed it to a point. These people are from the Lu family, Queen Bee Star, and Shenong Star. The strangest thing is that he is the leader among the group. But I don't know why he wants to hide his identity. In my opinion, maybe the Lu family knows about the existence of the laboratory and wants to get a share. Or to clear the laboratory. Wait, you said there is another Shenong Star? Ji Wei grasped the most important information. Yes. Song Eo was puzzled. Ji Wei was the head of the Ji family. How could he be attracted by a small planet? It's a woman, Ji Wei asked. No. Why did Mr. Ji say that? Okay. I got it. You don't have to worry about what happens next. I will compensate you for your losses. Lord Song, I hope we can continue to cooperate in a friendly manner. Ji Wei did not answer. He asked Song Eo to ignore it. Song Eo didn't want to care about it. The matter of Luhong Star hurt his face more. He had thousands of planets under his control, and he didn't need to make a difference. What's more, Ji Wei wanted to compensate him now. He naturally accepted the other party's conditions, and the anger in his heart was also relieved a little. Ji Wei was not as open-minded as Song Eo. Shenong Star. He heard the name of this planet again, and nothing good happened every time. The first time, the business was affected, and this time, one of the experimental sites was abandoned. The former did not hurt him, but the latter not only damaged his interests. This time, Shenong Star was really a setback. Ji Wei couldn't stand Yunwan. Since Yunwan started farming and opening a restaurant, Ji's income has continued to drop sharply for several months. It was only by reducing prices and branding that the market was stabilized. He was too busy to spare time to deal with her. But she came to him on her own. Although there is no evidence that the Lord of Shenong Star was causing trouble, Ji Wei felt that this matter was definitely related to her. That provocative smile has been lingering in his mind. He immediately sent a message to the other two partners in the laboratory. But he didn't know what they were busy with, and didn't even have time to read the message. Uncle, why are you frowning? It's not true that we were messed up by a small planet, as the outside world rumored? Ji Wei looked up. It was his nephew, the son of his stupid brother. Who let you in? Go find your dad. Don't bother me, Ji Wei said impatiently. Uncle, I'm here to help you. You can't chase me away. Ji Feng closed the door and winked at Ji Wei. If you have something to say, just say it. You want to help me? Just don't make trouble. I tell you, you can do whatever you want outside. But it's impossible to enter the Ji family. Ji Wei saw through his nephew's little tricks at a glance. Uncle, don't be so harsh, Ji Feng said. This time, I'm the only one who can help. Ji Wei became interested. Then tell me, what can you do for me? I can help you solve the problem of Shenong Star. Uncle, the old methods are no longer effective. If you want to deal with Shenong Star, You can't just rely on force to suppress it. Shinong Star is making waves on the internet, but it has no backing. If it loses its popularity, it will be nothing. The internet is forgetful. Who will care about the life and death of a small planet? Chapter 106. Yunwan had just returned to the Lord's mansion when Jiang Jiayu came over with the live broadcast room. Her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Lord, there is a person called Barry Star here who has initiated a PK battle with our planet. This PK battle is the most popular event in the Lord-style competition. As long as a planet initiates it, it will generally accept the PK invitation and compete online. Otherwise, the planet will fall from the popularity ranking to the bottom. Jiang Jiayu became more and more uncomfortable as she spoke. When she first took over the Shinong Star live broadcast room, the popularity of the live broadcast room was not low. After she took over the live broadcast room, she witnessed the live broadcast room climbing from the popularity ranking to the front row step by step. Every morning, she would click on the interface of the Lord-style contest to check the ranking of Shinong Star. Every time she saw Shinong Star's ranking rise, she would be very happy for the whole day. So far, her live broadcast room has not dropped in the ranking. But sometimes it rises quickly, surpassing more than a dozen overnight. And sometimes it rises slowly, only rising 2 or 3 places a day. Not long ago, Shinong Star surpassed the 3rd place in the ranking list and became the 3rd place in popularity. And the 3rd place that was surpassed was Barry Star. Jiang Jiayu guessed that Barry Star must be jealous of Shinong Star surpassing them. So they launched a PK war to grab the popularity back. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the PK war itself. If used well, both sides of the PK can gain a wave of popularity. The key is that the PK content proposed by Barry Star is too malicious. They said they wanted to PK with us in fruit. Both sides took out 10 kinds of fruits to taste in the live broadcast room. And netizens voted. Whoever got the most votes would win. And the winning party could obtain the other party's fruit planting technology. Everyone who has access to the internet knows that Shinong Star is famous for its vegetables. Although it also grows fruits. They are not yet on the market. It is precisely because of this that Barry Star thinks that Shinong Star cannot produce 10 kinds of fruits. So it is fearless to propose this PK battle that is very unfavorable to Shinong Star. If Shinong Star does not accept the challenge, it will automatically go to the bottom of the rankings. If Shinong Star accepts the challenge, it will not be able to compete with Barry Star, which mainly produces fruits. They have earned Shinong Star's planting technology for nothing. In any case, Shinong Star is the one who suffers. I don't know who started this PK battle activity. It is very unfriendly to the party accepting the challenge. However, the organizers of the Lord-style competition don't care about fairness or unfairness. They just want popularity. Whether these planets become famous overnight or suddenly fall into disgrace, they will all make money. After all, there is always a shortage of members in the top few of the popularity rankings. Jiang Jiayu was so angry that she cursed the organizer in her heart. Is that so? How is our orchard? Can you provide 10 kinds of fruits to participate in the PK battle? Yunwan's eyes lit up. She really wanted to participate in this PK battle. She was worried that she would not have the opportunity to open the fruit market. And Barry Star gave her a way out. The vegetable market and the fruit market overlap. But they are not all the same group. The fruit market is more niche than the vegetable market. Vegetables have flaws in taste, which can be seasoned with seasonings. But fruits rely on their original flavor to capture the public. In the interstellar world where farming relies entirely on planting technology, fruits with a near-perfect taste do not exist. Shinong Star's audience is mostly people who buy vegetables. Due to its relatively low price, it attracts mostly low-end and mid-range customers. While Barry Star's audience is all fruit lovers who have enough purchasing power to afford expensive fruits. Barry Star's PK battle just happened to attract traffic to Shinong Star's fruits, saving her from planning marketing plans. Jiang Jiayu couldn't guess Yunwan's thoughts, and didn't understand why the Lord was not angry but happy. When she mentioned the orchard, the bad mood brought by the Barry Star dissipated a lot. There are a lot of fruits in the orchard, but I don't know if they are ripe. Lord, do you want to go and see? Jiang Jiayu asked. Let's go and see. Yunwan was going to inspect the orchard. Jiang Jiayu was very excited and quickly went back to the room to take a small notebook to take notes. Every time she followed Yunwan to visit the farm, she could learn a lot. She wanted to work hard to become a knowledgeable person, like the Lord and shine in the field of planting. The situation in the orchard was consistent with what Jiang Jiayu had said. The fruit trees and seedlings were full of fruits of different sizes, including peaches the size of a fist and watermelons bigger than a person's head. The orchard was no longer a single green, but a variety of colorful fruits dotted among the green leaves. Yunwan stood under a lychee tree. From a distance, she could only roughly feel the branches bent by the lychees. When she got closer, she could see the abundant fruits more clearly. Clusters of crimson lychees were piled together, and each branch was squeezed with dozens of them. The number reached the peak of the tree's bearing capacity. Although there were many, it would not cause intensive phobia. Instead, it was quite beautiful and full of the joy of a good harvest. She raised her head and picked one at random, breaking the red skin to reveal the crystal clear flesh inside. The color was not absolutely milky white, but rather moist and translucent. One could tell at a glance that it contained sweet juice. Yunwan liked lychees, and couldn't wait to take a small bite. A unique sweetness instantly hit her teeth, and abundant juice overflowed from the corners of her mouth. The flesh was soft and elastic, and the core was very small. Eating a lychee was like eating a mouthful of fresh and sweet flesh, which was very refreshing. Try it. Yunwan picked one and handed it to Jiang Jiayu. Jiang Jiayu took it quickly. Since she joined the planting department, such good things have happened frequently, and she is no longer surprised. Working under the Lord, not only can you learn things, but also enjoy a feast. She did not taste the lychees as slowly as the Lord did. When she peeled the lychee shell, she accidentally pulled the thin and tender skin on the surface of the flesh. The juice wrapped inside could not help but flow out along the seam of the shell. Seeing this, Jiang Jiayu felt distressed. She did not care about thinking about anything else, and gently squeezed the flesh into her mouth. It was not until she swallowed the fruit flesh that she realized that she had finished eating the lychees. Before she had time to savor them carefully, her brain seemed to be overwhelmed by the delicious taste. She had no impression at all, and only thought it was delicious. It seemed that only by eating a few more could she relive the rare taste again. Swallowing her saliva, Jiang Jiayu didn't know if she could look directly at this orchard in the future. She had only regarded this place as an ordinary corner before, but now she was greedy at the sight of it. Lychees alone are so delicious. There are at least a dozen kinds of fruits here. If she could have a bite of each one, she would be so happy that she would burst through the top of her head. They are all ripe and taste good. Let's prepare for harvesting and the next round of planting. Yunwan licked her lips with satisfaction, and the sweetness of lychees still remained at the corners of her mouth. If the fruit is chilled, it will taste cool and sweet. I don't know how delicious it is. Let's start the PK battle as soon as possible, Yunwan said. This delicacy must be tasted by everyone in the galaxy. Okay. Jiang Jiayu is no longer angry with Berry Star. She even looks forward to their shameful appearance after the PK battle. It's just that the reward for winning is too shabby. Just some useless planting techniques. She doesn't think that the planting techniques of Berry Star can be as good as those of Shenong Star. This thing is better than nothing for the Lord. It's better to give some berry plants or something. At least add 2 more types of fruits to Shenong Star. The PK battle has not started yet, and the guards, who have already started to take turns on duty, have caught an unexpected person in front of Yunwan. Song Rui? She was a little surprised to see her old friend Yunwan. How did she get to Shenong Star? Song Rui was escorted by 2 girls from the escort team. She was very embarrassed and uncomfortable when Yunwan called her name accurately. She raised her beautiful eyes curiously and took a look. Aren't you going to see our Lord? Why don't you talk? The escorting girl asked. Song Rui didn't say anything. Her eyes lingered on Yunwan's face. She bit her lip and looked lonely. She ignored the escorting girl and stared into Yunwan's eyes stubbornly and asked, Who are you to him? Are you the Lord's wife? No. Yunwan touched her nose with a guilty conscience. Rui's tone made her feel like a heartless man. A married woman cheating on a good girl. The negative answer made Song Rui's eyes glow with new brilliance. Bright and beautiful. Really? Then I am the Lord. Ah? Song Rui was stuck by Yunwan's sudden interruption. What? She suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. I am the Lord. Facing Rui's sparkling eyes, Yunwan couldn't bear to break her fantasy. But she couldn't continue to deceive her. Aren't you a man? Song Rui was surprised and looked Yunwan up and down 2 or 3 times, trying to see through her lies. But neither the Shenong Star Guard nor the Lord himself had any abnormalities. No wonder she had noticed a hint of familiarity in the Lord's eyes just now. So she was him. then her plan might be ruined. After learning the truth, Seong-ri hung her head and was a little depressed. Yun-won felt that she was like a kitten that suddenly became honest and a little autistic. Every time she saw Rui's face, she couldn't help but sigh that the creator was really unfair. No matter how she looked at Rui's eyebrows and eyes, they were all carefully carved, making others look like ordinary mud dots that Nuwa casually threw when she created humans. Even though she had seen many people with high looks, such as Lu Hui, and she herself was not bad looking. But when Ri appeared, it was really hard to look away. Her every move was natural, and even raising her hand was pleasing to the eye. She was born to stand in the spotlight and raise her noble head amid flowers and applause. Yun-won had a new idea in an instant. "Do you want to be a star?" she asked. "How about being the spokesperson for Shinong Star?" Seong-ri had just been immersed in the shock of the fact that the Lord of Shinong Star was a woman. She was sad that her beautiful face, which she was proud of, was useless in front of the Lord. Suddenly she was asked, and she didn't know whether to be happy or continue to be sad. "Me?" After reacting, her gem-like eyes widened, and they were round and particularly moving. "Yes." Yun-won nodded. Such a pleasing beauty, of course, must be kept by her side. She felt that Rui would become famous all over the internet. Most importantly, she guessed that Rui must have been smuggled here on the ship arranged by Roger. She would only be buried if she stayed on Luhong Star. Her extraordinary beauty might even put her to death. Moreover, she was led astray by the Lord of Luhong Star, and had huge problems with her ideas. Such a beautiful girl should not always think about using her beauty to please men and be controlled by the opposite sex. She should radiate her own light and do what she wants to do. Chapter 107. Is it really possible? Seong-ri still felt it was unreal. Before Yun-won answered her, she lowered her head and denied herself. "I can't do it. I'm just a vase. I can't do anything." "Why not? Where did the cleverness you used to deal with me go?" Yun-won chuckled. "Don't joke, Lord." Seong-ri smiled bitterly. No one has ever said that she is smart. Her cheap brother would only suppress her, saying that she only has a face to use. Otherwise she would have been thrown into the laboratory long ago. And the same fate as her mother. "That's right, Mom. This is why she came to Shinong Star." Yun-won saw her deep-seated inferiority and vigilance. Denying herself became her protective color. She seemed to only want to maintain this somewhat useful, but not very useful state. She was afraid to show herself. Afraid to get hurt. Afraid of potential danger. Growing up in an environment surrounded by wolves, she had already become cautious and frantically denied her self-worth to paralyze herself. This might be the only excuse she could find for herself. She was not smart enough, so she was powerless to change the status quo. However, sometimes, people can not only look for their own reasons, but also look for the reasons of others. Is the external environment wrong? It is the enemy that is too strong. Not that I am too weak. Yun-won wanted to tell Rui not to blame herself all the time. But the concept formed since childhood has become her survival rule. Forcibly instilling a different concept into her will only make her more closed. So Yun-won changed her approach. "Do you believe me?" she asked. Seong-ri didn't know why the topic suddenly turned into a question of belief or not. But she nodded. "I believe it. No matter whether the Lord is a man or a woman. She believes it. Maybe it's because the Lord has a pair of eyes that make people trust him unconsciously. Or maybe it's because she can feel a special power when she gets close to the Lord. In short, she believes it. Since you believe me, then if I say you can do it, you can do it. Don't doubt it," Yun-won said domineeringly. Seeing that Rui still hesitated to speak, she could only take out her trump card and pretend to be pitiful. "I really need you. There is a planet targeting me, and wants to start a PK battle with Shinong Star. I can't find a suitable person to broadcast live. Can you help me with this?" In an instant, Seong-ri felt that she was entrusted with an important task. "Okay. I'll help the Lord." She liked the Lord of Shinong Star, and was happy to help. "But I don't know if I can really help." "No problem." The goal was achieved. And Yun-won smiled encouragingly. Seong-ri thought about it, and made a patch. "If I mess up, no problem. Seong-ri, if it's not a big problem. I always feel that this PK battle doesn't really need her. However, regardless of whether the Lord needs her or not, she wants to take on this commission. And she must complete this task well, so that it will be reasonable to talk to the Lord about her mother." Seong-ri's face was serious. Only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. She had a secret expectation in her heart. If she succeeded, it would be the first time she succeeded in something other than beauty. No, maybe it was still the credit of beauty. But the way to use this beauty was completely different from before. Be a star? It sounds good. Barry Star live broadcast room. Is Shannon Star afraid? What gluttonous paradise. What vegetable king. Nothing special. In front of me. Barry Star. You still have to be humble. The live broadcast room consists of a host and a guest. The two of them sitting at a white table. And below the live broadcast room is a PK battle invitation that has not been responded to. The words just now were said by the impatient guest. These words carry a sense of superiority, which makes the fans of Barry Star in the live broadcast room proud. And they all call out to Shannon Star on social media. But the host broke out in a cold sweat. Today's guest is not an ordinary guest. He is the Lord of Barry Star. Mao Hao. This Lord is not a wise man. The competition proposed by Barry Star itself is biased and ruins the goodwill of passers-by. Barry Star has taken advantage. If the Lord continues to be aggressive, it will definitely be criticized in the end, which will be bad for the reputation of Barry Star. Of course, the Lord does not care about reputation. But once there is a problem with public relations, he will vent his anger on the people below. Fearing that Mao Hao would say something outrageous again, the host used his professionalism to promote the product while the popularity was high. Lord, Shenxing hasn't arrived yet. While waiting, let's try some of our newly developed red berry number 70. The audience in the live broadcast room may be surprised. Yes, our red berry number 70 has been successfully developed and planted. Please ask our logistics staff to open sensory sharing. And let's taste the taste of red berry number 70 together. Mao Hao pouted disdainfully, dissatisfied with the host interrupting him. He has been sitting in front of the camera for 3 consecutive days, and Shannon Star has not responded. It is definitely not brave enough to compete with Barry Star. After all, in terms of fruits, Barry Star ranks second, and no one in the entire galaxy dares to rank first. Not to mention a small planet he has never heard of. Even the G family is not as good as Barry Star in terms of fruits. He said that Shannon Star is just a paper tiger, just boasting on the internet. Not as terrible as Xiao Ji always said. Just a turtle who dares not even show his face. If he hadn't lost the bet, he wouldn't bother to waste time. The logistics department brought a few plates of berries. The rose-red ones were particularly beautiful when placed in a crystal fruit plate. Under the high-definition camera, the berry flesh had fine veins on the skin, and the small hairs were clearly visible. The hairs were decorated with crystal water droplets, and they looked freshly picked from the tree. The berries have thin skins and are not easy to preserve. Mao Hao picked one up and threw it into his mouth. The tempting sweetness filled his mouth. The fine seeds in the berries were mixed with the flesh, and it tasted a little sandy and juicy. Red berry 70 was artificially selected, and the sweetness was as high as 50%. The rich fragrance of the red berry itself was amplified to the maximum, and it could be clearly heard from several meters away. It was also very productive, and it was the best masterpiece since the launch of Barry Star. With the opening of sensory sharing, Barry Star fans were amazed by red berry 70 and received rave reviews. It is now a god. Barry Star is always a god. Please ask when the new products will be released. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Red berry 70 is much better than the previous generations. Shannon Star can stop coming. There is no comparison. It will definitely not win. Red berry 70 has become a god. To be honest, the vegetables of Shannon Star taste good. And it is said that there is also a kind of fruit, called peach or something. But there is only one kind. And I don't know how it tastes. It is a bit presumptuous to compare with the Fruit King Barry Star. The comments in Barry Star's live broadcast room were all one-sided, all bad-mouthing Shannon Star. The Shannon Star fans stationed in Barry Star's live broadcast room felt aggrieved, but they didn't know the specific situation of Shannon Star, and were afraid that their beloved star would lose face if they made random comments. So they could only watch Barry Star's demonic dance in front of them coldly. However, they didn't dare to speak about the fruit, but they could still criticize the competition mechanism. How timid is Barry Star, who only dares to jump in the field he is best at? Does he dare to compete with Shannon Star in vegetables? That's right. Is it fun to entertain yourself? Who gave you the sense of superiority? Many Shenxing fans started to post these words. hoping that the host could answer them face to face. Unexpectedly, even though the questions from Shenxing fans were already flooding the screen, the host seemed to be blind and ignored them completely, just waiting for the comments to drown him out. The host knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. But Mao Hao didn't know which sensitive nerve was touched by the comments, and said proudly, "What? Are you scared and don't dare to compete? Fans of Shenong Star, if you have the guts, call the real owner out to compete. If you are brave, then come and compete. Why don't you dare to come? My berry star is good at fruits. Why are you jealous?" When Mao Hao opened his mouth, the host secretly thought that he was in trouble. Hearing his lord shouting, he almost fainted. How could such delicious cranberry 70 not shut up the lord? The host was also a person who had seen big scenes, and immediately began to control the situation. Winked at the public relations department, and asked them to control the comments. And he began to make up for Mao Hao. The lord is straightforward and speaks directly. In fact, this competition was held because the lord lost the bet. It's just a friendly match. It's not so strict. Everyone just has fun watching it. In just a few words, the host defined an unfair competition as a friendly match for exchange and exchange. The means are not low. Yunwan just connected with the Berry Star live broadcast room and heard this explanation that was trying to cover up the truth. He sneered in his heart. He told the fans that it was a friendly match. But if Shenong Star really lost, they would not talk about friendship. Yunwan glanced at the fleshy lord of Berry Star and the skinny host. In terms of the pleasing live broadcast room, Shenong Star won. Song Ri was very nervous when facing the camera for the first time. She was tense and clenched her hands. She didn't know where to put them or what to say. Her eyes moved from the camera to Yunwan involuntarily, asking her for help. Yunwan, who was behind the scenes, clenched her fist to cheer her up and made a "you can do it" shape to her. Song Ri gathered her courage, took a deep breath, looked directly at the camera, and said, "Hello everyone. This is Shenong Star's live broadcast room. I am Song Ri. Today I will take you to taste Shenong Star's fruits." After she finished speaking, she paused and glanced at the comments. At this moment, the live broadcast room has been divided into two sections. One side is the camera of Berry Star. The other side is the camera of Shenong Star. And in the middle is the content of the competition, with the word fruit written on it. And it is also gradient color, which is fancy. Above the camera is a long strip with red and blue standing half. And there are voting counts at both ends of the strip, which are used to count the votes during the competition. The barrage slid over the live broadcast room. And when Song Ri appeared, the style of the painting had completely changed, deviating from the theme of the competition. Although I didn't see the Lord, the sister is so beautiful. Oh my god. Where did the Lord get this beauty from? Can Octopus Star learn from me? This is the kind of beauty I want to see. Those who are inferior to this sister should not embarrass themselves. Although I am a fan of Berry Star, Shenong Star won this time. No way. No way. There won't be people who follow their appearance and vote for a beautiful woman randomly. Some comments expressed the concerns of the host of Berry Star. Originally, this kind of online voting competition is not very formal, and there are many variables. Shenong Star does not have an advantage in the content of the competition. It is normal for her to spend a lot of money to find a beauty to attract attention. The key is that the beauty she found is too beautiful, and she is no longer of the level of ordinary people. The host broke into a cold sweat, wondering if netizens would vote against their conscience. He cast a worried look at his lord. But Mao Hao did not receive his signal at all. He had his own logic. Does it seem that Shenong Star is already at the end of its rope? You can only use these crooked ways to compete with me? You think you can win by sending a vase to the platform? If you use your mind on the right path, you might have found the 10 kinds of fruits long ago. You might even be able to fight with me. Mao Hao's eyes were full of disdain and contempt, as if he was sure that Shenong Star was at a dead end, and it was absolutely impossible for it to defeat Berry Star in terms of fruit. Chapter 108. Seeing many praise comments, Song Ri relaxed a lot. She realized that her beauty could hopefully win more votes for Shenong Star. She was full of energy. She heard the ridicule from Berry Star, which was true. She just wanted to roll up her sleeves and fight. It was pleasing to the eye to see a beauty get angry. Song Ri frowned slightly, rolled up her long eyelashes, picked up the peaches that the logistics department had just brought to the table, and put them on her cheek, saying coquettishly, "Beauty, beautiful fruit, and delicious food. Being extremely beautiful is probably a sin. After all, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. There is nothing you can do about jealousy and rumors. You can only bear it. Her eyes moved, revealing a kind of reluctance and helplessness of being too good, and being envied by others is the only way to suffer. The show's effect was fully realized with a few words, making many viewers laugh. Mao Hao, who was being criticized, was not as smooth as Seong-ri. He had an obvious sneer on his face, and was about to blurt out sarcastic words. The host saw that something was wrong and immediately smiled and interrupted. Hello, Miss Song. We have been waiting for many days, and finally you accepted the challenge. Shin-sing spent a lot of money to find you. Right? The host directly pointed the finger at Shin-sing for being afraid of fighting. In fact, this kind of girl who relies on her looks is easy to deal with. She is just a little clever. As long as you hold her lifeline, she will naturally be at the mercy of others. He has been a host for so many years, so he will never lose to a newcomer. But he didn't know how bad Seong-ri's living conditions were before. Barraxing, who could only say a few sour words, is much easier to deal with than her good brother, who is moody and breaks her defense and drags her to do experiments. Oh, have you waited that long? I'm so sorry. We thought you were a scammer at first, and you started a PK war without telling us. We didn't expect it was you who started the PK war. Seong-ri put down the peaches, and the peach fragrance lingered on her nose for a long time, making her a little distracted. But she knew what was important, and would not let her appetite affect the progress of the PK war. After the Lord received the news that you started the PK war, he was happy all night. He said that you were really nice. Knowing that we are going to launch a batch of fruits, you immediately came to advertise for us. You are really the noble people of our Shinong Star. The host, who had been in the hosting industry for 10 years, was so shocked that he almost swallowed a goose egg. The first part sounded normal, just a lame excuse. But what were those words saying later? Is Shinong Star crazy? Say they are good people? Say they are noble people? And have a happy night? For a moment, the host didn't know whether he was sleepwalking or the Lord of Shinong Star was sleepwalking. The abnormality in Seong-ri's words made the host alert, but more of a disdain. Shinong Star is definitely playing tricks. This Seong-ri is lying, but it is just a way to save face in front of the audience. In fact, Shinong Star may have been in a state of panic, but the host felt that it was not good. If Shinong Star really couldn't do anything to Barry Star, how could they be so confident to say such things before the game? Aren't they afraid of being slapped in the face soon? But that possibility is too small. He doesn't believe that a planet that came out of nowhere can surpass Barry Star's accumulation over the years. The host thought a lot and looked up at Mao Hao. His lord seemed to have no idea and only listened to these superficial words. The sneer on his face became more and more obvious, and turned into hot sarcasm that came out from between his teeth. I say, is there anything wrong with you, Shinong Star? Barry Star advertises for you. Ha ha ha. This is really the funniest joke I have heard this year. Can you come up with 10 kinds of fruits? This time, the host did not smooth things over. Mao Hao's words were what he wanted to know. Although the words were unpleasant, the reason was the same. And even the barrage did not think there was anything wrong. Seong-ri's words frightened all the fans of Shinong Star into silence. And when they recovered, they were worried. Shinong Star fans were about to cry. Although Shinong Star is really good and the food is delicious, we can't brag so much. What will happen then? The fans were in a panic. But the Shinong Star live broadcast room was in good order. After a while, 10 kinds of fruits were placed on the table. There were a variety of red and green fruits, and the colorful fruits filled the corners of the table, and seemed to be about to overflow the screen, compared with the various berries on the table of Barry Star, which were similar in color. The appearance was more than one level higher, and it gave people a much more atmospheric feeling. Seong-ri waved her hand, and slid over the fruit without saying a word. But she slapped Mao Hao's face. The barrage of comments was everywhere, and my eyes were fixed on the Shinong Star live broadcast room. I didn't know whether to sigh first that his hands were beautiful, or that there were so many fruits on Shinong Star. Not only that there were many, but they were not like the clone berries on Barry Star. Except for the color, size, and taste, the shapes were extremely similar. The fruits on Shinong Star looked very strange. Some had patterns, some had thorns, some were round, and some were long. The shapes and tastes were very different. Are those things edible? Has anyone eaten them? Shenong Star fans. Come out and speak up. Shenong Star fans. I haven't eaten him. I have no idea. The Lord made a big deal. How come there was no news at all? I really love this woman. She always secretly farms without telling us. Please tell me when the new fruits will be available. I can't wait. I can't wait any longer. Shenong Star fans. Calm down first. Is it possible that these various things are just for show? They don't look edible. Your berries are inedible. They look like industrial dyes. That's right. Shenong Star fans. I'm doing this for your own good. We've eaten berries. But you've never seen or eaten those Shenong Star fruits. So how do you know they won't taste bad? The comments were so noisy that more and more passers-by were attracted to the live broadcast room. Seeing the large table of unfamiliar fruits on Shenong Star, they became very curious and stayed in the live broadcast room waiting to taste them through sensory sharing. The popularity of the PK battle between Shenong Star and Berry Star gradually reached its peak, making the front page of the Lord Style contest and even attracting a wave of new users to register accounts, which made the Lord Style contest organizers very happy and quickly asked programmers to maintain the live broadcast room. At this critical moment, the live broadcast room can't go black. This kind of heat is rare. Both sides put out 10 kinds of fruits, and the Star PK battle is about to start. Mao Hao just lost a move in front of Song Rui, and now he can't wait to start the first fruit competition and hit Shenong Star hard. He seemed to have suddenly come to his senses, and was not in a hurry to show his own berries. Instead, he was generous and let Song Rui show the fruits first. Berry Star had already taken advantage of the content of the game, so Song Rui naturally wouldn't be polite to him. But she wouldn't let the other party get the upper hand. Oh, Lord Mao. This is not good. I am afraid that if we go first, everyone will vote for us. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Song Rui said. Mao Hao sneered. I have confidence in our berries. You should go first, so that you won't lose too badly. After he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the Berry Star live broadcast room. Mao Hao felt that he had won back a game and was very happy. Song Rui shrugged lightly and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, I have advised him. Don't say that I took advantage of them when the time comes. Yun Wan had already discussed with Song Rui the order of the fruits, and the first one to appear was the banana, which had a relatively ordinary taste. The golden skin was slowly peeled off, and the white and delicate flesh was completely exposed. The sensory sharing in the live broadcast room had already been opened, and the number of people connected to the sensory sharing continued to increase. However, after the connection, they did not smell any special smell. The impatient audience had already started to complain. What is this? It doesn't smell good. It's just a long strip. Can it be delicious? I feel disappointed. At least the berries on Berry Star are very fragrant. This tasteless one must be unpalatable. The noisy sound of the barrage did not affect Song Rui's concentration. After peeling the banana, she did not eat it directly. She put the flesh into a white porcelain plate, cut it into small pieces with a knife, and used a small fork to pick up the round fruit and put it into her mouth. After cutting it, the ordinary banana suddenly became good-looking. To be honest, this thing called banana is quite ugly. But it is so ugly. And then it is pierced with a small fork. And it tastes elegant and beautiful. My God. This taste. Oh my God. So soft and sticky. Advantages: soft, sticky and sweet. Disadvantages: lack of water. But the taste is really amazing. The lack of water is a disadvantage. But it is precisely because of the lack of water that it is soft and sticky, and becomes more delicious. Although bananas have shortcomings, in general, the flaws do not outweigh the advantages. With its novel taste, it has captured the vast majority of viewers. The blue strip above the Shenxing Live broadcast room quickly moved to the left, squeezing the red strip into a short line segment. Almost all the viewers who have tried the bananas voted for Shenxing. Mao Hao glanced at the screen, his face gloomy. Shenong Star didn't get many votes, but it was much more than he expected. Are those bananas so delicious? Those who voted are probably all Shenong Star's crazy fans. Mao Hao was very angry. If he had known, he would not have let Shenong Star compete first. After eating their berries, these people might turn against Shenong Star fans and become fans of Berry Star. The host was not as open-minded as Mao Hao. He knew the live broadcast data very well. The ratio of the number of people who tasted Shenong Star and the number of people who voted showed that the bananas were indeed not simple. Without time to think deeply, the host could only continue the call process and let Mao Hao taste 01 blueberries. Under the expectant eyes of the Berry Star staff, the number of people tasting exceeded that of Shenong Star. Mao Hao just felt a little proud that they only took out the worst berry variety, and it was better than Shenong Star. Unfortunately, before he had time to boast about his own berries, the blue strip suddenly increased sharply. The red strip of Berry Star was no longer 0 at this moment, and it gradually increased, fluctuating back and forth between advancing and retreating. But it never crossed the center line and surpassed the blue side. Instead, it was like a trapped beast struggling to death, weakly defending the red strip that was not long to begin with. Mao Hao's eyes were as big as copper bells. What's going on? Everyone was tasting the fruit of Berry Star. So why did they vote for Shenong Star? Mao Hao couldn't figure it out, and his blood was boiling. He slammed the table and said angrily, "Is it bad to cheat the votes?" Chapter 109. Mao Hao's words made the barrage and the live broadcast room silent for a long time, and the host's eyes went dark. This kind of vote pattern was incomprehensible to his own lord. But he knew very well that if Shenong Star brought out the best fruit to face their worst fruit, then Shenong Star should win. They lost because they underestimated the enemy. As long as they brought out better quality fruit in the next game, they could win the game. But the bad thing was that Mao Hao was too impatient. Not only did he not understand the situation, but he also randomly accused Shenong Star. The audience was not stupid. As expected, as soon as Mao Hao raised his doubts, the comments were full of sneers, and even Berry Star fans were very unhappy. To be honest, Berry Star fans know what 01 blueberry is. Do they still need to vote? Can you please not bring out these long obsolete qualities? I really can't vote at all. That's right. I really want to vote for my own family. But to be honest, one is in heaven and the other is in hell. As long as the taste buds are not out of order, it's obvious who is good and who is bad. Bananas are fragrant and sticky. But what the hell is 01 blueberry? It's not even a toe better than bananas. Can you change the adjective in front of it? Feet or something. I feel a little bit bad. In the first fruit competition, Shenong Star Banana defeated Berry Star 01 Blueberry, and won absolute praise from the audience of both parties. Even people who don't like bananas think that bananas are better than 01 blueberries in terms of taste and flavor. The barrage of nonsense and truth made Mao Hao embarrassed. He also suddenly realized that Shenong Star was not completely unprepared. The fruit they brought out was the worst and had been eliminated by the market. And they lost miserably. He was too arrogant. But next time, he didn't believe Shenong Star would be so lucky. But Mao Hao would definitely not admit his problem in public, and gave the host a look. The host could only clean up the mess for his lord and put the blame on the logistics department. The logistics department sent the wrong fruit. The original fruit for the competition was not 01 blueberry. This kind of fruit would have been eliminated by us a long time ago. Mao Hao followed the host's steps and said, "The entire logistics department has deducted the year-end bonus. There is such a big problem. How can they work? Logistics department, heaven and earth. What does this have to do with him?" The logistics department of Berry Star looked at the director, hoping that he could give a definite answer. They would not really deduct money, would they? The director of the logistics department knew Mao Hao's character very well. He might really let them take the blame. But there was nothing he could do now. He could only stabilize his employees and continue the live broadcast. These small employees did not know the situation of Berry Star. She had worked in Berry Star for 7 years, but knew the details of Berry Star very well. In fact, Mao Hao was not the lord of Berry Star at all. "It's okay. We will adapt to the situation. The lord will not deduct our money without any reason." The head of the logistics department was talking about the real lord. The morale of the Berry Star army was stable, and the live broadcast continued. In the second game, both Mao Hao and the host wanted to seize the initiative. But Mao Hao had pretended to be generous before, and now he was very tight-lipped and didn't want to say a word. This matter still fell to the host. For the sake of fairness, let's taste the fruits of our Berry Star first this time. Is everyone okay with it? The host asked. Song Ri wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue, the taste of bananas lingering in her mouth, her eyes sparkling, as if she hadn't eaten enough. With the banana as the first, Song Ri's confidence in Shenong Star's fruits has gone from being a tough-talking self-confidence to supporting the lord to being full of confidence now. She felt that no matter whether Barry Star came up with fruits before Shenong Star, the number of votes could not exceed Shenong Star. Seong-ri glanced at Yoon-won outside the screen and asked her for advice. Her approach made Yoon-won very satisfied. She is really her best employee. She won't make decisions on her own and agree to messy things. Yoon-won asked someone to bring a board and wrote, "It's okay to agree. You decide." Yoon-won's words made Seong-ri more certain of her guess. It was obvious that the Lord was also very confident about the fruits of Shenong Star. In this fruit competition, Shenong Star will surely shine. And she will also have a feast. Thinking about it this way, if Barry Star eats the fruits first, her turn will have to be postponed, which will really delay her from eating fruits. However, Seong-ri still planned to let them taste first, so that they would admit defeat with a clear conscience. Although it's not fair. You can come first if you want. However, audience friends, we will bring out fruits that are more delicious than bananas later. Each person will have 1 vote per round. Everyone, take it easy and vote after tasting the fruits on both sides. Seong-ri's reminder to the audience made the host and Mao Hao look gloomy. I didn't expect this woman to be so cautious and guess their intentions at once. Ha! I hope you don't brag. Delicious fruits are not everywhere. Mao Hao didn't believe that Shenong Star could produce more delicious fruits. After all, the table of Shenong Star was filled with different varieties of fruits. The entire interstellar research lasted for hundreds of years, and only a few kinds of fruits were discovered. Shenong Star has only been around for less than a year. It's already very lucky to find a kind of fruit. How could it be possible to produce good fruits one after another? It's absolutely a dead duck mouth. Mao Hao's provocation was not afraid of Rui at all. Then wait and see. In the second game, Barry Star brought out 05 blueberries, which is the latest research result of the blueberry series. Because of its low price and sweet and sour taste, it has received wide acclaim in the low-end fruit market and has always been ranked first in sales. 05 blueberries should have been the 5th to appear according to the original plan. But Mao Hao wanted to kill the prestige of Shenong Star, so that they would not be too proud, and let the audience know that their Barry Star is the real king of fruits. Mao Hao tasted 05 blueberries confidently. The blueberries tasted good, but he ate them, but felt bland. His triangular eyes stared at the red and blue progress bars. The imagined situation of the red bar far exceeding the blue bar did not happen, but just moved slightly to the right. This was far from what Mao Hao expected. He comforted himself that the audience must have believed the woman's lies and held back their votes. Mao Hao smiled sinisterly at Seong-ri, who was talking and laughing to promote the fruits of Shenong Star. He was still deceiving the audience now. When the unpalatable fruits were exposed to the world, he didn't know how she would be scolded. It didn't matter. He had time and could wait. Unlike Mao Hao, who prayed that Shenong Star would be in trouble, Seong-ri had become a food broadcaster. The second fruit general of Shenong Star was the flame orange. The orange peel was like fire, and very bright and eye-catching, peeling off the outer skin. The inside was round and cute orange petals. The strong orange fragrance instantly swept the entire live broadcast room. The audience, who had not yet eaten the flesh, had already salivated and were very greedy. Oh my god! I love this smell. Not pungent. Not as sweet as flowers. Refreshing. So fragrant. A fruit that tastes good just by smelling it. Based on this smell and appearance, I vote for the flame orange. Right? Upstairs. You still have to try it before making a decision. It looks fancy, but it may not be as delicious as 05 blueberry. 05 blueberry is the pinnacle of affordable fruit. Anyway, I don't think that orange is good this time. Seong-ri has a sense of ritual when eating fruit. She peels the orange from the peel, carefully removes the white texture, puts the petals one by one on the plate, and then eats it with a fork. While still chewing, the fork picked up another orange slice and lined up for eating. The orange slice was sweet and sour, and each orange flesh was full of juice. Once it was eaten, it broke through the thin skin and burst, splashing juice, leaving an endless aftertaste. The audience followed Seong-ri to eat one slice after another. When they finished eating, they stared at the smooth plate in disbelief and asked, "Is this all? This flame orange is too slow to grow. Why is there only this much? At least one must grow to 10 kilograms, so that we can enjoy it to our heart's content. I haven't eaten enough. I'm going to cry." The barrage made Seong-ri laugh and cry. In fact, she didn't eat enough either. But she had to pay attention to her image. She licked her lips with satisfaction and glanced at the blue strip. Sure enough, the number of votes was far ahead of Berry Star. For the people of Shenong Star, it was expected, but for Berry Star, it was completely out of the question. How is it possible? The host couldn't keep his expression, and Mao Hao's expression was even uglier. But this time he learned to be smart and didn't say that Shenong Star cheated the votes. The two turned off the microphone and sent someone to contact the organizer of the Lord Style competition to check Shenong Star's votes. Mao Hao didn't believe that this was not a vote rigging. The first time was fine. But the second time, he was 100% serious and didn't underestimate the enemy. In the end, the votes were no different from the first time. Could it be that the damn flame orange was so delicious? But the 05 blueberry they brought out had been tested by the market and was very popular in the market. How could it be defeated by the flame orange from Shenong Star? Keep going. Mao Hao spat out 2 words viciously. Don't compare one by one. Let's speed up the progress. He wanted to see how many kinds of delicious fruits Shenong Star could produce. He didn't believe they had so much money to buy tickets endlessly. Okay. Song-ri agreed excitedly. It was exciting to think that he could eat 2 kinds of fruits at a time. Then it was Shenong Star's turn to present fruits first. Yunwan felt that the time was right and took out 2 generals. Grapes and strawberries. Yunwan had a deep meaning for this arrangement. Now that Berry Star had lost 2 games in a row, it was still calm and must be holding back a big move. Since Berry Star dared to challenge Shenong Star, Yunwan could take the opportunity to promote fruits. But she felt uncomfortable because the other party had bad intentions. Grapes and strawberries are considered berries, and she wanted to hit them hard in their best areas, so that they could never jump again and know how powerful Shenong Star is. Song-ri is not stupid. After the logistics staff emphasized the word berry to her, she immediately understood what Yunwan meant, and her beautiful eyes were filled with the interest of watching a good show. Oh, what a coincidence. The next 2 fruits of our Shenong Star are also berry fruits, so we can compare them fairly with Berry Star. Right, Lord Mao. Song-ri deliberately emphasized the words of fairness and justice. These words were like a slap in Mao Hao's face. Everyone knew that Berry Star had an advantage in this game. After all, they made their fortune from fruits, and no one had ever heard of any fruit on Shenong Star. But in the end, Shenong Star, which suffered a loss, won, and Berry Star, which had an advantage, lost very badly. Now Shenong Star also brought out berries, which is Berry Star's specialty. If Berry Star can't even win the competition of authentic berries, it is no less than giving up the title of the king of fruits. If you lose to others in the field you are best at, do you still need to compete later? If Shenong Star wins this time, then they will lose this battle too badly, and all their face and reputation will be lost. At this moment, the host and Mao Hao have only one thought in their minds. This game must not be lost. Chapter 110. Shenong Star's challenge in Berry Star's professional field made Mao Hao's alarm bells ring, and he dared not underestimate Shenong Star again. Shenong Star dared to provoke him, so he had to be prepared to lose. He was not going to hide it, and directly took out Berry Star's new products Red Berry 70 and Purple Berry 80. These 2 berries belong to the high-end market and have not yet been launched to the public, but they have been sold on a trial basis in the aristocratic circle, and the supply is in short supply. He didn't believe that Shenong Star could continue to win after Berry Star took out its trump card berry. This time, Berry Star's game strategy was very correct. After tasting the 2 kinds of berries, the audience praised them, and many people directly voted for Berry Star. To be honest, Red Berry 70 and Purple Berry 80 should be the peak of fruits. Shenong Star is in danger. There are no other fruits that are so delicious in the entire galaxy. I really don't believe that Shenong Star can come up with 2 fruits that are comparable to Red Berry 70 and Purple Berry 80. It's not that I have a problem with Shenong Star, but there are not so many delicious fruits in the galaxy. Shenong Star is already good. If those 2 kinds of fruits are managed well, they may make the planet enter the top 500. Ordinary people dare not even think about it. The berries of Shenong Star have not yet appeared, but they have faced many criticisms. Song-ri has seen too many comments and feels that there is some truth in them. She can't help but feel nervous. Glancing at the Lord, she found that Yunwan looked normal. Song-ri calmed down and moved the grapes and strawberries in front of her. With just this small action, she was shocked by a strong fragrance. She looked down at the purple grapes and red strawberries. not knowing which fruit the fragrance came from. After a pause, she picked up the obsidian grapes and peeled off the black and purple skin. The juice dripped down her slender fingers onto the white assembled wooden table. The crystal green flesh like cat's eye rolled down the plate, and a little purple remained on the surface, like a colorful glass bead. Seong-ri couldn't help but peeled many grapes in a row, leaving only a bare vine of half a bunch of grapes. The taste is uncertain, but the appearance of Shenong star fruit is really amazing. What beautiful berries! I could smell a strange fragrance just now. Is it the taste of grapes? Eat quickly. I really want to know what grapes taste like. Seong-ri was more impatient than the barrage. Staring at the emerald mountain of grapes, picked up the fork and started eating. The emerald green flesh is full of sourness, with the unique mellow fragrance and sweet aftertaste of grapes. And the sour and sweet are cleverly integrated, making people's appetite better and better. Less greasy than those super sweet fruits. The collision and fusion of the two flavors is very interesting. For a moment, the barrage was completely silent, all immersed in the wonderful experience brought by the grapes. Berry Star was confused. If the number of viewers had not continued to rise, they would have thought that no one was watching the live broadcast. How are the berries of Shenong Star? Why is no one talking, and no one voting? After a long time, the barrage returned to the lively. Taste the strawberries first. Then I will vote. There is no rush to vote. Strawberries. 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 The barrage made Seong-ri confused. Following the urging of the barrage, she rinsed her mouth and began to taste the rosy strawberries. The aroma of strawberries is stronger than the previous fruits. It is also sweet and sour, but the sweetness is stronger than the sourness. In general, it is sweet and delicious, coupled with a special aroma. It immediately captured everyone's heart. As expected, I declare that Shenong Star is the god in my heart. It's so delicious that I cried. There are such delicious things in the interstellar space. I have never eaten them before. I am afraid that I will have to compete with people from all over the interstellar space for food in the future. Oh my god. Why is my life so miserable? Although I am a fan of Berry Star, I vote for Shenong Star this time. They are too strong. I am different. I will definitely climb the wall. New knock on the bowl, seeing a bunch of audiences suddenly jump out. The eyes of the people on Berry Star almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Why did Shenong Star's vote start to grow wildly again? I thought that this time they would win and wipe out the previous shame. But the result was shocking. This time they showed all their strength. But the result of the game was similar to the previous two times. Berry Star lost. And lost very badly. The total votes were not even 1/5 of Shenong Star. Berry Star almost lost all face. Mao Hao was so angry that he could no longer hold back and yelled, Shenong Star cheated. They definitely cheated. A bunch of sinister villains. Mao Hao was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. The fruits on the table of Berry Star's live broadcast room were swept to the ground. The whole live broadcast room was in a panic. It can be said that it was the biggest live broadcast accident in the history of Berry Star's live broadcast. The host was in a state of panic. On the one hand, he tried to appease the Lord, who was so angry that he spoke without thinking, and turned off the microphone when necessary, and contacted the organizer to check the tickets. The result was not satisfactory. The organizer said that every vote from Shenong Star was normal, and some of them were fans of Berry Star. The organizer's reply tore off the last fig leaf of Berry Star. The result they were most reluctant to accept had become a reality. The game they thought they would definitely win was already lost. If they wanted to defeat Shenong Star, there would be 6 more fruits to compete. The 5 fruits they brought out had to get more votes than the fruits from Shenong Star in order to tie with Shenong Star and save some face. Shenong Star only needed to get more votes than Berry Star for 2 more fruits to win the game with a record of 6 wins out of 10 games. It was clear which side was in favor of the situation. According to Shenong Star's momentum, their only hope of winning the game was that Shenong Star didn't have enough fruit and couldn't produce any good fruit. The Berry Star live broadcast room was black for 10 minutes. The host asked Mao Hao to calm down within 10 minutes, explained the pros and cons to Mao Hao, and waited for him to make a decision. Mao Hao's ugly face improved a little, as if he had found something wrong with Shenong Star. No wonder. They must not have that many fruits, and put all the good fruits in front of us to compete with us, so that we would lose our composure. Seeing Mao Hao being so arbitrary, The host wanted to say that those were just his guesses, and there might be other possibilities. But Mao Hao couldn't listen to anything at this moment, and urged to continue the live broadcast. The host sighed, exchanged glances with the head of the logistics department, and asked someone to open the live broadcast room and continue the live broadcast. Sorry, dear audience friends. Our network just had a little problem, and now the live broadcast continues. Unfortunately, not many people bought his explanation, and the scene of Mao Hao breaking his defense and slandering the audience's votes for fraud was still vivid. Really? I thought Barry Star couldn't afford to lose? If you lose, you lose. Be open and honest. I want to stop being a fan of you. Yes, Shannon Star's fruit is really delicious. I can't vote for Barry Star just because I'm a fan of Barry Star. What if the Lord of Shannon Star really thinks that Shannon Star's fruit is not good and won't sell it in the future? That's right. And this is not the Entertainment Bureau. Right? Why are you so excited? Host, is there anyone who still remembers this? That was just what he said casually. Barry Star was in the wrong, and didn't dare to continue responding to the barrage. The fourth game officially began, and Shannon Star took the lead. This time, Barry Star was careful, and sent a few people to lurk in the PK Battle Live broadcast room to taste how delicious the fruits of Shannon Star are. At this point in the game, Yun Wan's mood value has risen along with Barry Star's chaos, and she is in a very good mood. The next two fruits are funny fruits, which are a transition to the following super fruits, namely durian and dragon fruit. First, let's talk about durian. People who love this fruit love it very much, and people who hate it very much. It smells bad, but tastes good. It is a fruit full of reversals. Yun Wan imagined that durian should make the competition full of show effects. But unexpectedly, before they started eating, they encountered a huge problem in the step of opening the durian. The logistics staff took the sharp knife that had just been sharpened and chopped left and right. But the durian did not move at all. Lord, this thing is a bit hard. I can't open it. Yun Wan stretched out his hand to poke the thorns of the durian and almost got cut. It was indeed very hard. She frowned and thought of a possibility. Could it be that the durian had mutated and could not be eaten at all? Come on. Let me try. Hu Yuanong took out a gun. The crowd retreated, and the shotgun shells blasted at the durian. When the smoke cleared, the durian shell was left with a black mark from the bullets. But there was not even a cut. The live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Is it a fruit PK battle? This looks like they are testing the hardness of the new mecha material. This fruit is too inhumane. It can't even be blown open. How can it be eaten? Let's change it. This doesn't feel edible, laughing and crying, I say. Don't you want to try the fruits of Shannon Star? What is this thing that can't even be opened? Seeing that the audience is dissatisfied with the new fruits of Shannon Star, Mao Hao began to watch the show and took the opportunity to vent his anger. If there is really no fruit, don't struggle. It's just a waste of everyone's time to bring this out. It may not even be able to be blown up by a mecha. Mao Hao curled his lips. His words were not pleasant to hear, but they made everyone on Shannon Star suddenly enlightened. Hu Yuanyang immediately summoned the mecha. Thank you, Lord Mao, for reminding me. You are a very nice person. Mao Hao was mad. I told you to retreat when you encounter difficulties, not to give you some advice. Everyone in the Shannon Star live broadcast room had retreated 30 meters, and all the fruits were also withdrawn, leaving only a durian in front of the camera. Hu Yuanyang controlled the mecha and bombarded it with missiles. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the durian intently. The missile exploded, and the smoke filled the air. Before everyone could see whether the durian was blown up, a black shadow covered with spikes shot out from the black smoke, which looked like a charred durian. If you look closely, you can still see the cracks on the durian. At this moment, the audience only had one feeling in their hearts. It's finally opened. Audience, the durian was blown up and then cracked. If you don't have any property, you can't afford to eat durian. The durian flew up and disappeared outside the camera. The audience didn't know what happened, but Yun Wan was sweating coldly. She saw the durian was blown up and rushed straight towards the crowd. At the critical moment, Hu Yuanyang fired several shots, and the durian was blown everywhere. The people of Shannon Star could not avoid it and left the live broadcast room. When the room finally quieted down, everyone returned to the live broadcast room again. The durian was fine. It had been completely opened. Some of the flesh was a little dusty, but it was not a problem. But Hu Yuanyan was not so good. God knows. He just fired continuously to prevent the durian from hitting the crowd. Not to mention that he had used up all his ammunition. The durian flew all over the room, knocked down the roof, and hit the mecha during the flight, breaking an arm of his beloved mecha and making a hole in the chest. Looking at the durian lying peacefully on the table and the messy live broadcast room, Yunwan was silent. The audience in the live broadcast room had long been curious about what happened in the Shinong Star live broadcast room. The live broadcast device could adjust itself and was not damaged by the durian. The audience in the live broadcast room could only hear the huge explosion of Shinong Star. The black smoke covered the camera, and they could not see anything. They felt that someone went out for a while, and then came back in. The smoke in the camera dissipated, and there was an open durian on the table. The audience in the live broadcast room felt like they were being scratched by a cat, and felt very uncomfortable. But no one in the Shinong Star live broadcast room spoke for a long time. It's okay. Just write it off. After a long time, they heard a nice and restrained female voice coming from the live broadcast room. It's the Lord. Write it off? Write what? What happened? The live broadcast camera was stable for a while, and then began to automatically adjust the camera to follow Song-ri. The audience also saw the tragic situation of the live broadcast site. Don't tell me that the roof was lifted by durian, and the mecha was smashed by durian. It's outrageous. Can this thing be eaten? How much assets in the family are enough to cause such a disaster? The most dangerous fruit in the interstellar. I have given up the idea anyway. By the way, do you smell anything? Chapter 111. The audience discovered that durian is really a punishment from God for human beings. It is a waste of life to open it. And it smells extremely bad. It smells a bit like that. Although our interstellar natural food is scarce, it is not to that extent. We don't eat everything. The cost performance of durian is indeed not high. It is difficult to open and smells bad. This kind of thing can't be delicious. Changing my thinking, I feel that if it is not eaten, this durian is a good material. The above person is overthinking. Plant materials cannot be used as mecha materials. They are useless. As for the power of durian, it is not important to make mechas, but it is quite good to make weapons or defensive facilities. The Empire will definitely contact the Lord. This thing is too hard. Even if it is not processed, it is still a good weapon. Moreover, plant materials are renewable, relatively cheap, and highly cost-effective. Who doesn't want it? It is not important whether it is a material or not. The key is, can it be considered a fruit? The discussion on the bullet screen went off track and returned to the main story. Malhan naturally had the same question. Shinong Star staged a farce, and the undercover audience on Berry Star brought first-hand information about the fruit on Shinong Star, saying that the fruit was extremely smelly and absolutely inedible. His face looked much better, and he was sure that Shinong Star could not produce more fruit. It's better to throw this lotus out quickly. It will be bad if it stinks to the audience, Malhao said sarcastically. Yunwan had a headache. After the mutation, the taste of durian did not change much. It was just that when she opened a durian, her house collapsed and her mecha rotted. She lost no less than 100,000 yuan. But durian was not a particularly delicious fruit. If ordinary people ate this fruit once, their families would be ruined. The price was too high. Could she sell it? Loss-making fruit is not pleasing at all. And coupled with Mao Hao's hateful face of watching the show, Yunwan is very annoyed. It's already open. Try it, Yunwan said. Although I want to give up the durian. I think the durian tastes good and can't be wasted. This round depends on the dragon fruit. Why don't you eat it? Yunwan wanted to share some durian with everyone present. But everyone was timid and hesitant and didn't dare to take it. Is it really edible? Lord, Jiang Jiayu asked. Generally speaking, the unpleasant smell of plants tells animals that they are poisonous and can't be eaten, so as to achieve the effect of driving them away. The plants have been so well-intentioned, so they don't need to take such risks to taste it. Sure. Yunwan didn't say much, picked up a huge golden durian and took a bite. It was soft and sweet, a little inferior to grapes and strawberries, and about the same sweetness as bananas. Seeing that the Lord had already started, Song-ri was no longer afraid and was brave enough to be the second person to try it. I didn't have high hopes for durian, but I was surprised by the taste of durian. You can't eat it. Oh my God. I can't bear to see beautiful women suffer. Although I also... Has anyone tasted it with Let me say, the taste is okay. Are the people above not the water army hired by Shinong Star? Can you eat anything? What that and that? It has nothing to do with that. Look at the expressions of the people in Shinong Star's live broadcast room. They all ate it. Does it taste bad? The audience was enlightened and looked closely at the expressions of Yunwan and others. Hu Yuanan was the weirdest. At the beginning, he frowned and looked like he couldn't eat anything. Later, he ate more and more happily, eating more than anyone else. After eating, he licked his lips with satisfaction. If the conditions were not allowed, he might even suggest opening another one. With curiosity about durian, the audience secretly connected to the sensory sharing system, and would immediately exit if they tasted something intolerable. However, more and more people connected to the system, and the tasting seats were full. The audience at the back finally prepared themselves mentally before they found that there were no seats left. No. Didn't everyone agree not to eat it? Who is trying to grab the tasting seat from me? I have eaten it. And it tastes okay. Although it's not amazing. It tastes good. Mao Hao's expression froze on his face due to the positive comments in the barrage. What the hell? Does anyone taste this kind of thing? Are the audience so hungry that they will eat anything? Then why is it so difficult for them to launch new products every time? Impossible. Mao Hao's brain was spinning rapidly, and he thought of the only excuse he could find. Shinong Star must have cheated on the votes. Although the host had told him that the organizer had checked the votes, and there was no problem with the number of votes for Shinong Star. He didn't believe it. How could he believe it? Even things with that taste, which everyone with a discerning eye knew were inedible, still attracted so many votes for Shinong Star. Did he have to admit that the berries on Berry Star were not as good as a pile of shit? Shinong Star must have bribed the organizer. Shinong Star must have cheated the votes. Since Shinong Star is going to use despicable means, Berry Star is not afraid. Lord, Shinong Star has won 6 games in a row. When the host reported the results of Shinong Star, he almost got a bit upset and secretly prayed that this competition would end quickly. Berry Star, lost miserably and didn't win a single game. I don't know how long they will be laughed at by their peers. The challenger was beaten to a pulp by the defender, and he felt aggrieved no matter how he thought about it. He was worried that Mao Hao would not figure it out and do something else. But the Lord had to make the decision on the competition. And he, a small host, could not make the decision. He just begged Mao Hao to say something polite and let this painful competition pass quickly. However, how could Mao Hao, who was so proud, allow a small planet to defeat him? He firmly believed that all this was a conspiracy. The game continues. He gritted his teeth. Yunwan raised his eyebrows and observed Mao Hao with red eyes for a while, and came to a conclusion. This Lord of Berry Star was anxious. Mao Hao said to continue the game. Songri was confused. Shenxing had won 6 games, and had already won the entire PK battle. Was there any need to continue? She tilted her head and looked at Yunwan, waiting for her response. Yunwan did not show her face, but her voice came out clearly from the live broadcast room. Lord Mao, we have already won. If we continue the game, it will be another game. Mao Hao squeezed out an ambiguous syllable from between his teeth. Is Shenxing scared? Not enough fruit? This was a very cheap way to provoke, and Yunwan was unwilling to accompany him. It's not impossible for him to continue the competition with her, but there is no benefit, and she doesn't want to play with him. Of course not. But if you want to continue the competition, Lord Mao must also show some sincerity. A new competition naturally requires a new prize, Yunwan said slowly. Mao Hao's eyes were fierce. This Lord of Shinong Star is really greedy. Isn't the planting technology of Berry Star enough as a prize? Mao Hao asked back. Planting technology. I don't really need it. Yunwan blew the dust off her fingertips and said casually. The barrage was full of excitement, and the fans of Shinong Star took the initiative to mock the planting technology of Berry Star. To be honest, with the quality of Shinong Star's fruits, does it need the planting technology of Berry Star? That's right. Shinong Star suffered a huge loss in the first 6 games. Okay? The barrage made Mao Hao vomit blood in anger, seeing Yunwan's nonchalant look. If he didn't come up with something to attract her, she would refuse to continue the game. Mao Hao would not let her go so easily. In his opinion, Shinong Star was already at the end of its strength, and the extra game was a good opportunity for him to turn the tables. Okay. If you can still win the next game, This berry star is yours. What? Oh my god. Mao Hao's words were like a heavy bomb. And both the people of Berry Star and the audience were blown to pieces. Yun Wan's lips curled slightly. This bet is worth it. It just so happens that Shenong Star is short of a satellite. However, the Lord of Berry Star really opened her eyes. In any game, he would bet on his own planet. It was hard to believe that Berry Star could survive in his hands for so long. Seeing Yun Wan smile, Mao Hao then said viciously, I have offered a prize. The Lord of Shenong Star should also show some appreciation. Why don't you also offer Shenong Star as a prize? This way neither of us will suffer a loss. Yun Wan stared at Mao Hao in the camera and raised her eyebrows. The Lord of Berry Star had a clear mind. And it seemed that he was going to use a big move. Unfortunately, Yun Wan didn't want to take risks with Shenong Star. Even if she was 100% sure of winning the game, she would not gamble with her hard work. Who knows when an accident will happen? Sorry. I don't really want to bet my planet. But if you want, I can bet the planting technology of Berry Star. Yun Wan's mouth had a mischievous arc. Mao Hao cursed the shrewd woman in his heart without even seeing her face. She really had a good plan. If she lost the planting technology she won, Shenong Star would not lose anything. But even so, Mao Hao couldn't refuse her proposal. He just lost the planting technology of Berry Star's new product. If he could win it back, Berry Star would not be seriously injured. As for the possibility of losing, it was not within Mao Hao's consideration for the time being. Okay, that's it. Mao Hao decided to play the extra game in a few words. His face was flushed, waiting for Shenong Star to lose. But the host was pale and almost fainted. This. He tried to interrupt several times, but no one paid attention to him. It seemed that he was the only one in the world who was panicking. In fact, there was another person who was as confused as him. That was the head of the logistics department. She had already contacted the Lord of Berry Star in silence. If we don't take care of this acting lord, the whole planet will be destroyed. I really don't know how the Lord can trust Mao Hao to manage the planet. I hope that this time we can change the planet agent. She really can't stand this kind of life of taking the blame. She came to work, not to watch fools play. Berry Star True Lord Mao Ling had just finished the experiment after staying up all night. Before she could catch her breath, she received a distress message from the logistics minister. Lord, come quickly. Berry Star is in danger. Mao Ling slammed the table and glared, asking, what's going on? Is someone attacking us? No. It's Lord Mao. He wants to export the planet. Chapter 112. Mao Ling frowned. She had been staying in the laboratory doing research and development, and hadn't heard from her troublesome brother for a long time. Last time, he almost had his hands and feet cut off, and he behaved himself for a while. I thought he would change, but now he has made trouble for her again. The logistics director was in a hurry, and this trouble was not small. Mao Ling didn't dare to delay, took off her lab coat, and rushed to the Lord's mansion. When she asked people along the way to find Mao Hao's location, she didn't see any debt collectors or thugs nearby, so she breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could finish her breath of relief, the logistics director ran out of the live broadcast venue, approached her and whispered to her, Lord, Mao Hao lost a bet with someone, and launched a PK battle with Shenong Star. We originally had an advantage, but who knew that Shenong Star should not be underestimated? Not only are there a rich variety of fruits, but they are all better than ours. We didn't win a single game, and Mao Hao lost all our planting technology. Now even Berry Star is going to be exported. Mao Ling frowned and said unkindly, you said that Shenong Star has more fruit varieties than us? And the taste is better? Logistics Minister, did the Lord miss the point? Yes. Now Mao Hao wants to play a tiebreaker with Shenong Star. He thought Shenong Star had no more fruit. But who knew that the other party took out watermelon? We have no chance of winning, and Berry Star will be defeated. Logistics Minister was so anxious that he almost cried. Although Mao Hao was the acting lord, he had to bear legal responsibility for what he said and did. The bet on Berry Star was a foregone conclusion, and there was nothing the real lord could do. Obviously, she should be happy that the Berry planet is gone, and she won't have to work under the stupid deputy lord. But why is she so angry? It's really unfair for the Lord that the results of his hard work were ruined by such an irresponsible person. Mao Hao doesn't have the qualifications to be a planet agent at all. Where did the Lord find such an irresponsible person to manage the planet? Watermelon? Mao Ling was still immersed in the news that her own fruit was outdone by others. She just felt that what the logistics minister said was like a fairy tale. Go in and take a look, she said. Mao Ling entered the live broadcast room. In front of the camera, there was not only her disappointing brother, but also her parents who were pointing at the camera and cursing. The host was pushed aside by several people and didn't even have a chance to interrupt. The noisy and smoky environment made her feel very tired. When she arrived, her parents seemed to have found a backbone and hurriedly carried her to the camera to complain. Mao Ling refused in her heart, but she was not as strong as her parents who worked in the farm all year round. So she was forced to be pushed in front of the camera. Ling, look, it's her. This Shannon Star Lord is a liar. Your brother was deceived by them. You should call the police. She wants to deceive our Berry Star. Mao's mother was so excited that her hands were shaking. My parents were excited, but Mao Hao was pretending to be innocent and acting like a coward. Mao Ling almost laughed out loud. Really? Mao Ling stared at Mao Hao. Why did I hear that he lost the game? Before she finished speaking, Mao's mother interrupted her anxiously. What game? This is a scam. You have been deceived. Ling, you have to help your brother. Otherwise what? Mao Ling's eyes shifted from Mao Hao to Mao's mother. The last time she felt strange about her mother was when her brother owed gambling debts and was threatened to have his hands and feet chopped off. Otherwise his life will be ruined. Right? Mao Ling asked. The sensible daughter had already found a ready-made excuse for Mao's mother, and there was no reason for her to use it. Yes. Ha! Before Mao's mother finished speaking, she heard a sneer, looked around, and found that it came from the daughter in front of her. Ling, were you laughing just now? Mao's mother couldn't believe it. It was me. The affirmative answer made Mao's mother furious. What time is it? You can still laugh? Your brother is like this. How can you laugh? Ling, you don't want to help your brother with what happened today, right? Mao's father spoke at this time. Mao Ling even ran out of energy to speak. She took a deep breath and asked back, help him? She didn't want to call him brother. Does he need my help? She couldn't figure it out. Why not? Your brother was cheated. Mao's mother's voice was sharp. What was he cheated of? Mao Ling asked. Without waiting for her parents to answer, she said to herself, oh, he was cheated of the planting technology and berry stars. Right? Dad? Mom? Don't you think it's me who needs help now? Mao's father coughed twice and said in a deep voice, so you blame your brother? There was a tone of blame. Mao Ling laughed bitterly. Shouldn't I blame him? I developed the planting technology, and I bought Berry Star. Ling, your brother was harmed by a villain, and you are his biological sister. Are you going to watch him lose everything? Mao's mother screamed. Didn't he have nothing to begin with? Mao Ling found it funny. Mom, you don't think that since my brother has become the acting lord of Berry Star belongs to him, right? The more she talked, the worse Mao's mother's face became. Ha! I was right. Mao Ling didn't know what expression or how to face all this. Her parents didn't love her. They didn't make her suffer since she was a child. She had everything she wanted. But they were like crazy when it came to Mao Hao. Ever since Mao Hao lost all his family fortune, everything seemed to have changed. Her parents believed that her brother would change his ways, and she happened to be lucky enough to buy a Berry Star. So they begged her to find a job for her brother. She also thought that Mao Hao would teach her a lesson. But in the end, he directly gave away the planet that he had worked so hard to develop. And her parents still asked her to help him? Who can help her? It was only now that she realized that Mao Hao had always been higher in her parents' hearts than hers, and that her parents had been planning to give her planet to Mao Hao. She couldn't tell whether her parents' love for her when she was a child was genuine or mixed with interests and dirtiness. It really made her sick. Mao Ling was very angry, and she swept her cold eyes across the faces of the three people, her tone exuding a glacial chill. Dad? Mom? You don't really think Mao Hao was deceived, do you? He was not deceived. He initiated the PK battle, and he knotted the bet. How could he want to cheat now? She said word by word, laying out the bloody truth in front of her parents. What nonsense! You bitch! I was deceived. There are so many fruits on Shannon Star, but there was no news at all, and they set a trap for me to fall into. They set a trap for you to fall into? Mao Hao. You are not only bad but also stupid. You are hopeless. Mao Ling's voice was so loud that it was a little hoarse. Pa! As soon as she finished speaking, a slap with full force fell on her face, and the loud sound shocked everyone. Mao Ling stroked her face and looked at her mother in astonishment. Her throat was tight, and she couldn't say the word mom. You hit me? Her tone was 3 parts puzzled, 5 parts bitter, and 2 parts unbelievable. The person who made the mistake was not punished, but was well protected. She was a victim, but no one felt sorry for her. It turns out that some people's hearts are naturally biased. It's a pity that she only found out today. If she had seen it earlier, she wouldn't have been blinded by that ridiculous warmth. Ling, Mom didn't mean it. It was you. You shouldn't have said that about your brother. Your brother was deceived. Mao Ling's mouth was bitter, with a taste of rust. It's no use beating me. Berry Star won't come back, and the planting technology is gone. We all have to move out of here, Mao Ling said, watching her parents' faces turn gray little by little. She even felt happy. What should we do? Ling, think of a way. What will you do if Berry Star is gone? Mao Ling looked at Mao's mother, who looked like she was doing it for her own good, and her heart was as clear as a mirror. They were just worried that she would have nowhere to go. I'm fine. I can work in any lab. But you guys, find your own job. You don't have any more daughters to harm. Mao Ling mocked. Ling, what are you talking about, you and us? Don't you care about Mom and Dad? Mao's mother realized the seriousness of the matter when she saw that Mao Ling could distinguish so clearly, seeing that the Berry Star really couldn't be taken back, and the daughter who could support a family also quit. Mao's mother was extremely anxious. She didn't care about her beloved son, pulled him over and punched him twice, and said to Mao Ling, Ling, it's all your brother's fault for being useless and not smart enough. And he was bullied. Forgive him once. He knows he's wrong. Oh, Mom, why did you hit me? Mao Hao was impatient. Mao's mother winked at him to shut up, and then looked at Mao Ling in a flattering way. Mao Ling just found it funny. How blind was she to not see these obvious biases before? I didn't see that he knew he was wrong. Didn't he still have the energy to scold me just now? Hurry up and apologize to your sister, Mao's mother ordered. She thought Mao Ling minded the bad things Mao Hao did. Mao Ling was angry that Berry Star was exported and that Mao Hao scolded her. But what really made her feel cold was the biased parents. I'm sorry, sister. Mao Hao pouted at Mao Ling's cold face. If he didn't have to rely on his sister, he wouldn't want to bow his head. Don't be so stingy. Mao Ling looked at him deeply, ignored him, walked to the live camera and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh. She saw the result of the game on the screen of the live broadcast room. Shenong Star defeated Berry Star with an overwhelming advantage. Her eyes swept over the names of fruits she had never seen before. She was surprised and looked at the woman sitting leisurely in the main seat in the Shenong Star live broadcast room. That should be the Lord of Shenong Star. She is a beautiful woman, although there is a more beautiful woman sitting beside her. It does not cover up her own brilliance at all. The Lord of Shenong Star was calm in the face of the change. He was not arrogant or impatient after winning against Berry Star. He watched the farce of Berry Star for a long time without making any ridicule. Originally, the PK battle proposed by Mao Hao should have made her hateful. But she had a sense that what was happening now was not important. This piece soothed Mao Ling's twitching heart. The fruit of Berry Star lost to Shenong Star, and Mao Hao lost to the Lord of Shenong Star. Both of them lost with conviction. Shenong Star won the game, and we can afford to lose Berry Star. We will present Berry Star to you on a certain day. However, I hope the Lord will properly settle the people on Berry Star. Mao Ling's straightforwardness made Yunwan look at her with a higher opinion. She thought there was another person to argue with her. The Lord of Berry Star is not bad, but she has such a bunch of extremely bad family members who drag her from heaven to hell. Yunwan secretly thought it was a pity and was not stingy in giving this poor girl some good color. The people of Berry Star who are willing to stay can continue to be my people. The fault was committed by Mao Hao. Yunwan would not implicate innocent people. Mao Ling nodded after hearing this. But Mao Hao and Mao's mother were furious. Are you really going to give Berry Star to her? The sharp and unpleasant voices of the mother and son were exactly the same. What else? Mao Ling didn't even want to look at Mao Hao. Pack up and prepare to move out. What about you? Mao's mother asked reflexively. My business has nothing to do with you. Mao Ling said coldly. Mao Hao didn't care whether Mao Ling stayed or left. He was still upset about giving Barry Star to the Lord of Shenong Star. I don't agree to give Barry Star to Shenong Star. Mao Ling didn't want to argue with Mao Hao. Sometimes she really wanted to knock open Mao Hao's brain to see what was inside. It's not that you don't want to give it just because you say so. We signed a contract when we started the PK battle. Mao Ling tried to make Mao Hao sober. But Mao Hao said with red eyes and a face full of anger, I said I don't want to give it. And I didn't give it. We signed a contract at that time. But no one stipulated what Barry Star should be like. Right? His words made Mao Ling shudder. Is his brother going to destroy Barry Star because he can't afford to lose? Chapter 113. Even if the Barry Star burns and explodes and becomes a useless star, isn't it still a Barry Star? Mao Hao continued. He had lost all hope. And he didn't want to let others have a good time, even exposing his vicious plan in public. Not surprisingly, these words aroused public anger. But he didn't care. He just stared at Yunwan's face fiercely, as if he wanted to see her pale and angry. The opposite happened. Yunwan made two ambiguous TSK sounds. The sound was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting, as if watching a clown performance. Brother, what do you want to do? There are still people on the planet. Mao Ling looked unhappy. The 9 sons of a dragon are all different, which was fully reflected in front of this pair of siblings. The brother was vicious, and the sister was kind. Yunwan liked the sister very much. Seeing her being bullied by her family, she felt very sorry for her. It can be seen that although she was disappointed with her family, she still couldn't help but want to consider them. But she didn't expect that her family would suddenly show all the evil she had never seen in just a few minutes. It's really bad luck to have such a family. Mao Hao thought that destroying Barry Star would hurt Yunwan. In fact, Barry Star was a windfall for Yunwan. It would not hurt her at all if she got it or lost it. If he could talk to her, he could buy the planet back. But if Mao Hao wanted to control her, he couldn't blame her for not giving in. Why don't you say anything? Mao Hao lost his temper first. He didn't understand why Yunwan looked at him with sympathy after he said he wanted to destroy Barry Star. Yunwan held her chin with one hand and looked at the people on Barry Star at the other end of the live broadcast room. Alas, Barry Star is such a big planet. I can't manage it alone. I originally wanted to let your original team manage the planet. But you just said you wanted to burn this planet. So there is no need to be so troublesome. What? Mao Hao's face was half shocked and half vicious. Are you serious? His first reaction was that Yunwan was teasing him. But thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. That's the plan. Yunwan said it lightly, which made Mao Hao's thoughts run wild. The change of ownership of Barry Star was a foregone conclusion. But if he could continue to be the acting lord, it would make no difference to him. No loss at all. Mao Hao had a plan in mind, and the resentment on his face was swept away. He looked at Yunwan with a flattering face. Lord, I was just angry just now. There are so many people and plants on Barry Star. How could I do such an inhumane thing? Don't worry about Barry Star. I promise to hand it over to you intact. Really? Mao Hao's flattery made Yunwan want to laugh. Yes. Yes. Lord. Look. This planet agent. Mao Hao got even more excited when he heard that there was a chance. Mao Ma saw that things were turning around. And she also interrupted. Lord. My son has been in charge of Barry Star. He has experience and manages it well. Don't worry about handing Barry Star over to him. After hearing what Mao Ma said, everyone on Barry Star looked constipated. Mao Ling looked at Mao Hao and his mother, who suddenly changed their expressions and laughed and cried. Their family was really masters of changing faces. She had a feeling that the Lord of Shenong Star was not so stupid as to use Mao Hao. A fool. Just for fun. Oh, old lady. I dare not hand over Barry Star to your son. Yunwan chuckled. This was within Mao Ling's expectations. Who else can you hand it over to if not my son? Mao's mother asked hurriedly. I want to hand it over to her. Yunwan pointed with her bare hand. Everyone looked in the direction and pointed at Mao Ling. Me? Mao Ling was not sure. Before she said anything, Mao Hao and his mother got anxious. How can we choose Ling Ling? She usually doesn't take care of things, and doesn't know anything about Barry Star. These are all managed by my son, and he is more familiar with them. Mao Hao also added fuel to the fire. Lord, my sister doesn't know anything at all. It's a bit funny to let her manage the planet. She may not even know where the Lord's mansion is. Mao Ling didn't want to take on the work for herself. She didn't have any idea about the planet agent. From the beginning, she just wanted to do research. Getting Barry Star was just an accident. However, her mother and brother looked down on her so much that she had a rebellious nature. She just agreed to it to prevent Mao Hao from harming others. Who said I can't do it? Brother, don't forget that I was the Lord of Barry Star before. Mao Hao said with a serious face. You want to compete with me? How can you compete with your brother? Lingling. Mao's mother looked at Mao Ling with a condemning look, as if she had done something unforgivable. Lingling, you are more capable than your brother, and can find a better job. Listen to your mother, and let your brother be the agent of this planet. Not to mention that the Lord chose me, and will not change the candidate at will. And I don't want to change it. Mao Ling shook off her mother's hand. Mom, my brother even lost Barry Star. Do you believe he can continue to be a good planet agent? Do you really think he is reliable? Mao's mother hesitated and turned her eyes to her husband. She understood her son. But she felt that she had to rely on her son in the future, and that good things should be collected for her son. Now that her daughter pointed out her son's unreliable nature, her cognition and reason conflicted. She had no idea what to do, and could only ask for help from her husband, who had not spoken much. Mao Hao sensed his parents' hesitation and threatened Yun Wan. If I'm not the planet agent, I can't guarantee what will happen to Barry Star. Heh. You are not qualified to make demands. I like your sister, so I want her to be the acting lord of Barry Star. If you have no objection, come to Shenong Star to sign the contract tomorrow. After Yun Wan finished speaking, regardless of how the family resolved the conflict, she clapped her hands and left the line. Jiang Jiayu saw Yun Wan's decisiveness and couldn't help but worry. Lord, Mao Hao seems to be very jealous. If you let his sister be the acting lord, he might really do something bad. Good spoils of war. It is very suitable to grow so many fruits. It will definitely expand the planting scale of Shenong Star. If it is damaged, Jiang Jiayu will be too distressed. Her seed experiment has made some progress. The Lord's planting area is not enough for planting. She is worried that the Lord will not agree to the trial planting, and she dare not mention it to the Lord. If there is one more planet, then the seed she cultivates can be planted on a larger scale. Don't worry. The more useless people are, the more they are afraid of losing, Yun Wan said. Mao Hao is too incompetent and can only rely on his sister. Even if his sister becomes the agent of the planet he has been thinking about, he dare not do anything except jealousy. After all, he still wanted to eat his sister, and he was afraid that no one would care about him if he pushed his sister too far. On the contrary, his sister would have other opportunities if she didn't become a planet agent. In addition, Yun Wan saw clearly that the Lord of Barry Star was kind, and it didn't seem fake to listen to Mao Hao's forbearance when he ignored the planet's people and said harsh words. Even if she didn't use benefits to hang Mao Hao, the girl would not let her brother do whatever he wanted. Although Yun Wan comforted her, Jiang Jiayu was still uneasy in her heart, and she looked forward to Barry Star coming to sign the contract the next day. Brother who? Has anyone applied to go to Barry Star? It was the nth time that Jiang Jiayu sent a message to Hu Yuanong to ask. There is one, named Mao Ling. Who should be the girl that the Lord likes? Jiang Jiayu quickly finished her work and went to Yun Wan to report her work. Yun Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and was puzzled. Why are you so nervous about Barry Star? Jiang Jiayu blushed a little. Hu Yuanong was in charge of the personnel turnover, and she was indeed overstepping her authority by talking to Yun Wan. Since Yun Wan asked, Jiang Jiayu took the opportunity to talk to her about the seeds. Lord, I have been observing the situation in the vegetable fields these days. I took some seeds home to plant. I found that the third-generation seeds can stably inherit the advantages of the second generation, while the fourth generation will have some bad mutations and cannot stably inherit the advantages of the second generation. She said a lot, worried that Yun Wan would get impatient. So she quickly got to the point. I think the demand for vegetables will be huge in the future. Our current production is far from enough. In the future, we can outsource the planting and specialize in selling seeds. Afraid that Yun Wan would think she was daydreaming, she added, this is just my random thought. Just listen to it. Very good. A very good idea. Jiang Jiayu looked up and saw Yun Wan's encouragement. Really? Jiang Jiayu was very excited to get the Lord's approval. These days, she went out early and came back late, observing crops and recording data. The idea of selling seeds in her mind went from a blueprint to becoming more and more concrete. Only when the Lord approved this step did it really have a soul. She questioned herself countless times. No one in the entire galaxy had proposed a commercial activity like selling seeds. It was probably not because others could not think of it, but because selling seeds itself had no value. But Yunwan's firm approval made her more determined in her own ideas. Selling seeds is feasible. If there is no seed business in the interstellar space, then let her be the pioneer in proposing the seed business. The Lord also recognized her. She will definitely help the Lord make a lot of money, and let people in the interstellar space eat natural food. Before she had a detailed discussion with Jiang Jiayu about the seed business, Mao Ling had already arrived at the Lord's mansion. The first thing she said, when they met, was that Mao Ling rejected the invitation of the planetary agent. Lord, as you can see, when I was the Lord, I didn't manage Berry Planet much. How can I be a good planetary agent? I'm sorry that I can't do it. You should find a more professional person. Yunwan saw her extreme lack of confidence in herself from her eyes. She didn't rush to persuade her, and answered her doubts. Is it because you didn't have the opportunity to manage it before, or you don't want to manage it? I think you should understand that a big reason why I chose you is that you have feelings for Barry Star. More professional people are not necessarily better than you. Mao Ling shook her head. The Lord thinks too highly of me, and I am also a selfish person. She violated the biggest taboo of the planet's people by appointing people based on personal connections. Let's not talk about that. Don't you want to know the treatment I offer you? Yunwan said. Mao Ling didn't expect that the Lord of Shenong Star was so persistent in wanting her to be the Lord. She thought that this trip would easily solve the problem. She was really surprised that the other party began to bribe her. I'm not doing it for money. Mao Ling paused. The treatment is more than just money. Yunwan winked at her and took out the contract card that had been written long ago. Mao Ling's brain short-circuited for a moment because of Yunwan's words. She took the contract reflexively. The more she read the content inside, the more confused she became. Equal contract card? The benefits include a base salary plus tax commission, and a master servant contract card for disciplining the best family members? Mao Ling looked up from the contract. Her eyes were blank. The front is normal. But what does this master servant contract card mean? She asked. It's just as you think. After signing the contract, you can order the other party to do things, Yunwan said. Just like a master and a servant? That's right. Mao Ling was silent for a long time before digesting this information. Seeing the serious look of the Lord of Shenong Star, it didn't seem like he was making fun of her. But even if the master-servant contract card was real, it shouldn't be given to anyone casually. She and the Lord of Shenong Star had only met twice today. Lord, you gave me such an important thing. Aren't you afraid that I will use it indiscriminately? Yunwan reached out and pointed at the last clause of the contract. The purpose is specified. Mao Ling then realized that the purpose of the contract card was written for relatives. In the end, Mao Ling signed the contract with Yunwan without knowing what was going on, and was confused on the way back to Barry Star on the spaceship. She felt that she had been cheated. If there really was such a heaven-defying thing, and the Lord used it himself, and contracted with the royal family or something, wouldn't it be soaring to the sky? In the interstellar space, turning the hand to make clouds and rain? The more I think about it, the more I feel that this thing is fake. It's all because the Lord has a convincing face. But it can't be said to be a lie. The Lord's treatment is very good. She is actually very tempted. Now that Barry Star is not hers, she can manage the planet legitimately. It's really sad to think that when she was the Lord, she was not legitimate. Back to Barry Star. Mao Ling wanted to put the contract card behind her, but she thought that since she had taken it back, she might as well give it a try. What if it is useful? In the end, Mao Ling couldn't completely cut off contact with her family. Although she said she didn't care now. If they really couldn't afford to eat, and came to her for help in the future, she couldn't just sit there and watch. At most, she would help them in a limited way, and wouldn't trust them as much as before. In the end, she still longed for her relatives in her heart. Even if they were rubbish, she couldn't help but want to numb herself and see their good side more. If the contract card was really useful, she didn't expect it to make them change drastically. She just hoped that they could be self-reliant and stop dragging their feet and doing those ridiculous things. Chapter 114. Barry Star has determined the acting Lord, and the planet relocation can be put on the agenda. Yunwan found a professional planet relocation team on the Star Network, and spent 2 days to move Berry Star to the vicinity of Shenong Star, making it a new satellite of Shenong Star. After the planetary PK battle, Yunwan was very busy. She had to take time to inspect Berry Star and promote the seed plan proposed by Jiang Jiayu. She also had to resist the fans' repeated requests and send messages every day to urge Shenong Star to release new fruits. The fans of Shenong Star have integrated into a large group of fruit fans and attracted a large number of passers-by during the planetary PK battle. Now they have become the first place in the Lord-style competition, which makes the second place daunting. The exponentially growing fans of Shenong Star are all looking forward to the sale of fruits. The private messages in the Shenong Star live broadcast room are about to explode. Yunwan doesn't even need to click on the red prompts to know what they are going to say. But these 2 days are too busy. After helping to replant the vegetable fields, Yunwan has to take care of the school opening matters that have not been open for a long time. Send out the teacher recruitment notice and student admission notice. And there are a group of unemployed people in Shenong Star waiting for her to take care of them. Originally, after these people arrived on Shenong Star, they found a temporary job in order to settle down quickly. As Shenong Star gradually developed and improved, jobs like land reclamation were gradually eliminated, and a large number of people on Shenong Star were about to become unemployed. Yunwan had anticipated this situation a long time ago. She wanted to launch a food city plan to build Shenong Star into a tourist city with food as the main focus, which would boost the economy and help a group of unemployed people find jobs again. However, that plan was shelved due to a shortage of food. In her current planting area, the yield is far from enough to supply Sheningsing restaurant and online shopping business. She is in a dilemma of limited ability. Customers are willing to spend money, but she has nothing to sell. It can be said that Jiang Jiayu's seed plan is very clever, just to solve her urgent needs. Her energy is limited, and forming a large planting team is not within her consideration. She only wants to hold the core technology in her hands, not to monopolize the interstellar market. Now she has split herself into 10 people to use, which is contrary to her life goal of having everything she wants. Yunwan thought about it and decided that the seed plan had to be implemented quickly to solve the vegetable supply problem and unemployment problem at the same time. There were ready-made places to sell seeds, and individual households could be promoted on Shenong Star and Berry Star to plant them. It was a good opportunity to go to Berry Star to inspect and understand the specific situation. After arranging the recent affairs, she posted a notice in the Shenong Star live broadcast room to announce the time for the fruit to be delivered. At 10 o'clock tomorrow night, Shenong Star will have new fruits. So stay tuned. As soon as the announcement came out, Shenong Star fans were so excited that they forwarded it one after another. After waiting so long, the fruits of Shenong Star are finally available. Oh my god! I'm so excited. See you at 10 o'clock? Wow! There are so many people. It's hard to grab. Please bless me. The Chinese god. I must grab a watermelon tomorrow. How can I live otherwise? Mao Ling didn't know that Yunwan would soon land on Berry Star. After finally getting back the management rights of the planet, she spent some time to sort out all the affairs of the planet. She found that during Mao Hao's management, the accounts of Berry Star were a mess. Not only did they owe the salaries of the planet's civil servants, but there was basically no balance in the planet's account. Berry Star sold so many berries. Where did the money go? Mao Ling had a guess in her mind and was ready to ask Mao Hao about the situation. Mao Hao happened to know that Mao Ling was cleaning up the planetary affairs, and came to her with a face full of anger. Hey! Didn't Mom tell you to refuse to be the acting lord? What are you doing now? Do you have to fight with me? Mao Hao kicked the door of the lord's mansion against the wall with a bang, and then bounced back. Fortunately, the door was made of mecha material. Otherwise it would have been scrapped on the spot. Mao Ling was not frightened by his momentum. In other words, Mao Hao was not threatening to her at all. He didn't seem very smart. Before, for the sake of her parents' face, she didn't fight or force, just wanted her family to live together peacefully. But now, her parents' face meant nothing to her. She cared about her relatives, but her kindness was trampled on by them, as if they were a piece of grass. Sometimes she felt that she was not doing well. Why did she keep such relatives around? Why did she forget the pain after the wound healed, and couldn't help but feel sorry for them when she saw them pitiful? Mao Ling sighed. She thought, these are not her fault. She is soft-hearted. This is not her fault. She pinched the contract card in her pocket, and she thought about it. In fact, the person she disliked the most and didn't want to care about the most in this family was Mao Hao. Mao Hao was the biggest problem in this family. And it was simply a rat shit that spoiled the whole pot of porridge. But because he is the biggest problem, he is the most suitable user of this contract card. Solving Mao Hao. The problem with his parents is also solved. Brother, I want to refuse. But the Lord said that even if I don't take the position, I won't choose you. I can only take the position first. And the fat water should not flow to outsiders. What do you think? Mao Ling said while observing Mao Hao's face. Mao Hao's anger was visibly suppressed. But he didn't get the answer he wanted. And still had a sour face. You mean you are the only one who can act as the Lord? Right? Mao Ling chuckled. How could that be? Brother? Just like Mom said, I don't know how to manage a planet. I took this job all because of you. For me? Yes. I am the nominal acting Lord. The real person in charge. The Lord of Shenong Star. Doesn't even know who is in charge. Mao Hao suddenly understood. His anger was swept away. And he looked at Mao Ling doubtfully. Just like before. You just take the title. Or do I manage the planet? Seeing Mao Ling nod. Although Mao Hao's wish was fulfilled, he was still worried. Mao Ling, are you really that nice? Aren't you angry about what I did? Mao Ling was speechless. She had never seen such a shameless person. How dare you ask her if she was angry? Of course not. My parents will still rely on you in the future. Mao Ling said against her conscience. This made Mao Hao very proud. So what if his sister is better than him? He is the most favored in the family, and everything in the house belongs to him. You are sensible. Mao Hao sat on the rosewood chair and said, Okay. You are so good to me. I will not forget you. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me, and I will support you. Okay. Mao Ling smiled but didn't. After praising him a few times, he still pretended. But, she paused and looked at Mao Hao embarrassedly. This turn made Mao Hao frown. But what? We still have to sign a contract and go through the process. I'm afraid the leader of Shenong Star will check the background of Berry Star. Mao Ling said. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? That woman is really troublesome. Okay. I'll find someone to draw up a contract. I have already drawn up the contract. You just need to sign it. Mao Ling took out the master servant contract card and put it on the table. And handed the pen to Mao Hao. Mao Hao was stunned for a moment and said, You are very thoughtful. It's just a process. Please sign it quickly. I'm in a hurry to do the experiment. Mao Ling said meaningfully. Mao Hao was quite conceited and felt that he could control his soft-hearted sister. Although he felt a little strange. He didn't think too much about it, and signed his name in the lower right corner. Mao Ling looked at the sloppy handwriting and signed her name next to it. Hey, why do you want to sign too? Mao Hao wanted to take a look at the contract. But he watched the contract turn into a white light and disappear at his fingertips. Suddenly, something inexplicable appeared in his mind. Mao Ling also felt the difference before, and after signing the contract. Her heart was beating very fast. Like a drum being beaten by a giant hand. She knew that the contract card had taken effect. I'm a little thirsty. Go get me a glass of water. Mao Ling began her long-awaited experiment. Me? Mao Hao said in a bad tone. Mao Ling didn't answer his question, and dared to arrange things for him. She really deserved to be punished. Of course he would not care, since she had just transferred her status as the acting lord. He could be merciful and let her go. Just thinking she was crazy. But although he was very reluctant, his body seemed to be in conflict with his thoughts. After listening to Mao Ling's words, he began to act consciously. He not only poured water for Mao Ling, but also tested the water temperature and handed it to Mao Ling. After reacting, Mao Hao waved the cup in Mao Ling's hand to the ground. What's going on? The feeling of losing control of his body was simply too terrifying. He seemed to be not himself, as if his soul had left his body. Brother, I just asked you to pour a glass of water. Why are you so anxious? Mao Hao was obedient. The effectiveness of the contract card had been verified by 80% to 90%. Mao Ling had more confidence when talking to Mao Hao. What did you do to me? No. You are not that capable. You teamed up with the Lord of Shenong Star to mess with me. Right? Mao Hao's fists were clenched so tightly that it made a creaking sound, as if he was going to hit someone in the next second. Mao Ling hid behind the chair. So what? Do you really think I will let you be the acting lord? Look at how you have been as the acting lord over the years. Your subordinates hate you. And you don't know where the taxes have been spent? Are you worthy of being a lord? Mao Ling said. Mao Hao hated it most when others gave him face. So he immediately rushed up and used force to shut Mao Ling up. Mao Ling was ready to take 2 hits. But she didn't expect the contract to take effect when it was stuck. Mao Hao cried out in pain, fell to the ground, and rolled over with his head covered. It hurts. It hurts. Who is it? What bastard? Mao Hao cursed in pain. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind, detected that you have the tendency to hurt the master. Click punishment. Electric shock intensity 200V. Mao's mother and father heard the noise and rushed over. They saw their baby son rolling on the ground and were immediately distressed. How? What's wrong? Tell mom where you feel uncomfortable. Mao's mother helped Mao Hao up and wiped the sweat off his sweaty head. Mao Hao was shaking with pain and couldn't say a word. She looked at Mao Ling, who was watching coldly, feeling angry and guilty. Ling, what happened to your brother? You? I don't know either. Brother, what happened to you? Did I bully you? Mao Ling didn't answer her mother's question, but asked Mao Hao in a sarcastic tone. Mao Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Mao Ling with bloodshot eyes. He knew that all this must be related to Mao Ling. She must have implanted a chip in him when he was not paying attention so that she could control him. The situation was not good for him. So he had to endure Mao Ling first, and wait until he figured out the situation before dealing with her. Mom, I'm fine, Mao Hao said while trying to hold back the pain. A few minutes later, Mao Hao's face had lost all color. Mao's mother noticed the quarrel between the brother and sister. She saw that Mao Hao didn't look fine. But Mao Hao was fine after he got up. He said that he was fine, and the brother and sister seemed to get along very well. It seemed that nothing was wrong. Since nothing was wrong, Mao's mother remembered the reason why her son came to find her daughter, and asked, How? Didn't you say you came to ask Ling Ling about acting as the Lord? The question was addressed to Mao Hao, who kept looking at Mao Ling, hoping to hear good news from her daughter. What acting Lord? Brother didn't tell me. Mao Ling pretended not to know. Mao Hao didn't dare to confront Mao Ling, so he could only swallow his anger. No need. Mom, I'm fine being your younger sister. She gritted her teeth with every word, as if she wanted to chew Mao Ling into pieces. Chapter 115. The next day, Yunwan was woken up by the cold. She opened her eyes sleepily and fell into a trance. Was the air conditioner too cold? Yunwan glanced at it. It was 26 degrees Celsius, a normal temperature. She shivered from the cold and wrapped herself in the quilt. The entire galaxy had just entered summer, and the temperature was rising day by day. It would only get hotter and hotter. How could it suddenly get colder? There was a light layer of frost on the glass window, and fog had formed inside, obscuring the view, indicating that the temperature outside was even lower than inside the room. What's going on? It can't be that the interstellar summer only lasts 2 days. There is no autumn, and winter comes directly. Yunwan wrapped herself in 4 layers of clothes. This cold wave came too strangely. She was not prepared at all. She didn't prepare winter clothes, and she wore 4 layers, which was not very effective in keeping warm. She was worried that the 7 little ones would get sick from the cold. Yunwan put on her clothes, wrapped herself in a quilt, and walked out, but was still slapped by the biting cold wave. She sneezed and saw a few little ones playing outside. Outside the manor, the snow was white, as if it had snowed overnight. The 6 little dogs were running around in the snow, playing snowball fights. Wan even dove into the snow pile. After diving, he shook off the snow leisurely, not feeling cold at all, looking very comfortable. As soon as Yunwan appeared at the door, the little dogs noticed her. Wang ran towards her, put his front paws on her, and stretched out his head to lick her face. She stretched out her hand to stop Wang's action. Wang, stop it. Seeing Wang's speed, the 5 little ones were unwilling to lag behind. They shouted sister and rushed towards Yunwan, surrounding her. Sister, we are playing in the snow. Yunji's hands were red from the cold. His nose twitched, and his face was full of excitement that could not be concealed. It was his first time to see the snow scene and play snowballs. The snow was so fun, but it was so cold. Achoo! Yungu started to sneeze one after another. Go and put on more clothes. Yunwan took the little ones back to the Lord's mansion and urgently ordered thick clothes online. Today, she could only stay in the room and could not do anything. She wrapped the little ones in blankets, and told them not to go out to play to avoid catching a cold. She also put on a few more layers of clothes. Just as she sat on the bed, she suddenly remembered her big vegetable garden. Yunwan slapped her head. Oh my! Vegetable garden. Orchard. It was snowing so heavily that the snow was estimated to be more than 10 centimeters thick. The vegetables and fruits must have been killed. Yunwan was going crazy. Although it was very cold, she braved the cold to go to the planting area. As expected, she saw a vast expanse of white without a trace of green. The orchard that was originally full of fruits was also bleak. The treetops were pressed with heavy snow, and all kinds of fruits that were growing busily were gone. Her heart ached, and she closed her eyes several times, hoping that she was dreaming and could see the vibrant planting area when she opened her eyes. But the reality was that everything was white and lifeless. She walked around the planting area, and all the plants were not spared. After a circle, she returned to the exit of the planting area and saw many people crowded at the exit. And Jiang Jiayu was crying beside her. When she saw Yunwan appear, Jiang Jiayu ran towards her with snot and tears. Lord, what's wrong? Why is it snowing? What should I do with the vegetable garden? Vegetable garden? Brr! Are all the vegetables dead? Jiang Jiayu was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. Her red eyes made Yunwan feel distressed. Be good. Don't cry. It's okay. Go back and put on more clothes. Don't get cold. Jiang Jiayu's face was red from the cold, and Yunwan's appearance made her find her backbone. But when she thought about the vegetable garden that she and the Lord had worked hard for a whole day to plant yesterday, it was all white and barren, and the fruitful orchard was probably ruined. It should have been a good harvest. But under the ruthless destruction of the heavy snow, the joy of the harvest burst like a bubble. But it should have been a good harvest. Jiang Jiayu became more and more sad as she thought about it, and her tears could not stop flowing. But she still went back obediently to put on more clothes. She couldn't get sick at this time, and there were still many things waiting for her to deal with. After persuading Jiang Jiayu to leave, Yunwan greeted the people who were worried about her at the door and asked them to go home first. Pay attention to cold protection and reduce going out. Lord, are restaurants and other things still open as usual? Hu Yuanyang asked. Not for the time being. Waiting for further notice at home. By the way, let the guards work harder. Patrol in shifts in the city, and protect the safety of the people. Hu Yuanyang nodded, took the documents and left, and ordered the staff below to notify the various departments of the news. His planetary administrator is very decent, and he is not in a hurry when encountering emergencies. After this snowstorm is resolved, Yunwan wants to move his position again. Only after handing over the chores of Shenong Star, she can fulfill the promise of picking up garbage promised to the system. With Yunwan's order, the people at the exit of the planting area basically went back to their homes, and Lu Huai and his men did not leave. Lu Huai, why do you think it suddenly snowed? Yunwan wrapped the quilt tightly and spoke very dejectedly. She acted calm and composed in front of the people, but in fact, she was very depressed. There was even a moment when she felt that planting such a large piece of land and owning such a large planet was meaningless. And she was still so weak. No, she was weaker than before. Now she was just a fragile human. The sense of achievement of expanding the vegetable garden and building the planet disappeared in an instant. All the construction achievements also returned to the pre-liberation period in an instant. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. How could she understand this? It was a hot summer, and suddenly there was a heavy snow. Could it be that someone was wronged and caused the snow in June? But she asked herself, since she came to the interstellar, or in other words, in her whole life, she had a clear conscience and had never done anything bad. If cause and effect were cyclical, why would this bad result befall her? Lu Huai only saw Yunwan, who was like a little sun, radiating heat and vitality. But now it seemed as if the sun was blocked by dark clouds, casting a shadow that made people feel stuffy. She used to comfort him, but now he was asked to comfort her in return, and he was a little at a loss. He was not the kind of person who could comfort others. Or rather, other people's joys and sorrows had nothing to do with him, and he had never thought about this issue. Now, he wanted to say a few words of comfort, but he didn't know what to say, and answered blankly, it was the riot caused by the Zerg. Zerg? Yunwan raised her eyes, full of doubts. Li Xian quickly answered, Lord, I swear, I have completely cleared the dangerous Zerg on Shinong Star before. This heavy snow is most likely the newly hatched ice Zerg. He looked at Lu Huai while he was talking, and it seemed that the boss didn't believe him very much. He was really wronged. He had been a mercenary for so many years, and he still had this level of professionalism. He dared to guarantee that there would be no Zerg on Shinong Star that would cause a global cold wave. If there really was, the cold wave would have broken out long ago. Why would it wait until now? Just hatched? Yun Wan's mind flashed with something. Yes. Lu Huai agreed with Li Xian's opinion, and Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Damn Zerg. Yun Wan waved her fists, and her back teeth itched and rubbed. Then how to deal with this kind of Zerg? She asked again. There was a moment of silence in the air, and Lu Huai said, we don't know what kind of Zerg it is, and we don't know its habits. We may need to search the entire planet. He tried to be tactful. In fact, the truth is that if there is no trace, it is difficult to find the figure of a specific Zerg. Shinong Star is so big that they don't even know what the Zerg looks like. It's not easy to find it by following the map. Not to mention that they don't even have any ideas now. Although he didn't say it so seriously, Yun Wan still understood it. If we conduct a blanket search, Shinong Star won't be able to live normally for a long time. At this time, Yun Wan realized that the situation was much more serious than she thought. The loss of the planting area was nothing, and the livelihood of so many people was the most difficult to deal with. She could wait. Shinong Star could wait. But ordinary people couldn't. It was not easy to live a stable life. But now there was the risk of displacement. For the first time, Yun Wan felt the burden on her shoulders. At first, she bought a planet to pick up garbage and plant crops. Later, she wanted to recruit people through planetary assessments. These were just cold tasks for her, and they were the only way for her to enjoy a comfortable interstellar life. Now, she has truly realized the responsibility and mission of being a planetary lord. In general, it is urgent to solve this cold wave. Yun Wan felt powerless. She only had a vague understanding of the interstellar Zerg and had never had direct contact with the Zerg. How to solve it became a difficult problem, like a natural chasm. Lu Huai. Can you guess what kind of Zerg this is? Yun Wan could only pin her hopes on Lu Huai and his men. There was no one in the entire Shinong Star who knew Zerg better than them. After all, they were once soldiers and had much more experience than ordinary people. Unfortunately, Lu Huai was not that powerful. Lord, there are hundreds of ice Zergs. Ice and snow will cover the Zerg's breath and whereabouts. If there are secretions or related drops, we can make inferences. If there are no clues, it is almost impossible to know the type of Zerg. Lu Huai's words hit Yun Wan hard. Even they said there was no way. The future of Shinong Star was bleak. Yun Wan was anxious. She swore that when Shinong Star was safe from the crisis, she would make up for the knowledge of Zerg. At this moment, Xiao Yu came to her with 6 little ones wrapped in balls. The little guys are anxious to find you. Xiao Yu was embarrassed to disturb Yun Wan. The Lord looked worried. It seemed that the cold wave was very difficult. Yun Wan knew that Xiao Yu should be entangled by the 6 little ones. But she was really exhausted. Tiredly waved to them, forced a smile, and said, Sister is busy. Let's talk later if there is anything. Lu Xiao only heard Yun Wan say this, but didn't walk away sensibly. Sister, if you are worried about the heavy snow, we think you need to know about this, Yun Gu said nervously. Yun Wan almost thought there was something wrong with her ears. Do you know anything? She asked hurriedly. It should be the mischievous Bing Bing bird, Ah Huang said in a baby voice. Bing Bing bird? It is a bird that can make snowflakes, Miao Miu explained. Shinong Star suddenly changed. But fortunately Mao Hao, who was far away on Berry Star, didn't know about it. Otherwise he would definitely be happy to see the joke. He was cursing and looking for help to solve his current predicament. He went to the hospital for a test. His body was in good condition, with no signs of being implanted with a chip. But the restraint in his mind was not fake. All this was like a huge mystery, which made Mao Hao fall into a huge panic. If he was really controlled by Mao Ling in the future, he couldn't even think about what she would ask him to do. No, that kind of thing must not happen. He, Mao Hao, must not be controlled by others. The first helper he thought of in his mind was Ji Xiuzong. It was Ji Xiuzong who made the bet and Ji Xiuzong who proposed the PK battle. Now that something happened, he would definitely take care of him. Mao Hao rushed to Ji Feng's villa, but was ruthlessly blocked outside the door. Boss Ji, Boss G. Open the door. No matter how much Mao Hao knocked on the door, no one answered. G Feng. Open the door. At first, he suspected that no one was in the house. But the more he knocked, the more he felt something was wrong. Xing Wang couldn't contact anyone, and no one answered the door. Ji Feng was obviously avoiding him. Mao Hao was furious. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was all Ji Feng's fault. Ji Feng didn't come to open the door, and he was also wrong. He stayed here and didn't believe that he wouldn't go home. Ji Feng didn't expect Mao Hao to be so tactless. He knocked on the door loudly, making a lot of noise. He wanted to ask the security to drive him away, but he was afraid that Mao Hao would spread rumors in the circle. So he let him in. Brother Hao, what do you want to do with me? Why are you so anxious? Ji Feng said irritably. Mao Hao rushed into the living room panting. Why did you take so long to open the door? I'm constipated. Brother Hao, what's the matter with you? I'll continue squatting after that. Chapter 116. What else are you asking me? Mr. G, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Mao Hao would not dare to talk to Ji Feng like this in the past. But now he felt that Ji Feng owed him something and should be responsible for him. So he was not angry with Ji Feng. I really don't know. Ji Feng sat on the expensive sofa in a carefree manner. Mao Hao was even more upset. He exported all the planets, but Ji Feng was completely unaware of it. Is this reasonable? He exported all the planets and told Ji Feng everything that happened. Ji Feng nodded thoughtfully, but his face was not necessarily good. He was not completely unaware that Mao Hao lost the PK battle, but he thought he just lost some planting techniques. Unexpectedly, he actually lost a planet and all his wealth to Shenong Star. Ji Feng was not worried about Mao Hao. He was worried that it would be difficult to explain to his uncle, and his plan to take the opportunity to join the Ji family was ruined again. What a fool! Ji Feng cursed in his heart, and comforted with a look of pity on his face. Brother Hao, where do so many fruits come from on Shenong Star? How would I know? Mao Hao stepped on the edge of the chair. Ji Feng rolled his eyes and sighed. Alas, Berry Star is a golden doll that makes money. It's a pity to lose it. What can we do? Ji Feng moved his butt and sat next to Mao Hao, put his hand on his shoulder, and looked like a good brother. Brother Hao, although Berry Star is going to be given away, it's still up to you to decide what kind of planet it is. Mao Hao was angry when he mentioned this. Humph! I want to. He glanced at Ji Feng and then said, Mr. G, this is why I came to you. What do you mean? Ji Feng was puzzled. What does Mao Hao's mischief on Berry Star have to do with him? Boss G, you don't know how weird this Shenong Star Lord you asked me to deal with is. Her fruits seem to be inexhaustible. I didn't win a single round in the PK battle, and it was just a small economic loss anyway. But I don't know what kind of magic she used. She actually teamed up with my sister to make trouble for me, forcing me to listen to my sister. Now my movements are restricted. If I have a bad idea, I will be electrocuted. How dare I trip her up? Ji Feng probably understood. Did they install a chip for you? That being said, Ji Feng also knew that chip technology did not have that capability. To have a chip that could control a person's mind. Ji Feng's eyes widened. If he could get this thing, the entire interstellar system would be his. Interstellar would become a one-man show. This is incredible. The news Mao Hao brought to him was too important. Even his uncle might not be happy to hear it. Oh, Brother Hao, my stomach suddenly hurts. Wait a minute. Ji Feng interrupted Mao Hao's chattering and rushed into the toilet. Without outsiders, his face became serious, and he called Ji Wei. What? Ji Wei's impatient voice came from the intelligent brain. Uncle, important news. Ji Feng repeated Mao Hao's words. This news is important. Uncle, you have to reward me well this time. Ji Feng did not forget to ask for a reward. Ji Wei pondered for 2 seconds and said, Humph, you still want a reward? Didn't you promise last time that you could bring down Shenong Star? Now, not only did we give her a wave of planting technology, but we also gave her a planet. Ji Feng laughed twice, and then heard Ji Wei continue to say, the news is good, barely redeeming the fault. Ji Feng certainly didn't do it, although he didn't complete any of the things he promised. He had contributed, and it would definitely not work without any benefits. He bargained with Ji Wei for a long time, and finally got the identity of an intern at Ji's company to get by. It was just a marketing employee, but he was very happy. But he didn't forget his business. "Uncle, what should we do with Mao Hao?" he asked. "Let's keep him safe for now. He's still useful," Ji Wei said. Ji Feng came out of the bathroom and said a few perfunctory words to Mao Hao. But Mao Hao was not a fool and would not be dismissed so easily. "Mr. Ji, I lost everything. But it was all for you." Ji Feng's face darkened. He didn't expect Mao Hao to rely on him. If Mao Hao was not still useful, he would make this person disappear immediately. "I know what you said, but you also know my situation. If I mess up the task that Uncle gave me this time, I might get beaten up. I can't do anything about it. How about this? You go back and wait for a while. I'll find a time to talk to my uncle about your matter. You have no credit, but you have worked hard. You will definitely be indispensable when the time comes." Ji Feng said he would take care of this matter. Mao Hao was very happy to hear it. But that was not the point for him. "What about the chip?" Mao Hao continued to ask. "Well, I will arrange for you to go to the best private hospital in the Ji family. You go for a full body check to see what the reason is." Mao Hao was very satisfied with this arrangement and left with satisfaction. After Mao Hao left, Ji Feng raised a hint of sarcasm. He arranged Mao Hao to go to the experimental site, which had been studying the control agent for the experimental subject. If they could figure out the mechanism of Mao Hao being controlled, they would definitely make a major breakthrough. This Shenong star is really a good thing. He wanted to get all the good things. He believed that his uncle would not let go of this piece of fat meat just like him. The 6 little ones took Yun Wan to see the birthplace of the Bing Bing bird. The direction turned out to be the Lord's mansion. Yun Wan was very curious. Where did they pick up the Bing Bing bird's eggs? When she saw the dumb nanny robot, Yun Wan's mind suddenly became clear. The Bing Bing bird was actually hatched from the egg she picked up, which means that she was the culprit of the heavy snow on Shenong star. Yun Wan felt even more heartbroken, and was simply riddled with holes. This taught her a truth. Don't pick up things at home casually. Curiosity really kills the cat. The key point is that she was so busy that she forgot and didn't pay attention to the situation of the eggs. Now she thinks about it and feels a little scared. If it was a high-injury species, the lives of the little ones and her might be in danger. The worst-case scenario, she thought, was actually the best-case scenario. In the end, she had not fully adapted to interstellar life. If picking up eggs in modern times was not dangerous, she should not be too relaxed in the interstellar space, where the Zerg were so strange. For a moment, Yun Wan blamed herself. Lu Hui watched Yun Wan hang her head for a long time, wondering what she was thinking. After looking at the remaining eggshells in the abdominal cavity of the nanny robot, he had already guessed the species of the Zerg, which was the ice bird, a neutral Zerg that would cause snow to fly wherever it went, and would not actively attack humans. It was a blessing in disguise to encounter this kind of insect race. The ice bird was greedy and easy to find and catch. The most abundant thing on Shenong star was delicious food. He already knew where to find this bird. But the scene in the nanny robot and Yun Wan's low pressure also made him understand another thing. The egg should have been picked up by Yun Wan, and she should be blaming herself for these things now. Lu Huiqing couldn't help but stretch out his hand, and froze in midair the moment he approached Yun Wan. He didn't know what he was going to do when he raised his hand. It seemed that there was a voice in his heart calling him to do something strange. He suppressed his urge to do something, gently placed his hand on Yun Wan's shoulder, and said in a gentle voice, "Lord, don't blame yourself. Think positively. If you hadn't found this egg, it would have hatched, and we wouldn't have any clues at that time. You found this egg in advance, saving a lot of time." Yun Wan was in a complicated mood, but if I didn't use the nanny robot, maybe this egg couldn't be hatched and turned into a dead egg, and these things wouldn't have happened. Qian Zhuang took the opportunity to say, "Lord, you don't know? Zerg eggs are very durable. They can survive in extremely cold and hot conditions, not to mention at normal temperatures." The two's words made Yun Wan feel relieved. "I was too careless. You all know these Zergs, but I don't know them so well. Otherwise, I could have arranged it in advance, and the situation would not have been so serious." She was not vigilant enough. Although she put the bird egg into the abdominal cavity of the nanny robot and locked it up, she didn't expect it to open the robot and come out. It's not easy to be a good lord. Every move will affect the people. You have to arrange government affairs well. Think about what people don't think, and take precautions before everything happens. Yun Wan knew that she was no longer a person from now on. She was a lord. and her lifelong well-being was related to the Lord's. Yunwan's self-examination made Lu Huai's throat tighten. He said, "Lord, you have done a good job. Everyone has times when they don't consider things comprehensively. In fact, you have surpassed 90% of the lords in the galaxy." Yunwan was surprised and blushed to receive such high praise from Lu Huai. He really had a serious filter for her. Yunwan's heavy mood was swept away by Lu Huai's serious expression and solemn attitude. These things can't hurt her fundamentally. Reflection and self-questioning are a habit of hers in cultivating immortals, which is beneficial to her comprehension and has been preserved by her. In fact, to be honest, she is one of the cultivators with distinct emotions. What's more, she has no desires and no demands, which is the high-end realm. Yunwan thinks that kind of cultivation method is too much. She thinks that cultivation is to experience all kinds of life. Everything now will become her experience and will make her future self. Suffering and joy will eventually dissipate, and what will emerge is the true self. Therefore, she would reflect, but she would not be unable to overcome this hurdle, because she believed that she could solve these problems. In the worst case, she could take her subjects to another planet to start over. Now she was a rich woman, and it was not a problem to solve it with money. It was just that her subjects had to follow her around. Her heart was not so fragile. Although she was sad, she would not be discouraged. Therefore, Lu Huai's serious look made her feel interesting. So apart from the reasons of interest, they were also true friends. Yunwan curled her eyes at Lu Huai. "Thank you. Now that we know the habits of the ice bird, let's go and find the ice bird. If we act quickly, maybe the vegetable field can be saved." Speaking of the vegetable field, Yunwan's heart is bleeding. The economic loss is nothing, but it is frustrating to see the fruits of one's labor wasted. But farming is like this, relying on the weather for food. The weather can change, and there are also cases where there is no harvest. She can only learn from her mistakes and be vigilant to her future self. This time, the kids have done a great job. When sister solves these problems, I will reward you well. Okay. Wow. Rewards. The 6 little ones can't keep things in their minds, and they don't think as much as adults. They are in a good mood and discuss rewards. No one noticed the 2 lonely little tentacles and watery eyes clinging to the windowsill outside the window, looking at the lively scene in the house with envy. Seeing Yunwan regain her usual vitality, Lu Huai couldn't help but smile at her raised mouth. The energetic lord is still the most pleasing to the eye. No matter whether it is Shenong Star or the Lord of Shenong Star, he will protect the star well. Chapter 117. According to the gluttonous habits of the ice bird, Yunwan followed Lu Huai and others to inspect the restaurant and planting area in turn. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, they quickly finished the inspection and found a feather of the ice bird, indicating that the ice bird had been here not long ago. The blue feathers have silver fluff at the bottom, which is very gorgeous and luxurious. Like its eggs, Yunwan thinks that this bird should be very beautiful. The planting area is larger, and it is more laborious to inspect. Halfway through, Yunwan found that under the heavy snow, there are plants that are more energetic than usual. Yunwan approached and looked at the sign on the edge of the square soil. Ginger was planted here. The ginger plant was half a person tall, with leaves like bamboo leaves, dark green in color, standing proudly in the vast snow, as if proud of the weakness of other plants and its own strength. Yunwan dug through the snow mud, and under the thick snow skin was golden ginger half exposed on the ground. Ginger is warm in nature and spicy in taste. It can relieve cold. In this severe cold wave, ginger soup is a good ingredient to resist the cold. Almost instantly, Yunwan had an idea. She had eaten brown sugar ginger milk before, and a few sips warmed her whole body, which was very good. She didn't have brown sugar, but Xingji had white sugar, and she also had honey, so she could use these 2 instead. The ginger was freshly picked and used, and the milk was provided by the milk fruit. She could take this opportunity to make a honey ginger milk drink, and Uncle Wang would have something to do. The first step of the Food City franchise plan is to start with the beverage store. Yunwan sent a message to Uncle Wang and Jiang Jiayu, telling Uncle Wang the raw materials and asking them to work together to adjust the taste of honey ginger milk. The few people then walked forward and found that some of the ground had been dug into several large pits, and the huge sweet potatoes that had been eaten were placed all over the ground. This bird is really good at destroying food. Yunwan was so distressed that she marked the damaged areas and asked Jiang Jiayu to arrange for people to clean them up. Following the trail, They finally saw the true form of the ice bird in the orchard. It had gorgeous blue feathers with icy flowers and sparkling light, a yellow beak, and 3 floating feathers of different lengths on its head, as if it was wearing a noble feather crown. The ice bird was long and had long tail feathers on its tail, which fluttered in the wind as it shuttled between trees for food. The blue bird danced between the trees, and sometimes raised its head to peck at 1 or 2 iced fruits, which was very pleasant. As if noticing that a group of people were watching it, it slowly spread its wings, circled over everyone's heads, and then fell back to its original place, leaving behind crystal snowflakes that sparkled in the sunlight. The snowflakes felt wonderful on the cheeks and skin. It seems that this is how the snow fell. I don't know how many times the ice bird wandered around Shinong Star to cause such a big snowstorm. Although the bird is beautiful, Yunwan was very upset. Li Xian maintained the instinct of a mercenary, opened the space button to summon the laser cannon, mounted it on his shoulder and aimed, ready to attack. His sudden action startled Yunwan. "What?" she asked. "Kill it, Lord." The humans were already planning a hunting operation, and the dangerous muzzle was facing the figure of the ice bird. But it seemed not to notice anything unusual, and was still eating its favorite snacks foolishly. "Don't." Yunwan stopped him. "Do you want to keep it? I'll ask Hu Yuanong to bring the net." Yunwan wanted to catch the ice bird alive. She was not being kind. But firstly, Lu Huai said that the ice bird was a neutral creature and would not actively attack humans. But the bird was stupid and might not know that it had caused her such a big problem. Secondly, the bird had caused her so much trouble, and it would be too easy for it to die. In her Yunba Pai, it would have to work for the rest of its life to pay off its debts. The ice bird can make snow. Isn't it just a perpetual motion fan? It just happens to be glowing and heating in the summer. Yunwan showed a sly smile, imagining the ice bird being enslaved by her and feeling very happy. Lu Huai lowered his head and saw Yunwan's eyes filled with stars. He summoned the mecha, and the ball of light floated in the air and squirmed and changed, turning into a big net that fell from the sky, covering the ice bird and messing up its feathers. From the time the net fell to the time the ice bird was caught, a full minute or 2 passed. The ice bird hadn't reacted yet, biting a fruit core in its mouth and squinting one eye to bite hard. "Lu Huai, you're awesome." Yunwan gave Lu Huai a big hug. She was so excited that she didn't notice that when she hugged the man, his body stiffened for a moment, and then a faint blush appeared on his face. The hug happened quickly, and it was gone as soon as it touched. Lu Huai's chest still had a trace of temperature that didn't belong to him. At this moment, the girl had rushed out to pick up the net that caught the ice bird. The heartless look made him very confused. The way of getting along with the Lord was the most special for Lu Huai. The Lord was a girl, and he had almost no experience in getting along with her. Every contact exceeded his CPU calculation. He couldn't judge what his relationship with the Lord was. He had always passively accepted Yunwan's initiative, and he did whatever she asked him to do. It seemed difficult for him to refuse her. What kind of relationship is this? Or to be more specific, what kind of relationship is this one-sided? After catching the ice bird, we still have to wait for 3 or 4 days for the thick ice and snow to melt. Yunwan can't just sit there and wait for a few days. The vegetables and fruits in the fields need to be rescued, and the people in the territory need to be comforted and spend these days peacefully. She plans to issue a low-temperature subsidy to compensate the people in the territory for the loss of unemployment for a few days. It's just that the new fruit that I promised to the fans may be a bit tragic. Less than a quarter of the harvested fruits before the cold wave are in good condition, and the remaining 3/4 are frozen. Yunwan can't release the new products as usual. Logged into the live broadcast account, Yunwan issued a notice to explain. At first, the fans were very sad, but they suddenly changed their attitude and became very excited. How will the Lord deal with the frozen fruits? Let's say, is it possible to sell them at a discount? I don't mind that they are frozen and ugly. I feel that even if the fruits from Shinong Star are frozen and have defects, they taste better than other brands. Yunwan thinks the fan's suggestion is a good idea, but she has a better way to deal with it. Uncle Wang has started working on the beverage shop, named Shinong Xianin. Honey ginger milk is the first drink. Uncle Wang has prepared 3 flavors. The first one is sweeter, with more honey added. The second one is warmer, and has a stronger ginger flavor. The third one has more milk fruit added, and is full of milk flavor. For Yunwan, each one is delicious. She asked Uncle Wang to make ginger soup according to the second recipe and distribute it to the people and tourists of Shenong Star to help them resist the cold. At the same time, a large number of cold-resistant clothes she bought arrived on Shenong Star. If the people who are not prepared can go to buy them. It took only half a day from the outbreak of the cold wave to the implementation of all the cold-proof measures. The people of Shenong Star had just started to worry, and had no time to think carefully before they took a big sip of honey ginger milk. It was so delicious that they almost swallowed their tongues. After drinking the ginger milk, they wanted to think about what to do if they didn't have winter clothes in the cold wave, and what to do if they caught a cold without medicine. As a result, they found that they were shivering with cold, and staying in bed with a quilt was useless. After drinking the drinks distributed by the Lord, they were not cold at all. Their stomachs were warm, as if a small flame was burning, and they felt very comfortable all over. There were children at home who were weak, had runny noses, and sneezed, which were all signs of a cold. After drinking ginger milk, their faces became ruddy, and they not only stopped complaining of cold, but also recovered from their colds. In addition, the news released by the Lord said that the cause of the cold wave had been found out, and it would recede within 4 days, and Shenong Star would return to sunny days. For a time, the long-term and short-term worries of the Shenong Star were solved before they bothered the people. While Yunwan asked people to distribute honey ginger milk, she also asked them to rate it. Almost everyone gave it 5-star praise. These recognitions made Uncle Wang's tail almost up to the sky. Originally, he was worried that the department he was in charge of was not as good as his brothers. Now, it seems that the department he was in charge of was really awesome. The reaction of the people in charge confirmed that the taste of honey ginger milk was suitable for interstellar people. But Shenong Xianin only had 1 drink, which was too poor. Yunwan's solution to the damaged fruit was to use these fruits to make several new fruit drinks. The fruit alone tasted a little bit bad, but the mixed fruit drink would produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. And those flaws could be completely ignored. Uncle Wang almost jumped for joy when he heard Yunwan talk about this plan. Although he had never eaten those fruits, he knew about the PK battle. After the PK battle, thousands of people petitioned for new fruits to be released on Shenong Star. The entry "When will the fruits on Shenong Star be released?" even ranked in the top 3 hot searches, which shows how delicious these fruits are. Although the quality of the fruits is not in the best state now, it is definitely not bad to use these fruits to make drinks. Uncle Wang laughed a few times. His face flushed with joy, and he started to make drinks immediately after Jiang Jiayu sent the fruits that had experienced the cold wave to the kitchen. To make a good drink, he first needs to have a general understanding of the taste of the ingredients. After tasting the various fruits one by one, he burst into tears. One reason is that these fruits are so delicious. He was a little excited to taste so many delicacies at one time. Another reason is that he felt that the Lord was too good to him. To be honest, these fruits are not bad except that they are frozen and look a little ugly. If they were sold at a discount, as netizens said, many people would rush to buy them. But the Lord still gave these fruits to him to deal with. Uncle Wang thought, he will definitely not let the Lord lose money. The fruit problem has been solved, but the vegetables are still not settled. The loss of vegetables is not big. Only some seeds are lost. The key is that it will take at least 4 days to replant. Originally, the vegetables on Shenong Star mature quickly and can be harvested in 10 days. Now 4 or 5 days have been wasted. Ji Lian will definitely not be able to deliver the goods in 10 days. After thinking about it, I can only change a place to grow vegetables. Berry Star is a good place. It is just right to send a batch of seeds out to try the seed plan proposed by Jiang Jiayu. The busy life was very fulfilling. The post-disaster reconstruction work was proceeding step by step. Yunwan opened her StarNet account and counted the money. She was in a very good mood. After receiving the low-temperature subsidy and cold-resistant supplies, she sold fruits. Overall, the money increased instead of decreased. After stretching, she contacted Mao Ling and prepared to go to Shangmei Star to start a great cause tomorrow. At this time, Songri, who had settled down on Shenong Star, came to see her. Chapter 118. Lord, I want to ask you for a favor. Songri's fingers twirled. What's wrong? After winning the PK battle, Songri became more cheerful. But there was also some worry in her cheerfulness. Sometimes she looked at her and hesitated to speak. Yunwan had seen that she had something to do, but she was too busy after the PK battle. And Songri didn't tell her, so she didn't think it was urgent and didn't ask more. It's about Luhong Star. Song Ao had set up a laboratory on Luhong Star before and took my mother to do experiments. But I don't know where the laboratory is. Can you help me find my mother? Song-ri said. Yun-wan was sensitive to the word experiment. Human experiments reminded her of the Black Ram organization. She wondered if the laboratory on Luhong Star had any connection with that organization. Okay. I'll tell Roger and arrange a team of guards to escort you there. Yun-wan's face was serious. Thank you, Lord, Song-ri said gratefully. If you need me in the future, Lord, just tell me. You're welcome, Big Star. Yun-wan smiled. After the PK battle, Song-ri gained many fans with her superhuman beauty and neat personality. Yun-wan asked her to open a Star Network account, which now has 300,000 fans. Hearing Yun-wan say this, Song-ri felt very embarrassed. Not yet. She looked up at Yun-wan and added in a mosquito-like voice, It's good that I didn't disappoint the Lord. Huh? Yun-wan didn't hear clearly. Song-ri blushed at Yun-wan's look, said thank you, Lord, and left quickly. After communicating with Roger about the laboratory, Yun-wan asked him to pay attention to this matter. Since the cold wave, Yun-wan has become less lazy and more vigilant. The interstellar world seems peaceful, but it is actually full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will suffer great losses, and even death is a simple matter. The laboratory is involved in an extremely terrorist organization. She has a hunch that at some point in the future, she will confront this organization. After all, the Cubs are in her hands. She can't always prevent the Cubs from contacting the outside world. If they communicate with the outside world, there will always be a day when they will be exposed to the Black Ram organization. At present, what she has to do is to develop, and develop non-stop. For Yun-wan, she has done relatively well in the economic field. She has a good economic foundation and a relatively stable development plan in the economic field. When the economy improves, people's livelihood will not be a problem. However, there are still deficiencies in spiritual construction, and school education should be carried out as soon as possible. The last recruitment information sent out has received many resume replies. After the trip to Berry Star is over, the recruitment fair will be arranged. The real weak point is the defense of Shenong Star. Apart from the combat robots and starships provided to her by Liu Huai when he bought the restaurant VIP, she did not make any efforts. Or, she was willing but unable to do so. A truly good defense is not a robot or weapon purchased on the market, but a unique weapon or combat method that is exclusive to this planet. These things are completely beyond Yun-wan's understanding. It has been a long time since Che Xylon started researching new mechas, and she doesn't know how the progress is. She already has a sense of urgency. Not being able to drive a mecha in the interstellar space is still too restrictive. When she returns from Berry Star, she will also have to look for some mecha materials. After making a plan, Yun-wan wrapped her clothes around her body and prepared to deal with the culprit of the cold wave. The ice bird was still locked up in Liu Huai's mecha. The mesh mecha turned into a giant cage, which contained the ice bird and placed it on the big table in the Lord's mansion. Several little birds were enthusiastically feeding it with ice fruits, and occasionally stroking the ice bird's feathers. Some people were feeding and massaging it. Although the ice bird was locked up in a cage, it did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it was very comfortable. Its tail feathers were wagging, and it was eating happily. Yun-wan came over, and it flirted with her intentionally or unintentionally. Its beautiful blue tail feathers brushed across the back of Yun-wan's hand, and its clear eyes flashed with a hint of wit. It seemed to know that it was beautiful, like a great beauty ruthlessly exuding damn charm. With an expression of my damn charm has charmed another stupid human. Yun-wan felt some fine snowflakes floating down from the tail feathers, and she shivered with cold. On the trip to Berry Star, she planned to bring the ice bird. The temperature on Shenong Star was low, and most other places in the interstellar were in the hot summer, which was extremely hot. It was just right to use the ice bird to create a cool breeze for her. But how to make this bird obedient was a problem. It seems a bit wasteful to use a contract card. Sister, you are here. How did you find Bing Bing Bird? Yunga rushed to Yun-wan. I caught it from a fruit tree, Yun-wan said, looking at the 6 little ones. Yun-wan felt that they were very familiar with Bingling Bird. Maybe they had feelings for each other since they were born. Maybe they could make Bingling Bird obey. Yun-wan told the bad things Bingling Bird did on Shenong Star, and said that it needed to work to pay off its debt. Now how to make it understand this huge debt was a problem. Ah? Ah Huang exclaimed. Is Bing Bing Bird so mean? How can it snow here? Won't the crops die? Meow Meow and Snake said in unison. The two took online classes seriously with Yunge and learned a lot of knowledge. Knowing that Yunwan suffered heavy losses, they were very angry and worried. Bad? Ga? Bad? Crow shook its wings to express dissatisfaction. Several small birds condemned Bingling Bird. But Bingling Bird just tilted its head and leaned into the gap of the cage to reach the fruit outside with its mouth. It was stupid and didn't understand what everyone was doing. The little ones diverted the topic. Yunwan didn't mean to blame the ice bird. She was about to explain a few words. But suddenly, a very unfamiliar voice sounded. It's not a bad bird. The voice was a little shaky, not loud, and had a sense of emptiness. Yunwan felt that the voice came from beside her. She lowered her head and saw a boy with tentacles standing 3 steps away from her. It seems that this is the shy, a little lonely one who never acts with other little beast men. His skin was very white. His eyes were a little misty, and there was a sense of mystery around him. His words made everyone's eyes turn to him. He seemed not used to so many people's gazes, and his tentacles twisted into a ball. Yunwan felt magical. She felt that the octopus boy should be a more successful experiment than Nyamya and the others. He had the characteristics of half human and half beast, unlike Nyamya and the others who were completely beastly. Why? Yunwan asked curiously. Yunwan talked to him, and he glanced at him secretly, and kept looking straight ahead. But his tentacles twisted more, as if he was very nervous. It said it smelled delicious food. The little monster explained. Little monster, why are you helping the bad bird? Snake was very angry. I didn't. It really didn't mean it. It didn't know that there was so much energy in the fruit that made its snowflakes spray out all at once. It has never had such a heavy snow. But it did something bad. It is a bad bird. Snake felt that it shouldn't blame the ice bird, but didn't know who to blame. Someone must be responsible for this. Yunwan couldn't help laughing when she heard it. Seeing her smile, the little ones were still confused. Yunge asked what they were thinking. Sister, aren't you angry? Yunwan shook her head lovingly. Ignorance is not a crime. Bingling Bird is a newly born bird and doesn't know anything. Although it made a mistake accidentally, it can't be considered bad. So it's still good. She concluded and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried about what she would do if the friend she just made turned bad. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Yes, it is kind. But if you make a mistake, you have to take responsibility, whether it is intentional or unintentional, Yunwan said, looking at the direction of the little monster. She felt that the octopus boy knew the ice bird very well, and maybe it had some special abilities. Sure enough, after Yunwan finished speaking, the little monster wrapped its tentacles around the ice bird's claws. And then, the ice bird looked at Yunwan and chirped twice, as if to apologize. Yunwan sighed in her heart. She had tried her best to treat the little ones as ordinary people, but she was still surprised by their special abilities. Sighing, Yunwan didn't want their future development to be restricted by these abilities. She hoped that they could do what they wanted to do, rather than the abilities and life directions imposed on them by humans. But that seemed difficult. With that kind of ability, they would inevitably go in that direction. She could guarantee that she would not let the little ones do things they didn't like. But for others, their abilities were the most important, and what they thought in their hearts was completely irrelevant. This made Yunwan more determined to protect the little ones. Can I talk to it? Yunwan asked. The little monster nodded and raised a tentacle to Yunwan's wrist. She felt the coldness of the tentacle and the heat on her wrist. Suddenly, the meaningless chirping of the ice bird turned into simple words in Yunwan's ears. Delicious. No more snow. Sorry. Yunwan roughly understood why the ice bird caused a cold wave. It was because she had just hatched and could not control the snowflakes. There was no problem when the snowflakes were small. After eating 2 fruits, the snowflakes became bigger and caused a snowstorm. It really can't be blamed for this. After the little monster released its tentacles, she found that she could still hear the voice of the ice bird. Looking down, she saw a cute blue feather mark on her wrist, and a black dragon was coiled on the ice bird's claws. The color was very similar to its claws, and it was hard to tell if you didn't pay attention. Yunwan was shocked. His ability was far more powerful than he thought. Thank you. What's your name? Little monster. The little monster said with a red face. Thank you, little monster. Yunwan repeated it again. This time, the little monster twisted its tentacles into a dough. You guys go play over there first. Bingling Bird has to start working to pay off its debts. It can't play with you anymore. Okay. The little ones dispersed. Bingling Bird could understand Yunwan's words, but its comprehension was limited. It looked blankly. What kind of work? It asked. Yunwan took some effort to make Bingling Bird understand the current situation. It was confused and felt that Yunwan was right. It had no objection to working on Shinong Star for the rest of its life. Yunwan promised it that she would give it its favorite fruit as salary. It could pay off debts and get a salary. So it felt that this deal was worthwhile, and sold itself in a few minutes. After persuading the ice bird, Yunwan released it from the cage. She didn't know how to close the cage, so she could only carry the cage to find Lu Huai. After taking the mecha back, Lu Huai looked at the ice bird outside and wondered, why did the Lord release the Zerg? The ice bird is a neutral creature, but the Zerg are wild and difficult to tame. No one knows when they will touch their reverse scales and go crazy. Therefore, generally speaking, unless they have feelings, basically no one will choose to tame the Zerg. It's very obedient. Yunwan didn't plan to tell him everything, although she was very familiar with Lu Huai. They had different standpoints. She apologized to Lu Huai in her heart. They were friends now. But no one could tell if there would be a day when they would go completely different paths because of their different standpoints. If there is, I hope that day will come later. Lu Huai is a good person. Lu Huai didn't ask any more questions. He could see that the obedience of the ice bird was not its nature. The Lord didn't want to say more, and he wouldn't explore it anymore. This was good. The Lord had many magical things and needed to be vigilant against other people. But he didn't know why he felt empty in his heart. Chapter 119. Yunwan arrived at Berry Star with the ice bird and rejected Mao Ling's proposal to pick her up at the dock. She only asked her to send the location, got off the spaceship, and walked alone along the clean streets towards the Lord's mansion of Berry Star. After getting off the spaceship, a wave of heat came over her face, and the scorching sun baked her skin, causing some dryness and discomfort. Because there are multiple planetary energy cores inside, Berry Star is much hotter than other planets. If it weren't for the ice bird, Yunwan would have been unable to bear it and sweated profusely. After walking for a while with an umbrella, Yunwan found that a group of little kids were following her. When she took a step forward, the children behind her also took a step forward, following her not too far away. She remembered that these children were just playing with insects under the shade of a big tree, and she didn't know why they suddenly followed her so far. Yunwan turned around and looked at the group of children. She counted them roughly and found that there were about 7 or 8 children. They were dirty. Their skin was not dark, and their cheeks were abnormally red, looking like they were sunburned. Seeing her stop, the children took a few steps back, bumping into each other and huddling together, curiously looking at Yunwan and the ice bird. It turned out that the children were attracted by the bird. They probably had never seen insects or such a beautiful bird. What's wrong? Do you like birds? Yunwan asked softly. The ice bird had sharp ears, and when it heard the word like, it cried out happily. The children looked at each other and nodded. Seeing that Yunwan was very friendly, a brave little boy said, "It's so cool." A little girl beside him licked her chapped lips, pointed at the snowflakes that fell on the ground and turned into water droplets, and said, "Brother, water. Daodu wants to drink water." The little girl's voice made several children notice the wetness on the ground, and they licked their lips at the same time. Yunwan then realized that their lips were all chapped, as if they were very thirsty. "Don't you have water to drink?" Yunwan asked. The children shook their heads. "It's a severe drought, and there's no water in the river." The children's words made Yunwan feel bad. "It's so hot. Why are you playing outside?" she continued to ask. "It's hot at home, too. It's so cool. And it's wet." The children were suffering from the scorching heat, and when they saw a bird that brought cool air, their eyes lit up, and their envy was about to overflow. Yunwan's throat was dry. It seemed that the conditions of the people on Berry Star were not as good as she imagined. Most people didn't even have air conditioners installed in their homes. Moreover, Berry Star was actually suffering from drought. Now was the most unsuitable season for planting. In other words, Yunwan's seed plan may not be carried out. Now that she was here, she planned to go to the Lord's mansion anyway. After all, she was the Lord. And even if she was new, She had to clean up the mess left by Mao Hao. Sighing, she said, "I'm going to the Lord's mansion. Can you help me lead the way?" The children were very happy to be able to take advantage of the cool breeze. They walked in front of Yunwan enthusiastically to lead her, and talked a lot about the situation of Barry Star. Although the children didn't speak much logic, Yunwan basically pieced together the general situation of Barry Star. The drought will probably last for more than 2 months, during which time all activities on Barry Star will basically be suspended. Generally speaking, they will store enough food in advance. When Mao Hao was the acting lord, he didn't care about them at all. He would only remind them in advance that the dry season was coming. During the dry season, he would provide a limited purchase service of 1 basin of water per day. Otherwise, the people had to survive on their own. This Mao Hao was not completely without humanity, but he didn't have much humanity either. At least, he didn't let the people destroy themselves completely. Soon, they arrived at the Lord's mansion. The children waved goodbye to Yunwan reluctantly and discussed her identity curiously. "I know. She must be the fairy that the Lord invited to bring rain. Look, she is carrying a bird that can make it rain." "You think too much. It's hard to rain here now. Also, there are no fairies in this world." When Yunwan saw Mao Ling, she was busy and exhausted, with a few hairs standing up, and her shirt buttons were out of place. It seemed that she had encountered a very difficult problem. After chatting with Mao Ling for a while, as Yunwan expected, Mao Ling was worried about solving the drought on Barry Star. "My brother didn't make any preparations. Everything had to start all over again. Moreover, the planet was in deficit. I sold all my berries to get enough money to buy water. It was only enough for each household to get a basin of water every day to survive for more than 60 days. Mao Ling was talking about Mao Hao's usual solution. According to this method, the people in the territory could survive, but casualties caused by high temperature and lack of water were inevitable. Even if they survived for more than 2 months, the family's savings for a year would be used up. They could not save any money at all, and could not install air conditioners, falling into a vicious cycle. Besides, a family uses 1 basin of water, which is only enough for 2 sips. It is too extravagant to wash and bathe. Staying in an unclean and unhygienic environment for a long time will cause diseases, and the already difficult conditions will be even worse. I was just about to discuss this with you," Mao Ling said. She was embarrassed to let Yunwan see this mess. Mao Hao could not be blamed for it. She was also responsible. If she had realized earlier that her brother was so unreliable, the financial deficit of Barry Star would not be so large that it could not be made up by robbing Peter to pay Paul. At this moment, although she felt a little embarrassed, she was extremely glad that she had lost Barry Star to Yunwan. Otherwise, she would not be able to solve this problem with her ability. She could only follow Mao Hao's previous method to let the people of Barry Star endure for a while, and then plan to replenish the finances in the second year. As for those who couldn't endure, she was powerless. But now that Yunwan took over, she was no longer fighting alone. Yunwan managed to know Star so well, she would definitely be able to put Barry Star on the right track. Being looked at expectantly by Mao Ling, Yunwan felt a lot of pressure. She had just solved the snowstorm, and now she had to solve the drought. She felt that there were so many disasters during this period. After these things were solved, she had to hold a festive festival to share the joy. It was not difficult to solve the drought. The key to the drought was high temperature and lack of water. As long as there was money, air conditioning could be installed, and water could be purchased from other planets. These were not difficult for Yunwan. The real difficulty was that she wanted to promote the seed plan on Barry Star. However, making money was not urgent compared to the lives of the people. She discussed with Mao Ling and introduced 2 policies. First, the people in the territory can take out loans to buy air conditioners. Second, each household in the territory has 1 bucket of free water. If it is not enough, they can buy it by themselves. Not more than 3 buckets. With Yunwan's support, Mao Ling felt that the huge rock pressing on her chest was suddenly removed. Her eyes were red, and her nose was sour. "Lord, thank you so much." "Thank you for what?" "They are also my people." Mao Ling nodded heavily. "It is really important to meet a good lord. The people of Barry Star don't have to suffer anymore." She immediately sent people to publicize the policy. And for a moment, everyone on Barry Star was as if thunder had sounded in their ears. When they heard the news, most people were lying in bed. Although they were sweating profusely, they did not dare to move. because moving would make them sweat more and consume more water. The children could not stay at home and ran out to play. The adults were not in the mood to take care of them. When they were tired and thirsty, they would naturally come back to lie down. The family had to drink a basin of water sparingly. On average, each person drank about a dozen sips before it was gone. Taking a bath was even more impossible. So every household was filled with a strong smell of sweat. The Berry Star guards went door to door to deliver the message, and their noses and ears suffered a lot. Old Yin, open the door. The guards knocked on the door. I'm coming. Stop knocking. Old Yin ran to open the door, sweating profusely after just 2 steps. Here, take it. After tomorrow, you can get a loan to install air conditioners, and you can get up to 4 buckets of water a day. Remember? Huh? Old Yin didn't respond. He took the flyer blankly, glanced at it, and shouted, "What the hell?" The guards were prepared. The first few families had even bigger reactions and more outrageous shouts after hearing the news. But they almost couldn't recover after hearing the hoarse voice of Old Man Yin. The 2 ignored Old Man Yin, who was hugging his family and crying, and continued to the next family to inform them of the news. Li Mei. Is Li Mei there? Yes. Yes. Li Mei opened the door much faster, and a cute little head appeared at the door with her. What's up, officer? Her face was flushed and a little awkward. The 2 team members repeated what they had just said and handed the flyer to Li Mei. See the collective situation yourself. The 2 continued to walk forward, and the woman behind them also shouted in surprise. And then a lovely female voice came, Mom, do we have water to drink? Yes. Yes. Great. It must be the fairy sister. She brought us water? Dowdu. Don't talk nonsense. It was the Lord who provided us with water. Li Mei excitedly grasped the flyer, which said that she could get a bucket of free water with the flyer. How much money would it save to get a bucket of water every day? She didn't have to worry about not being able to hold on during this drought season. Dowdu. We have water to drink. Really water to drink. Every day. Li Mei cried with joy. She thought that fate was playing tricks on her, that the scumbag owed her a debt, and she had a hungry child to feed. But how could she earn so much money? Life was dark, and she felt that she could not survive this drought season. She had little money, so she could only save a few sips of water for her child to drink. And for herself, it was up to fate. She didn't expect that there would be a day when she could survive. Fate finally favored her for a little while. The escort team members were just delivering a simple message. But along the way, they saw so many people who were surprised and relieved to hear the news. And they all watched them leave with gratitude. It would be a lie to say that they were not moved. Even they themselves were so happy when they heard that they could get a few more buckets of water. The weather was still very hot, but the boredom in my heart was much less. Life is getting better, isn't it? The problems of the people were solved. Although life was still difficult, they could survive the drought. Yun-Wan was still worried about planting. She talked with the planting R&D team of Berry Star and wanted to explore the possibility of using the ice bird to make snowfall and rain to increase the suitability of Berry Star for planting. Most people were not optimistic about this method. Lord, it is good that your bird can make snowfall, but the cooling and rain brought by snowfall are temporary. You need to keep making snowfall to maintain low temperature and soil moisture. Not to mention whether the bird can withstand the intensity of global snowfall every day. Even farming requires controlling rain. Crops can't stand the sudden changes in temperature. The researchers' concerns are quite reasonable. The snowfall of the ice bird is only a temporary solution, and the conditions for the growth of seeds are relatively strict. And they must not be exposed to cold or hot weather. It would be fine if Yun-Wan built a planting area by herself. But the key is that she wants to sell some seeds and try individual planting on Berry Star to improve the livelihood of the people. Berry Star seems to be developing well, but the berry industry is actually all under the jurisdiction of the Lord. The people of Berry Star have not gained any benefits from it. At most, they can help with the harvest during the berry harvest period to make money. But this income is not much and is not stable. If they can start individual farming, they can have a stable source of income. And Yun-Wan's farming scale can be expanded infinitely. For her, the benefits are shared, and the risks are also shared. If the vegetable field encounters any accidents, she will not bear all the losses. And the development of the planet will not lead to the situation where the lords make a lot of money, while the people still struggle in poverty and live a hard life. It can be said that if this plan can be carried out, it will be a win-win situation for her and the people. In fact, the seed plan can be launched after the dry season. But the key is that Yunwan is waiting for delivery now. A delay of 1 or 2 days is fine. But if it is delayed for 10 days or half a month, those restaurants will not be able to do business. And she will also face a large amount of liquidated damages. Luhong Star is actually a good choice. But after all, it is not her own planet. So it is not easy to intervene too much. Yunwan thought that as long as she promoted individual planting on her own planet, other planets would see the benefits and naturally come to her to buy seeds. Moreover, if the drought problem can be solved, the people of Berry Star will definitely be happy to make some new attempts. After all, they didn't have much to do during this period according to the original plan, so they can free up their hands to plant crops. If Yunwan solves the drought, the people will believe in her and support her policies. It can be said that the time is right, the place is right, and the people are right. Now all we need is the right place. It is imperative to overcome the high temperature difficulty of Berry Star. Yunwan thought for a while and asked, the high temperature of Berry Star is because the planet has too many energy cores. What if we remove a few energy cores? Chapter 120. As soon as Yunwan said this, the whole audience fell silent. Lord, alas, this energy core is not something that can be taken out just like that. The researchers shook their heads. They told Yunwan that they had actually tried to take out the planet's energy core a few years ago. But the temperature of the energy core was too high, and the mechas and robots they could find would melt as soon as they approached it. And they were completely helpless. Yunwan pondered for a moment and asked the system in his mind, Tong Tong, do you think the freezing gun can freeze the planet's energy core? Using up all the energy, the energy core can be frozen for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The time is too short. Not enough to transport the energy core from the interior of the planet. Is there no other way? Yunwan frowned and thought. She felt that there must be other solutions. Seeing that Yunwan was thinking hard and didn't think of herself, the system coughed twice and said, Host, the system can recycle garbage. After the system reminded her, Yunwan really wanted to punch herself. Why did she forget to recycle the system? There are so many things to do recently. She suddenly felt relieved. But she didn't show it on her face. Planet energy cores are a big problem for Berry Star, but they are definitely good things for the system. After all, planet energy cores are the key to a planet's habitability. With an energy core, you can build a planet. Interstellar people's technology cannot reach that level for the time being. But the system is omnipotent and can definitely use energy cores to build planets. Rounding it off, it has recycled a planet. Oh my god! This must be exchanged with the system for something good. It can recycle garbage. Yunwan groaned. But planetary energy cores are not useless garbage. The system's electronic sound was disordered, and it didn't quite understand what Yunwan meant. It has never recycled useless garbage? Sorry. I don't respect it. The system can recycle planetary energy cores. After saying that, the system waited for Yunwan's response. Yunwan, is the system's IQ offline? I mean, planetary energy cores are very valuable. Yunwan hinted. Host, you can't be money-minded. This is a big trouble for you. The system suddenly understood Yunwan's operation. It's not that troublesome. When bargaining with others, she would not let anyone catch her. She was sure that the system needed the energy core. The less she cared, the more anxious the system became. How could it not be troublesome? The system was indeed panicked. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Planetary energy cores are such a good thing that we can always find someone to take over. Yunwan was as still as a mountain. Host, no one dares to take over except me. The system did not give in. Obviously, it was also sure that Yunwan was anxious to get rid of the planetary energy core. Yunwan was a little sad. The system was getting smarter and not so easy to fool. Okay, let's both take a step back. You can't just give me some green value and get rid of me. Right? After Yunwan could cultivate seeds, the green value became less and less useful except for unlocking new illustrations and exchanging for new treasures. She wanted to see if she could get some benefits from the system. Last time when she exchanged the contract card with the system, she felt that the treasures of the system seemed to be limited. So she wanted to take the opportunity to test it out. Host, isn't the greening value good? You can exchange it for various plants. The system is helpless. Yunwan choked. She was indeed a little greedy. But the planetary energy core was indeed a good thing. If it wasn't difficult for her to preserve it, she would have wanted to study it and use it to build a planet. But I don't like plants now. To be honest, the types of plants Yun-Wan currently has are enough to live a life of good food and drink in the interstellar space. Host, I can open up the object recognition permission for you once. Yun-Wan, ? If I remember correctly, she used this for free before. The system is too stingy. Why do you think I need this? Yun-Wan was embarrassed. The system did not answer, but only said, you will regret it if you refuse. Host, isn't the object recognition permission just a bonus? Yun-Wan was still a little disgusted, but the system was unmoved, and it was better to have a bonus than nothing. But she was bothered by what the system said. It seemed to know something. Okay. Deal. What item do you suggest I identify? Yun-Wan asked. This time the system was not stingy and did not beat around the bush. Host, you should really pay attention to your vegetable garden. The ancient seeds have grown into mature plants. Yun-Wan understood immediately. These ancient seeds were not affected by the cold wave, and she really didn't have time to pay attention to them. It seems that these ancient plants are good things. Okay. Then identify this ancient crop. She believed that although the system was stingy, it would not fool her on major issues. Not to mention that this was an opportunity to get something for free. Plant identification in progress. Please wait. Identification successful. Dragon tooth jade, shaped like dragon tooth. With divinity. Natural sword jade. With dragon roar. Is a good material for refining. Amethyst fruit, shaped like a ball. Dark purple. Soft to the touch. Sweet. Huge. Contains powerful energy. Is an excellent plant energy source. Looking at the introduction of ancient plants, Yun-Wan's pupils trembled. All. Such a big thing. You just told me now? Yun-Wan was angry. If it wasn't for the planet energy core this time, would you have planned to exchange this news for me as a treasure next time you exchange treasures? The system pretended to be dead. It didn't say anything. But Yun-Wan knew that her guess was correct. What a stingy system. These two ancient plants sounded very domineering and were extraordinary at first glance. However, at first glance, Yun-Wan didn't understand why the system said that she would regret refusing to identify them. These two things are good, but she doesn't particularly need them. Like the purple crystal fruit. Although plant energy is renewable and makes up for the disadvantage of the unsustainable development of mineral energy. For Yun-Wan, there should be no energy shortage problem in her lifetime. Not to mention the dragon tooth jade, a material for refining equipment. What equipment does she refine in the interstellar space? Hey! Wait! Refine equipment? Material. Although you can't refine equipment in the interstellar space, you can make mechas. Could it be that the system means that dragon tooth jade can become a brand new material for mechas? This is really a case of searching for something without any effort. The mecha material grown from ancient plants absorbs the spiritual energy on Shinong star. Does it mean that the mecha made of this material can resonate with the cultivator and be used by the cultivator? Yun-Wan couldn't wait to bring this news back. She took a deep breath and told herself that she couldn't rush things and that it was important to solve the difficulties in front of her first. With a freezing gun and enough energy, and the ice bird by her side, Yun-Wan followed the researcher who led the way to the center of the Earth and saw the hot planetary energy core in the center, which was blazing with flames and as dazzling and hot as the sun. There are 5 planetary energy cores on Barry's star, which are nestled together and fuse into powerful energy. Yun-Wan wore a protective suit, which isolated most of the heat and radiation. But she still felt stuffy. Lord, the protective suit can last for 30 minutes. What do you think you are going to do? But it is best not to get too close to the energy core. Otherwise it will shorten the service life of the protective suit. Yun-Wan nodded. I understand. You go out first. The researcher was a little worried. The Lord didn't look like he was messing around here. He went out obediently and prepared to come back in for inspection after 20 minutes. Lord, you must wear protective clothing when you stay here. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Be careful. Before leaving, the researcher reminded. The researcher was a young man, Mao Ling's classmate, named Dong Jiala. He brought Yun-Wan to the center of the Earth to see with his own eyes how the young lord realized her fantasy. As a scientific researcher, even if his research direction is in the direction of plants, he also knows some basic scientific knowledge. The drought on Barry's star is indeed difficult, But he was still a little confused and speechless about the new lords coming to remove the planet's energy core. Anyone with a little common sense would know that the planet's energy core is difficult to remove, and neither destruction nor removal can be done with existing technology. If it is destroyed, the entire planet will explode. If it is removed, the energy core can only be frozen with the latest interstellar black technology weapon, the frozen ion cannon, to ensure that it will not be damaged by the high temperature of the energy core. Moreover, even if the energy core is taken out, the ion cannon can only freeze the energy core for a few minutes. It is impossible to transfer the energy core to a safe area and self-destruct in such a short time. Finally, the most important thing is that they can't afford the frozen ion cannon. They didn't tell the Lord about this, but she insisted on her own way and didn't listen to the advice of these professional researchers. Dong Jiala closed the door and shook his head behind it. The Lord was destined to be disappointed. Yun Wan used the obsidian energy to fill the freezing gun little by little. After the energy was full, the gun turned around on her index finger, and finally the muzzle was facing the planetary energy core. "It's coming!" As her voice sounded, the freezing gun burst out with powerful energy and crashed into the planetary energy core. The ice bird thought Yun Wan was talking to it, and tilted its head to look at her. But her eyes were fixed on the fireball in the distance, and it looked forward curiously. There were many small fireballs there, which looked like delicious fruits. Like that thing? Like lychees. Yes, it was lychees. The ice bird stared at the planetary energy core, feeling a little greedy. It had never eaten something that was smoking, and wondered if it would burn its mouth. The ice bird was ready to go, but Yun Wan didn't notice its movements. After the planetary energy core was successfully frozen, she continued to load energy and prepared to freeze the next one. The researcher told her that for the size of the berry star, 2 planetary energy cores would be enough. Just enough to ensure that the berry star would be like spring all year round. Before she could react, she heard the sound of flapping wings, and the ice bird soared into the sky, flying straight towards the energy core that was frozen into a popsicle. Yun Wan was so scared that she almost dropped the freezing gun in her hand to the ground, and closed her eyes reflexively. The bird she had just tamed, a natural summer fan that could make small snowflakes fall, and the beautiful bird that owed her a huge debt was likely to be gone. God knows why the ice bird suddenly lost control. It had always been very well behaved outside, and Yun Wan was not on guard. If she had known, she would not have brought it in. After waiting for a long time, the air around her was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then she heard the crisp crunching sound of chewing. She opened her eyes and saw the silly bird eating. The feathers on its head were burned by the fire, and one of them was charred and black smoke was coming out. A few of its beautiful tail feathers were also curled. Okay, what just happened was not a dream. So, did the ice bird eat the planetary energy core that she had just frozen? Yun Wan was so angry that she slapped the ice bird, who was eating seriously. The ice bird looked at Yun Wan in confusion, not understanding why he was beaten. Yun Wan was even more angry. Do you know that it's dangerous to get close to a planet's energy core? You think it's too long. Good, eat. The Bingling bird replied. Yun Wan was so angry that she almost laughed. How could she have such a stupid bird that wanted to eat more than it lived? You're not allowed to eat. It's dangerous, Yun Wan said fiercely. Okay. The Bingling bird stood obediently, with an expression of I'm very good. Don't be angry. And Yun Wan couldn't be angry anymore. What else can I do? It's my own bird, so I'll just forgive it. Yun Wan forgave the Bingling bird, but the system was almost shut down by anger, and the electronic sound even had a human-like sharp sound. Stupid bird. Spit out my planet's energy core. Yun Wan dared to say that if the system had a real body, it would have grabbed the ice bird's neck and shook it wildly to make it spit out the energy core. Seeing the system in pain, Yun Wan was a little excited. Oh, Tong, it's still young. Don't be angry. Calm down. This is the first time I've seen the system lose its temper like this. After a few minutes, the system calmed down. The ice bird chewed up the energy core and swallowed it into its stomach. Maybe it had started to digest it. It couldn't do anything no matter how unhappy it was. But what is the host so happy about? The system was unhappy and said, Host, 1 core can generate 1 million green value. Ah! Yun Wan pushed the ice bird. You loser bird. 1 million green value can save a lot of money. Maybe you can unlock a few new illustrations and exchange for several treasures. Yun Wan was like a crying cat head at this moment. crying so sadly and pitifully in her heart. Hey, host, don't be sad. Don't be angry. The child is still young. How can you hit him? The smile will not disappear. It will only move from Yunwan's face to the system's face. Yunwan lost 1,000,000 green value points. And she firmly covered her heart and repeatedly ordered Bing Lingyu. Don't eat anymore. Understand? Okay. Bing Lingyu was obedient. Yunwan snorted, froze the remaining 2 energy cores, and urged the system to put them away. With 2,000,000 green value points in hand, Bing Lingyu obediently did not move. And she felt much better. Dong Jiala waited outside for more than 10 minutes, and heard some noise inside. He couldn't help but wanted to go in to see what was going on. But the door was suddenly opened, and the people inside had come out. The Lord's face didn't look good. He understood, thinking that it was true, and comforted him. Lord, the nuclear energy issue is difficult to solve, time-consuming and labor-intensive. There is no precedent for solving this problem in the entire galaxy, so it is normal to fail. Solved. Don't worry. We have survived in previous years. What? Dong Jiala's voice stopped abruptly, as if he had been fried by a supernova explosion. Solved? He stood there for a while, frowned, turned back, and went into the center of the Earth to check, where there were only 2 planets that could be nuclear energy. Huh? Where are the energy cores of 3 planets that big? Where are the energy cores of 3 planets that big? Hot. And dangerous? Did the Lord take them out with him? Dong Jiala ran out quickly, and caught up with Yunwan. He wanted to ask for clarification, but he didn't know how to ask. His question became, have you really solved the energy core problem? Didn't you go back and check just now? Dong Jiala realized that he asked a stupid question and answered embarrassedly, my eyesight is not very good. But how did you do it? Chapter 121. Yunwan had already thought of a good excuse for this question. The ice bird ate it. She stroked the feathers of the ice bird, which were cool and felt very good. Some of the feathers of the stupid bird were burnt, which greatly increased the credibility of Yunwan's words. But Dong Jiala still didn't dare to believe it. If I remember correctly, the planetary energy core is probably much larger than your little bird. He said what he was thinking. Yunwan didn't understand this either. She closed her eyes at the time, and didn't see the ice bird eating. She glanced at Dong Jiala calmly and lied. Of course you chew it up and eat it. How can you swallow it whole? Ah? Dong Jiala looked at the ice bird for a few times, but he couldn't find any special features of this bird. How could it withstand the high temperature of the energy core? Could it be that the Zerg has evolved to a level that he didn't understand? Even the energy core can be used as a snack to sweeten your mouth? He didn't believe in the ability of this bird, but it seemed that he couldn't find any other reason. The planet's energy core really disappeared, besides being eaten. Could it be transported away by the wormhole? Dong Jiala was in a trance, like a drunk walking on clouds, and still felt like he was in a dream. Once the planetary energy nuclear problem was solved, Barry Star underwent visible changes. The original scorching temperature became much milder. The people in the territory felt the changes outside, and walked out of their homes curiously. What's going on? Does it feel cooler? Zhang family. You feel cooler too? It seems that I am not dreaming. What's going on? Is the dry season going to be over? But I feel like it hasn't started for a few days yet. The people walked on the street, and from time to time, there were gusts of cool breeze. They felt comfortable for the first time in this gloomy and hot summer. Oh my God! This is the summer of the living. The people sighed. If every summer is like this, I will never hate summer again. The children were also very excited. While they were happy, they still didn't understand why the temperature on Barry Star dropped. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The patrolling guard suddenly cheered. A passing citizen asked curiously, what happened? What good thing happened? It's the Lord. The Lord has solved the energy problem of our planet. We won't have drought in the future, the guard said excitedly, not caring whether the citizens understood or not. He jumped forward a few times, cheered and walked away with the team. The citizen only understood half of what he heard. What is the planetary energy core? Although he didn't quite understand, he understood that it was the Lord who made Barry Star no longer have drought in the future. So, the people in the territory also joined the cheering team, shouting with ruddy faces, long live the Lord! More and more people joined the team, and the originally small team developed into a huge gathering, and an unprecedented spontaneous parade was held on Barry Star. Someone who understood the principle explained to the people in the territory who didn't understand. The energy core of the planet is very hot, and it can melt the hardest mecha material in the world. No one in the interstellar can solve this problem. But our Lord did it. The Lord is too powerful. The people were excited. Their Lord had solved a problem that no one in the entire galaxy could solve. The Lord is the strongest in the galaxy. The Lord is the strongest in the galaxy. Yunwan, who was far away in the Lord's mansion, also heard the echo of the shouts. Why is it so noisy outside? She was puzzled. The people of Berry Star were really strange. They stayed up late at night to carry out large-scale activities outside. Also, the Lord they are talking about is not me. Right? Yunwan pointed at her nose. Mao Ling smiled brightly. Yes. Who else can be the Lord except you? Ah? Yunwan almost swallowed her tongue in shock. Don't you know yet? Your deeds have been spread. And everyone is very grateful that you solved the problem of planetary energy core. Now the temperature of Berry Star is not hot at all. It's great. So, the strongest Lord in the interstellar they are talking about is me? Yunwan's eyes widened. What does solving the problem of planetary energy core have to do with being the strongest in the interstellar? Don't put a label on her. She is just a human squishy. Yes. Mao Ling smiled at Yunwan, who was furious. The Lord is so cute. Yunwan waved her hands repeatedly. No. 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 I am not the strongest in the galaxy. And it was not me who solved the problem of the planet's energy core, but the ice bird. You can't say that. Lord. Mao Ling disagreed. Look. The solution to remove the energy core is yours. Right? The ice bird is yours. Right? So, this is what you solved. Don't be so modest. Ah. This makes sense. But let's not brag so much. No. Is there anyone in the interstellar space who can solve the problem of planetary nuclear energy? No. So you are the strongest in the interstellar space. Yunwan looked at Mao Ling with mixed feelings. She saw 100 layers of filters for her in Mao Ling's eyes. Okay. Accept this supreme praise reluctantly. Yunwan thought with a headache. The strong can never hide their own light. Although the temperature has dropped, Berry Star is still not suitable for planting. The drought in the ground has already occurred. Unless it rains suddenly, it is impossible to plant on the dry and cracked land. Yunwan set her sights on the ice bird. As long as it was properly controlled, the ice bird could turn a little snow into rain. Why would she still worry about no rain? Just when she was thinking of letting the ice bird rain at night so that the dry land could be soaked tomorrow. She didn't expect that the silly bird had already fallen asleep. Its chest rising and falling, its feathers shaking from time to time, and it was mumbling some meaningless words. Sleeping very peacefully, Yunwan reached out and touched its beak. The silly bird was really carefree. It ate and slept all day without any worries. The next day, the ice bird woke up early and chirped happily beside Yunwan's ears. Yunwan was woken up before she had enough sleep. Ah! Are you a dog or a bird? Yunwan covered her head with a quilt and rolled around on the bed twice. The ice bird's voice became weaker, but it still couldn't hide its excitement. You said that after eating the energy core, you upgraded last night? Now you can use freezing skills. Yunwan held her chin with one hand. She lifted the quilt, jumped up, and let the ice bird use skills for her to see. The ice bird moved its wings, and the white tea set on the coffee table was frozen into an ice sculpture, and its strength was almost the same as that of the freezing ion cannon. This energy core was not eaten in vain. Yunwan was very surprised. Can you make it snow now? Or rain or something like that? She asked. The ice bird told her that its control over snow had improved, and now it could control 3 states: rain, snow, and ice. If it wanted to rain, it would be no problem to cover the entire Berry Star. Great. I was waiting for you to say that. Yunwan was excited. Baby, I really wronged you. You didn't eat much. Not much at all. Yunwan turned around while holding the dumbfounded ice bird. The ice bird brings rain, and there will be rain wherever it goes. So the ice bird needs to fly around Berry Star. And Yunwan, as the master, naturally has to follow. So, this scene appeared on Berry Star. After a night of revelry, the people of Berry Star woke up and saw a drizzle of rain outside. Just like a wonder in a dream. It's raining. When they walked out of the door, they saw a beautiful ice blue bird flying in the sky. Wherever it passed, ice rain fell, bringing long-lost nectar and coolness. Behind the bird, there was also a flying car. Along the way, the big bird sometimes flew, sometimes circled, and sometimes circled around the flying car. When the whole world was filled with the sound of rain, the flying car returned to the sky above the Lord's mansion. And the big bird was vaguely standing on the hand of a woman on the flying car. That's the fairy's sister, Dowd, who has good eyesight and can see Yunwan's appearance clearly from a distance. It's the Lord. The guards also recognized Yunwan. The people of Berry Star saluted Yunwan in the rain. They never thought that so many big things would happen this year. First, the amount of water in the dry season increased. Then the high temperature problem was solved. And finally, even the drought did not exist. In just 2 days, Berry Star has changed a lot. The dead grass and trees have sprouted new buds. And the suffering people have smiles on their faces. They no longer have to worry about surviving the dry season. All this is the blessing brought by the Lord. She solved the energy nuclear problem and had a giant bird that could call the wind and rain. Even though the technology in the interstellar era is advanced, they can't explain how the Lord can do these things. Especially that she can even subdue such a powerful Zerg. Even the Zerg surrendered to her. Yunwan was sniffing the fragrance of the soil brought by the rain on the Berry Star with satisfaction, and using the high-altitude vision to look for future planting areas. I don't know what the people watching the excitement below thought of, but suddenly burst into a huge voice. Long live the Lord! The Lord is the strongest in the interstellar. Looking at the glow and enthusiasm on the faces of the people, Yunwan almost lost her balance. She felt like a cult leader. There is no need to worship her so much. Yunwan smiled brightly. And this smile made the people in the territory seem to be injected with chicken blood. And the cheers became more and more intense. Yunwan's ears were attacked by sound waves. Alas, being too popular is not good. She glanced at the people in the Lord's mansion. Almost every household was attracted to come out. The crowd stretched out, and there was no end in sight. Since the people were gathered by chance, she took the opportunity to announce the seed plan. Yunwan cleared her throat, and the people below suddenly became quiet. My fellow people, the drought on Berry Star has been successfully resolved, and we can continue to live a normal life. As everyone knows, I was originally the Lord of Shenong Star. I made my fortune by growing vegetables. In order to improve people's livelihood, I decided to take out a batch of vegetable seeds and let the researchers lead everyone to test planting. People who are willing to participate can go to the Lord's mansion to line up to receive them. Yunwan's words confused Mao Ling. Does the Lord mean that this batch of seeds are free? She was surprised. If it were anyone else, Yunwan would not explain. But Mao Ling was the acting Lord she personally selected. So it was natural that she was a little special. Yes, the seeds are free. And all the items needed for planting are also free to use. Mao Ling was puzzled. Isn't this a bit of a loss? She had never seen a Lord so generous. So generous that she was a little worried that the Lord would be penniless in the future. You can't say that. This is a win-win cooperation. They learned the method. And I got free vegetables. Yunwan winked at Mao Ling. Mao Ling understood Yunwan's intention this time. No wonder it was a trial planting. It was equivalent to the people exchanging their labor for planting methods, bartering goods. And the Lord did not lose out. And the people also acquired a skill that could make a living. Then you can buy seeds. Expand the scale of planting by yourself. And the Lord will sell them all. The Lord is so wise. Mao Ling could already see a corner of the Lord's plan. Shenong Star has a complex industry, mainly food, and too large a planting area would make it look out of place. Berry Star is a naturally fertile and rich land. It is perfect to solve the drought problem. It will become the Lord's largest planting base. No, it can be said that it will become the largest planting base in the galaxy. She was fortunate enough to participate in such a great cause. This was an ambition that she herself did not have when she was a Lord. For a moment, Mao Ling's heart surged. For the glory of Berry Star that she was about to witness. And for her destined extraordinary life. Chapter 122. For the people of Berry Star. It was a blessing from heaven that the Lord distributed seeds to them for planting. The far-sighted people had already lined up in the Lord's mansion, while some lazy people who didn't want to plant the land just laughed at the people who were queuing. "Si Zhu, you're queuing up too?" Liao Si had a playful look on his face. And 2 people followed him. A man and a woman. Looking at the Si Zhu, he mentioned in surprise. "Yeah." Si Zhu glanced at Liao Si and agreed briefly. He and Liao Si were classmates, but they were not very familiar with each other. They had no contact after graduation. They met by chance. But there was nothing to talk about. Come on. Let me introduce you. This is my former classmate. He is a top student in the university. His name is Siju. Hey, Siju. You are queuing here. Do you want to be a farmer in the future? After saying that, Liao Si laughed strangely. Siju also understood why the other party came to him. It turned out that he wanted to laugh at him. Liao Si, is this the top student who has no money to study that you mentioned? The person who was talking was Liao Si's female college classmate. Seeing that she was interested, Liao Si and another boy Zhou Pu were very attentive. Liao Si winked at Zhou Pu, and Zhou Pu understood and said, "Sister can." As for him, oh, if you ask me, what's the use of being a college bully? He can't even read books, and can only be fooled into working hard to farm. Our brother Liao is still amazing, with good academic performance and a good family background. I really don't know which girl will be blessed to be our brother Liao's girlfriend in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Liao Si scolded and glanced at Su Ken. Su Ken responded indifferently, ignored the two, and asked Siju, "Are you going to farm? Will not all the crops belong to the Lord? Why do you still want to farm?" Before Siju could answer, Liao Si interrupted, "That's right. Siju, you are smart in studying. But you are confused about this matter. You are farming now, which is a waste of time. You work day and night, but you get nothing in the end. If you ask me, in your family's situation, you should stop tossing and turn, and find a proper job to do, which is also considered filial piety." "Well," Siju said perfunctorily, and then answered Su Ken. He felt that this girl was different from Liao Si and the others. The things grown belong to the Lord. But I can use the seeds and all the farming tools of the robot for free. And I can also learn farming by the way. I don't think it's a loss. What's not a loss? It's a huge loss. Think about it carefully. What's the difference between the Lord's policy and treating us as slaves? She doesn't have to give us anything. Not even a meal. And she wants us to work for her for free. It's too good to be true. Zhou Pu lowered his voice. But the people around him still heard his conspiracy theory, and were very angry. The one in front. Don't line up. Don't block the way. If you don't want to plant, no one will force you. Move away. An old lady in the line angrily pushed Zhou Pu away, and moved forward with the team. A young man in Zhou Pu was pushed back a few steps by the old man. What kind of person is this? You are disrespectful to the elderly. Zhou Pu rubbed his shoulder and cursed. Siju frowned as he listened to those unbearable remarks. It was okay for these people to laugh at his incompetence, but it made him feel very uncomfortable to laugh at the Lord and another person who spoke for the Lord. He was about to order him to leave, but Su Ken said thoughtfully, "You're right." Her approval made Liao Si and Zhou Pu, who held opposing views, embarrassed. "But how can you be sure that the Lord won't raise the price?" Su Ken asked. This turn of events made Liao Si relieved. He said, "Just now they were talking well." He vaguely felt that Su Ken didn't agree with the Lord's policy. How could he suddenly change his attitude? That's what I mean. When the time comes, the seeds will be bought from the Lord, and she will be paid whatever she says. How much can you earn by farming? The Lord made all the money. All crows are black. How can you expect the Lord to be kind? Liao Si said while shaking his head. People passing by would inevitably glare at him when they heard him. But he was completely oblivious. Siju felt that chatting with these people was really annoying. They claimed to be smart and talked about the Lord's move. They were rich people who were high above, and they didn't know what this move brought to the poor. It was a move that could benefit future generations. From then on, they had a skill that they could rely on. And the vegetables they grew could not only be sold, but also eaten by themselves. Expensive natural food would never appear in the lives of ordinary people in the past. And no Lord dared to let people touch things that did not belong to their class. But the Lord dared. So he believed in the Lord. The girl was still waiting for his answer. He didn't know why she asked him this, but he wanted to answer this question and clear the name of the Lord. The Lord could have prevented the whole people from participating. But she did it, bringing the food of the nobility into the lives of ordinary people. I believe her. After that, he added, you can search for the price of vegetables on Shenong Star. After that, he followed the team and moved forward a long distance. Su Ken thought about it and checked the price of vegetables on Shenong Star as he said. It was highly praised among similar products. But the price was low. She understood what Siju meant. If the Lord really wanted to make money, she would have a lot of opportunities. But she didn't. No matter how popular the vegetables on Shanong Star were, the price had never increased. In addition, the Lord really didn't need to go to so much trouble to let ordinary people learn to grow crops. It is recognized in the interstellar world that robots are more efficient than humans. If she had this time, she could have planted a few more acres of land. I'm afraid of meeting those people with bad tastes. They become lords not to make money, but just to enjoy the pleasure of enslaving others. However, Sukin also wants to believe the Lord for once. Ordinary people don't believe without trial and error costs. She has a mine at home. So what is there to be afraid of? Once you can learn to farm and successfully buy seeds, you will have no worries about selling plants. Sukin stood behind the team in the astonished eyes of Liao Si and Zhou Pu. Liao Si couldn't figure it out. Can, did you really listen to that kid's tricks? What is your status? What is his status? Why do you need to farm? It's none of your business. Sukin said that she had long been fed up with this classmate who had been following her. He really thought she was a fool and didn't know he wanted to seduce her. Unfortunately, she hated it most when others thought she was stupid. And she also hated people who were smart. Liao Si was asking for trouble. Sukin's attitude left him with no way out. So he could only walk away. After Siju received the seeds and was about to go back, he saw Sukin in the team and nodded to him. He didn't see Liao Si, so he responded politely and prepared to go home to open up the land. He received 3 kinds of seeds: sweet potato, cabbage, and tomato. The Lord said that everyone could plant these easy-to-plant plants at the beginning, and when they mastered the farming skills, they could plant mushrooms and other things that required more effort. Correspondingly, the price of easy-to-plant plants is not high, and the price of plants with higher requirements will also be higher. Now they can use seeds and tools for free, and the cost of trial and error is greatly reduced. If they don't plant well, the loss will be borne by the Lord. It's outrageous to say that the Lord has bad intentions for such a good thing. Who has ever seen someone enslave others with money? As soon as I got home, my father had already borrowed a land reclamation robot to open up a piece of land and enclosed a yard with a wooden fence. The yard was not big, but it carried the hope of this small family. Have you received the seeds? Father Si asked anxiously. I have received them. It's good that you have received them. It's good that you have received them. Father Si wanted to say something else, and there was a powerful light flashing in his eyes that had experienced vicissitudes of life. But he said nothing. He took the seeds and carefully buried them in the ground according to the planting method provided by Yun Wan. The researcher came to their house to do a soil test and said that their soil was very fertile and they would definitely have a good harvest. It must be a good harvest. If the planting is successful, they will have income. His wife's illness can be treated, and his son can go to school. They can be together as a family. Father Si bent down, and under the bright sun, his dark skin was covered with sweat. The sweat was splashing in the air and dripping into the fertile land, watering the crops that had not yet sprouted. It was unclear whether it was sweat or tears on his face, but it reflected the light of hope under the dazzling sun. There are many families like Siju's. They are not nobles, have no foundation, and can only earn a little money to support their families. They dare not get sick, go out, go shopping, or even drive a car. They walk to work, save on food and clothing, and are afraid of natural disasters and man-made disasters. They are afraid of a life of mediocrity, and even more afraid of not having the opportunity to be mediocre. But now, they seem to have the opportunity and power to pursue happiness. With a new Lord, Barry Star has a new world. Their future has changed from a dark and gloomy future to a promising future. Under the guidance of the researchers, most of the people on Barry Star have their own vegetable gardens. In the past, they could not find any work to do at this time, but now they are very busy, weeding, watering and fertilizing every day, and their lives are very fulfilling. With the unremitting efforts of the people, the plants sprouted green buds and grew vigorously. In a few days, they grew into strong seedlings. The people were overjoyed and went out to tell each other the good news. Yun Wan stayed on Barry Star for 5 days. The seed plan was carried out in an orderly manner, and the planting problems were almost solved. The researchers gradually became a professional team that could answer the doubts of the people about farming. Yun Wan used the contract card for them, as usual, to add a layer of insurance for their loyalty. It has been 5 days. The snow on Shenong Star should have completely melted. She should go back to start planting on Shenong Star. After all, there are still a group of unemployed people waiting for her to arrange. She can't stay on Berry Star for too long. She said goodbye to Mao Ling. Mao Ling was reluctant to leave Yunwan. The two talked for a long time before Mao Ling waved to Yunwan reluctantly. I'll ask the people to hold a farewell party. Mao Ling wanted to stay with Yunwan for a while longer. No, don't tell them. The people in the territory were very excited about her. If they knew, she would not be able to leave. Yunwan was about to leave when a disheveled man suddenly ran in from outside the Lord's mansion and brushed past Yunwan. He fell in front of Mao Ling and hugged her legs tightly, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Yunwan looked for a long time before she realized that the man was Mao Hao, whom she had never met. He didn't know where he had gone. He was smelly. His hair had grown long and messy, and he had lost a lot of weight, and he was no longer as fat as before. After not seeing him for a few days, was he sold to a remote mountain area to mine? Yunwan and Mao Ling looked at each other, and they didn't know what was going on with Mao Hao. Mao Ling was the most surprised. She and Mao Hao had a contractual induction. Mao Hao disappeared for a few days, and she thought he couldn't accept being constrained by her. So he ran out to find a solution. She never expected that he would appear in front of her in such a mess. Even when she bound the master-servant contract card, Mao Hao didn't lose his composure. But now he lost his composure and hugged her calf to confess, saying, "Sister, I was wrong. Sister, save me." Mao Ling was curious. What exactly did Mao Hao go through these days? Chapter 123. Mao Hao, what are you doing? Mao Ling shook her legs, trying to shake Mao Hao off. Mao Hao was stimulated by her action and hugged her tighter. Lingling, you can't just ignore me. Mao Hao's eyes were bloodshot. His eyeballs bulged out, and he looked very creepy. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yunwan kicked his leg with her toes. Mao Hao then noticed Yunwan. This time, there was no disgust or hatred in his eyes, but a gleam of light. He let go of Mao Ling's legs and was about to hug Yunwan's thighs, but she dodged faster than him and avoided his dirty hands. Lord, you have to save me too. You must save me. Yes, you can definitely save me. Mao Hao spoke in a hurried tone, and he was a little dazed. Yunwan was curious about what had smoothed his edges. So she said, I can save you. But you have offended me. Why should I save you? Getting Yunwan's promise. Mao Hao was extremely happy and said quickly, Lord, someone wants to kill you. It's the Ji family. They plan to get rid of you. You must save me. Mao Hao's words were illogical, but they made Yunwan serious. They want to kill me. Not you. Why do I feel that I need to be saved more than you? As Yunwan spoke, she thought, she hadn't done anything recently. How could Jisher want to kill her? I heard it in the laboratory. Speaking of laboratory, Mao Hao trembled reflexively. They want to use me for experiments. Cut open my head and send mutants to assassinate you. Lord, you must save me. Saving me is saving yourself. If I had known that Ji Feng was so vicious and cruel, I would definitely not listen to his instigation and PK with you. I swear that if I can survive, I will stay away from the Ji family. These nobles don't think of me at all when they have benefits. And they even want my life when they want to use me. Damn nobles. Mao Hao kept talking, and Yunwan pieced together the truth. It turned out that Jisher had never stopped and had been secretly targeting her. He really thought too highly of her. She really couldn't figure out if Jisher had nothing to do all day. Didn't he just divide their cake? Why did he send someone to kill her? She is not afraid of being killed, because her own defense and equipment are good. She has a safe house, a freezing gun, and some Zerg guards. She is not afraid of being targeted only at her. Her real weakness is Shenong Star. However, in the interstellar space, the Star Wars are not launched casually. But now, Yunwan also knows that the enemy has begun to deal with her. If they can't solve the problem, they have to solve the person who caused the problem. Sooner or later, they will find that Shenong Star is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. And the armed forces of Shenong Star can no longer delay. Okay, stop crying. Yunwan was annoyed by Mao Hao's noise. Where did the arrogant Mao Hao go? This Mao Hao is more annoying than that one. Aren't you back? Can they still come to Berry Star to catch you? Mao Ling said with disgust. Maybe he saw a familiar person. Or maybe Mao Hao was tired of crying. His mood gradually stabilized. Hey, you, tell me, why did they use you for experiments? Yun-Wan asked Mao Hao, who had regained his sanity. They wanted to find out how I was controlled by my sister. At this point, Mao Hao was somewhat shocked. He was worried that Mao Ling would not help him if she knew that he wanted to escape her control. But he was more worried that if he didn't speak directly, it would affect the Lord's judgment and kill him. He still cherished his life. Yun-Wan was thoughtful. The laboratory appeared 3 times in her life. The abandoned laboratory on Shenong Star, the laboratory on Luhong Star mentioned by Song Rui, and the laboratory of the Ji family mentioned by Mao Hao. All of them involved human experiments and seemed to point to the same place. The laboratory on Shenong Star is related to the Black Ram organization. From the perspective of the little orcs, their experiments were very successful. But because the little orcs were stranded outside, they probably didn't know that the experiments were successful. Yun-Wan asked Roger for information about the laboratory on Luhong Star, and found that the progress of those experiments was far behind that of the Shenong Star laboratory. In terms of time, the Shenong Star laboratory existed earlier than the Luhong Star laboratory. But the experimental progress was far ahead. It is obvious that the owners of the 2 laboratories are different. So, which laboratory belongs to Ji family? After returning to Shenong Star, Yun-Wan was in a heavy mood. She didn't expect that the life of fighting and killing would start so soon. After leaving for a few days, when Yun-Wan appeared in front of people again, the people of Shenong Star greeted her enthusiastically. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Yun-Wan felt relieved. Jiang Jiayu was very reliable. As soon as the snow on Shenong Star melted, she started sowing. The planting area was full again. The fruit trees were frozen. But it was not a big deal. Once exposed to the sun, they grew vigorously again. Yun-Wan gave the seed plan of Shenong Star to Hu Yuanong. She was very convincing on Shenong Star, and it was not difficult to promote the individual planting plan. The reason why these things were handed over to others was because she wanted to free up her hands to supplement the combat system of Shenong Star. First of all, weapons. Shenong Star had no special weapons, and even the Lord himself could not drive a mecha. In the past, Yun-Wan did not think so much. But now the disadvantages were revealed. Yun-Wan went straight to the ancient plants outside the Lord's mansion. The 5 plants looked exactly the same. She remembered that when she was identifying the plants, the system told her about 2 products: Dragon Tooth Jade and Amethyst Fruit. Shouldn't there be 2 kinds of plants? Looking up, Yun-Wan saw that the vine had grown to a thickness that 10 people could hug together, rising from the ground and piercing the sky, like a ladder to the sky. Under the huge gray-silver leaves, there were silver-white dragon tooth jade and great purple amethyst fruit. The dragon tooth jade was in the shape of a hook, with a transparent and pure texture, and the amethyst fruit was as big as a basin and looked like a soft dough. It is difficult to harvest the ancient plants that are so tall. Yun-Wan touched the vines and felt rough and hard. The robot should not be able to hurt the plants if it climbed up. She asked Jiang Jiayu to send 20 robots. For robots in a group, to climb up the ancient plants to harvest dragon tooth jade and amethyst fruit. And she took the spaceship and flew around the vines in a spiral to see how high the plants were. She flew up to the sky in one breath and passed through the clouds. Finally, she saw the top of the ancient plants. It was at least several thousand meters. Not to mention that the plants were very spectacular. Along the way, there were several dragon tooth jade and amethyst fruits growing almost every meter. 5 ancient plants, several thousand meters long. How many dragon tooth jade and amethyst fruits could she harvest? Yun-Wan couldn't figure it out. But what was certain was that a lot could be harvested. And the warehouse couldn't hold it all. The space provided by the system might also be filled up. Now that the new materials were available, it depended on whether Che Zai-Lan could use them in mecha manufacturing. The robots piled the harvested dragon tooth jade and purple crystal fruit together and transported them to the sanatorium in trucks. Along the way, they were very eye-catching. What is that? I saw it was transported to the sanatorium. It should be some medicine. Didn't the Lord say that he was experimenting with gene defect treatment? What? Really? The person who spoke was wearing gold and silver, and looked very elegant, like a tourist who came to Shenong Star for a tour. Really? My second aunt is cooking in the sanatorium, and she knows everything. Only the people of Shenong Star can participate in the experiment? There are no requirements. How is the effect? The man was anxious. The effect is okay. Anyway, My second aunt said that they don't look like patients, but they do research every day, making the hospital look like a research institute. Oh, let's not talk about it. A new store has opened in the food city. It is said that there is a delicious nutrient solution. I have to go and queue up. Hey! Hey! Wait! The man called out twice, and the person who was talking to her ran away without looking back. Qin Yingying stamped her feet in anger. She wanted to know more about the gene defect experiment. What's so good about the nutrient solution? Qin Yingying curled her lips and found that many people were running in the direction that person left. She rolled her eyes and wanted to see what nutrient solution was ruining her good deeds. Not far ahead, she saw a tall arch with 3 large gilded characters above the arch, Food City. The entrance to the Food City is right between the restaurant and the port. She often passes by here. Although it is a built street, there is no one inside. Now, the situation is very different. In the Food City, a store opened in the first storefront, and a long queue formed at the door. The endless queue reminded Qin Yingying of when Sheningsing restaurant just opened. Qin Yingying weighed the pros and cons again and again, and found that the queue was still getting longer. So she made up her mind. Since she is here, she just queues up. Qin Yingying was at the end of the queue, following the queue slowly forward. After a long time, she began to regret it. What a waste of time. It's so hot. She, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, is actually queuing for this shitty line. It's annoying. But she couldn't bear to give up after queuing for such a long time. So she could only continue to queue in the sun. She cursed Qin Yuanyuan in her heart. Qin Yuanyuan was her cousin. She had come to Shenong Star with her classmates before. She didn't know what happened, but she was blocked by Shenong Star and was forbidden to go to the star in the future. She went back and cried to her grandmother for a long time. Qin Yuanyuan was the youngest and the most favored in the family. When she cried, her grandmother was very anxious. She found her uncle's family and ordered them to teach this ignorant Shenong Star a lesson. She thought Shenong Star would lose against the Qin family. But she waited and waited until Shenong Star became more and more prosperous, and was not affected at all. The key point is that when Grandma asked Aunt Qin about this matter, it was left unresolved, as if she was being taboo. It was really strange. She was happy to see Qin Yuanyuan being humiliated. Qin Yuanyuan was very bad. She always pretended to be pitiful in front of Grandma, and said that they bullied her. God has mercy on her. She was like an ancestor. Who dares to bully her? Qin Yuanyuan wanted to come to Shenong Star but couldn't. She had to come under Qin Yuanyuan's nose to make her jealous. So, if she wanted to get into Sheningsing, she had to thank Qin Yuanyuan for being the middleman. If it weren't for Qin Yuanyuan, she wouldn't be sweating and queuing here. However, Qin Yuanyuan didn't have the chance to queue here. Thinking this way, she felt much more balanced, with something on her mind. It wasn't long before Qin Yingying's turn came. The waiter was a man in his 30s or 40s, and he asked cheerfully, "What would you like to drink, girl?" Qin Yuanyuan glanced at the price list, which listed 7 or 8 kinds of drinks, including watermelon juice, peach juice sparkling water, lychee wine, banana jelly, etc., and several desserts. She ordered a pink peach juice sparkling water, a durian millefeuille, and a dragon fruit pie. After placing the order, she saw the uncle taking out the fruit and making drinks on the spot. She was stunned. As a fan of Sheningsing, she knew Sheningsing's products very well. The uncle really used expensive fruits to make drinks. Qin Yingying felt pain when she saw the crushed fruits. She could eat the fruits directly. There was no need to treat those delicious fruits like this. Qin Yingying couldn't help asking, "Boss, are you selling fruits?" Customer: "You are the 500th person to ask this question. We don't sell fruits. These fruits are frozen and taste bad. The Lord doesn't want to sell inferior products to you. And all these drinks are sold to you at 30% off. Oh! Qin Yingying looked at the peaches made into drinks reluctantly, and her nose twitched. The Lord was so considerate of them. She was very touched. But she still hoped that the Lord would not consider them so much next time. God knows how long she has been waiting for peaches. Ever since she saw Yunshuang eat them. She has been waiting secretly for several months. Waiting until the snowstorm. Waiting until the Lord had only a few hundred surviving fruits and millions of people were fighting for them. Waiting for a defective product. But the Lord said that the quality was not good and would not sell it. The quality was not good. But they didn't dislike it. Alas! Other fruits and vegetables are inferior. But the Lord really doesn't give them any chances, which makes them heartbroken. Qin Ying left with peach juice and dessert in tears. After a long wait, this drink is no longer a casual food. She also paid sweat and time, so her expectations are naturally a little higher. Putting the straw into the drink cup, she took a sip, and the cold and rich peach juice instantly filled her mouth. She was completely surrounded by the aroma of peaches. The peach juice also had some bubbles dancing in her mouth, which was especially refreshing in the hot summer. After drinking the juice, there is still some peach flesh left in the mouth, which is sweeter. The peach fragrance is pushed to another level during chewing. After taking a sip, Qin Ying decided that she would post a circle of friends. This time, Qin Yuanyuan will envy her to death. Qin Yuanyuan has eaten the dishes of Shenxing restaurant, but she has never eaten this drink. Such a delicious thing. She can only watch herself eat it. Chapter 124. Yunwan transported part of the two new materials, dragon tooth jade and purple crystal fruit, to the sanatorium. Che Zilon was very confused when he saw the 10 carts full of new materials. You said this is the new material that the Lord gave me for research? Che Zilon touched the dragon tooth jade and instantly became energetic. He felt the stable Shenong essence in the dragon tooth jade and immediately had an idea in his mind. He tried to resonate with the dragon tooth jade with his mental power, and he could resonate without any obstacles. It was different from what he thought, but this material seemed to be better than he thought. Che Zilon envisioned finding a material that could only resonate with Shenongsu and not be affected by mental power, or only be affected by mental power and not resonate with Shenongsu, so that they could use Shenongsu or control mecha. But the appearance of Dragon Tooth Jade made him deny his idea. His direction seemed to be fundamentally wrong, because there were always two kinds of energy in their bodies, and these two kinds of energy got along well in their bodies and had long been inseparable. Let's not talk about whether they could find a material that completely isolated the influence of another energy. Even if they could find it, they would need to separate the two kinds of energy in their bodies, which was another difficulty. The material provided by the Lord completely avoided this. She provided a material that could resonate well with both energies. Che Zilon thought that perhaps his previous signal analogy was wrong. It was not that the mecha could not receive two signals, but that it could not receive the other signal well, resulting in a decrease in the control of the mecha owner. Dragon Tooth Jade is definitely the most ideal mecha material. Now only the performance test is left. Once the test results are good, he can start making mechas. Che Zilon told the other people in the experimental group this news. Ning Su and others volunteered to help him test the materials. There is strength in numbers. It would take 3 or 4 days to get the results. 10 hours later, the material test was completed. Dragon Tooth Jade is very suitable as a mecha material. It is not only tough and strong, but also has good resistance to extreme conditions. Che Zilon couldn't wait to tell the Lord the good news. The other members of the experimental group were also very excited and followed him to tell the Lord the good news. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning when Yunwan was pulled out of bed. She had a messy hair and looked at Che Zilon with a distracted look on his face, which was red even with a big beard. What are you doing? She didn't expect to see him when she opened her eyes, and she didn't expect that behind him was the entire experimental team. Lord, the material test came out. Dragon Tooth Jade is very suitable for making mecha materials. The others talked about the future with Yunwan, starting with the materials. Yunwan wanted to yawn, but felt it was inappropriate, so she held it back. In fact, Yunwan had guessed it when the system treasured the news so much. She couldn't bear to spoil the fun of the others, and listened to them counting how many mechas they were going to build with great interest. Lord, the mecha is ready. Can I buy one? Lu Shiro said softly. This question touched everyone's heart, and everyone fell silent, waiting for Yunwan to speak. Yunwan pondered. The mecha is only sold to the people of the territory. She believed that the experimental group could understand what she meant. Ningsu's mind was the fastest, and asked, Lord, can I emigrate to Shenong Star? Yunwan glanced at the faces of several people. No one opposed Yunwan's overlord terms. She was very happy that she didn't see any bad expressions on their faces. You are the first batch of experimental group members. Of course, you can emigrate to Shenong Star. Not only you, but also future members of the experimental group can become the leaders of Shenong Star first. Yunwan thought that her combat power improvement plan could officially begin. In the past, There was only a prototype plan, which could recruit some talents through genetic defect experiments. But the disadvantages of practicing mental methods were too fatal. Many people would rather die than not be able to drive a mecha. For example, a hospital once sought cooperation with a sanatorium. But when it heard that participating in the experiment would not allow them to drive a mecha, it immediately refused to cooperate. For interstellar people, mechas are more important than life. The members of the experimental group are indeed more courageous than others. As the first group of people who successfully treated genetic defects, their courage was rewarded by fate. Originally, they thought that they might never be able to drive a mecha in their lifetime, and they would never find suitable mecha materials in their lifetime. But the Lord seemed to always be able to easily solve the problems that seemed like natural barriers in their eyes. The experimental group embarked on the return journey, and was excited in silence. Lord, you are different from us. Jay Zalin's words were incoherent, but everyone miraculously understood them. Yes, the Lord is different. She is a god. Zhao Gan couldn't help but say, seeing that everyone looked at him sideways. He explained, in my heart, she is a god. It is too absurd to say that she is a god in an era of advanced technology. But in fact he really thinks that Yunwan's ability has surpassed technology and reality. You are right. Lu Shiro agreed. The experimental group thought that their lives were saved by the Lord, and they will be the Lord's people in the future. Everyone was determined to take the opportunity to immigrate to Shinong Star. Oh no! It's gone! I forgot to show the good stuff we developed to the Lord. Che Zalin slapped his forehead and pretended to return to the Lord's mansion. Ningsu stopped him. Brother Che, if you go back now, the Lord will probably go crazy. It's not too late to show it to the Lord tomorrow. Yunwan was woken up by the experimental group at night. She was not in a good mood the next day and kept dozing off. Today she was going to interview the teachers who had submitted their resumes before. She asked Hu Yuanyang and Xiao Yu to jointly screen these resumes. The two called each person who submitted their resumes to come to Shinong Star for an interview. She got up early in the morning to wait for the interviewees. The interview was held at the city hall. Yunwan arrived an hour early and saw a long line of interviewees. In the line, there were many old men and women with gray hair who looked like they were about to retire. Yunwan almost suspected that she had walked into a nursing home. She randomly found an old man in the line and asked, "Hello. Are you here for a teacher interview as well?" The old lady was very kind, wearing reading glasses, and happily told Yunwan, "Yes. I am here for an interview." Yunwan was confused, although she did not limit the age of the teachers. Hu Yuanyang and Xiao Yu would not be so unprofessional. Why did they choose so many elderly people? She felt that if these elderly people were asked to teach children, their old bones would be exhausted. She imagined a few elderly people running breathlessly after naughty primary school students, and fainting because of the anger of the primary school. She felt that this was just a joke. Yunwan did not say anything, and walked straight to the interviewer's seat. The first interviewee was also an elderly person. She sighed. These old people were destined to make a wasted trip. "Hello. Please give me your resume." Yunwan deliberately spoke loudly, worried that the old man had poor hearing. The old man looked energetic and elegantly handed the resume to the person who was assisting Yunwan in the interview, who then handed it to Yunwan. While reading the resume, Yunwan asked the question she wanted to know the most. "Why did you come to Shinong Star to interview a teacher?" "Oh, do you need me to tell the truth?" the old man asked. Yunwan looked up at him. He didn't look like he was joking, and asked curiously, "What's the lie?" "To contribute to the cause of education, and to contribute to the afterglow of the sun." "What's the truth?" "Eat well, drink well and stay healthy." The old man's answer made Yunwan chuckle. He turned out to be a foodie. She wanted to keep this interesting old man. "Let me see. You used to be a teacher?" "Which school?" Yunwan asked, looking at the unclear resume. It was more like a self-introduction than a resume. It introduced some of the courses the old man had taken, and the names looked a bit unusual. The old man replied, "Sorry. This is a resume made by my graduate student. I used to be at the Imperial Military Academy." Yunwan almost choked on her saliva. "Imperial Military Academy? Graduate students? Are you a professor?" Yunwan wanted to maintain her posture as an interviewer, but she had to slow down and be surprised. No, she couldn't slow down. "Did you go to the wrong place? We don't recruit university teachers here." "Lord, you are joking. I am here to apply for a job. I like children very much." "Really? The old man nodded to make Yun-Wan believe. Yun-Wan held the pen and looked at the resume and thought. Upon closer inspection, this resume is so informative. What about mecha material research? Plant mecha feasibility. New energy development and application. These are exactly the talents Yun-Wan needs. Okay. You come to work. Thank you, Lord. The old man left. And the second interviewer was a man in his 30s or 40s. This time it was normal. Yun-Wan looked down at the resume, and her pupils still trembled after reading it. Are you a researcher at the Liu Family Military Research Institute? Have you ever organized and assisted in the research of various military equipment? She almost stared through the resume. Yes, Lord. The man put his hands on the table. If an acquaintance saw it, he would be so shocked that he could stuff a stone into his mouth. The man who had the final say in the laboratory was now as obedient as a primary school student in front of Yun-Wan. You? Well, we are recruiting elementary and middle school teachers, not researchers. Yun-Wan felt that she had come to the wrong set. I am here to apply for a teacher position. I can teach children basic mecha knowledge. Researcher Chen said seriously. Yun-Wan looked at the resume and then looked at the sincere man. Okay. You come to work too. There is really no way to let the talent go. But Yun-Wan didn't expect that she would interview several people in a row, all of whom were researchers or corporate executives from major families. Yun-Wan, she couldn't help but catch someone and ask, does your old employer know that you changed jobs? The female executive, who was caught, thought Yun-Wan was worried that their resignation was illegal, and explained, don't worry, Lord. Although we signed a non-compete agreement, we are in the education industry, which is very different from our previous industry. Yun-Wan, so they knew that the job they applied for was not related to their previous industry at all. Although many top talents in the industry came to the recruitment site, Yun-Wan was not happy at all. After flipping through the resumes of the people she had kept, she felt that she had strayed from the main line. It was true that these people were useful, but could they really teach students? For such a large school, there should be at least one professional teacher. As if she had heard Yun-Wan's call, the next applicant was a very young and lovely girl who looked like a teacher. Yun-Wan's eyes lit up, and she took her resume and saw that the girl graduated from the Federal Teachers College. Great. What major did you study? Yun-Wan asked, begging in her heart not to hire someone with a major in mechas. Interviewer. Hello. I major in subject education and can teach children basic knowledge. Okay. It's you. Wait for the notice to come and report. Yun-Wan immediately made the decision, fearing that she would let go of the only professional teacher so far. Huh? The girl was surprised. She thought she would not be selected. She just chatted with the applicants before and after, and found that most of them graduated from the top 3 universities in the Interstellar, and they were all senior experts in their professional fields. She actually had the opportunity to work on Shinong Star? What's wrong? Don't you want to come? No. Okay. I'll get ready to go to work right away, the girl said excitedly. Don't be so anxious. Just wait for the notice, Yun-Wan said. After a day of interviews, Yun-Wan kept half of the interviewees, only 8 professional teachers, and the other dozens were all professors and senior executives. She thought, since they want to teach, let them teach. Education doesn't need to be so routine. People who other planets beg to be poached are teachers who Yun-Wan feels they are not very good but will make do with, but it is impossible for her to let these talents go. She knows that these people can't just teach. They will definitely bring other surprises to Shinong Star. Chapter 125. After recruiting teachers, Yun-Wan felt that there was still something missing. The school was leaderless, and there was no principal. She was troubled. What kind of person could be the principal and manage such a mismatched teaching team? Yun-Wan wanted to ask Professor Luo. He was more professional than her in the education industry, and might have someone to recommend. Lord, you mean the principal? Ahem. What do you think of me? Professor Luo's beard trembled. Yun-Wan was helpless. Why are you joining in the fun? Those kids are not easy to manage. Lord, that's wrong. Being a principal doesn't mean you can manage kids. But you can manage teachers, researchers, and senior management. I think I am qualified to manage them, Professor Luo said proudly. There is some truth in his words. Professor Luo is well known in the galaxy and respected. It is not a big problem to manage this group of equally excellent teachers. If you choose a professional teacher, he may not be able to call on these people. Thinking of this, Yunwan believes that the position of principal must belong to Professor Luo. Professor Luo, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Both of them got satisfactory results and left contentedly. As soon as Professor Luo signed the employment contract, he immediately posted a message on WeChat Moments to show off. Alas, I've become poor recently. Fortunately, the restaurant provides meals for teachers. I can only eat in the cafeteria in the future. A professor who didn't know the situation commented below, Professor Luo, I have a project here with sufficient funding. Do you want to come? Professor Luo's beard trembled at this comment. Young people are really. Is he really short of money? Ha ha ha. How could Professor Luo be short of money? I think he wants to show off. Ah? What's so good about eating in the cafeteria? I have a bold idea. You see, the contract says Shenong Star. Professor Luo doesn't work on Shenong Star. The employee meals are not provided by the Shenong Star restaurant. Right? The truth is out. I have heard that the meals of civil servants on Shenong Star are provided by the Shenong Star restaurant. Okay. The clown is me. Old Luo. What's so good about this? I also work on Shenong Star. And I can eat in the cafeteria. Who doesn't work on Shenong Star? The netizens watched Professor Luo's comments area pop up with industry experts, such as mecha researchers, energy developers, mecha manufacturers, planters, etc., saying that they work on Shenong Star. And they were almost shocked. Netizens, is Shenong Star trying to do something big by digging so many industry experts? Does it seem like they are going to overthrow interstellar rule or something? Then they found out that the professions of these industry experts are teachers. Netizen, letting so many top talents in the industry become teachers must be to cultivate a group of professional talents. Netizens opened the Star Network to search for Shenong Star University, and found that there are only a few schools on Shenong Star. And they are elementary and middle schools. Could it be that these big guys are going to teach elementary school students? The students who just finished the college entrance examination are exhausted. I just finished the college entrance examination and scored 650. Can I apply to go to Shenong Star to study in middle school? +1. I scored lower than the one above. So I applied to go to elementary school and want researcher Chun to teach me mecha manufacturing. Can Professor Luo teach planting research when studying in Shenong Star? So, at some point, Hu Yuanyang suddenly found that the mailbox of Shenong Star had exploded. He thought that there was another unfriendly public opinion about Shenong Star on the internet. As a result, he opened the mailbox and calmed down instantly. Oh! It turned out that he wanted to study elementary and middle school in Shenong Star. He told Yunwan the news calmly, and Yunwan almost spit out the watermelon juice she had just drunk. What? She now had a black question mark face. Please ask. A healthy prospective college student wants to apply for middle school and elementary school? What serious illness? Thinking about the teachers recruited today. It seems normal. Yunwan glanced at Hu Yuanyang, who was very proud, and said, how about opening another university? Because the teachers are so good. Shenong Star urgently applied for the qualification to open a university. There are still 10 days before the college entrance examination candidates apply for the school. The Royal Education Institute did not want to approve this hasty university application. But when I saw the list of teachers, they were all well-known industry experts. Then I looked at the application planet. Shenong Star? Is this planet awesome? How could so many people go to Shenong Planet to be teachers? Could it be fake information? The Education Institute seriously called all the industry leaders to confirm. And the answers they got were all, Education Institute? Yes. 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 I am a teacher on Shenong Planet. It's true. I am the real one. After asking all the questions from the beginning, the Royal Education Institute felt confused today. Could it be that the posture of getting out of bed was wrong? Why did all these industry leaders gather on a small planet? The Education Institute checked the planet Shenong Star and found that it had made no contribution to science and technology. And its natural food had been praised on the internet. Royal Education Institute, just a bite to eat. Is it that serious? They couldn't imagine what kind of natural food was so delicious that the industry giant would change his career to become a teacher regardless of his future. With curiosity, they clicked on the Shenong Star live broadcast room, where there were some gray links. They didn't have much idea after looking at the pictures. Suddenly, the link lit up, and they couldn't help but click the purchase button. Now that I have bought everything, I will try some of these vegetables. I hope Shenong Star University will approve it. After the school affairs were properly arranged, Yunwan rubbed her hands and prepared to spend her 2 million greening points. With so many greening points at once, she couldn't find a place to spend them. She opened the system mall and took a look. There were several more plants in the mall: cherries, mangoes, lettuce, potatoes, mung beans, peanuts, pears, etc. If she used 2 million greening points to buy all plants, how many would she have to buy? The key point was that Yunwan only needed to unlock the new illustrations. As for the number of seeds, she didn't need much. Yunwan racked her brains to think about where else the greening value was needed. And it really reminded her of something. Her self-service supermarket. The self-service supermarket only unlocked the seasoning area. Currently, most of the ingredients in Sheningsing restaurant are vegetables, and the requirements for seasoning are not high. Yunwan is not in a hurry to launch the self-service supermarket to prevent the seasoning from entering the market too early. At present, the pigs have been bred for several rounds, and have now expanded into a pig farm covering several acres. Pork can be officially included in the ingredients of Sheningsing restaurant, and can also be taken out of the self-service supermarket. Yunwan counted the areas that had not been unlocked yet. There were 7 large areas. Although Yunwan felt that the daily necessities area would not be very useful, she still decided to unlock it. The system would not provide junk. Yunwan was still confident of this. Unlocking 7 areas required 200,000 greening points for each area, which cost a total of 1.4 million. Yunwan bought 4 cherry trees and 6 mango trees, with 600,000 left. She bought all the new varieties with the remaining 100,000. System: the host is really careful with money. Thank you, Ta Tong. After unlocking 7 new illustrations, the system will give her 7 treasures this time. Yunwan is very happy. Let her see what treasures there are. Wait until tomorrow. Host: Yunwan is not in a hurry to see the treasures. She is very worried about one thing. Ta Tong, you should be able to get 7 treasures, right? I want to ask. These 7 treasures are not all contract cards, right? No. Getting a negative answer from the system, Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it is not impossible to have all contract cards, Yunwan said. It's just that she doesn't like contract cards. Whether it's an equal contract or a master-servant contract, they are essentially the same. There is not much loss for the contract card user. The difference is that the equal contract cannot be so excessive, while the master-servant contract can completely control the other party. She feels that the contract card is not for people to use, but more like the contract of young animals in the world of immortal cultivation. She doesn't want to have a lot of servants in the interstellar space. There is no fun. She wants something more interesting or more useful. Then I'll look forward to the treasure you give me tomorrow. After choosing a location, Yunwan placed the supermarket in the food city. Passers-by didn't notice the empty facilities that suddenly appeared. Most people bought a cup of milk tea in the food city and left without looking inside. Some people who knew Yunwan greeted Yunwan enthusiastically, and when they saw Yunwan enter the self-service supermarket, they also followed her in to visit out of curiosity. Unbeknownst to Yunwan, the royal queen had already secretly visited Shenong Star in disguise, and happened to meet Yunwan at the entrance of the supermarket. She was originally buying drinks, and didn't pay attention to the girl. When she heard many people calling the girl Lord, she knew Yunwan's identity. The Lord of Shenong Star was just as she thought, cute and energetic. The queen's eyes became kind. When Yunwan came out, the queen pressed the brim of her hat. She didn't want to reveal her identity. This trip had nothing to do with national affairs. It was her private trip. She didn't want to attract attention. Nor did she want Yunwan to misunderstand the intentions of the royal family. The queen decided to come to Shenong Star after watching the planetary PK battle. If she could buy fruits online, she would not have made this trip. But who knew that Shenong Star suddenly snowed and froze all the fruits? The small part that entered the market was like a fish into the sea, and disappeared in a second. She called on the entire palace to buy them, but she didn't even get a piece of fruit peel. The delicious taste of the peaches Yunchuang brought last time still lingered between her teeth. And after eating the peaches, she looked many years younger. Who wouldn't want to keep a young body? Not to mention that she was born to love beauty. The queen thought she had a lot of people, so she should have a great advantage in the rush to buy. Unexpectedly, with hundreds of people helping, she didn't get anything. It was just bad luck opening the door to bad luck. It was really bad luck. What made her even more sad was that the Lord planned to digest the batch of frozen fruits internally. In a fit of anger, The queen went directly to Shenong Star. She heard that Shenong Xianin was dealing with frozen fruits. So she went straight to the beverage store and ordered 10 cups of peach juice sparkling water. She drank as much as she wanted. It's true that after the second processing, the peach tastes more intense and has more diverse taste levels. If she had to choose, she really didn't know whether she liked the peach itself or the sparkling water more. The queen flicked the brim of her hat. She is the queen. So why should she choose? She wants them all. Looking at Yunwan's back as she left, the queen thought sadly that the lord was very good, but some of his policies were too outrageous, such as the purchase limit of drinks. In order to drink more, she could only condescend to queue up in person to buy. If people knew that the queen personally lined up to buy drinks, it would probably be on the headlines of Star News tomorrow. The queen bought peach sparkling water, and the subordinates she brought with her also followed her with a cup in hand. Madam, are we going back? Madam, was the name they agreed to call each other outside. No hurry. Let's go over there and take a look. The queen took a deep breath of the sparkling water and swallowed it with satisfaction after filling her mouth with peach meat. The place she pointed to was the supermarket that Yunwan had just come out of. The supermarket on Shenong Star must be different from other places. Although the queen had already prepared for the situation, she was still surprised by the scene she saw when she entered the supermarket. This is a fully automated supermarket. To shop in it, you need to recharge a special shopping card with energy. Energy? Why not star coins? The Lord of Shenong Star is really strange. Is she short of energy? The queen was not surprised for long. Her subordinates issued her a shopping card, and soon, she was immersed in the free shopping experience. The supermarket has 8 major sections. She is not interested in the seasoning section and the daily necessities section. She is most interested in the fruit and vegetable section. However, she is very disappointed here. These fruits and vegetables do not look as good as those produced by Shenong Star. I don't know where the Lord got them from, but they are sold cheaply. Many ordinary people bought several bags and took them home. The queen was not in a good mood and decided to go to other areas to have a look. She must bring back some specialties. It was such a big supermarket. She didn't believe that there was nothing to her liking. Next to the vegetable area was the fresh food area and the meat area. There were many strange creatures and raw meat that didn't look very delicious. The queen left in disdain. Basically, no one patronized this area. Going forward, there were snacks and dairy products. They all looked like food. The queen asked the men pushing the cart to take a few rows. The wine area looked like a variety of drinks. She also selected a few peach-flavored drinks. What surprised her most was the daily necessities area. The things sold here almost made her eyes pop out. Ice skin and jade bone bed nourishes spiritual consciousness, spiritual power. Silk headband has certain defensive properties. Sprint boots increases movement speed. Mustard seed space has huge storage capacity. Sword umbrella can attack and defend. A top-notch defense/attack magic weapon. The queen scanned the introductions one by one. Her eyes gradually blurred. Who calls this a daily necessity? She has never used it before. Has she? The item is nothing special, but the introduction is so amazing. And the price is not cheap. The queen felt it was unreal. Not because she didn't believe Yunwan, but because these things were beyond her common sense. She picked and bought a headband, which cost about 20,000 star coins. Others were more expensive than this. Although she was the queen, she couldn't spend money recklessly. Taking the specialty she bought, the queen and her subordinates reluctantly boarded the private spaceship and left Shenong Star. On the way, she tried the beautiful headband and opened various snacks to taste. The rich seasoning made her eat happily, especially a kind of food called spicy strips, which won her heart. While sharing spicy strips with her subordinates, the spaceship suddenly bumped and the flight attendant came to convey the news in a panic. Madam, we are hit by a space turbulence. What's going on? Is it serious? The queen put down the spicy strips and wiped her hands. This turbulence is so annoying. It's really a bummer. It's a strong turbulence caused by the Zerg, and it's out of control. The crew said, we need to be prepared to escape. The queen knew the priorities of the matter. She nodded, got up, and went to the escape capsule with the crew. The royal private spacecraft is equipped with single-person escape capsules. The queen entered first, and the others followed. When the last person boarded the escape capsule, the spacecraft suddenly exploded, and flames shot up into the sky. The escape capsule was ejected from the flames in all directions in time. The queen felt the vibration of the airflow, and with the help of the dazzling firelight, she looked at the various snacks left in the spacecraft with nostalgia. She hadn't eaten enough. What a pity. Before she finished her sigh, she glanced and found that the escape pod was about to hit a sharp space rock. She tried to control the direction of the escape pod, but the controller seemed to be broken, and she couldn't move it even if she used all her strength. It's really unlucky to drink cold water. The queen smiled bitterly. The rebellion didn't kill her. The enemy didn't kill her. And in the end, it was a small airflow that killed her. She closed her eyes, and a huge crash sounded in her ears. The air was sucked out in an instant. The sharp iron sheet brushed her face, but she didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she found that she was covered by a huge piece of cloth. The pattern on the cloth looked very familiar. Wasn't this the headband she bought on Shenong Star? The queen survived the catastrophe, tightly covered by the headband that was magnified dozens of times. After an unknown amount of time, the guards found the surviving queen. She stepped onto the safe deck again, and the headband instantly turned into ashes and dispersed. She remembered the introduction of the headband. It turned out that this was certain defensive properties. Madam, we are going to return. You should drink some water to calm down. We will return to the palace as soon as possible. No! The queen raised her hand to stop him. Let's go back to Shenong Star. The maid was shocked and said in disagreement, Madam, the food on Shenong Star is delicious, but it is too close to the Zerg. Too dangerous. You don't understand. We missed a lot of good things. The queen was serious. She didn't understand why Yunwan took out so many important things to sell. But she had to use this trip to buy some good things. When it comes to important military supplies, the queen is instinctively more cautious. There are still not many people visiting the daily necessities area. The things here are too expensive and not very useful to ordinary people. The queen bought all the things. But unfortunately, these things were limited, and each person could only buy one. And they could only buy again after the next refresh. After using up all the quotas of all the people, the queen bought a lot of daily necessities. When she left, she thought about it, and still didn't visit Yunwan. She sighed, and couldn't help thinking, if she had another son. Shenong Star is definitely not simple. In the past, she always thought that it was her future daughter-in-law who helped others. But who would have thought that Shenong Star itself was hidden? And these things could not even be taken out by the royal family, who had accumulated for thousands of years. But Yunwan could take them out. It would be great if they could get married. Unfortunately, a trace of vigilance flashed in the queen's eyes. I hope they don't become enemies. Chapter 126. Yunwan came out of the supermarket, cursing in her heart. She felt bad when she saw the daily necessities section. The daily necessities section turned out to be the daily necessities section of the immortal world. She should have been happy. If only she could buy the items in the daily necessities section, she would be happy. The key is that the entire supermarket is open to the public. Anyone can buy these weapons and equipment. This is not good. She discussed with the system to close the daily necessities section again. But she didn't expect the system to take the opportunity to ask for a high price of 1 million greening points. The open area only has 150,000 green value, while the closed area is about 7 times higher. Not to mention that Yunwan spent all of it. Even if she had, she would not be willing to spend so much money to close the area. Fortunately, she asked one more question and learned that the daily necessities area is limited to purchase. After selling a certain number of items, you have to wait 7 days before you can buy them again. Moreover, each person is also limited to purchase, which prevents someone from coming to Shenong Star to purchase these equipment. As the owner of the treasure, Yunwan has no purchase limit every day and can purchase the maximum limit of the daily necessities area. She plans to use up the quota of items in the daily necessities area every time she refreshes, and buy a wave every 7 days to prevent others from taking advantage of the opportunity. She went back to the Lord's mansion to prepare energy and return to the daily necessities area. In just a few dozen minutes, the daily necessities area had already been visited. Query the purchaser's information. Yunwan talked to the artificial intelligence of the self-service supermarket. Querying. Li Shishir, Empress of the Empire. Purchased items, silk headband X5. All the people who bought daily necessities were from the royal family. She said who had such a good vision. But the royal family came without informing her and secretly purchased so many equipment and left. It was a bit disrespectful. Yunwan frowned and asked Hu Yuanyang to check the itinerary of these people. The queen and her group came to Shenong Star just to eat and drink. Apart from entertainment, they did nothing. The strange thing was that after they left, they returned to Shenong Star to purchase a batch of daily necessities. It seems that the queen has discovered something. It seems that they really just came to Shenong Star for a trip and accidentally discovered the peculiarity of daily necessities. It seems that she will receive news from the queen soon. What a trouble. Yunwan bought all the daily necessities area and distributed these weapons and equipment to the guards. It happened that Che Zilon also used durian shells and other materials to research some useful weapons. All of them were equipped to the guards, and the rest were put into the weapons warehouse. After a long period of devilish training, the guard team also completed the task of patrolling the city alone during the snowstorm. Now it has grown into a mature army exclusively for the Lord, with Ma Yeding as the captain of the guard team. The 4 guard teams were very excited to hear that they could get new equipment. I am sure that the Lord wants to equip each of us with mechas. Mechas are so expensive. It's unlikely. Although they said they didn't believe it. The eyes of the guards were still looking at the pile of equipment expectantly. Ma Yeding uncovered the black cloth covering the equipment, and the strange-looking equipment came into everyone's sight. For a moment, they didn't even have time to feel frustrated that they didn't see the shadow of the mecha, and they were attracted by the new equipment in their hands. This headband. Is it not worn on the head? What's the use of it? This mobile wolf tooth hammer is not bad. This sword umbrella is. One person opened the umbrella and accidentally touched the mechanism. The flaming blade shot out from the edge of the umbrella, igniting the lawn and trees, and another blade flew towards another guard. Be careful, Ma Yeding shouted. The blade went straight to the man's head and face. Now that man hadn't reacted yet. There was definitely an accident. In a flash, as soon as the blade touched the man, a huge piece of cloth suddenly expanded, just blocking the attack of the blade and deflecting the blade. That is silk headband. So this is what it is used for. Isn't it a piece of cloth? How could it be? It's amazing. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate this pile of strange equipment. Sure enough, the things the Lord brought out should not be underestimated. They just questioned the usefulness of these things and questioned the Lord. They deserved to die. Ma Yeding looked at the noisy guards and shouted, "Quiet!" Everyone was silent. And she continued, "Don't rush to use the equipment. We will explain it one by one later. Don't hurt your teammates by mistake." Okay. The guards were particularly happy today. They walked with the wind and wore various weapons on their bodies. When patrolling in the city, they attracted many curious eyes. They proudly puffed their chests, as if to say, "Look, this is the weapon the Lord gave me. You have never seen the kind." Ma Yeding looked at this scene and found it funny. Why are there so many conspicuous people in the guard team? Ordinary people don't know these equipment at all. Okay. However, today is really happy. If they want to show off, they can show off. The guard team has the equipment. Che Zilon is working overtime to make mechas exclusively for practitioners. The vegetable fields on Shenong Star are also full of vitality. The first batch of vegetables has been harvested on Berry Star. Yunwan asked Ji Lian to connect with Mao Ling on his own. The seed pilot was very successful. The next planting can be led by individual households. As for the seed plan on Shenong Star, it was also implemented smoothly. Many people received land and seeds and carried out planting activities under Jiang Jiayu's guidance. Jiang Jiayu was very busy these 2 days, seeing her plan being successfully implemented step by step. She felt that she was not tired anymore, and her heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, big sister. Big sister, you have worked hard. Come and have some water. Jiang Jiayu received a lot of thanks and recognition, and her face was red. It turns out that happiness can be so simple. Everything is so beautiful as a dream. Recalling the time when she first arrived at Shenong Star, she was nervous and applied for the planting department with a try-it attitude. Luckily, the Lord kept her. Until now, she has learned a lot about plants, tasted many delicacies that ordinary people can't eat, and also worked hard with the Lord. Xiao Yu. Yunwan called Jiang Jiayu, who had just returned from the field. You've been busy all day. You've worked hard. It's not hard. Lord, Jiang Jiayu said quickly. What do you want to talk to me about? She saw that Yunwan had something to say, so she asked. Yunwan was embarrassed. Jiang Jiayu had been very busy recently. and she was giving her more work, which was really inhumane. But this was a promotion for Jiang Jiayu. The saying that those who are capable should do more work is indeed true. Yes, I want you to be the deputy director of the planting department, Yunwan said. Jiang Jiayu was flattered. Me? Seeing Yunwan nod, Jiang Jiayu swallowed the heart that jumped to her throat. Lord, She wanted to say she couldn't do it reflexively. She was very happy to get the Lord's affirmation. But she didn't dare to be an official. She preferred to manage land rather than people. But think about how the Lord had trained her for so long. And now was the time for the Lord to use people. How could she say no? Jiang Jiayu was very confident. In the field of planting, she was the second best person in Shenong Star besides the Lord. She was not very happy to ask the Lord to find another person to be the deputy minister to manage her. So, do you want to give it a try? Jiang Jiayu weighed the options in her heart, and finally agreed to it under Yunwan's encouraging eyes. Lord, I will do my best. But I may not be familiar with how to manage a department. It's okay. I'm here. If you don't know, just ask me. It's very simple. You can recruit a few people recently, and our planting department should also be expanded, Yunwan said. After the planting department was arranged, Yunwan planned to talk to Hu Yuanyang about his promotion. Hu Yuanyang's ability is obvious to all, whether it is the cold wave or the planetary affairs. He manages them in an orderly manner. He is indeed very professional. Before she walked out of the door, she happened to meet Hu Yuanyang, who came to see her. It just so happens that I want to give you a promotion, and I was just about to go over and tell you, Yunwan said. Ah? Hu Yuanyang didn't realize the importance of the matter at this moment. Today was just an ordinary day for him. As usual, he finished his work and walked outside in the night. The difference was that today he had to report something to the Lord. At this time, the Lord called him and told him a heavy news in an ordinary tone that he was promoted to planetary agent. What? Hu Yuanyang thought that maybe his ears weren't working well. Maybe he heard it wrong or something. Anyway, it couldn't be what he heard. He had only worked on Shenong Star for a year, and he was promoted to the planetary agent? How is that possible? You will be the acting lord of Shenong Star in the future. Do a good job. He looked at Yunwan's lips moving slightly, with a dazed look. I am the acting lord? Hu Yuanyang asked stupidly. Yes. Thank you for your support, Lord. Hu Yuanyang thought that he had probably created a miracle in the history of promotion. In just 1 year, he was promoted to the position of acting lord. Although he was close to that position before, he didn't get there in the end. The Lord could trust him so much, and he was so moved that he burst into tears. His initial idea was indeed correct. As long as he worked hard, the Lord would see it, and there would be plenty of opportunities for promotion on Shenong Star. He was very glad that he had insisted on his idea at that time and resolutely switched from a big planet to a small planet. No, not a small planet, but a big planet that was rising. How many good things did he, Hu Yuanyang, do in his previous life to have such luck? Who will definitely live up to the Lord's trust. Yunwan had a headache looking at Hu Yuanyang kneeling on one knee. She found that this interstellar star didn't know what was going on, and he knelt down to swear at any time. There is no problem with swearing, but she always feels awkward when someone kneels down to her. Get up quickly. I believe you. Yunwan comforted the excited Hu Yuanyang. Okay. You are busy tomorrow. Go back today. Okay. Thank you, Lord. Hu Yuanyang took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. By the way, Lord, I have another thing to ask you. What is it? Today when you asked me to check the royal family information, I found that the whereabouts of several people were very strange. They did not go to any popular check-in spots on Shenong Star, but only wandered around the hotel and the Lord's mansion. What's even stranger is that these people are from different planets. Some are poor planets, and some are planets under the control of nobles. Hu Yuanyang handed the list of suspicious persons to Yunwan. Yunwan glanced at it and saw 10 people. Men, women, young and old, with no common characteristics. But they did the same thing strangely. I know. You don't have to worry about this matter. Tell the guards to be careful recently, and be careful about the safety of the people. I understand. Hu Yuanyang paused. Lord, you should be careful too. Okay. Bye. Hu Yuanyang wanted to say something else, but his heart told him to trust the Lord. He just needed to do his part. After leaving the Lord's mansion, He was startled by a figure from behind. He looked closely, and found it was an acquaintance. General Liu. Why are you here? Hu Yuanan looked back at the Lord's mansion, and then at Liu Huai. He seemed to understand something. Nothing. Just out for a walk. Liu Huai said. Oh. Okay. What about you? Why are you here so late? Liu Huai asked. Oh. The Lord wants to see me for something. Hu Yuanan said. What is it? Liu Huai tried to make himself look less anxious. Promotion. Oh. And some suspicious people appeared on the planet. Oh. Hu Yuanong found that Liu Huai seemed to hesitate for the second time. I'm not sure what he is doing here. But given his relationship with the Lord, he shouldn't harm the Lord. If you want to see the Lord, why don't you just go in? Hu Yuanong felt that Admiral Liu was really awkward, and he didn't show it on his face. So he said goodbye to him and left. He was in a good mood today, and didn't want to worry about other people's affairs. Hu Yuanong hummed a little tune and left. And Liu Huai, who was swallowed by the darkness, seemed more and more lonely. Liu Huai was covered in the moonlight, and walked away from the Lord's mansion. If he didn't appear in front of her, she seemed to have no memory of him at all. Chapter 127. Yun Wan knew that these 10 people were probably the experimental subjects sent by Ji to assassinate her. From the outside, they were just a group of ordinary people, without any beast characteristics. No special features. Not even a little strong muscle. And the direction of evolution was completely different from that of the little beast men. Yun Wan hoped that these experimental subjects would take action as soon as possible, so that this assassination, which was not a secret, would end sooner. Whoever put a few time bombs on the planet would not be able to sleep well. She waited and waited. But the assassination attempt didn't happen. Instead, she waited for an old friend. Lu Tang. Lord. Long time no see. Lu Tang was supporting an old man, followed by a group of black-clad bodyguards, each holding a large or small package of gifts. Lu Tang clapped his hands, and the bodyguards came out in unison, presented gifts to Yun Wan, and shouted in unison, "It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. I hope the Lord will accept it." The few polite words shouted out had a powerful effect, and every word made Yun Wan's heart tremble. And she dug her toes into the ground in embarrassment. Lu Tang didn't notice Yun Wan's silence, and said proudly, "Lord, don't be polite. Take it. If it weren't for you, how could we have the opportunity to open a hotel on Shenong Star?" Lu Tang's straightforwardness almost made old man Lu have a myocardial infarction. How come this kid can't even say a polite word, even if they have taken a huge advantage by opening a hotel on Shenong Star? And now many people are begging them to stay in the hotel, and they all want to learn from their successful experience and find ways to invest in Shenong Star. They can't just say it out loud. At least say something else. Don't reveal your true colors. Old Master Lu has a headache. This guy is too straightforward. Not suitable for business at all. Lord, why don't you accept it? Lu Tang looked at Yun Wan with clear and innocent eyes, reminding her of the golden retriever she saw in modern times. Don't be so polite. Yun Wan waved her hand. The people in the territory had already started looking over here. She didn't want to be watched like a monkey, so she motioned Lu Tang to follow her into the Lord's mansion. Lu Tang was indeed lucky to buy land at a low price on Shenong Star to build a hotel. But that was what he deserved after all. Thinking back to the beginning, he was the only one who bought the land among so many people. And he had to say that he had a unique vision. Therefore, even though he had played a trick in front of Yun Wan just now, she still liked him. As soon as Lu Tang entered the reception room of the Lord's mansion, he arranged the bodyguards in a familiar manner. Come on. Put the gifts over there. Don't block the Lord's way. Yun Wan wanted to laugh a little. You say he is stupid, but he is quite tactful. You say he is tactful, but he is also very stupid. You sit down. Yun Wan sat in the main seat in the center and gestured to the two. Thank you, Lord. Old Master Lu bowed respectfully and pulled Lu Tang to sit at the lower left. He glanced at his grandson, who was still looking around curiously, with no intention of speaking. If this kid hadn't met a good man like the Lord of Shenong Star, he might have been cheated into a mess. For a moment, Mr. Lu felt mixed emotions. He was sad that his grandson was indeed not suitable for the treacherous business world. And he was also impressed that he was lucky enough to meet a noble person. Mr. Lu quickly glanced at the Lord's face. Although his grandson was a bit stupid, the Lord did not show any disdain. He had a general understanding of the Lord of Shenong Star. compared to ability. She is a person who values feelings more. In front of such a person, you can't play those little tricks. Only the word real can be regarded by her. Lu Tang happens to be such a real person. No wonder he can win the favor of the Lord. Old man Lu sighed that their ancestral graves are really smoking. The grandson is so lucky. However, the grandson can be real. And the worldly sophistication of an old man like him should not be so annoying. Old man Lu cleared his throat and said, I came here this time to thank the Lord for taking care of my grandson. Those are the specialties of our planet. The Lord can play with them in his spare time. Yun-Wan didn't believe that they came all the way to thank her. She had limited time and didn't want to do those formalities. So she played a straight ball with the two of them. Do you still want to buy land and open a store on Shenong Star? Her directness made old man Lu open his mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. The Lord's directness left him no chance to test her attitude. And he didn't know how to answer. This. Old man Lu hesitated for a long time. Lu Tang didn't know what was difficult to answer this question. So he took over the conversation and said, that's not the case. Lord, the land on Shenong Star must be expensive now. I dare not buy it for investment. Then I will buy a piece of land and build a villa, so that I can have a place to stay every time I come. So? Yun-Wan motioned him to continue. Lu Tang folded his hands on the table, leaned towards Yun-Wan, and said, this time we came here to discuss another business with the Lord. What business? Yun-Wan became interested. She had no shortage of business. But who would complain about too much business? Who would complain about making too much money? I want to buy a drink recipe from you. That is, the honey ginger milk. I feel that this thing will definitely be bought by many people in those extremely cold places. Lord, what do you think? Listening to his silly grandson telling him the whole plan. Old Master Lu was sweating. He cursed his grandson in his heart. Now that the lords know about the business opportunity, how can he let them do the business? Can't he do it himself? Can't he just find an excuse? Okay. You are quite smart. Yun-Wan agreed readily. And old Master Lu almost choked to death on his saliva. Really sell it to us? He asked in disbelief. It's that simple? The recipe can't be sold. I can only sell it to you as the exclusive agent, Yun-Wan said. The intellectual property protection in StarCraft is very professional. And the crackdown on piracy is very strict. Basically, whoever creates it first can make a living from it for the rest of his life. Therefore, even if the recipe of honey ginger milk is very simple, no one would dare to forge it. Selling the exclusive agency rights is easier for Yun-Wan. It's easy to make money without doing anything. Okay. Grandpa Lu agreed excitedly. This is really great. His grandson is stupid. But who knew that the Lord would fall for it? He dared to say that if he came to negotiate, the Lord would never give the business to them. Lu Tang is really a good kid. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. The agency rights of the honey ginger milk formula were negotiated at a price of 10 million star coins for 5 years. After this incident, Mr. Lu realized a lot. After a long time in the business world, he seemed to have forgotten his original intention of doing business. Returning to the original is the most precious. He decided to change his thinking and his style of doing things. It seems that it is not difficult to be more sincere like his grandson. And he will not suffer any loss. If you really meet a bad guy, it won't be too late to be more cautious. Why let the good people feel disappointed? After sending Lu Tang and his grandson away, Yun-Wan and Hu Yuanyang pondered the reason why the experimental subject was so slow to act. It has been several days since the experimental subject landed on the planet. These few days are enough for them to scout the location and arrange the assassination. Logically, everything should be ready. But they didn't move. After thinking about it, Yun-Wan felt that they probably didn't find a suitable opportunity to act. If there is no opportunity, then she will create one. Yun-Wan didn't bring anyone with her. Wandering alone in the streets and alleys of Shenong Star. Soon, she found a little tail following behind her. Yun-Wan's mouth curled slightly. But for some reason, the person behind her was following her not far away, and had no intention of taking action. Yun-Wan was unsure of the experimental subject's intention. They had already been given the opportunity, but they didn't take action. What were they waiting for? She suppressed her doubts and walked to a more remote place, listening to the rustling sound of the dead leaves behind her, blending into nature, and lowering her elbows, ready to draw her gun at any time. Now she was alone. It would be a bit immature if she didn't do anything. But the experimental subjects were so stubborn that they refused to do anything. Yunwan was confused. She walked around and returned to the Lord's mansion tired. But she didn't understand anything. The next day, she continued to stroll outside, not believing that the experimental subjects would not do anything when they saw a piece of fat meat dangling under their noses. For 10 days in a row, Yunwan's calf muscles were exposed. But the experimental subjects didn't move at all. It was really strange. If it weren't for the news about Mao Hao, she would have suspected that she and Hu Yuanan were overthinking. Mao Hao didn't have the acting skills to fool her. Yunwan was very curious about what these experimental subjects were thinking. She got angry and was ready to fight the experimental subjects to the end to see how long they could hold out. In the end, the experimental subjects ran out of patience and attacked when Yunwan went to check the contaminated area. The contaminated area has completely returned to normal after being purified by the desert rose. Now it can no longer be called a contaminated area, but a rose field, with a large area of red, which is very spectacular. Yunwan stopped for a moment to admire it. Just as she stood still, the person behind her seized the opportunity to attack. She dodged the fireball sideways, and saw from the corner of her eye that it was a young man with all kinds of Zerg tattoos all over his body. After he launched the attack, the flames burned his skin, and a mechanical watch case emerged from the ashes. He was half flesh and half steel. The two were forcibly connected in an unharmonious way. He was neither a complete person nor a complete machine. He was broken, as if God had dozed off when creating man and had randomly pieced together a defective product. When Yunwan looked over, he seemed to have been hit hard. He was stunned for a moment before he set up the cannon on his left arm and sprayed out the next fireball. Yunwan pulled out the freezing gun to freeze the fireball and whistled. The ice bird came upon hearing the news, and crystal snowflakes flew, and a thorn of ice shot towards the man. The robot rolled to avoid it, and fired 5 fireballs in succession. They were easily resolved by the ice wall of the ice bird. Then, the ice bird fired hundreds of ice cones, which rushed towards the man. The robot wanted to hide, but every way out was blocked by ice cones. He had nowhere to hide, and was trapped between countless ice pillars. His mechanical arm was nailed to the ground. He looked in the direction of Yunwan in horror. "That's it?" Yunwan raised the corner of his mouth, and said in a tone that deserved a beating, "Didn't you send a few more people?" As soon as the voice fell, 7 or 8 people appeared from their hiding place. A thin figure teleported to Yunwan and raised a dagger with a green glow to stab Yunwan. It was a poison dagger. The distance was too close for her to dodge. She recognized the information and pulled the trigger at the same time. Lu Huai's action was faster than her. In an instant, the thin girl was blown away by the powerful light wave, and the attack of the freezing gun hit another experimental subject behind her. Yunwan raised her eyebrows and looked at Lu Huai, who was walking towards her. He walked slowly, as if it was an ordinary day. She was surprised that he would come, and come so quickly. Did he follow her all the time? Was he protecting her secretly? Yunwan thought. He really didn't give her a chance to use the safe house. She and Lu Huai didn't communicate much. The two of them tacitly confronted the experimental subjects. And at this moment, neither group of people took action. Yunwan scanned the experimental subjects one by one. There were only 9 people here. One was missing, and no one knew where he went. The ones who launched the attack had their skin broken and turned into half-human, half-iron robots. And the experimental subjects, who were watching, could also feel the mechanical tissue surging under their human skin. Obviously, this batch of experimental subjects is to improve their own abilities through machinery. The direction of the experiment is completely different from that of the little beast man. She can probably judge that these 2 batches are not made by the same person. In other words, Ji's experiment has little to do with the Black Ram. She breathed a sigh of relief. Yunwan didn't want to confront this terrorist organization. However, she was not completely relieved. The group of robots in front of her was not simple either. The 2 groups of people were undercurrents, and the experimental subjects seemed to have reached a consensus and started to attack at the same time. Yunwan and Lu Huai looked at each other, turned their backs to each other, and they were surrounded by 6 robots. Lu Huai, do you have a solution? Yunwan asked. No, Lu Huai answered. In such a critical moment, both of them were terribly calm. Yunwan even laughed. So, why did you come? Yeah, Lu Huai answered randomly. Yunwan's attention was more on the experimental subject, and she didn't pay attention to Lu Huai's answer. She asked casually, do you want candy? She picked a yellow one and handed it to Lu Huai. He took it, and Yunwan ate one himself. Then said, "Don't be afraid. It's okay." Then, she looked at the experiment with a serious face and said provocatively, "What are you capable of? Show them all." For a moment, fire, laser, ice, poison and other colorful attacks attacked the two people, exploding colorful lights like special effects. Yunwan raised her hand and a safe house appeared, covering the two people's heads safely, and the crackling attacks were completely blocked outside the house. After several rounds of attack sounds, it returned to calm again. Yunwan felt that the time was almost up, so she opened the door, used the door as a shield, and aimed the freezing gun at the experiment. The still dazed experiment was frozen by Yunwan and the ice bird without any effort. "How is it possible?" The first flower-armed robot howled, cut off its own mechanical arm, broke free from the restraints of the ice cone, and dragged its broken body towards Yunwan. The ice bird blew him back to the spot with a gust of wind. The flower-armed robot pounded the ground with its right hand, turned over, and shot straight towards Yunwan. A clear mechanical sound rang out in the void. The self-destruction program has been activated. The other robots who heard the sound looked solemn. "No! Changyu, I don't want to go back. Someone has to sacrifice to give an explanation to the headquarters, right? Rather than saying he wanted to kill Yunwan, it would be better to say he was committing suicide." The sentimental atmosphere gave Yunwan plenty of time. She opened the mountain gate formation and closed the door. A huge explosion sounded outside the house, and the strong airflow caused bursts of tinnitus. She wanted to capture these experimental subjects alive, but she didn't expect someone to be so cruel to her, completely disregarding the consequences and directly self-destructing. Now whether they can survive or not is up to fate. Chapter 128. Changyu is so stupid. We may not be able to go back. Why do you act like he died for us? The thin girl was the one who spoke. Her words were not nice and seemed to be blaming, but in fact, her tone was very sad. "Mimi, don't be sad. Xiaoya, tell me, why did he come here alone without telling Master Ming? We shouldn't have come either. Now that we are out, why do we have to listen to the organization?" Mimi became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she kept chattering. "Mimi, stop talking, or you'll be punished." Xiaoya hurriedly covered Mimi's mouth. Mimi needed to vent her emotions at the moment, and it was impossible to ask her to shut up. "I want to talk. Punish me. Electrocute me. Bullshit organization. Broken organization. Rotten organization. Kill me if you can." Mimi cried and cursed. The tears were no longer under control and burst out. "Changyu, woo, why are we being captured and studied by this ghost organization? Damn nobles. I will kill them all." Mimi wiped her tears angrily. Her eyes were fierce, and Xiaoya, who was standing beside her, trembled. She seemed to have seen Mimi fall to the ground in pain after being electrocuted by a 1,000-volt current, and the feeling of being in agony left her with lingering fears. "Stop talking, Mimi." She knew she couldn't persuade Mimi, but she still said it weakly. What surprised her was that Mimi was cursing for a long time, but the punishment system didn't respond at all. "What's going on?" Xiaoya was puzzled. Mei Mei was so surprised that her tears stopped. Could it be that the system crashed because of her scolding? You two finally reacted. "Why are you still standing there? Check out where this place is," another robot Yuing said. Except for Mei Mei and Xiaoya, the other robots had already scattered to explore this suddenly appeared space. There was no explosion, no Changyu, but a peaceful place with birds singing and flowers blooming, and even a sunny day. After recovering from her sadness, Mei Mei looked up at the sky in surprise, and the dazzling sunlight forced her to squint. The time and space they were in was so beautiful and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Her heart was pounding. Could Changyu be here? Thinking of this, Changyu's face appeared, and Mimi ran after the afterimage. "He is still alive?" Lioli Star. In the Tianzi laboratory. "Dr. Qin. It's bad. The experiment has lost contact with us." A young experimenter in a white coat hurried into Dr. Qin's exclusive office. "What are you arguing about? Knock on the door." Dr. Qin was unmoved and scolded the staff. The tester knew the temper of this young Qin family member. He was born with a disability, and his leg muscles were atrophied, and he couldn't stand. Even though he had S-level mental power, he couldn't escape the fate of being despised because of his physical condition. This kind of disabled child of heaven never has a good temper. He always has a kind of irritability and world weariness that the whole world owes him. The tester had no choice but to leave the office, knock on the door again, and enter only after Dr. Chin allowed him to. Dr. Chin. The experimental product. The experimenter was anxious to report, but Dr. Chin raised his hand to interrupt. I know. His hands were unusually white, with distinct joints, as if they had not seen the sun for many years, with a bloodless gloom. Ah? Dr. Chin. So what should we do? This is our only batch of successful experimental products. The experimenter was at a loss. You ask me? Dr. Chin turned around with his chair, exuding a strong sense of oppression across a dark brown desk. Who told you to send the experimental product out? Go find who. After saying that, he sneered. His face was thin and his eye sockets were deep. He looked sick and weak. The experimenter knew that he only looked weak. But in fact, he had the final say in the experimental area, and no one dared to mess with him. He said he didn't care, and the experimenter had no choice but to find someone who could care. Ji-Wei only knew how to give money, so he was the first to be ruled out. He racked his brains and felt that he could only find the big boss behind the scenes. The experimenter turned on the smart brain and called the big boss. But the other side picked up after a while. What's the matter? A hoarse voice came from the other end. General Liu. A batch of successful experiments we sent out have lost contact. And Dr. Chin doesn't care. Now we don't know what to do. What a waste. The voice on the other end suddenly intensified, scolding the tester for a moment. And then the voice returned to calm. I'm not talking about you. The tester didn't dare to breathe, and said softly, I understand. Not daring to ask who was scolded. Then we... Don't worry about it. I'll go there myself. Lu Jingming rubbed the vertical lines between his eyebrows, hung up the phone with the experimenter, and immediately flew to the experimental area by spaceship. Sometimes he felt like an old woman. Tianzi experiment plan, organized by the three nobles. It can be said that it occupies half of the power of the interstellar. He is in the Lu family, where he can contact various soldiers and find the best experimental subjects for the experiment. Since his son replaced Lu Huai from the main family, his sphere of influence has been further expanded, and he has obtained many good seedlings for experiments. Qin Xiao is the abandoned child of the Qin family, but he is very talented and has a lot of experience in experiments. He is the core force of the experiment, and the Ji family is the money bag of the entire experiment, providing a steady flow of funds for the experiment. It is such an organization that sounds very high-end, but there are some bad things happening every day. First, there was a problem with Ji's funds. No one knew how it happened. An unknown person caused the profit to drop sharply. He cried poor to him every day. Now, he couldn't stand Ji-Wei's lobbying last time and released the experimental products. This time, he was completely defeated and provoked Qin Xiao again. If it wasn't profitable, anyone who wanted to do this experiment could do it. One or two people couldn't even solve a small matter. Every grievance has its perpetrator. Lu Jingming didn't want to bear Qin Xiao's cold face alone. When he set off, he sent a message to Ji-Wei. Hurry to the experimental area. Something big has happened. When the experimental product is lost, there are always people who are more anxious than him. Soon after, the three of them gathered in Qin Xiao's office. Lu Jingming and Qin Xiao had a stern face, and the other was still dead as usual. Only Ji-Wei was very anxious. If something went wrong with the experiment, he would suffer the greatest loss. Lu Jingming provided people, and if someone was gone, he could just find another one. There were endless people. Qin Xiao spoke with his brain, and the knowledge was in his head, and no one could take it away. They still had to beg him to do things. But his Ji family paid real money. Money is hard to earn these days, and every penny you spend is a penny you have left. Ever since meeting Shenong Star, his luck has been even worse. The experimental subjects were all the results he had created with money. Now that they were gone, his heart was bleeding. He had invested at least 1 billion yuan over the years, and it was gone just like that. It was not okay to waste so much money. Brother Liu. Dr. Qin. Please say something. What is the current situation? Ji-Wei was getting anxious because the two people in charge were not angry. Dr. Qin. Weren't the experimental subjects under control before? How come the connection suddenly disconnected? Ji-Wei continued to ask. Qin Xiao snorted coldly and said nothing. He looked at Lu Jingming again. Brother Lu, are we just going to let it go? The more Ji Wei spoke, the more he wanted to cry. Lu Jingming glanced at Qin Shao from the corner of his eye. Someone was angry, and naturally wanted to vent it. I'm really not saying anything bad about you, brother. Look at how much we lost for a small planet. You, Ji family, such a big noble family. Since you discovered the difference of that person earlier, why didn't you take action earlier and nip the trouble in the bud? Now you ask me, how do I know what to do? You want the experimental subject. I sent the experimental subject. What can I do if the whole army is wiped out? Lu Jingming put his palms together and placed them on his chin. Is there really no way? Ji Wei looked at Lu Jingming and then at Qin Shao. Lu Jingming played the good cop and the bad cop. Qin Shao, don't blame Ji Wei. The most urgent thing is to get the experimental subject back. After all, it is your hard work. Qin Shao raised his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. Are you anxious now? When Ji Wei proposed to use the experimental subjects, he was the first to object. But Ji Wei was very confident, saying that Shenong Star was vulnerable to the attack of the powerful experimental subjects. As long as Shenong Star was annexed, the Ji family would be able to grow further. He would provide more funds for the experiment. But who would have thought that he would lose everything when he was sure to win? What did you do earlier? Have you investigated Shenong Star? Isn't it a small planet that is not to be feared? Why can't even our trump card suppress it? Ji Wei, you are too conceited. Qin Zhao's face was too angry and aggressive. No one dared to respond to him. Ji Wei was scolded. There were not many people in the entire galaxy who dared to talk to him like this. Qin Shao was one of them. Who said that his brain was irreplaceable? Okay. I'm angry. Business is more important. And it's useless to blame each other now. Lu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Shao scolded people. Which means he will take care of this matter. And he will take care of it. He really doesn't understand the experimental product. Ji Wei didn't care about his face at this time. And immediately said, yes. Dr. Qin, I deserve to die. I am conceited. You can scold me afterwards. But can the experimental product be recovered? What is the situation? You have to tell me. The two waited for Qin Shao to answer. Their faces were full of calculations and interests. And he felt very disgusted. They didn't care about the life and death of the experimental product at all. They only cared about their own interests. One was ambitious, and the other was money-minded. Sometimes Qin Shao really wanted to change a partner. But unfortunately, no one had the power of the Lu family, and no one had the wealth of the Ji family. After a tantrum, Qin Shao had to clean up the mess himself. Two situations. First, all the experimental subjects died. All our efforts have gone to waste. Ji Wei felt dizzy. Qin Shao stared at him and continued. Second, the experimental subjects were captured. And there was a device interfering with the chip that controlled the experimental subjects. How is that possible? Shenong Star is not so powerful, Ji Wei said without thinking. Qin Shao didn't give him a good face. Mr. Ji, how many times have you done this? Why don't you learn your lesson? Lu Jingming frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? Huh? Shenixing is so powerful that she captured our experimental subject alive, Qin Shao said. He showed the two of them, his watch hidden in his sleeve. There were 10 signal lights on it, 9 of which were green, and 1 was dim. The lights were linked to the vital signs of the experimental subject. If the lights were on, it meant that the experimental subject was alive. And if the lights were off, it meant that the experimental subject was dead. This Shenixing. Ji Wei gritted his teeth in anger. He really regretted not noticing Shenong Star earlier, and regretted not destroying it earlier. Now it was too late. The unknown person had become an unfathomable strongman. We must destroy her. Ji Wei's eyes flashed with viciousness. Shenong Star had become a big worry in his heart. A hurdle that he could not overcome no matter how hard he tried. Destroy? Ji Wei, tell me, how are you going to destroy Shenong Star? Lu Jingming knew that Ji Wei was not smart. But he did not expect him to be so stupid. Use your brain to think about what it means for Shenong Star to capture the experimental subjects alive. Lu Jingming shouted. Ji Wei was sprayed with Lu Jingming's saliva, and became a little more sober. He knew that Shenong Star's ability to capture the experimental subjects alive showed that their weapons and equipment were not weak, and that they also had ways to punish their control over the experimental subjects. Which also showed that they should have some people who were good at research. Ji Wei was very reluctant to admit it. But the fact was that Shenong Star's overall strength was definitely not weak. And the three noble families would have to be wary even if they joined forces. Brother Lu, what are you afraid of? Shenong Star can't stand up to our three nobles, Ji Wei said stubbornly. It can't stand up to us. But will it look good if we do our best to suppress a small planet? If the royal family intervenes? Our life will be difficult, Lu Jingming said. Don't we have any way? Ji Wei was so angry that smoke came out of his nose. It was more uncomfortable for Shenong Star to jump under his nose than for him to eat a fly. Qin Xiao, who had been listening to the two people's conspiracy, suddenly said, Why do you want to suppress Shenong Star? Ji Wei seemed to have heard an absurd joke. We must suppress them. Otherwise how can we get the experimental products back? Ji Wei was determined to make enemies with Shenong Star. But Lu Jingming changed his mind and understood what Qin Xiao meant. You mean to turn enemies into friends and win over Shenong Star? What else? Qin Xiao put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. Ji Wei wanted to object. He had a hunch that Shenong Star and them were not the same kind of people. But two people with more say than him had already discussed it. So he could only swallow his words. On the bright side, if they can bring Shenong Star into the partnership, it will be even more powerful for them. Coming out of the safe house, Yunwan saw a mess everywhere. The surrounding woods were charred black. The robot that exploded was gone. And there was a large area of wasteland, with a smell of fire ash, and only the mountain gate formation on the ground. She sighed. Go back, she said. Lu Huai felt that Yunwan was in a bad mood, and set him and picked up the mountain gate formation for her. How is the Lord going to deal with him? Lu Huai asked. Looking at Lu Huai, Yunwan's eyes became clearer. He reminded her of something. Yunwan stared at Lu Huai with her dark eyes and asked. They are not in a hurry. Lu Huai was startled by the clear eyes, and the bright eyes seemed to make everything invisible. Before the syllable him came out of his throat, he heard Yunwan cough deliberately to clear his throat, and then asked, I haven't seen you these few days. Have you been protecting me in secret? Yunwan finished speaking and waited for Lu Huai to answer. He remained silent for an unusually long time. Could it be that she was being sentimental? The silence solidified the air, and she blushed a little. Guessed wrong. Yes. Yunwan was about to deny herself. But Lu Huai gave a positive answer, catching her off guard. Does the Lord have anything else to ask? Lu Huai's voice was very flat, as if he was just asking a casual question. Asking an insignificant question. Yunwan's brain had crashed, and she forgot what she wanted to ask, and answered, maybe. There is no problem. That was what she said. But her face became redder, as if she had drunk fake wine. Lu Huai did not intend to let her go. Lord, don't you want to ask why? He asked for her. For a moment, Yunwan refused this question. Her relationship with Lu Huai was in a safe zone, and she did not want any changes. But now the arrow was on the string, and had to be shot. Why? She was also curious about this matter. In fact, she had already guessed it in her heart. Yunwan thought that Lu Huai's concern for her had already exceeded what he had said before. That is, protecting the new forces and the nobles' resistance. Of course, it is not ruled out that he is such a person who completes the task conscientiously. Does the Lord really not know? Lu Huai kept it a secret. I don't know, Yunwan said shamelessly. The two Riddlers wandered in the safe zone, and neither wanted to break this window paper. I want to do this. My reason and heart tell me to do this, Lu Huai said. Yunwan glanced at him, met his deep eyes, and quickly turned away. She didn't ask any more questions. She knew that she should think about her relationship with Lu Huai. Lu Huai's influence on her was greater than she had imagined. Whether she was thinking about the destination of the experimental subjects or other things, Lu Huai's shadow would always pop up in her mind uncontrollably. Yunwan collapsed on the bed, lying flat on her back. She didn't know if she liked Lu Huai. She had never liked anyone and had no experience. She even thought that if liking someone would bother her so much, then she didn't want to like anyone. Just when she was feeling depressed, an uninvited guest came to the Lord's mansion. She met the guest with irritability. The other party was a middle-aged man. As soon as they met, he said, I don't want to kill you. Just kill me. If they die, I don't want to live anymore. Yunwan then realized that he was also a robot. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Yunwan was in no mood to talk to him, so she opened the mountain gate formation and locked him in. She planned to starve them for 3 days before negotiating. Once they were in her hands, there was no reason to put them back even if they were experimental subjects. Judging from how they treated their companions, they were not the kind of heartless and ungrateful people who were completely brainwashed. It would be a pity if they didn't stay in Shinong Star as soldiers with such abilities. Chapter 129. Yunwan kept her word and waited for 3 full days before releasing the experimental subjects. They were so hungry that they had no strength left and lay on the ground in all directions. "Hey, are you awake?" She squatted down and patted the face of the girl under her. "Water." 9 people called for water one after another. Yunwan winked at the assistant assigned by Hu Yuanong, and the assistant quickly fed water to the 9 people one by one. After drinking the water, although they were still hungry, they regained some energy. "We're not dead?" Xiaoya pinched her chubby cheeks, squinting her eyes in pain, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help shaking. "Mimi! We're still alive!" She excitedly hugged Mimi, who couldn't hide her excitement. "Ah! We're still alive!" Influenced by the two, the 9 people more or less felt a sense of joy at surviving a disaster. However, this joy didn't last long. A familiar pain swept through their limbs and bones. Their bodies couldn't stop shaking, and they couldn't stand it all. "It's the organization. Can they still control us?" A robot was so angry that his voice broke. Yunwan frowned. It was not easy to talk about things in this situation. "Lord, I beg you to let us go back to that place." Yunwan glanced at the speaker. It was the middle-aged man who asked for death. When he spoke, everyone endured the pain and quieted down. More than a dozen pairs of eyes full of hope stared at her. "Okay." She raised her hand and waved lightly. 9 people, including herself, entered the mountain gate formation. "Huh? We're finally back. Did you see how we got in just now?" The experimental subjects were talking to each other, looking at Yunwan curiously, a little afraid that Yunwan would hear their discussion, but also hoping that Yunwan could hear and answer their questions. While they were observing Yunwan was also observing them. The internal environment of the mountain gate formation had changed a lot, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, and quiet and peaceful. Not far away were some wooden bowls and simple stoves, as well as a few simple residences, which were obviously the masterpieces of this group of experimental subjects. This is a projection of their inner world. They actually think this place is a deserted wilderness. She saw a chicken in the big bowl. They live here happily. Unfortunately, everything in the mountain gate formation is an illusion, and those foods cannot fill their stomachs. After roughly understanding the experimental subjects, Yunwan turned to look at the experimental subjects who were divided into 2 distinct teams with her and asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The experimental subjects looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and it was the middle-aged man who stood up and spoke. "Ming dares to guess that we are useful to the Lord. That's one reason," Yunwan said. "I don't kill you. Another reason is because you don't want to kill me either." Ming's jaw opened slightly. "We are assassins sent by the organization. How did the Lord know that we don't want to kill you?" Ming asked. Yunwan smiled deeply. "You have followed me for more than 10 days. If you wanted to do something, you should have done it long ago." Ming was shocked. It turned out that their whereabouts had been exposed long ago. It turned out that they were doomed to fail. Facing Yunwan's eyes, he couldn't smile at all. He knew that if he had intended to kill the leader, he would have been crushed to ashes by now. His kindness saved his life. When he first arrived at Shinong Star, he also wanted to complete the organization's mission, then return to the organization and continue to live. But when he saw the smiling faces of the people on this planet, saw the respect and admiration on their faces when they discussed the leader, and learned about the leader's glorious deeds, he felt that such a person should not die. There are so many people who deserve to die in the world, but the Lord of Shinong Star is never one of them. She deserves to live well in this world. Mr. Meng hesitated. He knew that this hesitation would kill him, but he still hesitated. He sent people to follow the Lord step by step, but did not allow them to do it. And this continued for more than 10 days. Cheng Yu saw his reluctance and planned to be the bad guy himself. For Cheng Yu, the good or bad of others is not as important as the lives of his own people. So he went. And Mr. Ming did not stop him. He couldn't let others risk their lives and not perform the mission. He hated it then. He hated his incompetence and his inability to fulfill his friendship. But now, he was grateful for his kindness. Unfortunately, Cheng Yu, thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Mr. Ming knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Others followed suit, and all knelt on the ground in front of Yun-Wan. Okay. I know you are not bad. If you really want to thank me, tell me what your organization is. Yun-Wan used the illusion to pinch a few chairs and motion them to sit down and talk. Thank you, Lord. Mr. Ming did not refuse. He was so hungry that he was sweating and could not stand. The experimental subjects sat down one by one and began to talk about the organization they mentioned. Through the descriptions and supplements of the 9 people, Yun-Wan pieced together the outline of the laboratory. These experimental subjects came from the Son of Heaven experimental plan. As the name suggests, the children of heaven, the children who inherited the power of the gods. The experimental subjects were originally gifted military school students. After entering the school, they did not get the ideal happy school life. Instead, they were taken to a dark and cramped laboratory. After years and decades of experiments, everyone who entered the laboratory with them died, and only they survived. Yes, they were not the same batch of experimental subjects, but lucky ones who survived hundreds of experiments. Do you know who initiated the experiment? Yun-Wan asked. I know. A 17 or 18-year-old robot raised his hand and said, once I was anesthetized and lying on the bed, but I was still conscious. Speak to the point. Mr. Ming patted the boy's head without hesitation. The boy covered his head and cried, the point is coming soon. After a while of threatening, he continued, I saw the chairman of G's company. He once funded me, so I know him. There are others, who seem to be nobles, but I can't see clearly. Anyway, it's a conspiracy of a group of nobles. Yun-Wan had expected it, but she was still shocked. The interstellar world is more chaotic than she thought, and the power of the nobles is greater than she thought. So many people died in the laboratory, but no one noticed it. This is very puzzling. Don't the royal family conduct a census? Yun-Wan felt that Lu Huai needed to know about this matter. Come to the Lord's mansion as soon as possible. Yun-Wan sent a message, and Lu Huai didn't ask anything, just replied with a yes, and came quickly. She asked the experimental subject to repeat the laboratory incident to Lu Huai, and Lu Huai's face was not necessarily good after hearing it. He had a better understanding of the power structure of interstellar nobles, and gave a more specific analysis. To get rid of a large number of people without being noticed, especially military academy students, it is unlikely for other nobles except the Yun family and the Lu family. I don't know what he was thinking of. His brows were furrowed tightly. Yun-Wan knew that he had other information to tell her, but that was not what she cared about. She just wanted to let the royal family know about this matter through Lu Huai so that they could intervene and solve it as soon as possible. The problem lies with these nobles, Yun-Wan said. Thank you, Lord, for telling me. Lu Huai's gloomy face softened when he looked at Yun-Wan. It's okay. You go and deal with it first. After letting Lu Huai leave, Yun-Wan asked about the experimental subjects' own conditions. She learned that they had chips implanted in their bodies. She sent several people to the sanatorium and asked Dr. Lin to see if there was any way to solve it. Lord, this situation is very common in the interstellar, but not many people implant chips into their brains. Dr. Lin paused. It's not easy to handle, but I can try. Yun-Wan expressed her understanding. After all, it was an experimental product, and the control method must not be easily cracked. The mountain gate formation can isolate the signal, so she let the experimental product live in it temporarily to avoid the pain of electric shock. Although Yun-Wan trusted the robot, people's hearts are fickle after all, so she still took out the contract card and signed it with them to persuade them to join the army of Shenong Star. I hope you can join Shenong Star and form a new military branch, the robot's special operations team. In the future, if there are people with the same situation as you, they will join your team, and Master Ming will be the captain. The 9 people looked at each other and had no objection to this arrangement. Shenong Star. The people here are warm and friendly, very tolerant of them, and there are countless delicious and fun things. Many people can't get a place to immigrate even if they queue up, and the Lord actually gave them a backdoor to jump the queue. They just couldn't ask for it. For the first time in their lives, they were grateful for their experimental status. If they were not experimental subjects, they probably would not have met the Lord and would not have been able to visit Shenong Star. They thought their greatest luck was to survive among the skeletons of countless experimental subjects. But it turned out that their greatest luck was to come to Shenong Star. Here, they have the hope of leaving the organization and living a different life. In the future, they will no longer have to do things against their will, and can protect this planet they really want to protect, and the people they really want to protect. Lord, you don't need to call me Master Ming. Just call me by my real name. Ming Shifei. Ming Shifei said embarrassedly. From now on, I should call you Captain Ming, Yunwan said with a smile. The 9 people signed the contract card one by one. The contract was reached, and a mysterious power appeared in their minds. They knew that this power would restrict them. But this power was very peaceful. It didn't disgust them like the chip did. Instead, they felt very at ease. The contract clearly stated that as long as they kept their promises, they would not be punished. Moreover, the Lord was also restricted by the rules, which was much better than the overlord terms in the laboratory. The contract card is at least fair to both parties. After arranging the follow-up of the robot, Yunwan thought of Song Rui, who was looking for her mother. She sent a message to express her condolences, and Song Rui replied quickly. Thank you for your concern, Lord Sister. My mother has been found. She is not in good condition, but her life is not in danger. There are other experimental subjects in the laboratory. Brother Luo asked me to ask you what to do. Yunwan received pictures sent by Song Rui. The pictures showed various experimental subjects, including robots and half-orcs mixed with animal genes. They looked sick. They were probably failed experimental subjects placed in this laboratory for other experiments. Please send them to Shenong Star. The failed experiment is not very useful. But apart from Shenong Star, there should be no other planet that would welcome them. Roger threw away this batch of hot potatoes and urged Song Rui to continue sending messages. Really want to ask? Song Rui's typing hand hesitated. Yes. Ask quickly. Roger couldn't wait. Okay. Lord Sister. Brother Luo has another request. He wants to ask if you can also be the Lord of Luhong Star? Yunwan slowly typed a question mark on his head. What's wrong? Why do you say that? There's a lot of work to be done on Luhong Star, and she's too busy with her own affairs to do anything. Besides, Roger is doing well as a lord. Why does he suddenly want to go on strike? He said you went to Berry Star to be a lord, and Berry Star is developing very well. Everyone is envious, and hopes you can also become the Lord of Luhong Star. Yunwan held her forehead. Do you have any objections? Luo Gu said he fully agrees. When do you think the Lord's inauguration documents will be signed? By the way, do you want to hold an inauguration ceremony to celebrate? Yunwan, She didn't say she wanted to be one. Don't get excited. I don't plan to absorb new planets for the time being. So, Yunwan tried to be as tactful as possible. A long string of messages came from the other side. It didn't seem to be from Song Rui, but from Roger himself. The resentment was about to overflow the screen. Lord, why are you like this? What's wrong with our Luhong Star? Why do you want Berry Star but not us? We still have the friendship of revolution together. Have you forgotten? Even if we don't talk about feelings, we should have a first come, first served order. We met first. When will it be Berry Star's turn? You could be our lord. Come on. Come on. It's okay to have one more planet. We won't let you worry. Yunwan, You won't let her worry. So you want her to be a decorative lord? She doesn't believe it. No one can give her more work to do. Not right. She answered capriciously. Ah. Woo-woo, Liahongsing is a child that no one wants. Woo-woo. Looking at the tearful and coquettish words of the tough guy, Yunwan felt that Roger was also shameless. She really couldn't imagine how a good man, a brave boy with integrity and unruly spirit could suddenly become like this. He was quite pitiful. Yunwan was not unkind. She had thoughts about Luhong Star for a long time, but she was afraid that they would be disgusted. So she had never mentioned it. Now was a good opportunity to talk about it. Roger, I really don't have time to be a lord. I know that the people of Luhong Star are all good, but I have limited energy, and I really can't do anything else. However, I have an idea. I am planning to build some factories. The space on Berry Star and Shenong Star is limited. If Luhong Star wants to participate, I can build them on your side. The Lord wants us to become the production base of Shenong Star and become a powerful industrial star in the interstellar space. Great. We are happy to do so. Yunwan, Why is it a production base and an industrial star? Didn't she mean to build some factories? If she is put on such a high pedestal, it will be her problem if she fails to develop Luhong Star into an industrial powerhouse in the future. This is asking her to roll up her sleeves and open more factories. Do you really have to ask for such high standards? We are just starting out. Don't think too far ahead. For now, we will open 2 factories. One for side dishes, producing spicy dried radish and spicy mushroom granules, and one for snacks, producing various dried fruits and preserves. Yunwan explained. The Lord values us so much, and has given us such an important natural food as fruits. We must work hard and not let the Lord down. Yunwan could imagine Roger's excitement when she read these words. It's good to be motivated. And it's also good not to let her be the Lord and give her more work. Work hard. I believe you. Before she could draw a big pie for Roger, he had already drawn a big and round pie for himself, and rushed forward with great enthusiasm. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. Let's open a few more joint ventures in Liahongsing in the future and develop with them. Anyway, she just found it troublesome. And she was going to outsource all these things. Liahongsing was her own people, and it was the best choice. Chapter 130. The factory construction is a basic construction project, which is in charge of Xiaoyu. Luhong Star has no money and no people. So Yunwan asked Xiaoyu to bring the basic construction team to help build 2 factories as soon as possible, so that the side dishes do not have to be produced in small workshops. Not to mention the limited output of small workshops. Shenong Star is now engaged in individual planting, and many people have resigned to farm. So the number of side dishes is far from enough. Just after sorting out the things and taking a break from the busy schedule, Yunwan received 2 important messages. One was from Lu Li, who had not seen her for a long time, asking her not to forget the invitation to the Gambling Stone Club, and she could prepare to go in the next few days. And he had already prepared a bed for her. Yunwan felt guilty. If Lu Li hadn't sent a message, she would have forgotten everything. She promised to help Lu Li win back the planet, so she couldn't break the promise. She looked at the time. The day after tomorrow was the Gambling Stone meeting, so she had to leave immediately tomorrow. Yunwan prepared to bring some necessities, as well as the invitation to the auction given by the stone cutter before, which would be just right for her trip to Jinsha Star. As for which people to bring, she was not sure yet. Hu Yuanyang was the planetary agent and couldn't get away. Jiang Jiayu hadn't finished arranging the planting. Xiaoyu had just arranged a new task and had almost no time to accompany her to Jinsha Star. She checked everyone one by one. She must bring her new assistant. The assistant was very considerate and could help her with everything. In addition, the Gambling Stone Club is not a good place, and the scene may be very ugly at that time. The assistant probably can't handle these things. She plans to bring Ma Yeting, the captain of the guard team. The guard team is well organized and can carry out normal training and work without the captain. Yunwan doesn't plan to bring other team members. In terms of her martial arts value, she doesn't need more bodyguards. She also plans to bring a few little ones. They will start school in a few days. Before school starts, she wants to take them out for a walk. The weather on Jinsha Star is good and there are not many people, so it's just right for them to have fun. Yunwan decided on the candidate and notified everyone. Hu Yuanan looked heartbroken and said, "Ah, I also want to go out with the Lord." So sad. Xiaoyu felt sorry, because she was busy. Otherwise she could go out with the Lord. However, she was not discouraged. When she was done, she would have plenty of time. It would definitely be her turn next time. Have a safe trip to the Lord. Minister, are you going to farm over there? Don't leave me. Jiang Jiayu was distracted for a moment. Shenong Star's planting business has just started, and many things have not been fully put on track. If the Lord leaves, she is worried that she can't solve it. The Lord has always been her spiritual support. She can't do it alone. Seeing her worry, Yunwan encouraged, "Don't worry. The individual planting is handled by you, and it's going smoothly. There won't be any problems. If there is really an accident, your smart brain will contact me, and I will come back immediately, and I won't farm there." Okay. Jiang Jiayu was still uneasy, but with Yunwan's back, she felt a little relieved. Minister, be safe. The 7 little ones were so happy to hear about the trip that they spun around. Yunwan prepared a small suitcase for each of them, and they packed their things by themselves. Yunge held the suitcase on his head, and a group of small animals behind him pushed it with their heads or buttocks. They took the suitcase into the room and started to rummage through the boxes. Yunwan didn't have to worry about the luggage herself. Lu Li bought the boat tickets and the assistant helped with the luggage. She only had to bring one person. Really good. Hu Yuanong was in a low mood when he came out of the Lord's mansion. Shenong Star was busy with affairs. Not just this time. He felt that he would never be able to go on a business trip with the Lord. Alas, if I could go out with the Lord, I don't know how cool it would be. Unfortunately, he has to manage Shenong Star. What a sweet burden. Just as I was comforting myself, I turned a corner and saw Lu Huai again. I couldn't count how many times I had met General Lu around the Lord's mansion. Does he have any special hobbies? General Lu. Hu Yuanong took the initiative to greet him. What a coincidence. He smiled. Lu Huai was not surprised to see him. As if he was waiting for him here. Going to the Lord's mansion again? It seems very lively. Lu Huai said. Yes. Hu Yuanong nodded. He knew what Lu Huai wanted to know. But he just didn't want to tell him. The two were silent for a while. And Lu Huai asked again, what happened? For a moment, Hu Yuanong felt that this man was quite pitiful. Looking tall and strong, but fussy about feelings. He couldn't help but think of his past self. Although his ex-girlfriend betrayed him, it was undeniable that they had a sweet and bitter youthful past. It is true that true love can make a person a coward. But he didn't expect that it could make a cold and hard person so soft. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. In fact, the relationship between the Lord and Admiral Lu is different, and everyone can see it. However, if Admiral Lu confesses his love, he can't say for sure whether the Lord will agree. Admiral Lu should also be concerned about this. And things have become very tricky. Hu Yuanong was moved by sympathy and told him the Lord's plan. The Lord plans to go to Jinsha Star to play, and he wants to take 7 little kids with him. Everyone is very happy. After waiting for a long time for a definite answer, Lu Huai lowered his eyes, and undercurrents surged. So that's how it is. Very good. His emotions are unpredictable. Seeing that he had no inclination to continue communicating, Hu Yuanong shrugged and left. Lu Huai stood for a moment and sent a message to Feng Feng. Buy a ticket to Jinsha Star. Feng Feng, who suddenly received the news, felt puzzled. What's going on? Aren't you going back to the master's house? Zhuang. Look. Why is the boss suddenly going to Jinsha Star? Xian Zhuang bit a big chicken leg, glanced at the smart brain interface casually, and said perfunctorily, do you need to ask? It must be because of the Lord. Ah? Why do you say that? Feng Feng was not convinced. Although the Lord is very good, you can't say that the boss is like a tyrant who is deceived by beauty. Xian Zhuang rolled his eyes at him and said, we'll see. Just wait and see. Yun Wan lived a heartless and fulfilling life every day. But Ji Wei's life was not so good. First, Lu Jingming and Qin Xiao discussed winning over Yun Wan. And then one of them was in a high position, and the other was indifferent to worldly affairs. And in the end, the task of winning over fell on him. Let's say that he failed to rob Shenong Star, and then set people to spread rumors about Shenong Star, and fight a PK war with Shenong Star. Is it really okay to give him such a task? Even if he didn't care about his old face and approached Shenong Star, the Lord of Shenong Star probably wouldn't pay attention to him. It's good enough that they didn't send someone to beat him to death. And they even united with him? What on earth were these two gentlemen thinking? When Ji Wei returned home, his hair was about to fall out due to anxiety. For several days in a row, he couldn't eat or sleep well. And Mrs. G discovered something. What are you doing? You've been making pancakes on the bed these 2 days. It's fine if you don't want to sleep. But will you let me sleep? Mrs. G pinched the soft flesh on Ji Wei's waist and twisted it. She felt much better when she heard Ji Wei's screams. Oh! Oh! It hurts? Let go. Madam. Listen to my explanation. Mrs. G knew that her hand was strong, so she loosened her grip. Tell me. I can't tell you what it is. But now we have to win over the Lord of Shenong Star. Win her over? Mrs. G felt it was ridiculous. Why? I can't tell you. Ji Wei had no choice but to hope that Mrs. G could give him some ideas. Mrs. G didn't let him down, although she didn't understand the situation. They had been married for decades, and Mrs. G knew that her husband would not do anything that would harm their common interests. When it comes to winning over the Lord of Shenong Star, she thought of someone. This depends on the Qin family. Mrs. G told Ji Wei about the relationship between the Qin family and Yun Wan, which sounded like a feasible way. But Ji Wei couldn't explain why his intuition was not very reliable. The two of them discussed and invited Qin's mother and father to the G family the next day. Chin's father was overjoyed when he received the invitation from the G family. The last time Chin's mother received an invitation from the G family, he thought he could get in touch with the G family. But he didn't expect his wife to come back with a bad face. No matter what he asked, she didn't answer, just said it was nothing. This time, he was also among the invited guests. Inviting a woman is different from inviting a man. Inviting the hostess only means that the relationship between the two families is okay, while inviting the host means that the two heads of the family have important matters to discuss. This is why Chin's father is so happy today. It is obvious that the G family wants to dig into their Chin family. The reason is unknown, but he is sure of the conclusion. Unlike Chin's father's excitement, Chin's mother was flustered and had a bad premonition. As soon as the two families met, Mrs. G greeted them warmly. "Sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Come and sit here. Let's reminisce about the past." Mother Chin's face froze. If she hadn't known that the two of them had parted unhappily last time, she would have really thought that Madame G and her were getting along well. What happened today? She wanted to persuade her husband not to come to the party, but her husband was so excited that he had to come. Seeing the smiling faces of the head of the G family and Madame G, her ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Her premonition soon came true. The first sentence of the head of the G family was, "You, the Chin family, really raised a good daughter." Father Chin and Mother Chin looked at each other. Father Chin didn't understand Ji Wei's implication. He thought he was praising his daughter Chin Yin and trying to get close to him. He said modestly, No, I just helped with some things at school." He didn't understand, but Chin's mother figured it out instantly. How could the head of the G family care so much about a junior in school? Even if Yin Yin was a big shot in school, she was not enough to attract the attention of the head of the G family. And the only person who could be noticed by the G family and was related to the Chin family was Yun Wan. Chin's mother's first instinct was that Yun Wan had brought trouble to her again. She felt that Ji Wei's words were ironic, and her husband had the audacity to agree, which she simply couldn't bear to watch. The conversation between her husband and the head of the G family was irrelevant, and she was afraid that something wrong would anger Ji Wei. Angering Madame G and the head of the G family are two completely different concepts. The former is just a matter between women, while the latter involves two families. The more she listened to Ji Wei talking about Yun Wan, the more anxious Chin's mother became. She didn't know why the Ji family didn't like Yun Wan before, and had their eyes on Yun Wan's Shenong star. So much time has passed. Not only did they not use any tricks, but Shenong star has been getting better and better. What's the point of inviting the Chin family here now? Chin's mother was terrified for a long time, and the less she thought about it, the more she wanted to come. Ji Wei talked for a long time before getting to the point. "Today I am here to ask you, Brother Chin, for something. We had some misunderstandings with your daughter before, and I want you to mediate between them." This word misunderstanding confused Chin's father. "What misunderstanding?" he asked blankly. Chin Yin has always been under his nose, and her schedule is normal. I have never seen her interact with the Ji family, let alone misunderstandings. Besides, even if Ji Wei and Chin Yin really had something going on, one is the head of the Ji family, and the other is a junior of the nobles. It should not be Ji Wei's turn to seek peace. Could it be that this was a hint for him to bring his daughter to apologize? For the first time, Chin's father felt that his brain was not enough. "Did you make a mistake?" he asked. Chin's mother also became more and more confused. As soon as they met, Ji Wei praised Yun Wan. She always thought it was ironic, but she heard what Ji Wei said. Misunderstanding? Talk about peace? They don't want to destroy Shenong Star and let the Chin family be the middleman to talk about peace? Chin's mother just felt that this world was magical, not the world she used to live in. She also wanted to ask loudly, "Is it a mistake?" But Ji Wei's reaction clearly told her that what she heard was indeed true. How could it be wrong? Your daughter is a hero in her youth. She made Shenong Star so successful. I was also stimulated at the time, but later I figured it out. The younger generation will push the older generation. It's normal for young people to be stronger than us, don't you think? Shenong Star? Father Chin was surprised. He had heard of Shenong Star, but why did Ji Wei think that this planet had something to do with him? Father Chin's eyes turned to Mother Chin. He knew his wife well. Her eyes were dodging, as if she knew something. Father Chin was very unhappy about being kept in the dark. But he wanted to establish a relationship with the G family. He had to pretend to know even if he didn't know. He said directly, "Brother G, leave it to me. She is a junior. How can she compete with you?" With Father Chin's approval, Ji Wei's face wrinkled deeper. The two exchanged a few more polite words. And Ji Wei said, "Then you go back and do her work. When can we have a meal together? Let's write off the past grievances and remain friends in the future." Hearing that he could be friends with the head of the Ji family, Qin's father was even more happy to cater to Ji Wei, boasting that the matter would definitely be accomplished. The task that Ji Wei gave him was related to the future relationship between the Qin and Ji families. He did not stay in the Ji family for long, and returned to the Qin family in a hurry. Before he could catch his breath, he asked his wife, "What about Shenong Star that Ji Wei mentioned? Why didn't I hear Yin mention it?" The tone of her husband's questioning made Qin's mother feel a little wronged. She glanced at her husband's face and felt that if her husband knew the truth, he would definitely be furious. She obviously didn't think that troublesome daughter was good, but it seemed that she had become important. But the incident happened too suddenly, and she had no time to find an excuse to cover it up. After thinking for a long time, she could only delay it, and let her husband know every second. Shenong Star has nothing to do with Yin. What? Father Qin didn't understand. Then why did Ji Wei mention Shenong Star to me? And also mention my daughter? Do I have other daughters besides Yin? Qin's father found it funny. He looked at his wife, who looked at him, but didn't speak, and felt a nameless anger rising up. He couldn't understand why his wife kept him in suspense at this critical moment when she knew something. "Tell me, why did you look wrong when you heard the 3-word Shensing? Tell me what you know quickly. If you delay and lose such a good opportunity, you will be the center of the Qin family. Can you bear this responsibility?" Perhaps frightened by Qin's father's dark red face, Qin's mother drooped her eyelids and whispered, "We still have a daughter." "What?" "Speak louder," I said. "We have another daughter." Father Qin frowned. He thought of that person. "You mean the one with genetic defects?" He remembered that he wanted to recognize this daughter. But genetic defects are a disease of the rich. If they can't be cured, she might die one day. It's not worth spending so much money on a cheap daughter. So he gave her 500,000 star coins and let her fend for herself. There was no friendship between them. He thought this was the most righteous thing he could do. "My wife mentioned this daughter." "Impossible. She has no money. She is sick. She may have died suddenly due to genetic collapse." Father Qin stared at Mother Qin, trying to get a negative answer from her eyes. But no, he only saw guilt and evasion. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that his wife was hiding something big from him. Yang Lian. At this time, why don't you tell the truth? Mother Qin didn't dare to breathe. She didn't know what to say, but she didn't need her to say it. As smart as Father Qin had guessed it. What's the name of the one with a genetic defect? Yunwan. Right. She didn't die. She created a planet. And this planet even alarmed the Ji family. Not only was she not targeted, but the Ji family also tried to get close to her. Yang Lian. Look at what you have done. You hid such an important thing from me. If it weren't for the Ji family, would you have kept it a secret from me forever? Our biological daughter did such a big thing. And you just hid it from me? Do you have a pig brain? Father Qin became more and more angry as he thought about it, and couldn't help but slap Mother Qin in the face. He couldn't understand why he worked so hard every day to build relationships with the nobles. But he didn't know that he had a golden thigh at home, and his wife kept it a secret from him. He looked smart. But why did she act so stupidly when doing things? Under Qin's father's questioning, he learned that his wife had gone to find his daughter Yunwan a long time ago, and she was angered, which ruined her relationship with her biological daughter. He really wanted to cut open his wife's head to see what was inside. You have broken the good family relationship. Qin's father was very disappointed. Hurry up and send a message to your daughter to say something soft and apologize. Blood ties. How can there be overnight hatred? Father Qin blew his beard and glared. I can't send a message. She blocked me. White-eyed wolf. Very hard-hearted. Say 2 words to her. She will say 10 back to you. Mother Qin felt wronged. How could she know that Yunwan was so powerful that even the Ji family couldn't afford to offend her? How can you, an elder, be so petty? Father Qin said. Mother Qin heard more vicious words today than in the past few decades combined. But she was in the wrong and didn't dare to refute. So she could only hold her anger in her heart. Okay. I can't count on you. I'll do it. Father Chin opened his own smart brain, found Yunwan's contact information on Mother Chin's smart brain, and immediately sent a message. Dear girl, I'm your father. You've suffered all these years. Today I know about the ridiculous things your mother did. You must be very wronged. Come. Dad will take you home. Father Chin looked at the message and felt perfect. The image of a loving father was vividly displayed on the paper. He thought that he was so affectionate that he would definitely be able to move this daughter he had never met. However, the reply he waited for was, don't get involved.